This seemingly ordinary blue-purple bench, yet you used it to exploit a glitch in the cultivation world, directly trading it with an ancient monster of the 10,000 realms for a supreme heavenly tier divine art capable of resurrecting the dead. What a waste of divine resources. Fellow Daoist, how could you use a divine material like star metal to make a bench? Hearing the heart-wrenching roar of the cultivator on the other side of the black hole, you grit your teeth against the excruciating pain of your severed meridians, a wild grin spreading across your face. You'd just been casually beaten into a cripple by the school's top beauty, but they never dreamed that star metal, the most commonplace material in this world, is actually a priceless treasure in the cultivation realm. Without a moment's hesitation, you hurled all the furniture into the black hole. As a dazzling radiance flared up, the celestial tier ancient text transformed into a golden beam that pierced your brow. Vast mana surged through your entire body in an instant, not only restoring your severed meridians to the width of rivers but also sending your vitality soaring like a rocket, breaking through the 1,000 mark. During a martial arts competition, not only was I beaten to a pulp by the school's top student, but I also nearly lost my life on the stage. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the pride of heaven. Yet no one noticed that I was gravely injured and unable to rise. Just as I was on the verge of despair, a mysterious interface appeared before my eyes, connecting me to the vast resources and cultivation techniques of the cultivation world. New Day Calendar, Year 30009, February. Xia Kingdom, Lei City First High School. On the school grounds, a massive stone martial arts stage stood tall, surrounded by a dense crowd of students. I hereby announce that the winner of this year's school-wide martial arts competition is Wei. As the principal's deep yet authoritative voice rang out, everyone's gaze focused on the figure standing on the stage. She was a tall, slender girl with a cool, composed demeanor and extraordinary poise. Her expression was serene as she accepted her classmates' cheers, as if this honor had always been hers by right. Opposite her lay a young boy, now lying on the ground, battered and covered in blood. Everyone in the school knew Wei, but few recognized this boy named Xian. He was merely one of the 103 people Wei had singled out and defeated. Everyone else had been knocked off the martial arts stage by Wei, but Xian was the only one who hadn't been sent flying. Yet he was the most severely injured. Lying on the ground, Xian silently regulated his breathing, only to be struck by wave after wave of searing pain throughout his body. A chill ran down his spine as he realized that the meridians all over his body might be severed. He never expected his opponent to go all out in a martial arts competition. It really is true that no one cares about the life or death of a nobody. In this era where everyone practices martial arts, as a high school senior, if his meridians were destroyed, it would be almost equivalent to having his future ruined. Unless he could come up with 100 million to buy the Cosmic Federation's specialized healing potion. But Xian was just a student from an ordinary family. How could he possibly afford it? His parents' combined monthly income was barely over 7,000 yuan. Wei. Xian gritted his teeth, a fleeting, barely perceptible flash of hatred crossing his eyes. It was so close, just a hair's breadth away, and Wei had nearly killed him. The martial arts world had always been this cruel. As a nobody, he had the misfortune of being selected by lottery in class to challenge Wei. Then Wei, the top student in the entire school, casually beat him to a pulp, as if crushing an ant. Cough, cough, cough. Xian coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, enduring the excruciating pain in his meridians. And, relying on the physical conditioning he gained from martial arts training, managed to stand up with great effort. He was about to head to the school infirmary on his own to get his wounds treated. But just then, a transparent panel visible only to him suddenly appeared before his eyes. On it were messages arranged like chat bubbles. Fellow cultivators, does anyone have any star metal? I'll trade a Xian tier cultivation manual for it. The Heaven tier divine art meridian skill, just 10 gene of star metal. 1 bottle of Azure Dragon body forging pills in exchange for 1 gene of Sha Yuan water. Any takers? Xian was taken aback at first, but then his chest suddenly burst with wild joy. The system. As a reincarnated soul, his system had finally arrived. The online novels he read in his previous life allowed him to quickly deduce that these cultivation techniques and elixirs must all come from a mysterious and vast cultivation world. His system must be connected to this mysterious and vast cultivation world, allowing him, who was currently in a high martial arts world, to trade with people from the cultivation world. Heaven-rank cultivation techniques, meridian skills. They sounded incredibly powerful just by their names. After all, they were certainly stronger than the basic cultivation methods that everyone in their high martial arts world could practice. Who knows, maybe they could even repair the severed meridians throughout his body. It seemed that as long as he produced these items, he could successfully trade with them. Star metal? And what is this Sha'in water? If I could get my hands on this cultivation technique, wouldn't that make me practically a cultivator? By then, once I've reached a certain cultivation realm, vitality would be just a bonus. Just as Xian was pondering this, the transparent panel suddenly displayed the ghostly images of two items. One was a piece of purple-blue metal, and the other was a bottle of pitch-black liquid. It looked like these must be the star metal and the Een-slaying water. As soon as Xian saw them, his pupils contracted slightly. And he was quite surprised, because he recognized at a glance that this star metal was none other than the most common star metal in their world. Star metal is found on every planet. When interstellar warships mine useful minerals and resources from planets, they often end up extracting a great deal of star metal as a byproduct, because it's highly malleable, durable, and harmless to humans. Star metal is frequently used to make furniture. In Xian's home, the tables, chairs, and even the bed frame were all crafted from star metal. As for the Sha'in water, he truly had no idea what it was. I'd better hurry home, nothing else matters for now. I just need to secure that meridian skill. Having made up his mind, Xian immediately wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stepped down from the arena. No one paid him any attention. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on Wei, the pride of the heavens. Even Wei didn't spare a second glance at the boy she defeated so effortlessly. Even Xian's classmates, the students from Class 5, Senior 3, were too busy tending to the top performing students in their class who'd been knocked off the stage. As for an obscure student like Xian, whose martial arts skills were average, hardly anyone paid him any attention. Outwardly silent, Xian's heart was filled with anticipation as he made his way through the crowd of moaning students, walked all the way out of the school, and returned to his home 3 blocks away. His parents were still at work and hadn't returned yet, so Xian first went to the bathroom for a quick shower, enduring the pain as the hot water washed over his wounds, then changed into a clean set of clothes and returned to his bedroom. With a thought, the transparent panel opened again. The 3 previous messages were still there, and surprisingly, a few more had appeared. 1 liang. Just 1 liang of star metal. And I'll give you this flame bear inner armor. Esteemed masters, ancient sages, and venerable ancestors, please save this junior disciple. I need a Dao martial fruit. I'll trade a 9th grade divine weapon for it. Desperately need 1 spirit phoenix egg. It seems star metal is still a hot commodity over there. Xian muttered, his gaze falling on a small, violet blue metal stool by the bed. That's right, this little stool was made of star metal. Or rather, forged from star metal itself. He reached out, picked it up, and weighed it in his hand. About 11 gene. That should be just enough to trade for that heaven-tier cultivation technique, the meridian skill. Any extra gene would be a bonus. At that thought, Xian grew worried. How should he go about the trade? After thinking it over, he tried clicking on the bubble frame requesting 10 gene of star metal. Whoosh! In the next instant, a small black hole appeared before him and began to spin slowly. Xian didn't hesitate. He tossed the little stool directly into the black hole. Almost immediately, an aged voice rang out, emanating from the black hole, sounding quite agitated. What a waste! Fellow Taoist, why are you wasting such a precious resource? Using a divine material like star metal to make a stool? That's a total of 11 Jin, 2 Liang, and 5 Qian. Fellow Taoist, I am not one to covet wealth. But for this extra 1 Jin, 2 Liang, and 5 Qian of star metal, how about I exchange it for 3 flame essence pills? Xian replied tentatively. Then thank you, senior. As soon as he finished speaking, a small black hole flashed, and 2 items fell out of it. Immediately afterward, the small black hole slowly vanished. Xian looked down and saw an ancient book emitting a faint golden glow, as well as 3 pills contained in a translucent jade bottle. The meridian skill and the flame essence pills. A cultivation technique and cultivation pills. He got them. A searing heat radiated from the 3 flame element pills, almost overwhelming him. Even through the jade vial, it was clearly impossible to block. What treasures! Xian's eyes lit up. Although he hadn't yet become a full-fledged fighter, he could already be considered one, at least to some extent. Almost instinctively, his body trained in the martial arts developed a strong craving for these yin yuan pills. Truly worthy of an enlightened master of the cultivation world, his generosity is extraordinary. Xian murmured to himself, then picked up the ancient text emitting a faint golden glow from the ground. On the cover of the ancient text, 5 large characters were inscribed in small seal script. Meridian skill. According to what that venerable master had said, this was a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Xian had previously taken the time to compare the listings, and discovered that, among all the purchase offers, heaven tier seemed to be the highest grade of cultivation techniques currently available on the market. In other words, this could easily serve as my primary cultivation technique. With that in mind, Xian didn't hesitate. Just as he was about to open Meridian Skill to get a general idea of its contents, suddenly, the ancient tome, radiating a brilliant glow, began to move on its own, its pages flipping rapidly. Instantly, the entire ancient text trembled slightly, transformed into a golden beam, and shot straight into the center of Xian's brow. A searing pain shot through him, and Xian was stunned to discover that within his mind, he already possessed all the knowledge and information needed to cultivate this skill. Truly worthy of the immortal cultivation realm. It even saved me the trouble of memorizing it. Recalling his early days of martial arts training, when it took him a full month just to memorize a single, several hundred-page book on basic cultivation techniques, Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He immediately closed his eyes and silently contemplated the experience. Before long, he opened them again, his eyes now filled with an indescribable sense of delight. That world seemed incredibly mysterious and vast. It contained not only cultivation techniques, talismans, elixirs, artifact forging, and puppets from the immortal realm, but also supernatural abilities, true spirits, elixirs of immortality, supreme imperial weapons, and even immortal great sects, ancient sacred lands, and forbidden zones of life. All of this was knowledge found in the 100 Observations in General Knowledge chapter of the True Martial 100 Meridian Sutra. The so-called 100 Observations in General Knowledge chapter served as a basic introduction to that world. But the information he had obtained actually filled Xian with great joy. For didn't this mean that world was even more advanced than he had imagined? This was excellent news. After all, he was able to trade with that world. Immediately, Xian looked up and turned his gaze back to the transparent panel filled with trade information. According to the records in Meridian Skill, if one were to take the Azure Dragon Body Forging Pill, one could master a divine ability of extraordinary power. Unfortunately, he had never even heard of this Sha'in water in the real world. Never mind. He'd buy everything he could with star metal first. glancing at the star metal desk, chair, and even the entire bed in his bedroom. Xian suddenly felt as if he were about to strike it rich. Just as he was about to click on the trade listing offering 1 or 2 star metal in exchange for a Yinxiong inner armor, suddenly, his hand froze. A line of text had appeared on the transparent panel. Today's trading quota has been exhausted. Please try again tomorrow. All right. Xian didn't think much of it. After a moment's thought, he decided to strike while the iron was hot, and sat cross-legged right there to begin his cultivation. From the heavens and the earth, wisps of faint light seeped through his limbs and bones into his body, slowly gathering within his dantian. Is this what the cultivation technique refers to as mana? It's definitely different from the vitality I cultivated before. Xian silently sensed the mana formed from the faint light within his dantian, and felt that it was far, far more powerful than vitality. Compared to mana, vitality, to put it bluntly, was practically nothing, reduced to nothing more than a bonus generated while he cultivated mana. The next moment, with a single thought, mana surged out of his dantian, flowing through his meridians. A warm and comforting sensation rippled out. Though he had anticipated it, Xian was still pleasantly surprised to feel that the meridians throughout his body which Wei had shattered had all healed completely as the mana flowed through them. In fact, they were far more resilient and wider than before. Meridian skill, nourished the 100 meridians with mana. Refine supernatural abilities through the 100 meridians. Once these abilities are mastered, one will have few rivals among peers of the same rank. I wonder when I'll be able to master my first supernatural ability. Xian daydreamed with anticipation and began training even harder. In the Human Federation, fighter ranks are determined by vitality. Currently, Xian's vitality stands at 756, while the minimum requirement for a fighter is 1000 vitality. Only the top 10 students in her grade meet this standard. Wei, who ranks first in her grade, has even reached an astonishing 3012 vitality. That was precisely why she had nearly killed Xian with a single casual palm strike. But from that moment on, Xian realized that his strength could no longer be measured simply by vitality. Or rather, while vitality could serve as a benchmark, after all, it allowed for comparison with others. His true strength definitely far exceeded the vitality readings. Now, as each second of his training passed, Xian could clearly feel his spirit, physical body, vitality, meridians, and even his bones all undergoing a massive enhancement. Once his injuries had completely healed through cultivation, Xian didn't hesitate. He took a flame element pill from the jade bottle and swallowed it. Boom! Utterly pure fire element surged through his body. And as Xian channeled his meridian skill, it rapidly transformed into mana. After swallowing 3 pills in a row and fully absorbing them all, seeing that dusk was approaching, Xian stood up. His eyes shone with a radiant light, his figure was tall and muscular, and his entire being exuded an indescribable aura. Picking up the simple vitality meter on the table, Xian pricked the tip of his index finger and let a drop of blood fall onto it. The number on the simple vitality meter skyrocketed, and finally, it settled at 1577 vitality. A smile flashed in Xian's eyes, and he nodded in satisfaction. The increase in vitality from the bonus rewards of cultivating alone was enough to effortlessly elevate him to the rank of fighter. The next day, Leicheng No. 1 High School. Inside the classroom of Senior 3, Class 5. Xian walked in with his backpack slung over his shoulder as always. No one paid him any attention. But if you looked closely, you'd notice a radiant glow in his eyes, and his body brimming with power. A far cry from the frail, inconspicuous figure he'd been just yesterday. Yesterday, after Xian took the flame essence pill and cultivated the true martial 100 meridians technique, his vitality had already reached 1577 points. Although he didn't know where he ranked in the entire school, in his class, He was undoubtedly the undisputed number one. Keep in mind that the previous top student in the class had a vitality of only 985 points. It's just a shame that the trading system only allows one transaction per day, otherwise, Xian felt, he could probably be even stronger. Alright, everyone, stop right there. Today is the routine fierce beast slaying test. Suddenly, a female teacher with long legs strode into the room. It was none other than their martial arts teacher and homeroom teacher, Lu Qingqing. As soon as Lu Qingqing's crisp, clear voice rang out, all 50+ students in the class immediately stopped their stances. At the same time, excitement lit up their faces. Among all the martial arts tests, whether strength, speed, or agility, the one everyone loved the most was the ferocious beast combat test. For no other reason than the thrill. Lu Qingqing held a tablet in her hand, swiping the screen with her slender, delicate fingers as she spoke. Last time, the fastest to slay a ferocious beast was River from our class, who did it in 9 minutes and 6 seconds. River, did you check your vitality this morning? A tall, proud-looking teenager stepped forward from the crowd and replied with pride. Reporting, teacher, I did. It's still 985 points, but if I had just 15 more vitality points, I could become a fighter. Hearing this, the students' faces lit up with envy. Although it was only the beginning of the second semester of their senior year, and there were still half a year left until the college entrance exams, many of them had little hope of becoming fighters. And only by becoming a fighter would they be eligible to apply to the top martial arts universities. A look of approval also appeared on Lu Qingqing's radiant face as she said, "Very good, River. Keep up the good work." Although the school's top student, Wei, had a vitality score as high as 3012, the second-place student was only at 2053, and by fifth place, the score had dropped to just 1527. After a brief pause, she continued. Currently, there are over a dozen students in your grade with vitality scores comparable to yours, all waiting to become fighters. If your vitality breaks through 1000, you'll easily rank among the top 15 in the entire school. Xian listened quietly from the crowd, feeling somewhat surprised. So, does that mean he was already equivalent to 5th place in the school? And his combat power was definitely even higher than that. At that moment, Lu Qingqing casually swiped her tablet and added, "So, River, for today's beast slaying test, you'll go first. Your opponent will be..." She paused briefly, then said in a slightly puzzled tone, as if she didn't quite recognize the name. "Xian?" The moment that name was mentioned, not only Lu Qingqing, but many other students as well looked perplexed. Having been classmates for 2.5 years, it was impossible not to know there was a student named Xian in the class. But upon hearing the name, they still felt an indescribable sense of unfamiliarity. It wasn't until a student with a good memory turned to look at Xian that the others followed his gaze and suddenly realized. So it was that kid. Instantly, someone else remembered, during yesterday's class lottery, the person who drew the lot had to go up and challenge Wei. And it was this Xian who'd drawn it. Come to think of it, didn't he get beaten pretty badly? "Teacher, I'm here." Xian had long since grown accustomed to being habitually overlooked over the past 2.5 years. Besides, Lu Qingqing had only started teaching martial arts in their class during their senior year, so it was only natural that she wasn't familiar with him. Lu Qingqing glanced at Xian, who had stepped forward, and upon seeing his tall but slightly frail frame, she furrowed her brow ever so slightly. Your last vitality test result was 756. And it took you 15 minutes and 13 seconds to defeat the beast." Lu Qingqing seemed to have virtually no impression of such an utterly ordinary student. So she immediately changed the subject and said, "All right then, go head to head with River. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, and don't take unnecessary risks trying to prove yourself. If you can't defeat the beast, Just admit defeat, I'll step in to save you. As if suddenly remembering something, Lu Qingqing added. By the way, you were one of the 103 people who fought Wei yesterday. Will you still be able to take the beast hunting test today? Xian remained calm. Sure, teacher. No problem at all. Lu Qingqing nodded slightly. All right, then. Hearing this, the other students couldn't help but show a hint of disdain on their faces and began whispering among themselves. I clearly saw him get beaten so badly yesterday. He was covered in blood and yet he is still trying to act tough today. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would ve forgotten. Ha ha. Yesterday I saw him barely able to walk. Even though our school distributed a special medicine for external injuries, Xian is still deliberately putting on a brave face today. I'm afraid it's going to end badly for him. I remember how hard it was for him to fight ferocious beasts even when he wasn't injured. Ha, I bet he is going to make a fool of himself today. That's right, we're in for a show. Even though Xian is a nobody cares about. And he has never had any conflicts with anyone. That also means people don't really respect him. So they all gossip about him behind his back if they feel like it. Fortunately, Xian had already walked to the center of the classroom and didn't hear it. River glanced at Xian, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Having been classmates for 2.5 years, he certainly knew Xian, but that was the extent of it. It seemed they barely exchanged a few words. Xian, don't try to tough it out. If it's really too much, just admit defeat. No one will laugh at you. River spoke up, showing quite a bit of concern for this frail classmate. Xian's expression was very calm. It's okay. I want to give it a try. River sighed. Alright, I want to try to talk you out of it then. I know what you're thinking. I saw how you were covered in blood after Wei beat you up yesterday. Even though you said it was just superficial injuries. You don't need to push yourself just to save face. That ferocious beast isn't something you can handle. Xian chuckled inwardly, but also felt a bit of warmth. How had he never noticed before that the top student in the class, the former top student was so overprotective? But it was okay after all, River was genuinely looking out for him. The others, however, looked at Xian with skeptical eyes. Xian, are you really sure you'll be okay? It feels like Wei must have knocked some sense out of you. I'm not insulting you, I genuinely have my doubts. Why don't you go get checked out at the hospital? A classmate named Lu Santong, with a sharp nose and sunken cheeks, spoke up. Yeah, Xian, that's a ferocious beast. Aside from Wei, who in our entire school would dare claim they could handle it casually? Another female classmate was equally astonished. P.S. Introduction to the cultivation realms in this book. High martial arts, fighter, martial master, martial king, martial emperor, martial venerate, martial saint, martial emperor, martial god. Immortal cultivation, essence stage, crystal stage, blood stage, earth stage, heaven stage, cosmos stage, supreme stage. Demi-emperor stage, emperor stage. The cultivation levels in the two realms do not correspond directly. The immortal cultivation levels are definitely far higher than those in high martial arts. For specifics, readers are invited to explore the book for themselves. Lu Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly. A hint of disappointment welling up in her heart. As a martial arts instructor, her vitality had long since reached tens of thousands of points. So she could naturally tell from his outward appearance that Xian was indeed uninjured. As for Xian's true strength, however, she couldn't tell. That would require seeing him in action to confirm. But Lu Qingqing had just checked Xian's records and discovered that his vitality was only 756 points. And that was the data from a test he'd specifically taken yesterday before taking the stage. Moreover, Xian had been injured yesterday. Under those circumstances, it would have been remarkable if his strength hadn't declined. So why was he still putting on a brave front and making such bold claims? It's fine to have low martial arts talent, but if he can't recognize his own limitations, He won T amount to much even after entering the real world. This student. Sigh. Lu Qingqing thought about this and silently shook her head. However, if Xian really got injured, she would still save him if necessary. That was her responsibility as a martial arts teacher. All right, the test is about to begin. Both students, please take your positions. As soon as Lu Qingqing spoke, the gazes of the other students present once again focused on River. As for Xian, someone who rarely spoke in class and always practiced martial arts quietly by herself in a corner, there wasn't much to pay attention to in the first place. After a few comments, everyone had lost interest. Of course, if he were to make a fool of himself, everyone would be more than happy to watch. At that moment, River and Xian each took their places in the center of the classroom. As Lu Qingqing's slender fingers moved in unison, entering a series of codes on her tablet. Suddenly, the ground beneath both of their feet trembled. Barriers forged from high-grade steel rose one by one, enclosing Chu Tianxia and Xian separately before closing over their heads, instantly forming an impenetrable cage. Roar! A beastly roar, both spine-chilling and blood-pumping, rang out, as if coming from beneath the ground. Immediately afterward, within each of their steel cages, a gorilla-like beast was lifted up from beneath the floor by a lift platform. This beast had a terrifying appearance, grayish-white fur, blood-red eyes, and fangs curving outward. Foul-smelling saliva dripped from its mouth as it braced itself on the ground with its arms, every muscle in its body seemingly the size of a basketball. It was a ferocious beast commonly found in the wild. A savage ape, a mutant evolved from a gorilla. The savage ape's strength was roughly equivalent to a fighter with around 700 vitality points. But when it went berserk, it became exceptionally dangerous. However, this was precisely what the Human Federation needed. In this grand era of the Star River, where humanity stands against the myriad races. Whether in martial arts high schools or universities, what is cultivated are iron-willed warriors with unyielding resolve. Not cowards who know only flashy but ineffective moves. Only students who have grown through battle amidst blood and fire. Meet the standard. Roar! With a mighty roar, the savage gorilla in River's cage launched the first attack. It slammed both arms violently against the ground, causing the floor to tremble, and immediately it charged at River with a frenzied roar. River didn't waste a moment. He swept his hand across his waist and drew a dagger. This was his primary weapon. With a thud, the gorilla landed right in front of him. Slamming both arms down, it looked as though it was about to crush him into a pulp. But River rolled on the spot, dodging with incredible agility, and immediately thrust his dagger toward the berserker ape's midsection. The rampaging ape had thick, tough skin. This single thrust would certainly not kill it. But River intended to focus his attacks on this spot, until he completely pierced its flesh and injured its internal organs. Plunk! The thrust pierced the fur with pinpoint accuracy. And as crimson blood began to flow, River quickly leaped backward to create distance. With 985 points of vitality, facing a brutal ape with only 700 points of vitality, it was naturally no great effort for him. At that moment, River cast an amused glance at the cage beside him. He wanted to see if his opponent, Xian, had already been chased all over the place by the brutal ape. But almost in the very next instant, he froze. Inside Xian's cage, the berserk ape seemed to have gone completely berserk, thrashing about with all four limbs, its eyes bloodshot as it roared furiously. According to the Beast Combat Manual, in such a situation, a fighter should move around to wear down the beast's stamina, then deliver a fatal blow once its momentum has waned. Xian stood with his feet apart, one in front of the other, his left fist clenched and tucked at his waist. His right fist extended forward, his entire body in a posture that combined offense and defense. What was Xian doing? Could he really have been scared senseless by the savage ape? Surely his injuries hadn't healed yet? We're in big trouble now. As his teacher, Lu Qingqing immediately panicked upon seeing her student in danger. Without bothering to open the cage with her tablet, she stepped forward as swiftly as lightning. Just as she was about to charge in and intervene, it was already too late. Roar! A bloodthirsty, savage roar deafened everyone. The brutal ape suddenly raised its arms, as thick as water barrels, and smashed them down toward Xian with tremendous force. "Xian, get out of the way!" Lu Qingqing and the other girls in the class shouted almost in unison. But the brutal ape's arms had already come crashing down. Boom! A deafening crash. Many students looked on in horror, all convinced that Xian had been smashed to a pulp. Almost in the very next instant, everyone watched in stunned silence as an enormous figure was flung backward through the air. With a thunderous crash, the colossal creature slammed into the steel bars of the cage, and immediately it slumped limply to the ground, blood streaming from all 5 orifices, clearly beyond saving. It was none other than the raging tyrant ape. Every bone in its body had been shattered. On the other side of the cage, Xian slowly withdrew his fist, his expression as calm as ever. Everyone was stunned. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Did Xian really kill the berserker ape with just one punch? Judging by what just happened, the berserker ape couldn't even withstand a single punch from him. Oh my god. Lu Qingqing was also completely stunned, her face betraying utter astonishment. "Xian, you!" Just then, a cold, electronic voice rang out across the classroom. Recording complete. Class 5, Senior 3, Xian has successfully defeated the rampaging ape in 5 seconds. 5 seconds? Of everyone there, River was the most shocked of all. After all, even if he gave it his all, even adopting a life or death fighting style where he didn't fear injury, it would still take him at least 5 minutes to kill a rampaging ape. Yet Xian, who had always been overlooked by him, as well as by other teachers and classmates, had actually done it in just 5 seconds. And with just one punch. Wah, wah, wah. Suddenly, a whimpering sound, as if pleading for mercy, rang out. River turned his head to look. He saw the rampaging ape in his cage, apparently terrified by the sight of its companion being killed with a single punch, and had actually curled up in the corner of its cage, clutching its massive head as it trembled uncontrollably. River was dumbfounded. It was the first time he'd ever seen this ferocious beast, renowned for its cruelty and bloodthirst, so terrified. Just then, Lu Qingqing snapped out of her utter shock and announced the result. "River, you lost." River was taken aback at first, but then nodded without much disappointment, indicating he understood. After all, in his estimation, even he himself probably wouldn't have been able to withstand Xian's punch. So losing was only natural. The next moment, the top of the cage opened, and all the high-carbon steel bars retracted into the floor. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xian stepped out. In a flash, his classmates immediately surrounded him. "Xian, how did you suddenly get so strong? Oh my god, your vitality must be close to 2000. That punch just now. Even someone from the elite class couldn't have withstood it." Xian could only brush it off, saying, I was just lucky." Lucky? On Lu Qingqing's radiant and captivating face, her eyes and brows seemed to sparkle with an appreciative smile. As she spoke, she walked over and continued. "Xian, I'm not quite sure what you mean. Are you saying you got stronger because of good luck?" Xian nodded, kept his head down, and continued making things up. Yesterday, after we finished fighting Wei, I was planning to go home. But as I passed the flower bed outside the school, I noticed a strange fruit growing there." He paused for a moment, took a deep breath, as if recalling the scene, and continued. "I think I suffered internal injuries from Wei's beating at the time, and my whole body ached. As soon as I saw that fruit, I felt an overwhelming urge as if, once I ate it, my injuries would heal completely. Lu Qingqing couldn't help but ask. So, you ate that fruit? Xian nodded. Yes. After I ate it, my whole body started to feel hot. And I fell asleep not long after I got home. When I woke up, I felt as if I had boundless energy. I thought it was just an illusion until I killed that brutal ape with a single punch. Lu Qingqing thought for a moment, then interrupted. Was it a fruit with a red base and black stripes? One that looked like a cherry? Xian feigned surprise. Yes. Teacher, how did you know? Lu Qingqing seemed to let out a sigh of relief. And a look of obvious delight spread across her pretty face. Then there's no problem, Xian. Do you know that what you ate was the extremely rare blood god fruit? River, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask. Teacher, what is the blood god fruit? Lu Qingqing's tone carried a hint of envy as she replied. It's a natural spiritual treasure that can only be consumed before one becomes a fighter. It can greatly enhance a person's potential. Even someone with ordinary talent can leap into the ranks of the elite. At this point, seemingly realizing she had spoken out of turn, Lu Qingqing quickly turned to Xian and added with a smile. Of course, Xian, you already have a high natural talent for martial arts. So this will only make you even stronger. The massive increase in your strength and vitality is proof of that. Hearing this, the classmates all looked at Xian with immense envy. Never having imagined that this guy, who was often overlooked in class, could actually have such good luck. Judging solely by Xian's strength just now, he'll have a good chance of getting into one of the best martial arts universities in the Human Federation. Seeing that he managed to get away with it, Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for the blood god fruit and such, he looked up the information online yesterday in advance and prepared his story beforehand. Otherwise, with his strength improving so rapidly and no reasonable explanation to back it up, he might very well have been captured, dissected, and used for research. Lu Qingqing suddenly tapped her tablet a few times, and immediately the classroom floor split open, revealing a large machine rising up. She gave a faint smile, her tone softening. Xian, why don't you come take a test of your vitality and other physical metrics? You're definitely in the top 10 of your grade now. I'm going to report your data to the school board, and then I'll help you secure eligibility to participate in Lei City No. 1 High School's exclusive secret realm. As soon as they heard the words Lei City No. 1 High School's exclusive secret realm, the students all couldn't help but reveal looks of longing. This secret realm is located on the mountain behind Lei City No. 1 High School and belongs exclusively to the school, which is why it bears that name. Every year, natural spiritual treasures may appear within this secret realm. Since it opens only once a year, only the top 10 students in the grade are eligible to enter. Among natural spiritual treasures, the blood god fruit is considered an absolute top-tier item. But the others aren't bad either. In fact, within Lei City No. 1 High School's exclusive secret realm, there's even a chance that something better than the blood god fruit might appear. Xian's heart leapt with joy. After all, when it comes to treasures like natural spiritual treasures, no one can ever have too many. Moreover, within the secret realm, he might just find an opportunity to get his revenge. Because of that incident where Wei nearly beat him to death, the only way he could find peace was by killing Wei. Lu Qingqing seemed to remember something and added, by the way, if you come in first during the secret realm training, the school will also reward you with a bottle of mental nightmare potion. Mental nightmare potion? Xian asked curiously. And the other students also looked puzzled, clearly having no idea what it was. Lu Qingqing smiled softly, tapped a few times on her tablet, then flipped it over with both hands to show it to her classmates. It was a black potion, contained in a test tube. The price was listed beside it, 10 million yuan. Lu Qingqing explained with a smile. This is a great item that helps fighters hone their spirit, especially for those just starting out. I've heard that in ancient times. It had a peculiar name. Sha'in water. Sha'in water? Xian's spirit sword. Wasn't this exactly what he needed most? As long as he obtained Sha'in water, he could trade for the Azure Dragon body forging pills. And after taking the Azure Dragon body forging pills, he could use the techniques from the Meridian skill to master a supreme divine ability, Azure Dragon Breath. It seemed that not only did he have to enter the secret realm at Lei City First High School, but he also had to defeat Wei and claim first place. Xian made up his mind and immediately took a step forward, heading toward the Vitality Comprehensive Testing Machine. His classmates gathered around out of curiosity, eager to find out just how strong Xian had become. River was no exception. Although he lost to Xian and had his position as class valedictorian snatched away, he accepted the outcome gracefully. Right now, he just wanted to know exactly how far behind Xian he was. As for Lu Qingqing, needless to say, as the martial arts teacher for Class 5, Senior 3, with such a promising martial arts talent suddenly emerging in her class, she couldn't have been happier. In an instant, Xian, who had previously been a wallflower in the class, suddenly became the center of attention, the focus of everyone's gaze. As Xian stepped onto the Vitality Comprehensive Testing Machine, Lu Qingqing pressed the start button with anticipation. The next moment, a metal ring rose from beneath Xian's feet, scanning him from head to toe. Immediately afterward, a string of numbers appeared on the large screen. Vitality, 1796. Instantly, the entire class erupted in excitement. Wow, a vitality score of 1796. Doesn't that mean he is third in the whole school? That's right. The previous third place holder, Zhou Wuzheng from the elite class, had a vitality score of only 1750. Our class is just a regular class, yet we've produced the third-ranked student in the whole school. Xian, you're so awesome. Lu Qingqing couldn't hide the joy on her face either. No matter the reason, having a student from her class ranked third in the entire school was truly a source of pride for her. River, however, shook his head and let out a long sigh. A vitality score of 1796. He feared he wouldn't be able to catch up even after the college entrance exams were over. Fortunately, Xian had barely made his presence felt in class before, so he never had any conflicts with him. Otherwise, he truly have lost all peace of mind. Many of the other students were thinking the same thing. Thankfully, none of them had ever bullied Xian before. Now that they were classmates, who knows, maybe they could even ride on Xian's coattails in the future. As for those students who'd been whispering behind Xian's back, waiting to see him make a fool of himself, they were relieved that they kept their voices low. It seemed Xian hadn't heard them. Xian himself wasn't the least bit surprised by this increase in vitality. After all, it was merely a side effect of his cultivation. Because, last night and this morning, he'd been practicing diligently for quite a while, and he could feel himself rapidly advancing toward the first level of the essence stage, with his cultivation soaring. What's a slight boost in vitality, which is just a side effect, compared to that? If he had a few more yen yuan pills, Xian felt that as his cultivation soared once more, it would be no big deal for his vitality to easily break 2000. Come on, Xian, test your strength again, Lu Qingqing said with a smile, pointing to the punching bag on the left side of the Vitality Comprehensive Tester. Xian nodded, gathered his strength, and threw a punch. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, and immediately, on the Vitality Comprehensive Testing Machine, an astonishing number appeared. 5,679 kilograms. Is this even human? Over 5,000 kilograms of punching power? This time, even River was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, with a vitality of around 1,700 punching power would be at most 3,000 kilograms. Who would have thought that Xian had reached over 5,600 kilograms? The students stared at Xian's slightly frail figure as if he were a monster, filled with both disbelief and immense envy. Xian, however, remained completely unfazed. "Come on, I'm a cultivator now. Even as the most ordinary, newly initiated cultivator. Isn't it perfectly normal for my punching power to far exceed that of ordinary mortals?" Lu Qingqing chuckled softly. "That's just how the blood god fruit works. It boosts physical prowess. Even more than vitality does. Xian, you're probably the second strongest person in the entire school now. As for the number one spot, everyone knows who it is. That prodigy whose vitality exceeds 3,000, whose punch power is over 10,000 kilograms. And who has mastered multiple martial arts techniques. Wei." Next, Xian tested his speed, defense, agility, and other attributes one by one. He showed massive improvements in every category, leaving his classmates in the dust. Lu Qingqing's smile grew broader with each test. And as soon as he finished, she couldn't wait to submit Xian's data. 2 minutes later, she received a reply. "Xian, the principal has approved your application for the exclusive secret realm at Lei City First High School. The secret realm will open in 3 days. And you'll enter it alongside the other 9 students ranked in the top 10 of the entire school." After a brief pause, she added, "Also, when the principal returns tomorrow, he'd like you to stop by his office. He wants to meet you in person." Xian nodded. "Okay, teacher." At the same time, Xian couldn't help but start plotting in her mind. Only 3 days left. How could she surpass Wei in just 3 days? No, simply surpassing her wouldn't be enough. She had to have the strength to defeat her outright. That meant not just surpassing her, but crushing her. First, let us see what she can trade for today. Today's beast hunting test. With Xian suddenly emerging as such a dark horse, made the subsequent battles between the other students and the beasts seem somewhat lackluster by comparison. Still, it was as thrilling and nerve-wracking as ever. When school let out in the afternoon, Xian sprinted all the way home. Once inside his bedroom, he drew the curtains and locked the door behind him in one fluid motion. All in one go. Xian was, of course, on guard against others. The fact that he could trade with the fantasy world absolutely must not be known to anyone. Phew. After catching his breath for a moment, Xian opened the trading panel again. He immediately looked for the listing to trade Sha'in water for a Azure Dragon body forging pill. And upon seeing that the listing was still there, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But he noticed that more than half of today's listings were missing. Especially the one offering 1 or 2 star metal for a piece of flame bear inner armor. It had vanished. Apparently snatched up by someone else. What a shame. I was planning to trade for that inner armor to wear. Xian muttered. It might have saved my life in a critical moment. He didn't dwell on it for long, and immediately turned his attention to the few new listings that had popped up. Does anyone have Thunder Punishment Elixir? I'll trade for any designated heaven-grade talisman. An incredibly useful golem, indistinguishable from a real person, crafted in the image of the Holy Maiden of the Yaoqi. I'll trade for half a gene of Sha'in water. Divine ability, the cultivation method for the Azure Dragon Trueflame Claw, which can be combined with other Azure Dragon divine abilities to greatly enhance one's strength. I'll only accept 10 gene of star metal in exchange. Ha! Upon seeing the last trade listing, Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Divine abilities. All cultivators who absorb the primordial energy of heaven and earth to embark on the path of cultivation can master and unleash divine abilities. These are the true techniques of immortals. Divine abilities often possess all manner of incredible powers, far surpassing the martial skills of the mere martial arts world. Divine abilities are a means to greatly enhance his combat power. And that's exactly what he has been lacking. Although there were a few divine abilities listed in Meridian skill, none of them were within his current reach. He would need to break through several cultivation realms before he could master them. If he could master the Azure Dragon True Flame Claw before entering the secret realm of Lay City First High School, it would be more than enough to deal with Wei. First, he asked this person if the divine ability had any cultivation requirement. With that in mind, Xian immediately tapped on the trade message. The next moment, a small black hole appeared. Xian cleared his throat and asked, "Senior, can the Azure Dragon True Flame Claw be cultivated at any cultivation level? How long does it take to master it?" Unexpectedly, the very next moment, a surprised, aged voice emerged from the small black hole. "Ha! Young friend, is that you?" This took Xian by surprise as well. It was none other than the senior he traded with yesterday. The one who'd been so incredibly trustworthy. In that instant, a flash of inspiration struck Xian. And a bold idea formed in his mind. Since he'd run into this senior, it seemed he could exploit the system's bug that limited transactions to once a day. Xian knew full well that in that mysterious and vast fantasy world, there was certainly a division between the path of righteousness and the path of evil. If he encountered someone from the path of evil, he definitely wouldn't have dared to exploit this glitch. As for how to exploit this glitch, it was very simple. It was relying on this senior master's noble character who would absolutely refuse to take even the slightest advantage of him. He would intentionally give him a little extra star metal during the trade. That way, this esteemed master would take the initiative to offer other treasures as compensation. Only one transaction a day? You think you can limit me? Xian muttered half-jokingly to himself. Then turned to the small black hole with a serious expression and said, "Senior, it's me. I never expected to run into you again. I'm truly blessed to have such good fortune." To his surprise, those few polite words of his actually pleased the other man greatly. And he burst into hearty laughter. "Ha, young friend, you flatter me. I am merely the ruler of a humble sacred land. As for the Azure Dragon True Flame Claw you asked about, as long as one sets foot on the path of cultivation, anyone can actually master it." After a brief pause, he added, "However, the higher your cultivation realm, the faster you'll progress. If you're only at the essence stage, it will likely take about 10 years. 10 years? Xian was taken aback. After all, that was far too long. He knew that there were only 3 days left until the secret realm at Lay City First High School opened. But almost immediately, the venerable elder added, "However, if you can refine the Azure Dragon Marrow, you could master this divine ability immediately, and there would be no hidden risks after all. This is the most fundamental divine ability in the Azure Dragon Dao." Upon hearing this tone, a glimmer of hope welled up in Xian's eyes, and he tentatively asked, "Elder, do you happen to have any Azure Dragon Marrow?" The sound of the venerable master's hearty laughter came through the small black hole. "Ah, of course I do. Here's the deal, I'll take a small loss and sell it to you for 20 gene of star metal. How about that?" Xian replied without hesitation. "No problem. Thank you, master." With that, he casually grabbed a purplish black metal chair from his desk and tossed it into the small black hole. The small black hole suddenly expanded, as if transforming into the gaping maw of an abyss, and swallowed the chair whole. The chair actually weighed a full 35 gene. But Xian wasn't worried about losing out or being cheated. First, star metal was just star metal. It was far too easy to come by in this world. A few hundred yuan could buy dozens of gene. Second, the other party's reputation was impeccable and trustworthy. If the other party had been a practitioner of the dark arts, Xian might even have suspected that the Azure Dragon Marrow was just a fabrication to deceive him. In the next instant, from within the small black hole, the voice of that venerable master rang out, filled with utter astonishment and delight. 35 gene of star metal? Young friend, you've truly been a great help to this old man. Immediately afterward, the small black hole flickered, and 3 items appeared on the ground. Xian looked down and saw a jade pendant, a bottle of viscous green liquid, and a small furnace of elixirs. A familiar, intense heat washed over him, and Xian immediately recognized that the elixirs were none other than the Yin Yuan Dan, which could greatly accelerate his cultivation progress. The aged voice rang out once more. Young friend, of these 30 Yin Yuan Dan, consider the extra ones my token of gratitude. Xian bowed sincerely, even though he knew the other couldn't see him. Thank you, senior, for your generous gift. After all, last time he had traded an extra gene of star metal for 3 Yen Yuan pills. This time, he only brought 5 gene more, which should have been enough for just 15 pills. Yet this venerable master had given him a full 30. It must be said that this elder of the righteous path truly possessed a character of the utmost integrity. By the way, young friend, since you've resolved to master the divine abilities of the Azure Dragon Dao, there is a divine artifact that is of the utmost importance to you. Once it appears on the De Luo Homeng disc, you must obtain it at any cost. Xian instinctively asked, what kind of divine artifact? The venerable master seemed to take a deep breath, his tone growing extremely solemn as he enunciated each word carefully. This object is called the Azure Dragon's Secret Womb Pearl. Xian silently committed the name to memory and mulled it over. Azure Dragon's Secret Womb Pearl. He decided that from now on, he would check the trading panel every morning. If the Azure Dragon's Secret Womb Pearl appeared, he would snap it up immediately. Of course, that was assuming he had the items the other party needed. Immediately afterward, he heard the venerable master patiently explain. The Azure Dragon's Secret Womb Pearl is a divine object of heaven and earth that forms with an extremely low probability only after a mature Azure Dragon has passed away in meditation. If we of the human race were to absorb and refine it, we could attain the physique of an Azure Dragon, a transformation so profound it could be called a complete rebirth. Not only that, but one's foundational cultivation, innate talent, and lifespan will all be greatly enhanced. Furthermore, any divine abilities of the Azure Dragon Dao can be mastered instantly without the need for cultivation, and their power can be amplified several or even dozens of times over. However, such a divine treasure, I have rarely seen one in my entire life. Young friend, it all depends on your good fortune and destiny. Xian listened with the utmost attention, then bowed once more. Thank you, senior, for guiding me. At the same time, deep within his heart, a tremendous longing for the Azure Dragon's secret embryo pearl began to take root. The Azure Dragon. That creature undoubtedly stands at the very pinnacle of the Xuanhuan world. If he could possess the body of an Azure Dragon, wouldn't he be able to walk all over the human federation and dominate this great era of the Star River? By then, he could even head straight to the Star River battlefield and slaughter the myriad races at will. Suddenly, the small black hole contracted inward and vanished. This meant today's trading session had come to an end. The Azure Dragon's secret embryo pearl. Xian muttered to himself, unable to resist glancing at the trading panel, though he knew full well that no new trading information would appear there. After all, trading information was refreshed only once a day. Starting tomorrow, I'll check it first thing every morning. Who knows, maybe someone will be selling it. Xian composed himself and stopped dwelling on it, his gaze returning to the 3 items before him. He picked up the jade pendant first, then pressed it against his forehead. In the next instant, the pendant burst into brilliant light, transforming into streams of green light that shot into the center of his brow. If one looked closely, within those streams of green light, one could see scenes of various figures cultivating a dragon claw divine art. Phew! After exhaling a long breath and enduring the agonizing, brain-splitting pain, Xian quickly grabbed the bottle of viscous green liquid, unscrewed the cap, and drank it down. A strong, metallic, blood-like taste like rust instantly filled his mouth. But at the same time, A mysterious force extremely powerful, supremely yang, and supremely virile unleashed itself, rushing entirely into his right arm. His right arm was instantly seized by a searing pain, as if every patch of skin, every bundle of muscle, and every bone had been doused with scalding molten iron. Xian closed his eyes tightly and endured the agony in silence, all the while making sure to channel the excess power overflowing from the Azure Dragoness marrow into his great celestial circuit to circulate it, thereby continuing to increase his mana. He didn't know how long it had been, but the excruciating pain as if his entire right arm had been submerged in molten iron finally subsided. Xian opened his eyes and looked at his right arm with eager anticipation. The next moment, his eyes burst with indescribable delight. Now, Xian could clearly see that his right arm had grown more than a dozen times thicker than before. It was even thicker than his thigh. It was covered in patches of blue dragon scales, which radiated a pure and majestic aura powerful enough to ward off all evil. The scales extended all the way to the back of his hand and across his 5 fingers, transforming his hand into a dragoness claw. The tips of the claws were razor sharp, like a series of miniature daggers, giving one the sensation of a piercing pain right between the eyebrows. Boom! With a single thought, Xian ignited a blue flame on his dragon claws. The flame was incredibly hot the moment it appeared. The air itself warped from the intense heat. With another thought, Xian extinguished the blue flame, retracted his sharp claws, and the scales vanished, restoring his arms to their normal state. So this is the Azure Dragoness True Flame Claw? It truly lives up to its reputation as a divine ability. This filled Xian with even greater anticipation. The things he could access now were indeed related to the cultivation and immortal realms of that world, such as this divine ability, which only cultivators were qualified to master. What if, once he grew powerful enough, he could trade with people from the fantasy realm? What could he acquire in exchange then? Supreme Imperial weapons? Immortal King's secret arts? Xian's heart swelled with excitement. After giving it some thought, he stashed away that small batch of flame essence pills, then headed straight out the door. Near his apartment complex was an abandoned factory, filled with all sorts of rusted machinery. He wanted to go inside to test the power of the Azure Dragon True Flame Claw. Only then could he determine whether he could kill Wei using this divine ability. Without delay, Xian left the residential complex, walked around a few blocks, and headed toward the abandoned factory. Seeing that the factory gates were ajar, he didn't think twice and walked right in. But the moment he stepped inside, he caught a whiff of a pungent sulfur smell, and at the same time, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. What's going on? Xian furrowed his brow and scanned the factory warily. If this had been the day before yesterday, with only 756 points of vitality, he would have turned and run without hesitation upon encountering such a situation. But now, having absorbed and refined the Azure Dragon marrow, his vitality had surpassed 2,000. Coupled with the divine technique Azure Dragon True Flame Claw, he was already far stronger than the average fighter. By comparison, a typical adult who hadn't been admitted to martial arts university would have a vitality of around 1,000 at most. Could a murder have taken place? Or perhaps a murder where the body was dumped? But then, what was the source of that sulfuric smell? Xian was on his guard, but he was by no means a coward. His gaze continued to scan the factory, when suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. Next to a large steel cutting lathe, a monster with a pair of wings was crouched over the corpse of a young man, quietly gnawing at it. That pungent sulfur smell, it was emanating from that monster. An infiltrator sent by the 10,000 races. The moment he saw the monster, Xian's scalp began to tingle, and every cell in his body seemed to be screaming a warning. He immediately held his breath, remained completely silent, and backed away step by step. These so-called infiltrators from the myriad races were beings deliberately sent by the various races of the universe, using all manner of bizarre or special methods, into the heart of human territory to wreak havoc. Such infiltrators varied in strength. The weak ones might be equivalent to a fighter with only about 1,000 vitality points. But the powerful ones could even effortlessly destroy a human city with a population of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Xian couldn't gauge the strength of this demonic monster, so he chose to err on the side of caution, deciding to leave the abandoned factory first before reporting it to the Martial Arts Bureau. As he retreated step by step, he was about to reach the half-open entrance of the abandoned factory. Suddenly, click! In the utterly silent surroundings, a sound rang out that was excruciatingly jarring. Cold sweat broke out on Xian's back, and he felt like crying but couldn't. Who was so inconsiderate as to toss an empty mineral water bottle anywhere? Whoosh! Almost in the next instant, a powerful gust of wind hit him in the face. That infiltrator from the 10,000 races was lunging straight at him. A strong smell of sulfur filled the air, making Xian feel as if he were standing inside an erupting volcano, the fumes stinging his nose and eyes until they nearly streamed with tears. But he had no time to worry about that. With a flick of his right arm, a massive surge of mana rushed from his lower abdomen. Boom! A searing blue flame ignited, and his right arm swelled to an immense size, covered entirely in the blue scales of the Azure Dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, Xian lashed out with a claw strike at the demonic-looking infiltrator from the 10,000 races. At that moment, Xian's thoughts were simple. Since there was no escape, then, he would fight to the death. But the very next second, he froze in shock. As he struck with his claw, the azure flames of the Azure Dragon coalesced into 5 beams of claw energy, slicing toward the demon's dark silhouette as it lunged at him. Yet the beams passed right through the shadow as if unimpeded, even flying more than 10 meters away. Finally, the beams pierced the massive steel washing machine. With a thunderous crash, the rusty machine, standing a full 5 meters tall, collapsed with a roar. Immediately afterward, there were several sharp pops, sounding like wet tissues being slammed onto the ground. The infiltrator from the 10,000 races had actually been split vertically into 5 pieces and fallen to the ground, leaving a pool of black, foul-smelling blood across the floor. Xian was nearly dumbfounded, standing there with wide eyes, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. Was I that strong? Or was this infiltrator from the 10,000 races that weak? Xian observed the scene closely for a moment, and after confirming that the infiltrator was indeed dead, he plucked up his courage and walked over to the mangled, unrecognizable corpse. A member of the Martial Arts Bureau. When he saw the blood-stained white training robe on the corpse, Xian's heart sank, and a deep sense of confusion welled up within him. The Martial Arts Bureau is the official force in every human city, responsible for maintaining public order and protecting the citizens. And among the powerful enforcers of the Martial Arts Bureau, the lowest vitality is 10,000 points. For this infiltrator from the 10,000 races to have killed this enforcer, he must be at least equivalent to a fighter with 10,000 vitality points. So why couldn't he withstand a single swipe from me? Xian understood that although he was now an immortal cultivator, he hadn't yet fully mastered the art. He was just a hair's breadth away from reaching the first layer of the essence stage. By comparison, his strength still fell somewhat short of that of a fighter with 10,000 vitality points. Still, this was already incredibly remarkable. After all, just yesterday he had been equivalent to a fighter with only a few hundred vitality points. But today, thanks to his cultivation, he was already able to measure up against a fighter with 10,000 vitality points. That's the difference between an immortal and immortal. So, Xian was puzzled as to what was really going on. Never mind, this isn't a place to linger, I'd better head home first. With that thought, Xian immediately picked up the plastic water bottle he crushed underfoot, made his way out of the abandoned factory, and jogged home. There were no security cameras near the abandoned factory, so he wasn't too worried about anyone discovering he'd been there. As for the water bottle, once he got home, he incinerated it with a burst of azure dragon flame, then flushed it down the toilet. After doing all this, just as Xian was about to turn on his computer to look up information on the multiracial intruder, the demon-like creature, an emergency broadcast came on. Warning! Warning! A multiracial intruder from the winged demon clan, equivalent to 150,000 vitality points, has infiltrated Thunder City through a spatial rift. All residents are advised to take shelter at home and refrain from going outside for the time being. At the same time, the TV at home turned on automatically, and his phone screen lit up on its own, both displaying the same news report. Warning! Warning! Xian's pupils contracted, and he suddenly realized just how dangerous the situation had been moments ago. The winged demons? 150,000 vitality points? 150,000 vitality points. That's almost equivalent to the strength of the deputy director of Thunder City's martial arts bureau. How on earth did I kill it? Xian exhaled a breath of stale air, growing even more confused. But just as he was still puzzling over it, the radio, TV, and cell phones all simultaneously switched to another news report. Good news! Good news! An infiltrator from the Magic Winged clan has been found dead inside an abandoned factory in the East District. The Martial Arts Bureau's fighters suspect that a mysterious powerhouse with 200,000 points of vitality was responsible for its death. A mysterious powerhouse with 200,000 vitality? I didn't even know I was that strong. Xian stared at the new headline, left speechless. 200,000 vitality. That's on par with the director of a city's martial arts bureau. Absolutely worthy of being courted by any human city. With such a powerhouse present, the residents' safety index would rise significantly. As the news broadcast ended, the TV turned off automatically, and the phone screen went dark. This meant the alert had been completely lifted. Actually, under normal circumstances, if it were a relatively easy to deal with interspecies intruder, the authorities wouldn't have mobilized such a massive operation. But an infiltrator from the multitude of races with 150,000 vitality could cause hundreds or even thousands of casualties with the slightest misstep. That is why the authorities forcibly activated everyone's TVs and cell phones to issue a warning, ensuring every resident could take shelter safely. The computer was still on, and Xian was just about to look up information on the winged demons when a third news item suddenly popped up. It was an announcement bearing the seals of both the City Lord of Thunder City and the Director of the Martial Arts Bureau. Announcement: if you are interested, please come to the City Lord's mansion for a discussion. We will reward you generously. Without a doubt, this announcement was intended for that mysterious powerhouse who saved the lives of many Thunder City residents while remaining anonymous. And the tone was exceptionally polite. But even if I went, they probably wouldn't believe me. And besides, it might expose my secret. Who would believe that a high school student with only 2,000 vitality points could kill a Magic Wing tribe member with 150,000 vitality points? Xian composed himself and decided not to dwell on it. Opening the official website to look up information on the Magic Wing tribe. In the human realm, information on the 10,000 races is largely public. The 10,000 races are enemies of humanity, hunting humans for their blood. Although there are neutral races, the majority of the 10,000 races have been mortal enemies of humanity for generations. So making this information public helps every human fighter combat them. Xian tapped away at the keyboard and typed in the 3 characters, winged demons. He wasn't worried that this search would be tracked by the authorities, because he believed that at that very moment, countless residents of Thunder City were surely browsing information on the Demon Wing clan out of the same curiosity as him. The next moment, the website screen changed, revealing a large, high-resolution image. It depicted a demon with its back turned, its wings spread wide. Exactly like the one Xian had encountered. Below the image, lines of text appeared. The Demon-Winged Clan. A race born in the filthiest, most evil, and darkest corners of the universe. Like many other races, takes great delight in devouring human flesh. Methods to counter the Demon-Winged Clan: Fire Element Martial Arts, Light Element Martial Arts, and Lightning Element Martial Arts. The Demon-Winged Clan is divided, according to strength, into Demon-Winged Imps, Demon-Winged Fiends, and Demon-Winged Celestial Demons. Reading this, Xian finally understood. The Demon-Winged Clan was born of filth and darkness, while the Azure Dragon, in that mysterious and vast fantasy world, is a true spirit of the utmost strength and young energy. Under these circumstances, his Azure Dragon True Flame Claw was a natural counter to the Demon Wing clan. This had nothing to do with strength, it was suppression at the level of essence. Fortunately, he encountered an infiltrator from the Demon Winged clan. If it had been any other race such as the Centaurs or the Giant Spirits, it wouldn't have taken 150,000 points. I'd probably have been instantly killed with just 10,000 or even 5,000 vitality points. Xian reflected inwardly, realizing just how lucky he'd been this time. At the same time, he decided that it would be wise to exercise caution if he encountered a similar situation in the future. With that in mind, Xian casually scrolled down the mouse wheel, intending to glance over the Demon Wing Clan's information one last time before shutting down the computer and beginning his cultivation. But the very last entry in the website's records caught his eye. The Demon Wing clan holds grudges fiercely and possesses a unique racial ability. They leave a mark on those who kill them, so that other members of their clan can avenge them. If you already bear a mark, be sure to watch out for retaliation from the Magic Winged clan. Although the mark represents honor, signifying that you once slew the detestable Magic Winged clan for the sake of humanity, you should not deliberately venture deep into their territory to hunt them just to accumulate marks. Rest assured, extensive research and real-world evidence confirm that the mark will not cause any harm to your body. The mark usually appears on the side of the waist. A mark? Xian was quite surprised and quickly lifted his shirt to take a look. Sure enough, on his left side was a coin-sized tattoo-like pattern. The pattern was actually a direct image of the winged demon he had killed, as if it had been stamped right there. Xian wasn't quite sure how to react, so he could only reassure himself that, fortunately, he was currently deep within human territory, in a safe human city, where the winged demons would have a hard time tracking him down. Wait a minute, if I think about it another way, once I become powerful enough, couldn't I use this mark to claim a reward at the city lord's mansion? With that thought, Xian suddenly realized that having a mark like this on his side wasn't such a bad thing after all. Besides, it was a symbol of honor. He glanced at the time, seeing that his parents wouldn't be home from work for over an hour. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began his cultivation. The meridian skill circulated through the major and minor celestial orbits within his body, and he swallowed one flame essence pill after another. Xian felt the mana accumulating within him, his physical condition soaring across the board, and his vitality increasing dramatically. He couldn't help but feel quite delighted. But when he finished the 5th flame essence pill and was about to take the 6th, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in all his meridians, as if they were about to be burned through. Xian immediately realized that he must not take more than 5 flame essence pills in a single day. After all medicines are somewhat toxic, and elixirs are no exception. If toxins do not accumulate, the body can gradually expel them, but consuming too many at once could cause them to erupt. Without delay, Xian stopped his cultivation and stood up, feeling the mana surging through his entire body, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. He was about to break through to the first level of the essence stage. In that world, this was already remarkably fast. Even for the prodigies of the great sects. When they first began cultivating and sought to enter the realm, becoming cultivators at the first level of the essence stage required years of painstaking, grinding effort. At the same time, he could feel that his vitality was nearing 3,000. Once upon a time, Wei, the top student in the entire school with over 3,000 vitality, had seemed so out of reach to him. But now, as a cultivator, even the vitality he gained solely as a bonus from cultivation already surpassed hers. Recalling the despair he felt when he nearly been beaten to death. The agony of having every meridian in his body severed. And Wei's indifferent gaze as if she were looking at an ant. A flash of coldness crossed Xian's eyes. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the door. Xian quickly tidied himself up, knowing his parents had returned. Sure enough, the next moment the door lock turned. And his father, Jiang Yuanquan, and mother, Lu Chui, walked in, laughing and chatting. "Dad, Mom!" Xian called out. Jiang Yuanquan seemed to be in a great mood as he said with a smile. "Son, Lei City is in for a treat. Have you seen the news? A mysterious powerhouse whose vitality might reach 200,000 has taken up residence here." Hearing his father's words, Xian wasn't surprised at all. With all the reports flooding the radio, TV, and social media, it would have been strange if the news hadn't spread. After all, this was a major event concerning the safety of Lei City's residents. Lu Chui chimed in with a smile. "That's right. With such a powerful expert around, I wouldn't have to be so afraid when walking home late at night after working overtime." Xian. A strange feeling welled up inside him. If one day his parents found out that he was that mysterious martial artist, what kind of expression would they have? Jiang Yuanquan lifted the bag in his hand. "Look, son, I bought your favorite braised pork knuckles today. Let us have a drink together. By the way, how have your martial arts grades been lately? Have you been training hard?" Xian smiled. "Of course. I've always been working hard." Jiang Yuanquan nodded, saying with satisfaction, "Good. There are only a few months left until the martial arts college entrance exams. If you can get into a good martial arts university, it'll make up for the regret your old man had back in the day. Of course. Don't feel pressured. Worst case scenario, you can just be a civilian staff member like your dad." Lu Chui nudged him playfully and scolded. "Aren't you just jinxing our son? Son, don't listen to him. Mom believes you can get into the very best martial arts university in the Human Federation." Xian replied with a smile. "Yeah. I'll do my best." In truth, he secretly suspected that by the time the martial arts college entrance exam rolled around, he'd probably be able to crush all the prodigies. By then, the top martial arts universities would likely be scrambling to recruit him. Afterward, Xian had dinner with his parents. During the meal, they kept talking about that mysterious powerhouse, with all sorts of speculations flying around. Xian found it amusing, but he couldn't very well contradict them, so he just went along with it. Later that night, after quietly practicing for a while, Xian finally fell into a deep sleep. As a martial artist, he always slept very well. Early in the morning, sunlight streamed through the window, and Xian opened his eyes. As his mind cleared slightly, he immediately focused his thoughts and opened the trading panel. Sure enough, a few messages had disappeared from the trading panel. But several new ones had appeared. 1 bottle of Azure Dragon body forging pills in exchange for 1 gene of Sha Yuan water. Any takers? This was the first listing to catch his eye. One Xian had seen on his very first day. By now, he had gained some understanding of that vast and boundless fantasy world, and realized that only ancient monsters or great sages could refine the Azure Dragon body forging pills. From this perspective, listings posted by powerful figures on the trading panel seem to stay up a bit longer? According to what that senior said yesterday, it seemed they conducted trades through a Dao treasure called the De Luo Hongmeng disk, which was completely different from the trading panel I saw. Xian didn't think much of it, he just hoped this listing would stay up for another 2 days. Because in 2 days, he'd be able to enter the secret realm, take first place, and thereby obtain that Sha-in water. Next, Xian looked at the other new listings that had appeared. A whole flame fruit pig in exchange for 3 gene of star metal. Anyone interested? Flame fruit pig? It sounds delicious. And I bet eating it would boost my vitality. But I only get 1 trading opportunity a day. Xian shook his head and continued scanning today's final new trading listing. But almost immediately, his whole body jolted violently. His eyes widened in utter astonishment and delight. I require 1 eternal universe star birth crystal. In exchange for such a divine artifact, I am willing to offer a Azure Dragon secret womb pearl that I have treasured for many years. An Azure Dragon secret womb pearl? Wasn't that exactly the treasure he craved most right now? Eternal universe star birth crystal? Just the name alone made it sound incredibly hard to obtain. Xian began to feel a bit worried, although he had known for a long time that it would be very difficult to trade for the Azure Dragon's secret womb pearl. After all, even in that fantasy world, it was considered the most divine of all divine artifacts. Now, he could only hope that this trade listing would remain posted for a few more months, giving him time to find this eternal universe star birth crystal. After thinking it over, Xian took out his phone, intending to first search for information on exactly what kind of divine artifact the eternal universe star birth crystal was. After typing in the name, the search results appeared almost instantly. The Hangyu star birth crystal. It forms with an extremely low probability only when a life-bearing planet collapses at the end of its life cycle, possessing boundless life energy. It is the foremost divine artifact in the universe, used by the prodigies of all races to solidify their foundations. Xian was momentarily stunned, finally realizing just how rare this Hangyu star birth crystal truly was. Fortunately, this was merely the number 1 divine artifact in the cosmos available to the most gifted young talents of all races when solidifying their foundations. Not the number 1 divine artifact in the entire universe. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have known how to obtain it. Thankfully, the name of this divine artifact was the same in both worlds. Since he had a clue, there was a chance he could find it. He hoped so. Xian rubbed his face, gave himself a mental boost, and immediately got out of bed to wash up. He still had to stop by the principal's office today. Naturally, he hadn't forgotten that. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xian appeared right on time at the door of Class 5, Senior 3. As soon as he walked in, he saw River and the other students discussing something with great excitement. The winged demons, those are the winged demons. They're said to be the filthiest and most evil race among all the tribes. And they were actually killed just like that. My dad works at the Martial Arts Bureau, and he told me that the winged demons were apparently wiped out in a single strike by that mysterious powerhouse. They were torn right into 5 pieces. My goodness, is he that powerful? And that's not all. My uncle told me that not only were the Demon Wing clan instantly wiped out by that mysterious powerhouse, but even a massive machine several meters tall in the factory was caught in the crossfire. What does that mean? It means that mysterious powerhouse still had energy to spare. No wonder the city lord and the director of the Martial Arts Bureau have both extended such warm invitations, hoping he'll come to the city lord's mansion for a chat. He is truly incredible. With such a powerful being hiding right here in our Thunder City, I feel like life is just so much happier. I'd really love to meet that mysterious powerhouse, and ideally, ask him to take me as a disciple. Listening to his classmates' discussion, Xian smiled and shook his head. Then, as was his usual habit, placed his backpack in the corner of the classroom. "Xian's here!" someone shouted out of the blue. And everyone swarmed around him in an instant. Only then did Xian realize he was no longer the quiet, unnoticed student he used to be. His classmates immediately began chattering away. "Xian, Wei seems to have heard about you. He has boasted that he'll defeat you during the martial arts college entrance exam. Brother Xian, don't worry, we're all rooting for you, even if you can't beat Wei. We heard the principal arrived at school at 5 this morning, Xian. Aren't you going to the principal's office yet?" Xian raised his hand slightly, and the students immediately fell silent. He smiled kindly and said, "I'll head to the principal's office first. We'll talk later." As for Wei's provocation, Xian deliberately acted indifferent, so that he could strike him down with lightning speed inside the secret realm. He walked out of the classroom and arrived outside a small 3-story villa. This was the office of the principal of Lei City First High School. The office of Shinzongtian, a powerhouse with 160,000 vitality points, who also served as deputy director of the Lei City Martial Arts Bureau. Powerhouses enjoyed the good life, living in villas and driving luxury cars, and no one dared say a word. Not even at school. In fact, everyone took it for granted, since they were all under the protection of these powerhouses. Xian composed himself. Seeing the door ajar, he immediately walked inside. Unexpectedly, the moment he stepped in, he spotted a tall, aloof figure. That figure was sizing him up with her usual indifferent gaze. This person was none other than Wei. Xian glanced at her just once, then subtly averted his gaze. It was as if nothing that had happened before had ever occurred. Since he had decided to kill Wei inside the secret realm, he couldn't afford to show any hostility now. That way, he wouldn't arouse suspicion later. Although during regular martial arts drills, it wasn't uncommon for students to be killed. For instance, if Wei had killed him a few days ago, no one would have held him accountable. But killing someone inside the secret realm was still against the rules, though the advantage was that there were no surveillance cameras. As for outside the secret realm, Xian believed that whether he tried to kill Wei during a sparring session now, or Wei tried to kill him, the teachers would certainly intervene. After all, at their level of talent, the loss of even a single student was unacceptable. Therefore, the secret realm was his best chance. With this in mind, Xian turned his gaze toward an elderly man sitting leisurely on the sofa. The old man had a head of silver hair slicked back into a pompadour, wore a high-end custom-made suit with a violet checkered pattern, and was exceptionally tall. His brow exuded the aura of a leader. It was none other than Shinzongtian, the principal of Lei City First High School and one of the city's 3 greatest powerhouses. "Good afternoon, Principal." Xian greeted him very politely. Shinzongtian laughed heartily and said, "Ha, no need to be so formal. Come, have a seat though. If you'd rather stand like Wei, that is fine too." Xian glanced again at Wei, who was standing beside the sofa, thought for a moment, and chose to remain standing as well. Shinzongtian looked him up and down with a smile in his eyes, nodded with apparent satisfaction, and said, "I've heard all about you. You're very lucky to actually come across a natural spiritual treasure of the blood god fruit caliber. Once you consume this, your vitality will rise unimpeded until it reaches 10,000 points." Almost the instant he finished speaking, Wei, standing nearby, spoke coldly. "It's just a pity that while the blood god fruit appears to enhance your potential, it's actually causing you to deplete your potential prematurely. Once your vitality exceeds 10,000 points, you'll find it nearly impossible to make any further progress." Her tone was icy, as if she were describing an objective fact. Yet anyone could hear the undisguised contempt in her voice. Xian, however, was startled. Did the blood god fruit really have such severe side effects? Fortunately, he hadn't actually eaten it.
Shen Zongtian shot Wei a glance, seemingly reproachful.
Then turned back to Xian and said with a smile. Although that is indeed the case, and it's a secret unknown to most people.
That doesn't mean your future is completely ruined, Xian. With 10,000 vitality,
you should at least be able to secure a position as an ordinary enforcer at the Martial Arts Bureau. He paused briefly before continuing. And right now, our school needs you more than ever to shine and make a difference.
Xian looked a bit puzzled. Principal, do you want me to do something right now? Shen Zongtian waved his hand and said, not right now.
The key is the martial arts college entrance exam. He suddenly sat up straight on the sofa, as if taking the upcoming matter extremely seriously, and continued. If you train hard now, you still have a full 5 months.
There's a good chance you can reach 10,000 vitality points.
Under those circumstances, you'll likely fight your way through every round, and ultimately step onto the stage of the Human Federation's Heaven-Tier College Entrance Exam. Xian's heart sank as he suddenly realized what the principal wanted him to do. In this world, the Martial Arts College Entrance Exam is divided into Earth Tier and Heaven Tier levels. The Earth Tier exam is limited to a single country, such as his own, the Xia Kingdom. Of course, even within the Xia Kingdom, tens of thousands of students from tens of thousands of high schools across tens of thousands of human cities, large and small, will participate in the Martial Arts College Entrance Exam.
The Heaven Tier exam,
on the other hand, is specifically designed for the prodigies who have fought their way out of their respective nations. And the rewards are unimaginably generous.
Shen Zongtian said with a smile.
If you can truly reach 10,000 vitality points, even in the Heaven Tier exam,
you'll have a chance to break into the top 100. And once you do,
the subsidy our school receives from the Xia Nation's Martial Arts Education Department next year will increase significantly. After a brief pause, he clasped his hands across his chest and continued.
I personally promise that if you make it into the top 100, I will personally reward you with 100 million.
And arrange leisurely jobs with monthly salaries exceeding 100,000 for your parents.
You yourself will certainly be able to join the Martial Arts Bureau as an enforcer in the future. Glancing at Xian's expression, Shen Zongtian added.
Also, over the next 5 months,
if you need any resources, you can come to me.
I'll do my utmost to provide them. With that, his eyes shone brightly as he said.
What do you say, Xian? Think it over.
Although the next 5 months will be filled with hardship, as you rapidly boost your strength, since you've exhausted your potential after consuming the blood god fruit,
this is your last chance. Xian didn't have any objections to this.
After all, if martial arts resources were available, why not take them? Besides, his potential wasn't truly exhausted. As for hardship, he wasn't afraid of that. To become stronger, one must have a certain level of resolve. Alright, then, thank you very much, Principal.
Seeing this, Shen Zongtian immediately burst out laughing.
Ha ha ha, excellent. You're truly a sensible and well-behaved student.
If there's anything you need right now, just ask.
Xian thought it over carefully and realized that aside from needing money, he didn't really seem to be lacking anything else.
Oh, wait, there is actually one thing. He immediately asked, Principal, have you ever heard of the Hanyu Star Birth Crystal?
Upon hearing this, Wei first raised his eyebrows slightly.
But didn't he say anything?
Though the corners of his eyes betrayed a hint of extreme contempt, it seemed he genuinely believed,
given Xian's current strength and status,
that he shouldn't even be asking about the Hanyu Star Birth Crystal.
At the same time, Shen Zongtian was actually surprised. You actually know about this?
Of course I've heard of it. It's the #1 divine artifact in the universe, used by the prodigies of all races,
especially our human prodigies, to solidify their foundations. It's the absolute pinnacle among natural spiritual treasures.
After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and said, enunciating each word clearly.
In fact, in this year's Human Federation Martial Arts College Entrance Exam,
The one who ultimately breaks through in the heaven class exam and takes first place
will receive a Hainyu star birth crystal. Xian's heart gave a sudden jolt. The top scorer in this year's Human Federation Martial Arts College entrance exam would actually receive this extremely rare divine artifact? Although, according to the principal, even 10,000 vitality points would only be enough to break into the top 100 of the Heaven tier exam. But there were still a full 5 months left, and he already had 3,000 vitality points. Not to mention that as a cultivator, those 3,000 vitality points were merely a bonus. His true strength was definitely far greater than 3,000 vitality. In other words, his chances were very high. Struggling to control his expression and doing his best to appear calm, Xian nodded thoughtfully. Shen Zongtian smiled and said,
I just mentioned it offhand, no need to be so formal.
Any other questions?
Xian thought about how he might need to spend money on various items for trading in the future. So he pursed his lips and plucked up the courage to say,
Principal, I need another 1 million.
When he uttered the figure of 1 million,
Xian actually felt a bit anxious inside. After all, 1 million might not seem like much to people who brag online. But in reality, it's a massive sum of money.
With his parents' combined monthly income of 15,000, it would take 6 or 7 years to save up that amount even if they didn't eat or drink.
The moment he asked for 1 million, Shen Zongtian's expression immediately changed.
Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he wondered if he should lower his request. But then he saw Shen Zongtian say, looking quite taken aback,
That's so little? Xian.
So his change of expression just now wasn't because he thought it was too much,
but because he thought it was too little?
He instantly felt a twinge of regret. If he'd known the principal was so deep-pocketed,
he should have asked for more. Shen Zongtian laughed heartily and flicked his wrist with one hand. With a whoosh, a bank card shot toward Xian at breakneck speed. Xian reached out and caught it steadily,
unfolding his hand to reveal a black credit card.
On the card's surface,
there was a silver-plated pattern of a collapsing galaxy, giving the impression of the end of all things and the dawn of a new beginning. Standing nearby, Wei raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across his cold, haughty face.
Just now, Shen Zongtian had appeared to be handing Xian the credit card. But in reality, he was testing his strength.
When the card was flung, it already carried considerable lethal force. Yet Xian had managed to catch it with such ease. In that moment, the murderous intent in Wei's heart grew even stronger. She couldn't let him keep growing like this otherwise, by the time of the martial arts college entrance exam, the title of a number 1 in Thunder City would surely be his. And all her scheming and hard work would go down the drain. In almost an instant, Wei had made up her mind. She would take advantage of the opening of Thunder City First High School's exclusive secret realm in 2 days' time,
to strike and kill Xian within it.
She didn't care about the honor of Lei City First High School. All she wanted was the artisan's artifact that the city lord would reward to this year's top scorer on the Lei City Martial Arts College entrance exam. Perfect, there were no surveillance cameras in the secret realm. If it were outside, even on the martial arts stage, the teachers would stop me from killing him.
Just as she was thinking this, suddenly, Shen Zongtian's loud laughter rang out, tinged with admiration. Ha, not bad, very good indeed, Xian. Your vitality must be at least 2,500 points, right?
Hearing this, Xian looked up and said, feigning alarm. No, but it's close, maybe just a few dozen points short. He'd clearly seen right through Shen Zongtian's attempt to test his strength earlier, so he chose to hold back while casually accepting the fruit. His goal was to make Principal Shen believe that his vitality over the past few days had hovered around 2,500 points,
making it unlikely he could surpass Wei.
That way, once he killed Wei,
no one would suspect him.
After all, a 500-point difference in vitality was already significant enough.
Shen Zongtian nodded and said,
That's how the blood god fruit works. The effects are strongest right after you take it. But they slow down afterward. From the looks of it, in another half a month, your vitality will probably break through 3,000 points. As he spoke, he glanced at Wei, who was standing beside the sofa, as if urging her to train harder. Otherwise, in another half a month, the title of top student in the school would change hands. Shen Zongtian continued. There's 5 million on this card. The pin is my birthday. If you don't know my birthday, you can look it up on our school's official website. Spend as much as you like. Just let me know when you're done. 5 million? Xian was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected the principal to be so generous. And judging by the principal's tone, this seemed like small change. No wonder he is a martial master with 160,000 vitality points. He is truly wealthy. Xian marveled to himself, then replied very politely. After speaking, seeing that there seemed to be nothing else to discuss, he turned to leave the principal's 3-story villa. But Shen Zongtian suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment, Xian. Xian turned back and asked curiously. Principal, is there anything else? Of course. The main event, the real reason I called you here today, is yet to come. As Shen Zongtian spoke, he stood up. And his massive shoulders beneath the purple checkered suit shifted twice, emitting a crackling sound like firecrackers. He didn't look like an elderly man at all. In fact, he appeared countless times stronger and more powerful than many young people. In that instant, Shen Zongtian seemed to transform from a gentle, dashing old man into an extremely ferocious and dangerous beast, even instilling a sense of sheer terror in others. Is this the power of a martial master? Xian instinctively felt an intense sense of oppression, as well as a chasm-like gap in their abilities. It seemed that if Shen Zongtian were so inclined, he could easily crush Xian to death with a single finger. Xian knew he wasn't strong enough, but he hadn't expected that even a mere martial master-level being would be so much stronger than him. For a moment, his desire to grow stronger became overwhelmingly urgent. Xian said nothing, choosing to wait quietly for the principal's next instructions. After Shen Zongtian finished stretching his limbs, a hint of a smile flickered at the corners of his wrinkled eyes. Any student ranked in the top 3 of their grade will receive a martial art that I will personally teach. What's the matter? Don't you want to learn? Upon hearing this, Xian's spirit soared. Martial arts were an absolute rarity, at least in high school. If a high school student wanted to learn a martial art, they'd have to find a martial master to teach them. The starting price was 1 million. And there was no guarantee they'd even be able to master it. A so-called martial master is someone whose vitality exceeds 100,000 points, but does not exceed 1 million points. A martial master with 100,000 points of vitality is called a 1-star martial master. 200,000 points makes one a 2-star martial master, and so on. There are only 3 martial masters in Thunder City: Shen Zongtian, the principal of Thunder City First High School, the director of the Martial Arts Bureau, and the Lord of Thunder City. Among them, the director of the Martial Arts Bureau is a 2-star martial master. The Lord of Thunder City, on the other hand, is a 3-star martial master, and also the strongest individual in all of Thunder City. Of course, what Xian cared about wasn't the power of the martial arts techniques, but rather seeing exactly how they compared to the divine abilities he had obtained from the Xuanhuan world. After all, he was already an immortal cultivator. His strength certainly couldn't be measured by the standards of this martial arts world. Who knows, perhaps just reaching the 2nd or 3rd layer of the essence stage would already be equivalent to a martial master with 100,000 vitality points? Tap. 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 Shen Zongtian took a few steps forward, walked to the center of the villa's living room, took out his phone, and tapped it casually a couple of times. Suddenly, the living room floor began to shake. A circular pattern covering 100 meters rose from the floor beneath the principal's feet. transforming into a fighting ring made entirely of steel.
Shen Zongtian rose along with the ring, looking down at Xian from above.
Smiling, he held up 3 fingers and said, "You may choose one martial art from these 3. Iron Mountain Lean, 8 Extremes Collapse, or Sky-Splitting Palm." The next moment, Shen Zongtian's body flickered as he suddenly unleashed Iron Mountain Lean.
Watch closely. And just as he demonstrated the technique, Xian's eyes widened in shock. This. At that very moment, Xian was utterly stunned.
But what shocked him wasn't that the martial art was too powerful.
It was that it was too weak. Principal Shen's muscular, slender frame
suddenly leaned to the left with such force that a thunderous boom echoed, his shoulders sending shockwaves through the surrounding air. Moreover, Xian could tell that the principal had intentionally suppressed his vitality to around 2,500 points to execute this move. Although this move was actually quite powerful. If it struck an opponent of equal strength, it could shatter their bones and tear their tendons. That was the extent of it. Compared to Xian's own Azure Dragon True Flame Claw, it was like night and day. Xian knew full well that if he were facing an opponent with roughly the same vitality,
using the Azure Dragon True Flame Claw would allow him to kill them instantly.
And it would be the kind of instant kill that leaves no room for mercy. After using the Iron Mountain Lean, Shen Zongtian wore a smug expression on his face.
He let out another loud shout and said,
"Watch closely, next up is the 8 Extremes Collapse." He took a step back, his biceps bulging as he simultaneously thrust both fists forward.
Boom! Boom!
Dust on the ring was whipped up by the force of his punches, and immediately, an invisible fist strike was unleashed. With 2 loud whoosh sounds,
and it actually left 2 fist imprints on the iron wall at the edge of the ring. Xian admitted that, if he hadn't witnessed divine abilities before,
he would indeed have been tempted by such a martial art. Iron Mountain Lean was clearly a close-range martial art. Once in close quarters, it could unleash formidable destructive power. The 8 Extremes Collapse, on the other hand, is a mid to long-range martial technique, capable of releasing fist energy through a special method to injure distant enemies. It's important to note that only after one's vitality reaches over 100,000 points, and one becomes a martial master, does the body naturally generate energy due to an abundance of vitality. Yet this martial technique allows one to unleash fist energy,
even at the fighter stage, truly extraordinary.
But compared to the true flame claw of the Azure Dragon, which can directly transform an entire arm into the Azure Dragon's claw,
and ignite the Azure Dragon's flame, possessing unimaginably greater power,
it still falls far, far short. I wonder which of these 3 martial arts Wei has learned. Her family doesn't seem to be short on money, so it's possible she hired a martial master to teach her other techniques as well. As Xian thought of this, a sense of caution crept into his heart. He suddenly recalled that even during the previous arena battle, when Wei single-handedly defeated 103 opponents, she hadn't used a single martial art. It seemed she was deliberately concealing her true strength.
Next, Shen Zongtian demonstrated the martial art known as slicing the void palm. Unlike the previous 2, slicing the void palm emphasized agility and versatility.
Relying on speed to win at first glance, it didn't seem particularly special.
After demonstrating all 3 martial arts, Shen Zongtian looked down at Xian from above.
His expression, however, was quite friendly as he smiled and said, "So, which one would you like to choose?" After spending this short time with him,
Xian had already gotten a sense of the principal's personality. Knowing he preferred straightforwardness, so he spoke directly.
"Principal, I've heard that some martial arts can be categorized as fire type or thunder type. Could you teach me something like that?"
Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Shen Zongtian burst out laughing.
"Silly boy, those are martial arts that can only be mastered after your vitality reaches over 100,000 points and you become a martial master. When the internal energy within your body generates on its own. Even if I taught you now, you wouldn't be able to learn them."
let alone use them. Xian looked pensive, nodded, and then, as if he'd made up his mind, said, "Then I want to learn the sky-splitting palm." Compared to the divine abilities he had mastered, those three martial arts would instantly become useless. So Xian preferred to choose the sky-splitting palm. At the very least, practicing this technique would improve his footwork and speed. Shen Zongtian said, "All right, then come up here. I'll teach it to you right away." "Wei, you can go back first."
Wei wasn't the least bit surprised. He gave a slight nod and walked out the front gate of the villa.
Over the next few hours,
Shen Zongtian carefully explained the inner principles and training methods of the splitting the void palm to him.
And they sparred for an hour or two,
until Xian had basically mastered the martial art. At which point the instruction session ended.
Of course, throughout the entire process, Xian used the mana within his body to suppress his vitality, keeping it consistently around 2,500 points. Mana.
This was cultivated through a heaven-tier technique known as the meridian skill in the fantasy world. By using mana to suppress his vitality, even Shen Zongtian, a powerhouse with 160,000 vitality, couldn't detect it.
Phew, it's finally over.
Stepping out the front gate of the principal's villa, Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead
and noticed it was just past noon.
He was about to head to the cafeteria for lunch,
when Shen Zongtian's voice, coming from dozens of meters away,
drifted out of the villa and reached his ears.
"Oh, right, there's something I forgot to tell you.
As for those transfer students, you'd better avoid any conflicts with them.
They'll be leaving in a month."
Transfer students?
Where did these transfer students come from?
Xian was just about to ask the principal, when, to his surprise, the villa's door closed on its own. Seeing this, he grew even more puzzled. After all, he hadn't seen any transfer students at all these past few days.
Never mind, he'd eat first.
This martial art wasn't particularly powerful, but it was quite difficult to practice. And Xian was already starving.
However, he could also feel that
his vitality had increased by several dozen points, thanks to mastering the splitting the void palm, and his footwork had become much faster.
As long as he was getting stronger, even if only a little, he was very happy. After lunch, Xian returned to the classroom of Class 5, Senior 3,
and leaned against the wall for a nap. The other students did the same as fighters. They didn't really worry about such things. Of course, it was mainly because their physical fitness led to good sleep.
And once they fell asleep, they weren't easily woken up.
At 2 p.m., Xian woke up right on time. And the moment he opened his eyes, he saw countless pairs of eyes staring at him. They were all his classmates.
Ahem. Xian felt a bit uncomfortable, cleared his throat twice, and asked, "Is there something you need?"
River was the first to speak up.
"Xian, what martial arts techniques did you learn from the principal? Can you show us a demonstration?" The other students immediately chimed in, excited and eager. "Yeah. I've never even seen what martial arts look like. I've actually seen it before. My uncle works at the Martial Arts Bureau here. He knows the 8 extremes collapse technique.
He can injure someone with his fist's force from over 10 meters away. It's so awesome."
"Holy crap, that's so badass. Xian, is what you're learning also 8 extremes collapse?" Xian smiled, just as he was about to speak. Just then, the voice of Lu Qingqing, their homeroom teacher and martial arts instructor, drifted in from afar. "Class, hold on a moment. I have an important announcement to make."
Everyone turned their heads curiously toward the classroom door.
And Xian looked that way too.
Lu Qingqing said with a soft laugh,
"Our class has 2 new transfer students."
Xian grew even more curious, his gaze fixed on the doorway.
He was dying to know
who exactly these transfer students were. The very ones the principal had specifically warned him not to mess with.
Whoa, is this what high school in a mini-human city is like? The martial arts classroom is so tiny, how are we supposed to move around in here?
Suddenly, a voice dripping with a strong sense of superiority drifted in from the classroom doorway. Even though they hadn't seen the person yet, just hearing that voice alone made the students involuntarily furrow their brows, their faces betraying their annoyance. Leicheng was indeed a small human city, with a population just over 10 million. The martial arts classrooms averaged 40 to 50 square meters per person. After all, they needed space for sparring and movement. And with only about 100 students per class, classrooms like this were already a rare luxury. That was a fact, everyone acknowledged it. But hearing the transfer students say it out loud like that still left everyone feeling pretty annoyed. Xian felt the same way. After being transported here, he lived in Lei City for several years and had grown attached to the place, not to mention that both his parents worked here. The next moment, the light at the classroom entrance dimmed slightly, as if blocked by an extremely imposing figure. Instinctively, everyone sensed a tangible sense of oppression emanating from this figure. Immediately afterward, a red-haired boy with a spiky hedgehog hairstyle, carrying a massive hammer on his back, walked in. This red-haired, spiky-haired boy stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants, along with military-style high-top leather boots. He didn't look like a martial artist so much as a member of a rock band. With a dismissive smile on his chiseled face, he swept his gaze around the students of Class 5, Senior 3, and immediately said, "Everyone, for the next month, I'll deign to be your classmate. But I won't be teaching you anything about martial arts. There's no point in pestering me about it." River, having once been the top student in the class, naturally had a bit of an arrogant streak. Hearing this, he couldn't help but retort, "Hey, transfer student, aren't you being a bit too full of yourself? You make it sound like everyone else begging you to teach them martial arts." Smack! A crisp, loud sound echoed throughout the entire classroom. The students were stunned to discover that the red-haired boy they hadn't even noticed when had suddenly appeared right beside River, and with a single slap, sent him flying. River, with a full 985 points of vitality, was completely helpless, flying backwards several meters before crashing to the ground with a thud, his cheek already swollen. The red-haired boy shook out his hand, a look of contempt on his face. "What the hell? So weak you haven't even reached the threshold of a fighter? Are all you high schoolers from these small human cities this weak?" With that, he fixed River on the ground with a piercing glare and issued a vicious, unmasked threat. "Remember what I said. No one is allowed to talk back to me, got it? If this happens again, it won't end with just a slap." Seeing this, a flash of deep loathing crossed Xian's eyes. Once an unremarkable student himself, his near-fatal encounter with Wei had instilled in him an intense hatred for those who bullied the weak. At that moment, Lu Qingqing, the homeroom teacher, watched as one of her top students was beaten but dared not speak up, not even daring to say a word to stop it. It seemed this transfer student had some serious connections. Recalling the principal's warning, Xian became even more certain of this suspicion. Just then, a rather sweet voice drifted in from the classroom door. "Humph, people from Haihuang City are still so uncivilized. Being assigned to the same class as a guy like this. I'm really unlucky." The voice was so pleasant that everyone instinctively turned toward the door, and their eyes lit up instantly. A stunningly beautiful young girl was striding into the classroom. She had long golden hair but an Eastern facial structure, radiating both vibrant charm and modern style, truly dazzling. Her white school-style blouse appeared to have been specially tailored, cinched at the waist, and paired with a reddish-brown JK skirt, which accentuated her impeccable figure. A pair of long, smooth, shapely legs, black knee-high socks paired with little leather shoes, added even more youthful charm. And then there were those curves far more voluptuous than those of other girls her age. It had to be said that, in all their years of schooling, the students had never seen a girl so beautiful and stylish. It was as if she were glowing from head to toe. Xian, however, wasn't particularly impressed.
Even though this second transfer student was indeed beautiful.
But right now, his mind was completely focused. His sole desire was to become stronger.
Topping this year's college entrance exams for the Human Federation.
Obtaining the Hangyu Star Birth Crystal. And using it to trade for the Azure Dragon's secret fetal pearl to possess the Azure Dragon's body. That was the goal that truly set his heart racing.
As for women, they only slow him down.
The red-haired, spiky-haired boy, upon hearing the transfer student's words, didn't he act as arrogant and domineering as he usually did toward others. Instead, he snorted coldly and said,
"What? Do you really think we in Haihuang City would like people from Tianji City? You're all just putting on a show."
Seeing that the two were about to get into an argument, Lu Qingqing quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying,
"Classmates, why don't you introduce yourselves to everyone?
After all, you'll be spending over a month with the students in our class." The red-haired, spiky-haired boy snorted disdainfully and said,
"My name is Du Yan, from Haihuang City.
As for the rest, you have no right to know." As soon as those words were spoken, the classmates inevitably furrowed their brows once more. But upon seeing River, who was still lying on the ground and unable to get up, they all chose to keep their anger in check. The pretty, fashionable girl in the school uniform smiled sweetly and said,
"Hello, everyone. My name is Yu Xiaoyu, and I'm from Tianji City.
I hope you'll all look out for me over the next month." After saying this, she even bowed,
appearing very polite.
Seeing that at least one of the transfer students showed some respect for her classmates,
Lu Qingqing's anger began to subside somewhat, so she spoke up.
"As you all know, these two students come from massive human cities, so their vitality is naturally higher than that of their peers."
As she spoke, she took out her tablet,
seemed to check something, and then continued. "Student Du Yan has a vitality of 5,323, and as for student Yu Xiaoyu, her vitality has reached 5,122.
The moment she said this, the entire Class 5 of Senior 3 fell instantly silent.
For them, such vitality scores were truly beyond their wildest imagination. After all, Wei, the current top student in the entire school,
only had a vitality of just over 3,000. Du Yan's defiant gaze swept across the crowd,
and he said with a snarl,
"Who is the top student in your class? Come on, fight me. Once we're done, that top spot will be mine."
Upon hearing this, most of the students lowered their heads, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Xian, afraid of bringing trouble upon him. But there were still a few students who envied Xian's luck, and their gazes deliberately turned toward him. Du Yan immediately caught on cold lightning seemed to surge in his eyes as he instantly locked onto Xian.
"You're the top student in your class?
What's your vitality score?"
Xian looked at him calmly but didn't answer.
He didn't deign to engage with someone like that. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing immediately intervened.
"Du Yan, the college entrance exams are just around the corner. It's best not to get into a fight. Besides, Xian's vitality is less than half of yours. You can have the top spot in the class now."
At that moment, a classmate with a sharp nose and sunken cheeks chimed in.
"That's right. Xian just ate the blood god fruit. Even though his power has skyrocketed, it probably hasn't stabilized yet. He definitely can't beat you."
Unexpectedly, as soon as those words were spoken, Du Yan burst out laughing.
"Blood god fruit? That stuff even dogs won't eat. And someone actually ate it?"
He deliberately shook his head inside. "From the looks of it, you're not even worthy of me lifting a finger. After all, you'll probably struggle to break 10,000 vitality points in your entire life."
"What?"
As soon as Du Yan said this, all the students looked utterly astonished.
"Isn't the blood god fruit an extremely rare and precious natural spiritual treasure?
Why, in Du Yan's words,
had it become something not even a dog would eat?"
Seeing the astonishment on everyone's faces, Du Yen wasn't the least bit surprised.
He said, "Well, I'll be generous for once today and let you in on this secret.
The blood god fruit may seem to cause a sudden surge in vitality,
but in reality, it prematurely depletes all your potential."
After a pause, he deliberately adopted a teasing tone. Under these circumstances, for someone with average talent, reaching 10,000 points of vitality is the absolute limit, and they'll never be able to improve beyond that for the rest of their lives. As soon as he said this, even Lu Qingqing looked stunned.
How could that be?
Clearly, even as a martial arts instructor, she didn't seem to know about this. The students all turned to look at Xian, their eyes filled with a mix of regret and pity.
Online information is unreliable.
If I'd known the blood god fruit had such a major risk,
I should have made up a new story back then.
Xian muttered to himself, while pondering.
Once my vitality breaks through 10,000, how should I come up with a new excuse? Never mind, there's still some time left.
I'll think about it later. Just then, Yu Xiaoyu, who had remained silent until then, spoke up. Actually, after eating the blood god fruit,
it's not as if your future is completely ruined. There's still one more way.
What way?
Surprisingly, it was Lu Qingqing who asked first.
Clearly, she cared deeply about her student, Xian. Yu Xiaoyu looked at the slightly frail Xian and, enunciating each word clearly, said in a crisp voice, "If one can obtain the Hangyu Star Birth Crystal, one can rebuild their foundation to the very highest level among all races. By then, the hidden dangers of the blood god fruit will naturally be neutralized." Du Yen, however, burst out laughing as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world.
Ha 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 ha. The Hangyu Star Birth Crystal?
That's the highest grade natural spiritual treasure that the entire Human Federation's High Command is only willing to part with one of per year. It can only be obtained by emerging victorious from the Heaven Grade College entrance exam and securing first place.
And this kid thinks he can do it? Ha 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 ha.
None of the students had ever heard of the Hangyu Star Birth Crystal. After all, it was already difficult enough for them to advance beyond Thunder City, let alone break out of Xia Kingdom and then win first place in the Heaven Grade College entrance exam.
It's like someone who dropped out after junior high.
They wouldn't bother to find out which martial arts universities in the universe were the best. Yet the students knew all too well just how incredibly difficult it was
to take first place in the Celestial Level College entrance exam,
which was, after all, the top spot in the entire Human Federation's annual college entrance exams.
That was the number one prodigy among the entire human race's current generation.
Instantly, everyone felt even more sympathy for Xian's plight.
Because they all knew that, no matter what,
Xian had no chance of taking first place in the Celestial Level College entrance exam. Just making it into the top 100 would be a major achievement.
Sigh.
Lu Qingqing also let out a soft sigh, her expression filled with regret. But she quickly realized she'd let her guard down. She pulled herself together and said, "All right, now that both of you have introduced yourselves,
let us begin your free training. Tomorrow is the friendly match between Lei City First High School and Lei City Second High School. You can all get ready, you might even get a chance to play."
As soon as the homeroom teacher finished speaking, the students naturally dispersed, each choosing a spot to begin their stance training. However, a few students still gathered around Xian to offer him a few words of comfort.
"Xian, it's okay. 10,000 vitality points is already pretty good. At least you can land a position at the Martial Arts Bureau."
"That's right.
Unless they get into a better martial arts university, many people might never reach 10,000 vitality points in their entire lives.
They'd probably rather burn through their potential just like you did."
"Xian, hang in there, don't give up on yourself." "Xian,
I really didn't eat that blood god fruit.
In fact,
if you can reach 1,000 vitality points and become a fighter before the college entrance exams, you'll be able to get into a relatively good martial arts university. That way, with access to better martial arts resources, many students can reach 10,000 vitality points by their freshman year. As for after graduation, tens of thousands of vitality points are quite common. And the most outstanding graduates can even become martial masters. So Xin understood why his classmates were going out of their way to comfort him. Because for many in his class, as long as they got into a good martial arts university, their future prospects would far surpass his, allowing them to make a living in larger, more prosperous human cities. Xian composed himself and put his thoughts aside, then began pretending to practice standing meditation, while in reality, he was cultivating his meridian skill. As for that arrogant Du Yan, much to Xian's surprise, he was actually working hard at his standing meditation as well. However, his stance was extremely unusual. Clearly not part of the same school of thought as his classmates' basic training methods. What Xian didn't know, though, was that Du Yan was feeling incredibly smug inside. Seeing that the ignorant students in this class had actually started comforting Xian, Du Yan realized his plan was already more than halfway to success. This way, even if I go and kill Xian tonight, no. Better yet, drain every last drop of blood from his body while he is still alive. Few would suspect me. Most would probably assume Xian went missing because he couldn't handle the blow and went into hiding. Du Yan came from a martial arts family in Haihuang City, neither large nor small. On the surface, this family seemed unremarkable, and in reality, it was just as unremarkable on the inside. The family head was merely a 10-star martial master, the sort who would never break through to the martial king realm in his lifetime. But years ago, one of their martial emperor ancestors, while roaming the cosmos, discovered a secret technique in the human ruins of an ancient, long-deserted life planet. This secret technique taught how to cultivate blood god fruits on a large scale, then feed them to slaves. Once the slaves had fully absorbed the fruit's potency, their blood would be drained and refined into a blood god elixir. A single blood god elixir boosts vitality by at least 10,000 points. And since the potential risks have already been absorbed by the slaves, consuming the elixir carries no negative side effects. However, due to the extinction of the blood god fruit, Du Yan's clan hasn't used this method in hundreds of years. Unexpectedly, he has actually come across a guy in a tiny place like Thunder City who has been taking the blood god fruit. Tonight or maybe tomorrow night, once I've had someone track down his address, I'll make my move. It'd be best to kill his family too, to prevent the matter from leaking out. But there's no rush. After all, only our clan knows this secret technique. With these thoughts in mind, Du Yan cast a meaningful, furtive glance at Xian in the distance, a fleeting glimpse of subtle malice and ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, before turning his attention back to his stance training practice. Yu Xiaoyu was also training diligently, though she was practicing a completely different type of stance training. Thanks to her striking beauty and fashionable attire, she actually seemed to form a picturesque scene. What exactly are these transfer students' intentions for coming to our school? Xian began to ponder. First of all, it was certainly not for Lei City First High School's exclusive secret realm. After all, only students from Lei City First High School could enter it. No matter how influential their backgrounds might be, transfer students simply couldn't gain access. This was a rule of the martial arts world, and no one dared to break it. As for competing for college entrance exam rankings, that's impossible too. According to the principal and teachers, they're only staying for a month, and there's still nearly half a year left until the exams. So, what is the real reason? He might as well ask Du Yan about it tonight when he goes to teach him a lesson. Xian was well aware of his current strength. Dealing with a transfer student whose vitality was only a little over 5,000 would be a piece of cake. He always followed the principle, if you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. And since this Du Yan had mocked him so openly in front of the entire class, if he didn't teach Du Yan a lesson, it would truly make him look weak. To put it bluntly, if his system had any intelligence,
it would probably look down on him.
So, Xian had already decided to teach Du Yan a lesson tonight.
And while he was at it, extract some information from him,
as a form of psychological compensation for himself.
No matter what these transfer students' purpose in Thunder City was,
at the very least, Du Yan needed to be taught a lesson.
He would go confront Du Yan tonight.
At 6 p.m., Xian, who had already returned home, stood in his bedroom, fiddling with the mask in his hand. Beside him, a small black hole was slowly disappearing.
The mask appeared to be forged from black iron,
covered in a dense network of runes, giving it a mysterious and eerie appearance. It was the magical artifact Xian had just acquired through a trade. This artifact was called the Thousand Faces, and he had actually spotted it on the very first day he activated his trading panel. It had been listed there for the past few days, and the price wasn't too high.
It only cost 5 gene of star metal. At first, Xian hadn't chosen to buy it,
because he needed cultivation techniques, elixirs, and divine abilities more urgently. But today, no good trade offers had appeared.
And since he'd run into Du Yan,
he decided to simply purchase this magical artifact. It might come in handy many times in the future. I remember that these transfer students don't live on campus.
It seems they've all rented their own villas in the wealthy district of Lei City, right?
Thinking this to himself, Xian put on the Thousand Faces mask. Instantly, his figure blurred, and his height shrank by a full 10 centimeters, transforming him into a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion.
Not only that, but even his clothes changed from the Lei City No. 1 high school uniform to the blue work clothes of an appliance repairman.
Xian glanced in the mirror, nodded with satisfaction,
and stepped out the front door.
Instead of going straight downstairs, he headed up to the top floor,
leapt from there to another building,
and after leaping across several more buildings, he finally made his way back down. His old residential complex had plenty of blind spots in its surveillance system to begin with, and Xian took full advantage of them all.
Once he left the complex, Xian headed straight for an affluent villa district dozens of kilometers away.
He ran fast, but in Lei City, where martial arts training was widespread,
no one would bat an eye at such a sight.
Before long, he arrived at the affluent district,
a place called Lei Lake Manor.
As luck would have it, he spotted Du Yan carrying a sledgehammer, stepping out of a luxury sedan and walking toward one of the villas.
Xian's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he quietly followed.
Xian watched as Du Yan unlocked the villa door with his key, walked inside, and closed the door behind him.
He deliberately waited a few minutes before going over to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?
Du Yan's impatient voice rang out, and at the same time, footsteps approached. Xian spoke in a deep, middle-aged voice, altered by the Thousand Faces technique.
I'm here to fix the water heater. We made an appointment a few days ago. He was certain Du Yan had only rented the villa that day, so he deliberately said this to make Du Yan think he was an appliance repairman sent by the landlord.
Sure enough, the next moment, the sound of the lock turning could be heard.
Immediately afterward, the villa door opened from the inside.
Du Yan had already changed into loose-fitting workout clothes, and the large hammer was no longer slung over his back. He eyed the middle-aged appliance repairman Xian in disguise from head to toe, a flash of contempt crossing his eyes, and said indifferently,
"Come in."
"Okay," Xian replied gruffly, pretending he just wanted to fix the water heater and leave.
"Where's the bathroom?" he asked, glancing around the room. Du Yan gave him another once-over before saying, "I'll take you there." Xian nodded.
After walking a few steps, he suddenly noticed that Du Yan had placed that very conspicuous sledgehammer
right on the living room sofa.
It seemed Du Yan had been practicing martial arts just moments ago, and had only set the sledgehammer down casually to open the door.
Du Yan walked down the aisle beside the sofa,
apparently heading toward the bathroom.
Xian silently followed, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But suddenly, his eyes darted. And he spotted another photo on the sofa. In the photo was a very handsome, sun-kissed man, whose looks rivaled those of Yan Zhu and Zhao Wei, though his build was a bit slender. It was Xian himself. In the blank space on the left side of the photo, there was a line of small print. Strike at midnight tonight. Leave no one alive, not even the chickens and dogs. In that instant, Xian felt a chill run through him, followed immediately by a surge of murderous intent. Du Yan wants to kill me? And not only does he want to kill me, he also intends to wipe out my entire household, leaving not even the chickens and dogs alive? Xian's gaze suddenly turned as cold as iron, and his mana surged wildly within him. No matter what reason Du Yan had for wanting to kill him, all Xian wanted right now was to kill Du Yan. He didn't even want to ask why, and of course, it wouldn't do any good anyway, since there were surely surveillance cameras in this room. But as long as he killed Du Yan, everything would be simple. Once the source of the problem was eliminated, what else was there to fear? But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Du Yan passed by the sofa, he suddenly grabbed the sledgehammer lying on it, then spun around abruptly and swung it straight at Xian. Without hesitation, Xian pushed off the floor with both feet and leaped backward with agility. Boom! The massive hammer struck the living room floor. And it actually cracked the marble tiles right on impact. Spider web-like cracks radiated out instantly, spreading from the point where the hammer landed. The blow was so vicious. It was clearly intended to smash Xian to a pulp. Seeing that his first strike had missed, Du Yan gripped the massive hammer with both hands, his gaze vicious. As he looked at Xian, who had transformed into a middle-aged appliance repairman. Who are you? What are you doing here? Xian felt a slight jolt of alarm. As a magical artifact from the fantasy world, the Thousand Faces could even alter his voice and aura, logically speaking. It shouldn't have given him away. But Du Yan had clearly sensed something. Seeing that Xian remained silent, Du Yan sneered. What a coincidence. Although I only bought this villa today, I happened to take a shower right before heading to school. His meaning was clear, the water heater wasn't broken at all. Xian realized that, under these circumstances, Du Yan must have sensed something was off. The moment he mentioned coming to repair the water heater at the door. You're really bold, daring to let me in like that. With that thought, Xian straightened up, no longer pretending to be hunched over. Seeing this, Du Yan grinned maliciously. You admit it? Well, that's perfect. Now get down on your knees. And tell me exactly what you're after. And I'll settle for just crippling your arms and legs. Xian, however, did not drop his disguise. Upon hearing this, he still spoke in the deep voice of a middle-aged man. Oh? With just you? Du Yan spread his hands. With just me? Of course I can. Besides, my bodyguards will be coming downstairs any minute now. When you were standing outside the door just now, the vitality detection alarm didn't go off, which means your vitality is lower than mine. Xian was somewhat surprised. But at the same time, he figured out why Du Yan had dared to let him in. After all, although a fighter's vitality fluctuations can be suppressed and concealed on their own, they're hard to hide from professional instruments, unless one is at an extremely high level of mastery. Without a doubt, it was precisely that vitality detection alarm that allowed Du Yan to confidently lead him inside. You're here to find out why we transfer students came to this godforsaken Lei city, aren't you? Du Yan spoke with a savage grin, continuing. If you want to ask, go ask Fenglin or Haitong Tian. I'm waiting for them to tell me too. But with your pitiful level of vitality, you'll never get the chance to ask. Whoosh! The next moment, a gale of wind swept toward him. Du Yan had launched another surprise attack. He leaped high into the air, raising the massive hammer overhead with both hands, and brought it down on Xian with ruthless ferocity. This time, it seemed as though he lost his patience, intending to kill Xian outright. Xian, however, remained calm and did not dodge as he had last time. Boom! His entire right arm suddenly swelled in size, scales of the azure dragon emerging one by one, while the tips of his claws were instantly engulfed by the azure dragon's flame. The process was so fast it seemed to happen in an instant. Then, Xian looked up and casually swung a claw. The extremely high-temperature azure dragon flame transformed into 5 streaks of claw energy, passing unimpeded through Du Yan's body in midair. Du Yan's expression and movements froze in midair, and immediately, his entire body along with the sledgehammer he was clutching split into several pieces, falling to the ground. Only then did the footsteps from the second floor of the villa become audible. Xian's right arm quickly returned to its normal form. He rushed over to the sofa and grabbed the photo. Glancing down, he spotted a small, blue, square metal box among Du Yan's remains, picked it up, and walked away. In just a few strides, he reached the door, left the villa, and ran straight toward the mountains behind Lay Lake Manor. It was a densely forested mountain with very few surveillance cameras. Young master! He hadn't run more than a few meters when Xian suddenly heard an anguished, furious roar coming from inside the villa. After changing his appearance several times using the thousand faces technique in the surveillance blind spots of the mountains, and taking a detour to the other side of the mountain before descending, Xian finally returned home more than half an hour later. Even when returning home, he first went to the rooftop of a neighboring building, then jumped onto the roof of his own building, and only after entering the stairwell did he revert to his original appearance. In his bedroom, he toyed with the small blue box he'd received from Du Yan, a smile flickering in his eyes. This trip had been quite fruitful. This small blue box was a martial arts artifact exclusive to the wealthy, known as a spatial box. The space box is crafted from an extremely rare metal called cosmic blue gold, which naturally possesses the property of folding space. As a result, despite being only the size of a walnut, the space box contains a space as large as a suitcase. Earlier, Xian had examined it and found a martial arts book inside, along with a dozen or so unidentified purple fruits. Other than that, there was nothing else. The martial arts book described a training method called horizontal hammer training for Xian, who possessed a meridian skill. This was, of course, of no use. As for the fruits, he didn't know what they were either and planned to look them up later. For Xian, what was truly precious was actually the spatial box itself. This was an item with a market price starting at 20 million. Perfect in the future, he could store all the rare treasures, elixirs, and talismans he traded for from the fantasy world inside it, without fear of anyone discovering them. With that in mind, Xian stowed the spatial box away, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began cultivating while taking the Yen Yuan pill. The next day, at 8 a.m., Xian entered the classroom right on time and saw his classmates gathered in a group, discussing something with great excitement. As Xian approached, River's still swollen face revealed an expression of grief mixed with a smile he couldn't hold back. Xian, I've got some some really sad news for you. Although Xian already knew what it was about, he deliberately asked, "What's wrong? What's this sad news?" River pinched his thigh hard. His face flushed red from trying to stifle his laughter. That transfer student from yesterday, Du Yan, the one who was so full of himself. Do you remember him? Xian feigned confusion. What about him? Did he transfer out of our class? River shook his head, looking deeply distressed, yet unable to stop the corners of his mouth from curling wildly upward as he said, He's dead and he was cut into several pieces." Xian shrank his neck, looking quite frightened, and said, "Really? No way. Who killed him? Could it be that infiltrators from the 10,000 clans have invaded again?" This was the reaction he'd planned long ago. Because whether he acted too surprised or too calm, either could arouse suspicion. He dared to kill Du Yan. But given that even the principal had warned him not to mess with these transfer students, he didn't want to face retaliation from Du Yan's backers just yet. So, Xian had specifically planned out the most appropriate reaction for today: fear and concern. After all, he was just a student, and on the surface, his vitality was only around 2,500 points. Hearing suddenly that a powerhouse with 5,000 vitality points had been killed, it was only natural to be afraid. Rivers shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about that, but according to some inside information from Louis' nephew, the one who did it seems to be that mysterious powerhouse who saved the residents of Lei City a few days ago." Xian had long anticipated this response, which was precisely why he had deliberately killed Du Yan with the Azure Dragon True Flame Claw. He wanted to divert all suspicion toward his other identity, that of the so-called mysterious powerhouse with 200,000 vitality points. Just then, a classmate exclaimed, "That mysterious powerhouse is a true hero. First, he rid Lei City of a menace. And then he rid our class of one too." Ha ha ha. Another classmate laughed in complete agreement. Exactly. I really hated that bastard Du Yan. I don't know what he was playing at. If my vitality hadn't been just over 700 points, I would taken him out yesterday. River also remarked. Earlier, when I saw the whole city buzzing about that mysterious powerhouse, I didn't think it was a big deal, but now, I'm already a fan of his. Xian understood it seemed everyone hated Du Yan even more than he did. Especially River, who had nearly been seriously injured by Du Yan's slap yesterday. He was probably wishing Du Yan were dead. So I guess I've indirectly rid our class of a menace? Xian thought to himself with a chuckle, just as Louis' nephew walked over. Louis' nephew, that wasn't his real name, of course his real name was Lu Xiangjin. Because he had an uncle who worked in the intelligence division of the Martial Arts Bureau in Lei City. He often got all sorts of inside scoops to show off to his classmates. And whenever he spoke, he'd always start with, "My uncle told me." So, over time, everyone gave him this strange nickname. The short, skinny Lu cousin first looked around warily, then lowered his voice and said, "After hearing what my uncle said, I figured out the background of Du Yan. No. The dead Du Yan." As soon as he said this, all the classmates turned to look at him with intense curiosity. Everyone wanted to know why that guy who had been so arrogant and overbearing yesterday, yet was now dead, had dared to act so cocky, to the point of looking down on everyone in the class. Louis' nephew seemed to relish the way everyone was waiting for him to reveal the truth. He tilted his head back smugly before saying, "His dad runs a building materials business in Haihuang City, with a fortune of over 10 billion. And he is also a one-star martial master." The students were startled at first, but then they all looked as if a light had gone on. After all, they all came from ordinary families where their parents didn't earn much. A fortune of over 10 billion was simply unimaginable to them. Not to mention, Du Yan's father was also a one-star martial master. You have to realize, there are only 3 martial master level experts in the entire Lei City. No wonder Du Yan acted so arrogant. Although the students now understood, Xian felt even more puzzled. While it was true that Du Yan's family was well off, it surely wasn't enough to make Principal Shen feel intimidated, was it? Principal Shen was also a one-star martial master, and in terms of both wealth and influence, he was undoubtedly far more powerful than some minor businessman. So, what was really going on? Just then, a sweet, clear voice rang out. The truth is, Du Yan's family background, whether at Haihuang High School or Tianji High School, is actually quite modest. He might feel inferior because of it, but that is certainly not the source of his arrogance. As soon as they heard that voice, many of the male students grew anxious. It was the kind of nervousness one feels in the presence of a goddess. Still, they couldn't help but sneak a peek toward the classroom door. Sure enough, it was Yu Xiaoyu. She still had her golden hair, her eyes large, bright, and dewy. And she deliberately worn pink-colored contact lenses around her neck was a black collar, which, paired with her schoolgirl outfit, gave her an unusual charm. As Yu Xiaoyu walked over, she said with a soft laugh. What truly gave him his confidence was his martial arts teacher, the vice principal of Haihuang High School, a martial king. Martial king! Upon hearing this, the students all shuddered, both physically and mentally. For everyone who had been born and raised in Lei City, a small human settlement, a martial king was nothing short of a legendary figure. Only those with a vitality of 1,000,000 points could be called a martial king. Xian, however, suddenly understood everything. No wonder. A student of a martial king was, of course, someone the principal would fear. Or rather, what the principal truly feared was the martial king level powerhouses who might be standing behind Du Yan and the other transfer students. Thankfully, none of the suspicion could be directed at me. Xian composed himself. Just as Luo's nephew asked Yu Xiaoyu with great curiosity, "What about your martial arts teacher? Isn't he a martial king too?" Yu Xiaoyu nodded quite naturally. "Yeah, why? The classmates. Don't act so nonchalant about this kind of thing." Xian fell silent inwardly, realizing a great deal. First of all, the attitude Yu Xiaoyu had just displayed toward Du Yan's family background carried a hint of condescension. This suggests that her own family background is far better than Du Yan's. That meant her family's wealth likely far exceeded 10 billion. And her elder's strength was at least higher than a one-star martial master. She really is a rich, beautiful girl. As Xian marveled at this, his curiosity grew even more. What exactly are these transfer students from such distinguished families doing at Lei City First High School? And why are they leaving after just 1 month? Yu Xiaoyu, quick-witted as she was, sensed her classmates' silence and quickly changed the subject. By the way, didn't we hear that Lei City First High School and Lei City Second High School are having a friendly match today? As soon as she said this, everyone's gaze turned to Xian. Since the transfer students definitely won't be playing, the true stars of this friendly match could only be Wei, the school's top student, and Xian, the second-ranked student. It wasn't until Yu Xiaoyu brought it up that Xian remembered this as well. There were 3 high schools in Leicheng: Leicheng No. 1 High School, Leicheng No. 2 High School, and Leicheng No. 49 High School. As for why the third high school was named that way, Xian wasn't sure. Overall, Leicheng No. 1 High School was far stronger than the other 2 schools. After all, the principals of the other 2 schools weren't even martial masters. But this year, Leicheng No. 2 High School had produced several prodigies with vitality scores exceeding 2,000. The highest even reaching 2,500. That was why the 2 high schools had organized this friendly match. "Is it this afternoon?" Xian asked. Unexpectedly, it was Yu Xiaoyu who answered him first. "Yeah, that's right. Plus, in the afternoons, the rest of us transfer students come to watch the matches when we're bored." "Your name is Xian, right? Good luck. I'm rooting for you." Xian smiled. Whenever the 2 schools had played friendly matches before, he had never gone to watch, because he was always making the most of his time to train hard. Who would he thought that this time, he'd actually step right onto the stage as a competitor? Before long, their homeroom teacher, Lu Qingqing, walked in. And the students immediately scattered to begin their martial arts practice. Lu Qingqing didn't mention Du Yan's death, but Xian could see a clear look of joy on her face. It seemed as though she finally vented a great deal of pent-up anger. The morning's martial arts practice flew by in the blink of an eye. Xian continued to pretend to practice standing meditation while cultivating his meridian skill. He had a premonition that after consuming 5 flame essence pills tonight, he would be just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the first level of the essence stage and becoming a true cultivator. At the same time, as an added bonus, his vitality would easily reach 5,000.
That would put him on the same level as these transfer students. After enjoying a delicious meal at the cafeteria at noon, Xian saw that there were still 2 hours before his afternoon classes began. So he decided to take a stroll through the market next to the school. Less than a kilometer southeast of Lei City First High School was a large market that sold just about everything. Items such as furniture, appliances, clothing, jewelry, cars, and so on. The list goes on and on. But that wasn't Xian's goal. Xian's destination was the black market on the second basement level of the large market. Though it's called a black market, everyone in Lei City knows about it. After all, in a world where everyone practices martial arts, everyone has a need to buy a weapon, hunt for martial arts manuals, or find some potions. Not to mention, one can occasionally even find natural spiritual items and artisan crafted goods in that black market. Xian planned to take advantage of the 5 million he currently had to check out the black market, to see if he could snag some natural spiritual items for trading, or to keep on hand for emergencies. After all, aside from star metal on the trading panel, many of the items cultivators need are natural spiritual items from this world. For example, the Hangyu Star Birth Crystal, which Xian wanted most of all. He walked out of the school, and before long, Xian arrived outside the large market. He had been here before, so he knew his way around and took the elevator down to the second basement level. After stepping out of the elevator, Xian looked around, then headed toward a rusty iron gate. As soon as he approached, he heard the lively sounds of hawking and haggling coming from inside. This was the black market. He pushed open the rusty iron gate, sidestepped inside, and gently closed the gate behind him. This was an unwritten rule of the black market. After all, no matter how widely known it was, the black market was still the black market. So one had to maintain a certain level of discretion. As soon as he stepped inside, Xian saw a wide avenue, teeming with pedestrians coming and going, most of them tall, burly fighters. Above his head were colorful neon lights, and someone was playing loud music. Shops lined both sides of the street. The shops were stocked with all kinds of blades, guns, swords, and halberds, as well as vials of reagents in various colors. Some shops displayed volumes of martial arts manuals, though most were incomplete. Seizing the opportunity, Xian thought for a moment, opened the trading panel visible only to him, and double-checked today's newly refreshed trade listings. 10 great strength Vajra pills in exchange for 1 bottle of Star Spring. Fellow cultivators, please part with it. Wanted, 10 gene of star metal. I have a local tier cultivation technique to trade. That's right, only 2 listings had refreshed today. Of course, the trade listing Xian was most interested in exchanging the Azure Dragon Secret Fetal Pearl for the Hangyu Star Birth Crystal had been up the whole time. The listing for exchanging Azure Dragon Body Forging Pills for Sha-in Water is also there. Mighty Vajra Pills, the name alone sounds perfect for a martial artist like me. Now, let us see if there's any Star Spring available on the black market. Xian's gaze scanned through shop after shop. He'd seen Star Spring listed on the trading panel before, and he recognized it immediately as Star Core Water. So-called stellar core water is a liquid that may form within the core of every planet. Since it's an essential forging material for artisans, it's not only quite expensive but also very rare. On the other hand, stellar core water can also be used by fighters to temper their physiques. The method is very simple, just dilute it in a bathtub. Therefore, even on the black market, stellar core water is a hot commodity. Xian wandered from shop to shop, quickly making his way through more than a dozen of them. Unfortunately, he didn't find any stellar core water. He didn't give up, though, and continued on to the next black market shop. This shop was quite spacious, with all kinds of bladed weapons hanging on the walls, volumes of martial arts manuals displayed on the counter, and glass cases filled with unidentified potions. Without a doubt, this shop sold everything. "Young man, what are you looking for?" The shopkeeper, a smiling middle-aged man, saw Xian come in. and immediately greeted him with a smile. Xian asked, just as he had at the other shops, "Do you have any star core water?" The shopkeeper immediately broke into a broad grin. "Young man, you've come to the right place. We just received a shipment of star core water yesterday." After a brief pause, he leaned forward slightly, as if trying his hardest to make the sale. "There are 5 bottles in this shipment, 1 million each. What do you say? Interested?" Seeing that the price was about what he'd expected, Xian felt a surge of joy, and was just about to speak. Suddenly, a bold voice rang out. 5 million, I'll take all 5 bottles. 1 bottle each for the 5 of us brothers. Xian paused slightly and turned to look. He saw 5 teenagers about his age, some tall, some short, some fat, some thin, standing in a circle at the store entrance. The one who spoke was the leader of the group, a boy with an extremely burly build, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Clearly, this wasn't the result of martial arts training. Before becoming a martial master, it's very difficult for martial arts practice to alter one's physique. This boy was simply born with an extraordinarily strong constitution. Someone like that was naturally a promising prospect for martial arts training. If Xian didn't have the system, he would definitely envy him. After thinking for a moment, Xian spoke up. "Young man, I also need to buy some star core water. I only need 1 bottle, could you see if you can spare 1 for me?" His tone was very polite, as if making a request. Unexpectedly, the 2-meter-tall youth merely glanced at him, then looked away, not even bothering to acknowledge him. The youth pulled out a card, handed it to the shopkeeper, and urged, 5 bottles, 5 million. Hurry up and pack them all for me." Xian's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He knew full well that the teenager must have heard what he said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to glance at him. So what did it mean that he was ignoring him? Just then, the shop owner looked troubled and said, "Sir, since this young man was here first, and since he only wants 1 bottle of star core water, why don't you let him have 1? How about that?" Unexpectedly, the 2-meter-tall, bull-like youth shook his head very directly. "No way. Not even 1 bottle. I was here first. And he didn't speak up first. Give me all 5 bottles." Hearing this, the shopkeeper sighed and suddenly took 2 steps back. The implication was clear to anyone familiar with the black market. He was letting the customers resolve the conflict themselves. The black market is actually quite lenient in this regard as long as no one gets killed. No one pays any attention to fights or the like. Xian looked up at the towering teenager and asked, "Are you a craftsman?" The teenager shook his head with childlike innocence. "No, why?" Xian asked, puzzled. "Then why won't you let him have even 1 less bottle?" The teenager replied in a deep, booming voice. "I've got 5 brothers here, so of course we each need a bottle. We're heading back at noon to toughen up our bodies, and if 1 bottle is missing, whichever one doesn't get 1, I'm afraid it'll strain our brotherly bond." Hearing this, Xian almost burst out laughing. At the same time, he realized that the teenager was probably just not very articulate due to his low emotional intelligence, which was why he deliberately ignored him earlier. Since that's the case, Xian cracked his neck from side to side, making 2 crack sounds, and continued. "Then let us settle this by the black market's rules. Whoever wins buys." The teenager said, quite surprised. You want to fight me?" "No way, you're too skinny. I'm afraid I'd knock you out with a single punch." Xian smiled. "Why not give it a try and see?" Whoosh! Whoosh! No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 boys about the same age as him, standing on either side of the 2-meter-tall teenager, suddenly lunged at him. Their movements were almost perfectly synchronized. They stomped their feet on the ground and charged toward Xian, moving with blinding speed. At the same time, they both swung their fists.
their knuckle escondincing a hurricane-like force. Martial arts. Just as the tall, good-natured teenager raised his hand, trying to stop his two brothers, it was already too late. The next moment, the two boys closed in on Xian, swinging their fists down with all their might. Xian had remained standing in place the whole time, his gaze hardening. Boom! Boom! He suddenly threw two punches at a speed the others could scarcely imagine. And after landing them, he immediately withdrew his arms, keeping them pressed against his thighs. But the two boys in midair were struck almost simultaneously in the face with tremendous force, and were sent flying backward. At this, the tall, simple-minded teenager was completely stunned, muttering, So powerful." Xian tilted his head back up, looked at him, and signaled for him to make his move. The extremely burly teenager clenched his teeth. Seeing his brothers get beaten, he decided to step in after all. He took a step forward, his massive frame bearing down on Xian, and his fist as thick as a clay pot slammed down with all his might. Thud! Xian, as always, delivered a lightning-fast punch, striking the boy's lower abdomen before he even had a chance to react. The simple-minded boy froze instantly, clutching his stomach with both hands, his body bending over inch by inch, until finally, he collapsed straight to the ground. His face had turned purple from the pain, but he stubbornly held back, not letting out a single cry. In contrast, his two brothers weren't nearly as resilient. They both clutched their faces, screaming in pain as they rolled around on the ground. Xian turned his gaze to the last two boys. The two exchanged glances, then looked at their older brothers lying on the ground, the eldest, the second, and the third, before suddenly adopting a resolute expression. With a wild cry, they raised their fists and charged toward Xian. Xian raised an eyebrow, finding it rather amusing. Whatever else might be said, these five really did value brotherly loyalty. Of course, he wasn't about to go easy on them either. As soon as the two boys charged at him, he delivered a kick to each of them, sending them crashing to the ground as well. With that, the fight was over. Xian brushed off some non-existent dust from his clothes, turned to the middle-aged shopkeeper, and handed him the credit card Principal Shun had given him. "Sir, I'd like to buy a bottle of Star-Core water." The shopkeeper hadn't expected Xian to be this strong at all. An indescribable expression crossed his face. Part admiration, part the delight of discovering a prodigy. He quickly took Xian's credit card. But after just one glance at the card's face, his body jerked backward as if startled. And he blurted out, "A Supernova Legion credit card?" Xian was a bit puzzled, but he neither denied nor confirmed it. In fact, he had never even heard of the name Supernova Legion. The shopkeeper, however, lifted his head, his gaze growing intense, and fixed it on Xian. "Who exactly are you? Our little Thunder City has no room for big shots like you from the Supernova Legion." Just as Xian was about to speak, the shopkeeper suddenly shook his head and muttered to himself, "Wait, you're too young. No matter how talented you are, you're not qualified to join the Supernova Legion yet. You're nowhere near even being a peripheral member." Ha! I must have overthought it. With that, he suddenly flipped his hand, and a small metal combination lockbox appeared in his grasp. Xian's heart skipped a beat when the shopkeeper produced that small metal combination lockbox. It was like a magic trick, as if he pulled it out of thin air. But the shopkeeper clearly wouldn't be performing magic for no reason. So this could only mean one thing. The shopkeeper was also a martial arts master. His movement just now was so fast that Xian couldn't even make it out clearly. The next moment, the shopkeeper spoke. "In any case, since you have some connection to the Supernova Legion, I'll give you all 5 bottles of Star-Core water as a gift. No need to swipe your card. Just come by and support my business whenever you get the chance." "Here you go," he said, tossing it with a flick of his wrist.
The small metal briefcase flew toward Xian at a slow pace, maintaining a perfectly straight line from start to finish,
showing no sign of dropping at all.
Even more surprising was that the credit card remained firmly pressed against the smooth surface above the briefcase, not slipping even the slightest bit throughout the entire process. Martial energy had been manipulated with such precision. Shen felt a chill run down his spine as he caught the flying safe,
and politely said.
The shopkeeper smiled and waved his hand.
It's just a few million. As I said before, just come by and support my business whenever you can.
Shen nodded, picked up the safe, and walked past the five brothers lying on the ground toward the black market's exit. His mind was filled with questions. Questions he couldn't resolve for the time being. The biggest question, of course, was what exactly the Supernova Legion was.
What connection did Principal Shen have to it?
Why had the shopkeeper been so startled just by seeing the Supernova Legion credit card?
And then immediately given him 5 million worth of star core water? With these questions weighing on his mind, Shen decided to head home.
Once he entered his bedroom and locked the door, he immediately turned on his computer and typed in the words Supernova Legion. But to his surprise, the search results on the webpage were completely blank.
There was nothing at all. Shen didn't give up.
He visited several secret forums he knew of one by one to continue his search. And of course, he didn't forget to check the Human Federation's official website.
But he still came up empty-handed. No matter which website he checked,
he couldn't find even the slightest trace of Supernova Legion. Xian slumped back in his chair, somewhat stunned. After all, in this day and age, such a situation was rare.
No matter how obscure the organization or how secret the information, as long as you searched online, you could always find some clue.
But for some reason, he simply couldn't find anything.
Realizing that, perhaps because of Principal Shen, he might have indirectly come into contact with some formidable organization,
Shen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Fortunately, as it turned out, this credit card seemed to offer a benefit. The kind of benefit that comes from the prestige of one's status. So, he decided not to dwell on it for now, and to investigate it further when the opportunity arose.
Xian's gaze fell on the small metal combination lockbox on the bed.
Although it was a combination lock, it didn't seem to have a set code. The combination was still the default 000.
Xian pressed the unlock button on the side, and the case clicked open. A massive amount of dry ice instantly vaporized, surging out as white carbon dioxide.
When the mist cleared,
Xian furrowed his brow in puzzlement. Inside the high-tech looking metal case,
amidst the blue carbon fiber cooling foam, lay 5 bottles of liquid in dreamlike hues. And nestled among these 5 bottles was a badge. The badge was about the size of a coin, entirely silver in color.
But its surface was adorned with a pattern woven from black metallic threads.
It depicted a gigantic, gaping abyss in the vast cosmos,
devouring a collapsing star. It was then
that Xian suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial detail.
Namely, the star core water did not require cryogenic treatment,
and direct contact posed no danger it could be carried on one's person. Yet the shopkeeper had specifically placed it in a small metal combination box for him. Now it seemed the shopkeeper's true purpose was likely to give him this badge. Xian pondered this as he picked up the badge, examined it from all angles, and, seeing nothing unusual,
simply placed it into his spatial box.
Then his gaze settled on the 5 bottles of stellar core water. He certainly wouldn't dare sell the elixirs and other items traded from the fantasy world. That would be tantamount to courting death. As for the credit card Principal Shen had given him, it was intended for purchasing martial arts resources, so he couldn't very well use it for anything else. As for the spatial box he obtained after killing Du Yan, along with the purple fruit and the martial arts book inside,
well, selling them would be like handing a clue to Du Yan's martial kingmaster.
But these 5 bottles of Star Core water were truly his. And they were genuinely worth 5 million.
It's no exaggeration to say that the money from selling just 3 of them would be enough to let his parents retire and start enjoying their golden years right away. Not to mention, Star Core water is incredibly easy to sell.
In the next couple of days, he found an opportunity to sell it.
And then tell his parents.
Since Xian had traveled to this world, he spent several years with his parents. And a deep bond of familial love had long since formed. Besides, he been an orphan before his journey. And this was the first time he ever felt the warmth of a family in this world. Therefore, whenever an opportunity arose to do something good for his parents, he would never let it pass. I wonder what kind of expression mom and dad will have when they see this huge sum of money. I'll have to come up with a suitable excuse. Next, Xian traded a bottle of Star Core water for 10 great strength Vidra pills. To his surprise, these 10 great strength Vidra pills weren't stored in a jade bottle, but placed in a long box that looked like a blend of gold and wood. Each great strength Vidra pill was as big as a lychee, entirely golden, as if forged from pure gold, and exuded a refreshing, soothing fragrance.
Xian picked up one and ate it, taking great effort to chew it up and swallow it. After eating it, he was surprised to find that every bone and muscle in his body began to grow hot, as if some astonishing transformation were taking place. He didn't dare eat a second one,
so he stored it in his spatial box, alongside the flame essence pills. Xian planned to take 5 flame essence pills and 1 great strength Vidra pill every day from now on. He was absolutely certain that after just a few more days of this regimen, he would truly break through to the first layer of the essence stage and become a cultivator. By then, even his vitality, even if it were just a secondary stat, would easily reach 10,000, or even more. After meditating and cultivating at home for a while longer, Xian saw that it was already 1:50 p.m. So he immediately headed out for school. This afternoon was the friendly match between Lei City First High School and Lei City Second High School, and Xian was really looking forward to it. Just as he reached the school gate, he saw Principal Shen Zongtian standing alongside a middle-aged man with a square face, a fierce expression, and dark skin, who seemed to be waiting for someone. Xian didn't think much of it and was about to walk around them to enter. Just then, Shen Zongtian spotted him as well, and with a glance, signaled to the middle-aged man, pointing at Xian. "Here he is, this kid is Xian." Shen Zongtian wore a smile, though it was tinged with amusement. The menacing-looking middle-aged man's gaze was as sharp as a knife. It swept directly toward Xian, and he immediately said in a deep voice, "You're Xian? Come here." Xian was a bit puzzled, but seeing the principal there, he wasn't afraid. So he walked straight over. "Hello, what can I do for you?" The menacing middle-aged man snorted heavily. "Humph. What else could it be? I'm the principal of number 2 high school." "The principal of number 2 high school?" Xian was even more puzzled. He hadn't done anything wrong at Lei City number 2 high school, and he never even set foot on its campus. Why would the principal of number 2 high school be looking for him? Could it be because of this afternoon's friendly match? Did he want Xian to go easy on them? Or to give it his all? Just as Xian was pondering this, his gaze suddenly fell upon several familiar faces standing in the security guard's booth. There was Lu Qingqing, his homeroom teacher and martial arts instructor, River, and Lu's nephew. In addition, there was Yu Xiaoyu. Standing beside Yu Xiaoyu were several boys and girls, all dressed fashionably, with rather haughty expressions. Xian noticed that all of them were staring at him as well. The difference was that the boys and girls around Yu Xiaoyu looked at him with curiosity. River and Lu's nephew, on the other hand, looked at him with admiration. As for Lu Qingqing, she looked a bit proud, just like the principal. Xian was a bit confused what on earth was going on. Suddenly, he thought of the 5 brothers he'd knocked out at the black market that afternoon.
Because if something had really happened, it could only be related to those 5 brothers. After all, if word got out that he killed Du Yen, Lu Qingqing and the others wouldn't be looking like this. Just then, the principal of Lei City No. 2 High School spoke up again. Xian, you little brat, what exactly are you trying to do? Are you trying to intimidate us here at No. 2 High? Or do you think we're not even worthy of playing a friendly match against your No. 1 High? Hearing the principal's words, Xian became even more certain. It had to be related to those 5 brothers he'd encountered at noon. A bold and absurd suspicion popped into his mind. Could it be? The next moment, the principal of Lei City No. 2 High School waved toward the distance and barked. You lot, come here. You good-for-nothings. Come take a look. Did this kid beat you up? Xian looked in the direction the principal was gesturing and thought to himself, just as I thought. From behind a flower bed, 5 figures emerged, heads bowed in deep embarrassment. The leader, a boy nearly 2 meters tall and extremely burly, had a rather simple, honest look on his face. It was none other than the straightforward teenager Xian had knocked down with a single punch. Of the other 4, 2 had black eyes and swollen faces, while the other 2 were clutching their stomachs, seemingly struggling to walk. Those were the 4 boys he'd knocked out as well. At that moment, Xian finally understood completely why the principal of Lei Chang No. 2 High School was so furious. So it turned out that the ones he'd knocked out on the black market were the very 5 geniuses from No. 2 High School who were supposed to play in today's friendly match. What on earth was going on? Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. The 5 boys walked over, glanced at Xian, and immediately looked away in fear. The tall teenager leading them muttered gloomily, It's him. Seeing this, the principal of Lei City No. 2 High School nearly laughed in exasperation and scolded them. You 5 cowards, is there any reason to be so afraid of this kid? Dian Xiong, do you know that his vitality is only around 2,500 points, just like yours? As soon as those words came out, the incredibly burly, 2-meter-tall teenager suddenly raised his head, staring at Xian in utter disbelief, his voice trembling. That can't be possible, can it? The principal of Leicheng No. 2 High School gritted his teeth and said, Why not? Principal Shen tested his vitality just yesterday. Don't you understand where you went wrong? It's your fighting skills. Your fighting skills. At that moment, Shen Zongtian spoke with a smile. Old Su, in this matter, my student was indeed in the wrong. Here's what we'll do. I'll host a banquet tonight, and we'll have a good drink together. Let us just forget about this. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Principal Su of Leicheng No. 2 High School froze for a moment, then sighed deeply after a long pause and said, Never mind, never mind. I'm no match for you, so I'll let it go. Vitality has been stuck at 99,000 points for so many years without breaking through. And now even the students I teach can't hold a candle to you. What else can I say? Shen Zongtian patted him on the shoulder and smiled reassuringly. It's okay. Breaking through to martial master requires the right opportunity, who knows, maybe you'll find it one day? Principal Su sighed again and nodded. Then turned to Xian, glared at him fiercely, and said, Kid, since you're so skilled, you'd better work hard. Our Lei City, though a small human settlement, has never produced a single student capable of breaking into the top 100 of the heaven-ranked college entrance exam. If you can make it into the top 100, I, Old Su, will personally come to your door to apologize for bringing a whole army here to confront you today. Xian realized that although his tone was harsh, it carried a note of encouragement. He couldn't help but smile and said, Okay, Principal, I'll do my best. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Shen Zongtian immediately slung his arm around Principal Su's shoulder, smiling as he said, All right, that's settled. Let us go, Old Su, we're going for drinks. Xian. Don't let Principal Su down. With that, he linked arms with Principal Sue and actually walked all the way out of the school grounds.
As for Dian Xiong and the other four, they didn't dare look up at Xian,
seemingly cowed by him,
and hurried out of the school gates with their heads down.
The next moment, in the security guard's office,
Lu Qingqing and her classmates burst out in a flurry.
"Brother Xian.
From now on, I'm calling you brother, you're so awesome." River was the first to speak up. Looking completely awed by Xian, his expression brimming with excitement.
Lu's nephew chimed in. "That move was seriously impressive.
You single-handedly subdued 5 genius-level students from number 2 high school.
Brother Xian, do you know?
You've already become famous at our school." Although everyone knew that, since Xian had eaten the blood god fruit, it would be difficult for his vitality to reach 10,000 points. That didn't stop them from admiring him right now. At least for the next few months.
Xian would be one of the 2 strongest students in the school.
Lu Qingqing also strode over to Xian with her long legs. Her eyes filled with admiration as she smiled and said, "Xian, did you know the principal is actually very pleased? He thinks what you did was really interesting.
Right up his alley. He was raving about you to me just a moment ago."
Xian really wanted to say that when I made my move on the black market, I actually had no idea that Dian Xiong and the other 4 brothers were the participants from number 2 high school in this friendly match.
But I figured no one would believe me if I said it now.
Just then, Yu Xiaoyu and the others walked over as well. Yu Xiaoyu, with a smile in her eyes, glanced at Xian but said nothing. A very handsome, sunny-looking boy standing next to her, however, spoke up with genuine admiration.
"Xian, right?
You did a great job there.
We're young people, we should have some spunk.
Even if you have no future because you ate the blood god fruit, Feng Lin would still be happy to be your friend."
Xian looked at the young man named Feng Lin with some puzzlement.
Although he knew the other was trying to be friendly, those words sounded odd no matter how he heard them. Before he could reply, Lu's nephew shuddered. Turned to look at Feng Lin in disbelief, his voice trembling.
"Your surname is Feng? Tianji City Feng?"
Feng Lin replied quite naturally.
"Yeah, why?" Lu's nephew's eyes widened as he said. "You aren't from the Feng family of Tianji, are you?" Feng Lin chuckled. "That's right.
I didn't expect you'd actually heard of our Tianji Feng family." River, standing nearby, asked curiously.
"The Feng family of Tianji? That sounds pretty impressive. What's their background?" Lu's nephew stammered.
"I heard it from my uncle. The head of the Tianji Feng clan
is actually the city lord of Tianji City."
He paused for a moment, took a deep breath,
as if to calm his excitement, and continued, enunciating each word clearly.
"And in a super large human city like Tianji City, the city lord is always a martial emperor."
Martial emperor.
At that, both Lu Qingqing and River were completely stunned.
If a martial king was, to them,
a legendary powerhouse they'd never hoped to see in their lifetime, then a martial emperor was nothing short of a mythical being.
Every martial emperor held immense influence throughout the entire human federation, with power and authority that knew no bounds. Feng Lin actually came from a family that boasted a martial emperor.
One can only imagine how exalted his status must be.
Xian didn't feel much about it, but getting to know Feng Lin a bit wasn't a bad thing. However, one thing piqued his curiosity even more. Even a prodigy like Feng Lin
had come to Lei City First High School as a transfer student.
What on earth were they after?
"What do you say, Xian?
I certainly think highly of you.
If you think highly of me too and are willing to be my friend, come find me at Holland's nightclub tonight, and I'll show you a good time." Seeing that Xian hadn't said a word,
Feng Lin smiled and added.
Xian nodded, a smile spreading across his face.
"All right, I'll come find you tonight." Holland's nightclub was the largest nightclub in Lei City.
Reserving a private booth there cost at least 300,000 to start.
A private booth,
As it were, was simply the right to use a bar table and matching sofas for one night.
and even that cost 300,000. One could only imagine the cost of other expenses. This was truly a venue reserved exclusively for the wealthy.
Although Xian and his classmates had heard of it, they had never been there.
Lu's nephew couldn't help but ask. Brother Feng, you're not going to rent out the entire Hullen's nightclub tonight, are you?
Feng Lin flashed a bright smile, shook his head, and said,
Of course not. I'm just having some fun with friends. It's not like I'm some fool with money to burn.
Lu's nephew realized what Feng Lin meant, but before he could say anything else,
he heard Feng Lin add,
I bought that nightclub a long time ago.
Lu's nephew. River. The rest of the group.
Xian couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle at the sight.
However, he also came to realize
just how extravagant people from the martial emperor clan really were. At that moment, seeing that Xian had become friends with Feng Lin,
another man and woman from Yu Xiaoyu's group also stepped forward to greet Xian.
The young man was named Lu Yunxiao.
Though his appearance was unremarkable, his demeanor was quite extraordinary.
He was the grandson of the vice principal of Tianji High School.
Without a doubt, as the leading high school in a super-large human city, the vice principal of Tianji High School could only be a martial king-level expert. The young woman was named Xia Shi.
With a delicate, oval face, large eyes, and a head of jet-black long hair. She wore a short, fitted dress with a black cinched waist, looking both beautiful and proud.
And was the daughter of the director of the Enforcement Division of the Martial Arts Bureau in Tianji City. In any human city, as the most important division of the Martial Arts Bureau,
the director of the Enforcement Division also serves as the deputy director of the Bureau. So, without a doubt, Xia Xia's father was also a martial king.
Xian and his classmates were all stunned into silence,
suddenly feeling as though the small temple of Lei City simply couldn't accommodate so many great Buddhas. It was now clear to him why the principal had warned him not to provoke these transfer students lightly.
It turned out,
the principal wasn't referring to someone like Du Yan, who ranked at the very bottom among the transfer students in terms of both family lineage and background, but rather to those led by Feng Lin,
the true scions of prominent families from a super-large human city like Tianji City.
Although Du Yan was a student of a martial king, that martial king likely had dozens of students, while Feng Lin and his group were either the sons of martial kings or the grandsons of martial emperors.
And they might even all be only children. Xian thought to himself, thank goodness Feng Lin isn't arrogant or overbearing at all,
and is even reaching out to be friends with me. Otherwise, if a conflict had actually broken out, he felt it would have been quite a predicament. They chatted casually for a while longer, and when they saw that it was time for class, they each returned to their respective classrooms. This time, Yu Xiaoyu chose to walk with Xian, since they were still discussing a topic they both shared.
But on the way back to the classroom,
the envious, jealous, and resentful glances from the male students
nearly killed Xian.
There was nothing to be done about it. Yu Xiaoyu was simply too beautiful, too dazzling. Ever since her first day as a transfer student, someone had already crowned her the new school beauty of Lei City First High School.
So, does that mean there isn't a single student in the entire school who owns an artisan's artifact?
As they reached the classroom door, Yu Xiaoyu, who had been chatting with Xian the whole way,
casually asked this question.
Xian laughed helplessly.
Sis, what kind of school do we go to?
Artisan-made items start at 10 million.
Is that something students from ordinary families can afford?
When Yu Xiaoyu heard Xian call her sis, she felt a bit excited for some reason,
and teased.
Got it, little brother.
But once you get closer to Feng Lin, he might just give you a few.
Xian gave no clear answer, but suddenly remembered something and added.
Still, every year, the top scorer on the college entrance exam in Lei City
does get a craftsman's artifact as a reward from the city lord.
though it's just the most basic kind.
Yu Xiao Yu giggled.
Then I guess it'll be yours this year. With a craftsman's artifact, you might just be able to beat opponents who are way stronger than you.
As they spoke, they walked into the vast classroom, where, in unspoken agreement, they stopped talking, each finding an empty spot,
and began their daily stance training practice.
Xian pretended to be standing in the stance training posture from the basic cultivation method, while skillfully beginning to circulate his meridian skill. He hadn't been practicing for long when River sneaked up on him. Xian immediately stopped channeling his energy and asked curiously,
"What's up?"
River whispered,
"Xian, are you dating Yu Xiaoyu?"
Xian was taken aback for a moment, then explained,
"No way. She has only been here a few days. And I only officially met her this afternoon."
River laughed heartily and said,
"I was just asking. Well, I'm going back to my standing meditation."
Watching his back as he walked back to the other side of the classroom, Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. That's youth for you, restless and full of gossip, yet so beautiful.
The afternoon passed quickly. After Xian returned home,
he took his usual 5 flame essence pills and began meditating in the lotus position. Soon, the medicine's effects had fully taken hold, and Xian stood up, feeling the mana in his dantian slowly coalesce, as if it were about to transform from a mixture of liquid and gas into a solid state.
Was he about to join the ranks of true cultivators? Xian had a premonition that once his mana solidified, he would become a true cultivator.
His vitality had also broken through 5,000. It was so easy.
Xian marveled inwardly. Just a few days ago,
he had been a nobody with barely over 700 vitality.
A mere mortal without any mana,
who had nearly been beaten to death by Wei, the top student in the entire school. But now, Wei was no match for him by a long shot. Even those transfer students were nothing more than high vitality individuals,
essentially little humanoid beasts.
As long as he continued cultivating for a while longer, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Tomorrow, he would enter the exclusive secret realm of Lei City First High School.
Wei.
Xian narrowed his eyes, a flash of coldness crossing his gaze. The chance to settle this life and death grudge had finally arrived. Since he was entering the secret realm tomorrow, Xian decided to unwind a bit tonight.
9 p.m., East District of Lei City, Holland's nightclub. Under the cover of night,
thumping music echoed from the Holland's nightclub, a venue larger than a sports arena. Purple lights spilled out through the windows, illuminating the silver-gray exterior walls, while the entrance was lined with supercars.
Xian walked up to the entrance and immediately spotted sports cars like the Koenigsegg, Bugatti Veyron, and Lamborghini. In this era, these sports cars were already capable of flight, though carrying weapons was prohibited within human cities. Xian walked all the way to the entrance,
where he saw the nightclub manager waiting with 2 scantily clad beauties.
"Is that Mr. Xian? You're finally here. Boss Foam has been waiting for you for a long time."
As soon as the nightclub manager saw Xian, he stepped forward to greet him, then said with a broad smile,
"Mr. Foam and the other bosses have already started. Tonight, their wager is a craftsman's artifact." Upon hearing the words craftsman's artifact, Xian raised an eyebrow. His interest peaked.
Although he could trade for divine weapons, inner armor, and magical artifacts from the fantasy world, he didn't really need craftsman's artifacts.
But craftsman's artifacts could be sold for money.
The starting price for one was 10 million.
Especially one right in front of everyone.
No need to worry about anyone getting suspicious. With that in mind, Xian asked with keen interest,
"What are they betting on?"
The nightclub manager gave a mysterious smile.
"You'll find out once you go inside."
Seeing that the manager was deliberately keeping him in the dark, Xian nodded and said,
"All right, then take me inside." The nightclub manager laughed. "Certainly, Mr. Jiang. Please follow me." Xian followed the manager through the entrance of the Holland's nightclub. Entering a long corridor, he could see clearly that at the end of the corridor, purple-hued lights were flickering. And he could faintly hear the thud of fists striking flesh and the cheers of the crowd. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood wafted from the end of the hallway. Xian narrowed his eyes, having a pretty good idea of what they were betting on. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped out of the hallway, he saw over 100 teenage boys and girls gathered in a circle, many of them cheering and shouting in excitement. In the open space at the center of the circle, 2 teenage boys were engaged in an incredibly fierce fight. Xian surmised that these 100-odd peers were likely all transfer students who had come to Lei City First High School this time. What was strange, however, was that in the clearing, the 2 fighting teenagers were surrounded by a series of metal cylinders, one of which bore the number 2000. "Xian, over here!" An enthusiastic shout rang out. Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Feng Lin waving eagerly at him. At the same time, Yu Xiaoyu, Xiaoxi, and Lu Yunxiao were all there. The 2 girls, Yu Xiaoyu and Xiaoxi, stood together. Yu Xiaoyu watched the fight inside the circle with intense focus, while Xiaoxi let out excited screams from time to time, as if cheering for one of the fighters. Hearing Feng Lin's shout, everyone turned their heads to look at Xian. Many of their gazes were filled with curiosity, but some also carried a hint of contempt. Xian understood it was clearly because of what had happened at lunchtime today, that he had already become famous among this group of transfer students. Of course, it could also be because he had become Feng Lin's friend. As for the disdain, needless to say, they probably all heard that he'd eaten the blood god fruit, and knew that his future had been ruined. Xian walked over with a calm expression, and the transfer students parted to make way for him, allowing him to reach Feng Lin's side. Feng Lin was quite excited. Pointing at the 2 teenagers fighting inside the circle, he said, "What do you think? Pretty thrilling, huh? I pulled some strings to get this vitality suppression matrix device. Their vitality has been suppressed to 2000 points. So they're engaged in a truly evenly matched battle." As he got closer, Xian glanced at the 2 boys' already swollen faces and immediately narrowed his eyes. Since Lei City No. 49 High School was full of underachievers, even students with 1000 vitality were rare. Among all the seniors in Lei City, he could say, he knew every single one whose vitality had broken 2000. Aside from the 5 brothers at Lei City No. 2 High School, there were just a few at his own school. But he had never seen these 2 teenagers whose vitality was definitely over 2000. "Are they transfer students like you guys?" Xian asked with curiosity, feeling somewhat surprised. These transfer students actually took the initiative to step into the ring and fight. They really weren't afraid of anything going wrong. Feng Lin nodded with a smile, "Of course. Otherwise, would we have hired people to fight? Besides, that would be way too boring." Just then, there was a loud thud, and one of the boys was struck in the chin, flying backward. The other boy pulled his fist back, his head covered in sweat and blood, gasping for breath as he braced his hands against his knees, looking as if he were on the verge of collapse. Xian noticed that his fist had been blood red, but was slowly returning to its normal color. It seemed that with that final punch, he had used a unique martial art technique. Just then, a tall, sultry girl wearing a leather jumpsuit picked up the microphone and announced loudly, "Round 2, Team Heitanshan wins." The 50-odd people facing Xian and Feng Lin cheered with joy, making taunting gestures and poses toward them, some even giving them the middle finger. Feng Lin still wore a sunny, cheerful smile, but his face was visibly trembling. Lu Yunxiao sighed from the sidelines. "Boss, what should we do? It's a best-of-5 series, and we've already lost 2 matches. If we lose one more, we'll be handing the flash needle to the other side for nothing." Feng Lin's gaze suddenly turned sharp as he said, "It's fine. I'll play the next match." A look of surprise instantly flashed across Xia Xi's delicate face. "Are you serious? If your grandfather finds out, he'll kill you." Feng Lin replied firmly. "We can't just let that Hai Tong Tian guy win right after we got to Lei City." Lu Yunxiao tried to dissuade him from the sidelines. "Boss, if you step in, Hai Tong Tian will definitely step in too. He might even go all out on purpose." Xian had been listening quietly the whole time. And now he began to understand a little better. It seemed that these more than 100 transfer students had split into two cliques. One clique was, naturally, led by Feng Lin. The other clique was headed by Hai Tong Tian. And since Hai Tong Tian dared to go up against Feng Lin, the biological grandson of a martial emperor, he likely had a martial emperor as an elder as well. Across from them, a teenager sitting in the crowd stood up. He seemed to have been sitting there watching the fight the whole time, and there was only one bench. So he was sitting alone while everyone around him stood. The boy's expression was icy, his skin pale to the point of transparency, giving off a sinister vibe. Now, in a mocking tone, he said, "Mr. Feng, it's one thing that you've stooped to befriend a good-for-nothing. But now even your men can't beat me. What do you have to say? I think you'd be better off just conceding defeat right now, ha." Everyone present was a transfer student. Xian was the only one from Lei City First High School. Without a doubt, everyone knew that the good-for-nothing the boy was referring to was Xian. Upon hearing this, Feng Lin, who had been smiling even after his earlier loss, suddenly flew into a rage. "Hai Tong Tian, don't you dare insult my friend." Hai Tong Tian laughed darkly. "What are you trying to pull? You're about my level. Fire Ape, you're up next." As soon as he finished speaking, a boy wearing a tank top and sporting an extremely short crew cut suddenly leaped into the arena. His muscles bulged all over his body, and with a savage grin on his face, he gave off an extremely ferocious vibe. Seeing this, Lu Yunxiao couldn't help but gasp. This guy has his vitality really broken through 7,500? That's insane. Feng Lin also fell deep in thought, realizing that since Hai Tong Tian had sent out Fire Ape, one of his top fighters, he was likely aiming to clinch tonight's victory right here and now. Just as he was about to step in himself, he suddenly saw Fire Ape point at Xian in the crowd. "You come in here and fight me. If you lose, get out of here." This isn't a place for students from Lei City First High School. Feng Lin was both shocked and furious, about to shout at Fire Ape to shut up. But in the next instant, Xian took a step forward and walked onto the arena. "Xuan, you." Seeing this, Feng Lin was instantly overcome with extreme worry. He heard that Xian's vitality was only 2,500 points. Even if Xian was a skilled fighter, which meant he was more tactically savvy and had faster reflexes in combat, there was absolutely no way he could defeat the Fire Ape, whose vitality had surpassed 7,500 points. It seemed that both of their vitality would be suppressed to around 2,000 points by the vitality suppression matrix. But the gap in physical strength resulting from a full 5,000 point difference in vitality was absolutely impossible to bridge. "Xian, don't be reckless. Hurry, come back." Feng Lin was frantic and spoke out, disregarding the rules. As soon as those words left his mouth, a wave of boos erupted from the opposite side of the arena. Hai Tong Tian sneered coldly. "What's this, Feng Lin? You're not even following the rules anymore? Anyone who steps onto the stage unless they're beaten to death or voluntarily concede defeat has no right to back down." Feng Lin hesitated for a moment, but immediately retorted. "Xian, just concede defeat quickly. It's fine, I'll take the loss." Another wave of boos erupted from the opposite side. But this time, a few people's expressions shifted. They could tell
That Feng Lin truly cared about this good-for-nothing friend whose vitality had never broken 10,000 points in his entire life. More precisely, Feng Lin had always cared deeply about his friends.
And this was evident more than ever now. Regardless of his friend's strength or prospects.
Xian turned his head, gave a faint smile, and said,
"Don't worry. Haven't both his vitality and mine been capped at 2,000? I might not necessarily lose." Feng Lin was so frantic he was practically babbling. "That's not the point. There's a good chance he'll kill you with a single punch."
Lu Yunxiao couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up to persuade her.
"Xian, just admit defeat already. Which is more important, your pride or your life? I know you can't stand him calling you a loser. But if he kills you, you lose every chance you have?"
Xia Shi had remained silent the whole time, but now she shook her head slightly,
seeming somewhat disappointed by Xian's reckless behavior.
Yu Xiaoyu, however, narrowed her eyes. A throwing knife landed silently in the palm of her hand, where she clenched it tightly.
A movement almost imperceptible to onlookers.
At the same time, her gaze locked onto the fire ape. And her sweet face beneath her golden hair took on an unusually intense expression. Seeing everyone trying to talk him out of it, Xian naturally felt no panic. Never mind that his vitality had been suppressed to 2,000 points even without the suppression.
He could easily crush this fire ape.
After all, his vitality of over 5,000 points was merely a byproduct of his cultivation.
His true strength far exceeded those 5,000 plus vitality points. He was a cultivator, how could a mere mortal fighter compare?
Not to mention that he had absorbed the Azure Dragon's marrow and consumed a great strength Vajra pill. Even a being with 10,000 points of vitality might not be a match for him. Of course, Xian also understood that Feng Lin and the others were actually looking out for his safety.
It seemed the only option was to end this quickly.
The reason he stepped forward voluntarily
wasn't entirely because he'd been insulted. He also wanted to make some money. After all, the prize tonight is an artisan-crafted item worth at least 10 million.
There was no other choice. Xian was desperately short on money right now. With that thought, he turned to face the fire ape. The fire ape had a physique even more imposing than that of a regular ape. At that moment, the corner of its left mouth curled upward, revealing a menacing grin with gleaming white teeth, as it said, "Kid, putting everything else aside, I really like your courage. I take back my assessment that you're a good-for-nothing."
Boom!
As soon as the words left his mouth, his entire body shot forward like a cannonball, charging straight at Xian, and that deep voice rang out again.
"So, I'm going to give it my all."
Xian watched as the fire ape's right arm muscles suddenly swelled, growing several times larger, and slammed down toward him with tremendous force. Xian leaped backward, and the fist slammed into the ground, emitting a dull thud and kicking up a cloud of dust.
He could see clearly
that the fire ape's entire right arm had turned a deep crimson, just like the fist of that teenager earlier. At that moment, Lu Yunxiao let out a cry of shock.
This guy has actually extended the wildfire technique to his entire right arm?" Feng Lin's expression darkened even further,
his eyes fixed on the fire ape. If all else failed, he was prepared to break the rules and intervene directly to save Xian. Since Xian was now his friend, he absolutely could not stand by and watch him get beaten to death. Besides, he was the one who de-invited Xian to the Hullen's nightclub tonight.
Yu Xiaoyu's gaze grew even more intense as she, too, fixed her eyes on the fire ape,
though her focus was squarely on the area around his heart.
The fire ape was completely unaware of the multiple dangers he was facing.
Seeing that his first strike had missed, he actually used the momentum to ram his shoulder into Xian. As he charged forward, his shoulders swelled up and turned bright red. Xian admitted to himself that if he hadn't already mastered the incredibly mystical abilities from the fantasy world, he would have been genuinely intrigued by this martial art known as the Wasteland Fire Technique. Seeing the fire ape charging toward him, This time Shen didn't make a dramatic evasion, he merely shifted his body slightly to the side. In the next instant, because Xian had stepped aside by a body's length, the fire ape's massive frame swept right past him. It was precisely at that moment that Xian struck suddenly. With a palm strike of unparalleled speed, he struck directly at the fire ape's temple, then immediately withdrew his hand, confident enough not to follow up with a second strike. The next moment, everyone witnessed the fire ape's face, which had been brimming with fighting spirit, suddenly roll back, revealing the whites of its eyes. Then, its body went limp and it collapsed to the ground, still carrying its forward momentum after crashing to the ground. It slid forward a short distance before coming to a stop, landing on its chin in a kneeling position with both hands and legs pressed against the ground, looking just like someone who had fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. In that instant, the entire arena fell silent. 1-1. The next moment, Xia Xia's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling. Lu Yunxiao was so stunned he was speechless, blurting out a curse. Holy shit! How did he win? That's insane. Feng Lin was taken aback at first, but then he pumped his fist in the air, suddenly bursting with joy. Damn, that scared the hell out of me just now. Xian, you really are a hidden gem. Over on Heitongshan's side, however, everyone was completely stunned. As students hailing from the various martial arts clans of Haihuang City, or as top students at Haihuang Middle School, they could clearly see how the fire ape had lost. Xian's palm strike just now had landed directly on the vagus nerve just below his temple. Normally, as a fighter, especially one like Fire Ape, whose vitality had reached 7,500 points, he wouldn't have fainted immediately from a blow to the vagus nerve. Fainting from a single strike to the vagus nerve is something that only ordinary people who can't channel their internal vitality would experience. But just as he unleashed the wildfire technique, a massive surge of vitality was circulating through his shoulders, and the area where the vagus nerve is located became the most critical valve controlling that flow. When Xian struck with that palm, it was as if he shut off that vitality valve, causing his entire body's vitality to nearly grind to a halt, which is why he fainted instantly. And to land that strike, one needed incredibly sharp eyesight and an exceptionally high level of martial arts insight. Damn it, where did this kid come from? Hai Tongtian cursed under his breath, his expression utterly displeased. And he even harbored murderous intent toward Xian, who had suddenly appeared to ruin his plans. Among the other transfer students in Haihuang City, some were in awe, some were surprised, and others wore expressions of regret. If this guy hadn't accidentally ingested the blood god fruit, he might actually have become a top-tier figure someday. Someone remarked from the bottom of their heart, and the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, the stunning beauty in the leather jumpsuit picked up the microphone once more. Match 3, Feng Lin's team wins. Since Xian from Team Feng Lin won the match with a lower vitality score than his opponent, he will have the right to choose his opponent for the next match. Xian had already been planning to fight 3 matches in a row, and was just about to ask if there was a rule allowing one person to fight 3 matches consecutively. Hearing this, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. Looks like as long as I beat an opponent with a higher vitality than mine, I can keep fighting? Perfect, that suits me just fine. Feng Lin's voice rang out from behind him. Xian, I rarely admire anyone, but you've really surprised me this time. Take your pick. Fight one more round or switch out for the next match. You've beaten a stronger opponent, so according to the rules, the decision is yours. Xian turned his head and caught sight of Lu Yunxiao, whose face was full of surprise, and Xiaxi, whose beautiful eyes now held a hint of admiration. Yu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, remained completely calm, her sweet face showing no emotion. He turned his gaze to Feng Lin and smiled. You pick one for me. Just someone with a higher vitality than mine. At that moment, a transfer student remarked half-jokingly. Any one of them has higher vitality than you.
But they might not necessarily be your match, ha ha ha. Feng Lin, however, replied earnestly.
Just don't pick Hai Tong Tian or the two standing next to him.
Hai Tong Tian's vitality is the same as mine, it's long since surpassed 30,000 points.
The two next to him also have 10,000 points each. Upon hearing this, Xian was actually taken slightly aback. He guessed Feng Lin was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. 30,000 vitality points, at least in his current state, he stood absolutely no chance against that. In fact, when facing Hai Tong Tian, who also had 30,000 vitality points, if both their vitality levels were suppressed to 2,000 points, he could have defeated him by unleashing the Azure Dragon True Flame Claw. But clearly, in a situation like this, he couldn't use that divine technique. Otherwise, the matter of killing Du Yan would be exposed. Not to mention, if he were to unleash the Azure Dragon True Flame Claw, the supernatural phenomena and staggering power revealed by that technique alone would plunge him into endless trouble. Who knows, a martial emperor might even come in person to uncover the secrets he harbors.
Alright, I understand. Xian nodded.
Then turned to look at the two men standing beside Hai Tong Tian. The man on the left was a bald man with tattoos covering his head and half his face, a hooked nose and slanted eyes, staring at him with a ferocious expression, just like a hungry wolf. The man on the right was a slacker-looking teenager with tousled hair, tossing a dagger back and forth in his hand. Hai Tong Tian, with 30,000 vitality points, was a tough opponent to handle.
But an opponent with 10,000 vitality points,
provided their vitality levels were equal,
would be a piece of cake. You both of you, come at me together. The next moment, as Xian spoke, he pointed at the bald man and the slacker-looking teenager.
Whoa! The moment those words left his mouth, the entire arena erupted in an uproar.
Not only were everyone on Feng Lin's side utterly horrified,
but Hai Tong Tian also abruptly stood up, his gaze as dark as water.
Kid, who gave you the nerve to be so arrogant? With a measly 2,500 points of vitality, do you really think you can take on two beings with 10,000 points of vitality each?
Upon hearing this, Xian replied calmly. Whether I can or not, let us just give it a try and find out.
Hai Tong Tian laughed bitterly in his rage. Fine. Fine. This is the first time I've seen someone dare to defy me so brazenly.
Black Shadow, Vulture, you too, go. The laid-back-looking teenager and the tattooed bald man exchanged glances, then leaped into the circle formed by the vitality suppression matrix. Seeing this, Feng Lin said in a deep voice,
Xian, don't get overconfident. Although these two are also transfer students, they're different from us.
He is a subordinate specially trained by Hai Tong Tian. His methods are extremely ruthless. Lu Yunxiao, however, dared not speak,
because he realized he could no longer quite figure Xian out.
It was Xiaxi who spoke up with concern.
Xian, are you really going to take on both of them?
Xian turned to the group with a smile before replying.
If I win, won't that count as winning two matches at once? Feng Lin hesitated. That's true, and not only that. According to the rules, Hai Tong Tian's side will have to put up another artisan's artifact as the prize for winning a 1 against 2 match. But Xian replied calmly, that is fine. Don't worry. Even if they both come at me together, it's no big deal. With that, he turned around,
his gaze fixed on the two men nicknamed Black Shadow and Vulture. Black Shadow was still fiddling with his dagger,
and said lazily to Vulture, you go first. This kid is so clueless.
He probably thinks 7,000 vitality points are about the same as 10,000.
Vulture grinned savagely. All right. Since he knocked out the fire ape, I'll cripple him.
That's called turning his own tactics against him.
Ha ha ha. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he leaped suddenly, swooping down on Xian like a giant bird. This bald man, nicknamed Vulture, was incredibly fast. In an instant, he closed in above Xian, his legs moving in rapid succession, kicking out with blinding speed. Xian's expression remained calm as he dodged without the slightest hesitation. And Vulture's 6 consecutive kicks were all evaded. Just as Vulture was about to land, his legs suddenly swelled with power, and he stomped down in midair. With a loud boom, an invisible shockwave rippled through the air, and Vulture used the recoil to launch himself back into the air. Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised that martial arts could be used in such a way. He had to admit, these people from Haihuang City were indeed quite skilled. Almost instantly, the Vulture dove down once more, unleashing another flurry of kicks aimed at Xian's vital points. Xian dodged them as well, and the Vulture resorted to the same trick again, stomping the air with both feet to gain momentum and soar back into the sky. Just as Xian was about to strike, a sudden warning flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he planted his left foot and lunged to the right. The next moment, a dagger tore ferociously through the spot where he had been standing. Immediately afterward, as if drawn by some invisible force, the dagger flew back toward the direction of the dark figure. Xian's gaze sharpened, sweeping coldly toward the dark figure. He had been on guard against the dark figure's attack all along, even though the dark figure had said to let the Vulture handle it on his own. All is fair in war. Xian certainly wasn't he going to believe that nonsense. Sure enough, the dark figure did strike. And he chose the exact moment when Xian's attention was focused on the Vulture in midair. It had to be said this move was truly treacherous. Anyone else would have been impaled through the chest by that dagger and met a gruesome end long ago. Almost the instant Xian dodged, the Vulture kicked out again toward where he was about to land. And in that very split second, the shadowy figure moved as well, holding the dagger in a reverse grip with one hand. He closed the distance to Xian in a single stride, the dagger's thrust transforming into countless silver blade shadows in midair. This move completely cut off all of Xian's escape routes. He clearly didn't underestimate Xian as much as he let on. From the very start, he coordinated with the Vulture in the air, intending to kill Xian with a single strike. Seeing this, Feng Lin suddenly leaped to his feet, ready to charge into the arena. In Yu Xiaoyu's clear eyes, adorned with pink contact lenses, a strange pink glow flashed, and the throwing knife once again landed in her palm as she raised her hand to hurl it. But the scene unfolding before them left both of them frozen in place, their eyes widening in disbelief. At that moment, it wasn't just Feng Lin and Yu Xiaoyu, all the other transfer students present were utterly stunned. Some even rubbed their eyes, as if unable to believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. Hai Tongtian's expression instantly turned as cold as ice, and he nearly crushed the armrest of his chair. Inside the circle formed by the vitality suppression matrix, in the northwest corner, Xian's left hand was clasping the Shadow's right hand, while the dagger in the Shadow's right hand had just pierced the Vulture's heart, and the tip of the Vulture's right foot had just struck the Shadow's crown. Both figures froze in an instant. One collapsed to the ground, the other landed, their pupils gradually dimming as all signs of life faded away. Just now, everyone saw clearly. At the very moment the Shadow and the Vulture joined forces to deliver a fatal blow to Xian, Xian, with unimaginable agility, seized the Shadow's right hand, the one gripping the dagger, while his other hand, at an incredibly precise angle, pressed down on the pulse point on the Shadow's back, then hurled the Shadow's entire body into the air. The Shadow had absolutely no control over his body. Just as the dagger pierced the Vulture's chest in midair, the Vulture kicked in the top of the Shadow's skull. Both of them met their untimely ends at the exact same moment. Did you all see that move Xian just pulled off? Good heavens! Suddenly, in the nightclub which had fallen into absolute silence, Lu Yunshao's voice rang out, filled with utter astonishment. Xia Shi nodded dreamily, her voice brimming with admiration. That was brilliant. It was clearly just the most ordinary splitting the void palm technique. Yet he managed to execute it to such a degree.
Feng Lin was even more astonished.
A genius. This is exactly what Grandpa was talking about.
A martial arts prodigy born with an extraordinary talent for combat and hand-to-hand combat.
If only he...
He stopped mid-sentence, his voice suddenly faltering.
Feng Lin had been about to say,
if only Xian hadn't eaten the blood god fruit. But fortunately, he realized just in time that he'd nearly spoken
out of turn,
and held back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Yu Xiaoyu stared intently at Xian at that moment, sighing softly to herself. Just as Feng Lin had said, Xian was indeed the kind of genius described in Legends, one who excels at combat and hand-to-hand fighting, naturally suited for the battlefield of 10,000 races. If someone like him were to grow and develop, he would surely achieve great feats and become a guardian of a region. Unfortunately, the blood god fruit he had accidentally consumed had ruined all his prospects for rise to greatness. Only the Hangyu star birth crystal, the finest and most precious of all natural spiritual treasures,
could reverse this outcome.
But the Hangyu star birth crystal.
Even Feng Lin's martial emperor grandfather coveted it yet could not obtain it.
Where on earth could one find such a thing?
As for placing first in the Heaven Grade entrance exam, that was out of the question.
With 10,000 vitality points, he'd be lucky to scrape into the very bottom of the top 100. The entrance exam doesn't suppress everyone's vitality to the same level.
Crack!
Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out,
startling everyone.
Everyone looked toward the source of the sound, and saw that Hai Tongtian had crushed the armrest of his chair and stood up. But the moment he rose,
the anger on his face turned into a smile,
and he looked at Xian and said,
not bad, not bad.
I never expected that in a tiny place like Lei City. A guy like you who has given me such a pleasant surprise would actually show up.
To be honest, if you hadn't eaten the blood god fruit,
your vitality would been capped at 10,000 points for the rest of your life.
I'd really love to take you on as my subordinate.
With that, he reached into his robe and pulled out a metal ring,
casually placing it on the chair. Feng Lin, you just got lucky this time. You won thanks to Xian. Next time, I'll take my revenge. Let us go. At Hai Tongtian's command, the 50-odd transfer students in his group followed him in unison toward the nightclub's exit. But no one saw the intensely fierce murderous intent that flashed in Hai Tongtian's eyes the moment he turned away. Ha 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 ha. Xian, you're awesome. Feng Lin burst out laughing, feeling incredibly elated, and added,
don't worry, everyone saw clearly.
It was Hai Tongtian's two henchmen who tried to kill you first.
You were just defending yourself. He won't dare cause trouble for you over this. Besides, if he really dares to make a move, I'll protect you 100%.
Lu Yunxiao also chimed in, overjoyed.
Right, plus, you're actually pretty lucky you didn't kill the Zhou Woyuan guy. His dad is the director of the Martial Arts Bureau in Haihuang City. As for the Black Shadow and the Vulture,
they're just Hai Tongtian's hired assassins anyway.
With Boss Feng here, he wouldn't dare make a big deal out of this. Xiaoxi, on the other hand, proactively walked over to the empty chair across the room, picked up the metal ring, and walked back over, smiling as she said, this steel cutting ring isn't cheap, it's worth over 20 million.
Hai Tongtian's probably going to be heartbroken. Xian, here you go.
Feng Lin also pulled a needle about the size of a chopstick from his robe, handed it to Xian, and said, here, this is the prize I'm supposed to put up this time, the flash needle. It's about the same as this steel cutting ring, also worth over 20 million. So according to the rules, it's yours. Xian didn't stand on ceremony and accepted both of these artisan-crafted items. That had been his purpose in entering the contest in the first place. To be honest, this was his first time handling such artisan-crafted items, and he planned to find a place to test their effects once he got back. However, he ultimately intended to sell them.
The massive sum of over 40 million would be enough to buy plenty of natural spiritual items for future trading.
Seeing Xian's straightforward nature, Feng Lin grew even fonder of him. Yet at the same time felt a pang of regret for his future prospects.
He couldn't help but put his arm around Xian's shoulder and laugh. "Come on, let us find a place to celebrate properly tonight. After all these years, this is the first time I've ever gotten the better of that guy, Hai Tongtian, haha."
Xian had been thinking of relaxing anyway, so upon hearing this, he immediately nodded.
And smiled. "Let us have some barbecue. I haven't had any in ages."
Feng Lin, the grandson of the distinguished martial emperor,
was now completely following Xian's lead and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, great. That works out perfectly.
I brought quite a bit of ferocious beast meat with me from home.
Let's south go to the estate I just bought.
I'll have the chef there grill it for us."
Ferocious beast meat? Upon hearing this, Xian was slightly taken aback.
After all, under normal circumstances, ferocious beast meat is used to craft all sorts of expensive genetic potions. The kind that start at several million. Eating it straight off the grill was far too extravagant.
It was practically like eating money. In all of Thunder City,
not a single high-end restaurant had the capability to serve dishes made from ferocious beast meat. Fortunately, he could trade directly for spirit beasts from the fantasy world.
And spirit beasts were far superior to ferocious beasts.
With that in mind, Xian composed himself, ready to thoroughly enjoy this feast of grilled ferocious beast meat.
Late at night, Xian returned home alone.
His parents had called that afternoon to say they were on a business trip and wouldn't be back for a few days. So once he got home, he didn't have to tiptoe around for fear of waking them.
He went back to his bedroom,
took the steel cutting ring and the flash needle, two artisanal items, out of his spatial box,
and examined them thoughtfully. Xian wasn't in a hurry to test their effects,
because on his way home, he thought of something.
Something very important.
If this plan came to fruition, he'd probably never have to worry about money again. That way, with enough money to buy all kinds of natural spiritual treasures, his chances of trading for valuable treasures from the fantasy world would also increase significantly.
In our world,
artisans capable of crafting artisanal items seem to enjoy an extremely high status. But artisans are essentially the modern-day equivalents of artifact forgers.
What if I could trade for the techniques of artifact forging from the fantasy world?
The more Xian thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. So he immediately decided to start focusing on news related to artifact forgers on the trading panel starting tomorrow.
With that in mind,
he picked up the steel cutting ring he won from Hai Tongtian. It was a metal ring about the size of a palm,
hollow on the inside and encircled by a razor-sharp blade on the outside. Only a small section of the ring was slightly thinner and lacked a blade, clearly intended as a handle. An item worth 20 million.
Xian gripped the handle and examined it closely. After all, even the most ordinary artisan crafted item
starts at 10 million. And at the 20 million level, such an item is by no means weak. He now had two of them.
Xian examined it for a moment, then gripped the steel cutting ring tightly
and swung it gently forward.
In an instant, he felt a significant amount of strength drained from his body,
as if absorbed by the steel cutting ring. Just as he swung it,
the steel cutting ring suddenly lit up. A blinding crescent-shaped blade of light shot out from it, slicing toward the bedroom wall with incredible speed.
Oh no!
Xian was horrified, but realized it was already too late to do anything about it. The next moment, the blade of light sliced through the wall without any resistance,
as easily as a knife cutting through tofu, leaving a crescent-shaped slit in the wall.
Xian could even see the living room through the opening.
Crack!
Immediately afterward, centered on that crescent-shaped slit, half the wall suddenly split open,
leaving countless fine, intricate cracks. Xian even had a premonition that if he so much as touched it, The wall would collapse with a thunderous crash. Thank goodness it wasn't a load-bearing wall, Xian thought to himself, while truly realizing for the first time the power of a craftsman's artifact. And this was merely a 20 million level artisan's artifact. As a fighter with 5,000 vitality, he had simply waved it casually, consuming only a small amount of his inner strength, and had nearly destroyed a reinforced concrete wall. If that had struck a person, what would have become of them? Instantly, Xian deeply understood why artisan's artifacts were so expensive, and why artisans held such high status. Glancing up at the half wall on the verge of collapse, Xian silently exhaled. Thank goodness I'm now effectively worth 10 million. That's enough to buy a large, open-plan apartment in the city center. And I can even use this as an excuse to convince my parents to move. Next, he tried out the flash needle, another artisan's artifact he obtained from Fonglin. To his surprise, the flash needle's effect was quite remarkable. Just like the other item, it required only a burst of strength once thrown at a target. The flash needle would instantly teleport right next to it, then pierce into it with immense destructive force. A wooden stool in the bedroom was instantly reduced to splinters by the flash needle. After testing the effects of both artisan's artifacts, seeing that it was already late at night, Xian, feeling satisfied, laid down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xian opened his eyes, waking up right on time. As a fighter, he didn't actually need much sleep, but getting a little extra rest was always better. His first instinct upon waking was to focus his mind, and he immediately opened the trading interface. As usual, he checked the listing information for the Azure Dragon Secret Womb Pearl and the Azure Dragon Body Forging Pills. And seeing that they were still listed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's because the exclusive secret realm for Lei City First High School was set to open today. And as long as he took first place, he'd be able to obtain the Sha-in water. With the Sha-in water, he could trade for the Azure Dragon Body Forging Pills, and then use them to master the Azure Dragon Path's second divine ability, Azure Dragon Breath. Not to mention, the Azure Dragon Body Forging Pills themselves were an extremely high-grade elixir. Consuming them would greatly benefit both his vitality and his physique. As long as he could get his hands on the Azure Dragon Body Forging Pill, who knows? He might even reach the first level of the Essence stage within 3 days, becoming a true entry-level cultivator. As a bonus, his vitality should easily break through the 10,000 point mark, making him a so-called one-star fighter. In the fighter stage, those with less than 10,000 vitality points are collectively referred to as entry-level fighters. Starting at 10,000 vitality points, each additional 10,000 points adds 1 star. For example, Fonglin and Hai Tongtian, both with 30,000 vitality points, are 3-star fighters. Principal Su of Lei City No. 2 High School, on the other hand, is a 9-star fighter. Of course, Xian also understood that his own strength certainly wasn't calculated using the same methods as ordinary fighters, but it could still serve as a reference. Xian's gaze shifted to the several new trade listings added today. After a quick scan, he found that none of them contained the artifact refinement techniques he was looking for, which left him a bit disappointed. However, there was an unexpected find. Earth-tier magical artifact, the Coiled Dragon Axe, for sale exchange only for purple starfruits 10 will suffice. An Earth-tier magical artifact and a giant axe, no less. Xian had always wanted to acquire a giant axe-type magical artifact, since the divine abilities of the Azure Dragon Dao were best suited to such weapons. He hadn't expected that after waiting for several days, he'd actually find one right before entering the secret realm. Earth-tier magical artifact. I recall that the 1,000-faced mask is only yellow tier, which means this coiled dragon axe is a full 2 tiers higher than the 1,000-faced mask. Xian understands the wonders of magical artifacts all too well. For example, the entire city is still searching for that middle-aged appliance repairman who killed Du Yan.
And even the most professional criminal investigators couldn't spot any flaws in his disguise. So, the coiled dragon axe, which is 2 tiers higher than the thousand-faced mask.
And is a weapon-type magical artifact to boot. Just how powerful could it be?
At the same time, a very practical problem presented itself to Xian.
He didn't have the purple starfruit required for this transaction. Purple starfruit? What is that? It can't be another natural spirit object, can it? If so, it'll be. Hurry, fellow Daoist, let us begin the exchange right away. Crafting a heaven-tier magical artifact?
Xian's gaze sharpened as he suddenly grasped the crux of the matter.
Is the person on the other end an artifact craftsman?
And one capable of crafting heaven-tier magical artifacts, no less. Perhaps he could obtain artifact crafting techniques from this heaven-tier artifact craftsman.
Ahem.
At that moment, Xian was struck by the urge to exploit a system glitch again. He cleared his throat and tentatively asked, "Fellow Daoist, I actually have more than 10 purple starfruits. I have 15, to be exact.
Would you like the extra ones?"
Silence suddenly fell on the other side of the small black hole. Several seconds later,
that simple, honest voice finally rang out, trembling with disbelief. "Fellow Daoist, do you really have 5 extra ones?"
Xian replied with absolute certainty.
"That's right," the simple-minded voice said.
"If I add 15 purple starfruits,
my heaven rank artifact will be complete almost immediately." "Fellow Daoist, besides the coiling dragon axe, what else do you want?"
"As long as I have it, I'll trade it for you." Xian felt a surge of joy, but his voice remained calm. "Since you need these purple starfruits so badly, I'll gladly part with them all for you.
As for what I want in return, I've recently become
quite interested in the art of artifact forging,"
the simple-minded voice immediately replied. "No problem at all, fellow Daoist.
I'll give you our sect's secret-level artifact forging techniques along with the coiled dragon axe right away." The next moment, the small black hole flashed with light. And a palm-sized, jet-black axe, along with a jade slip, appeared on the ground. Seeing this, Xian was quite surprised.
"Wow! This heaven-rank artifact forger's character is indeed as honest and straightforward as his voice. He actually handed over the items first."
After all, even that elder with impeccable character earlier had to have Xian hand over the star medal first, before he give the items in exchange.
"You're truly a man of your word, fellow Daoist. I'll give you all 15 purple starfruits right away,"
Xian said with a smile,
tossing all 15 purple starfruits into the black hole.
Instantly, a voice filled with sheer delight rang out from within the small black hole.
"Great! Thank you, fellow Daoist.
If you ever need a magical artifact forged, or encounter any difficulties in the art of artifact forging, feel free to come to me the next time we meet."
As soon as the words fell, the small black hole vanished instantly. Xian let out a long breath, still somewhat in disbelief,
and looked down at the jade slip on the ground. He had thought it would take at least several months, if not years, of hard work to obtain these artifact forging techniques. Yet he had acquired them so quickly.
And from a heaven-rank artifact forger, no less.
Xian first picked up the coiled dragon axe and stored it directly in his spatial box.
At first glance, the coiled dragon axe seemed unremarkable.
Its jet-black body exuded a sense of ancient simplicity and grandeur.
And it didn't even have any patterns.
The moment Xian touched it, however, the mana within him began to boil.
And he sensed a destructive power emanating from the axe. As an earth-rank artifact, the coiled dragon axe was undoubtedly extraordinary.
He decided to explore it further later. Bent down to pick up the jade slip inscribed with artifact forging techniques. And, with practiced ease, pressed it against his forehead. The next moment, the jade slip shattered with a loud boom, disintegrating into thousands upon thousands of strands of crystalline light, which danced in the air for a moment before surging en masse into Xian's forehead. Xian didn't even have time to react. His brain felt as if it had been smashed to pieces, causing excruciating pain. And blood gushed from his nose instantly. He fell backward uncontrollably, clutching his head with both hands. And the pain was so intense that he began to roll around on the ground. But from start to finish, he managed to hold back and didn't utter a sound. It took a full half-hour for the excruciating pain to subside. Xian lay on the ground, limbs spread wide, gasping for breath. As if he had narrowly escaped death. And at that moment, his mind was nearly overflowing with knowledge and techniques related to artifact forging. Taken together, this information on artifact forging exceeded the total volume of his memories from both of his lifetimes by 10 or even 100 times or more. Fortunately, this jade slip was also quite extraordinary. It seemed to have the effect of protecting both his soul and body. Otherwise, the moment such a colossal amount of knowledge was crammed into his mind, his soul would likely have collapsed along with his body. Xian understood that it was highly unlikely the good-natured heaven-rank artifact forger would harm him. The reason he hadn't specifically mentioned the extreme pain one would endure when mastering this artifact forging technique was most likely because he assumed Xian was also a powerful cultivator, capable of withstanding such pain or perhaps even immune to it altogether. Artifact crafters, especially heaven-tier ones in that fantasy world, must hold a very revered status. He spoke to me in a casual tone during our conversation. I suspect he subconsciously regarded me as the sovereign of a sacred land or the patriarch of a major sect. Xian quietly took this lesson to heart, and only then chose to begin assimilating the artifact crafting technique he had obtained. Cosmic crafting, what a majestic name! Artifact crafters are also divided into yellow, mystic, earth, and heaven tiers. As long as one can forge magical artifacts of the corresponding tier, one can advance. I wonder what level of craftsman in our world a yellow tier artifact crafter would be equivalent to. After spending a little over an hour digesting the information, Xian discovered that he had actually mastered the basics of how to forge yellow tier magical artifacts. Of course, what he grasped were just the methods. The specifics still required practice. Perfect when he went to sell those 4 bottles of Star Core water. He find a crafter guild to give it a try. The Crafter Guild is an exclusive organization that the vast majority of artisans in the Human Federation join, with dedicated facilities established in every human city. Whether selling Star Core water or buying or selling artisan goods, the Crafter Guild is the best place to go. Xian stood up, took out his phone, and glanced at the time. It read 10:23 a.m. Oh no, he was going to be late. Only then did he realize that because he'd been trying to master cosmic crafting, he'd wasted over 2 hours. He quickly washed up and rushed straight to school. Fortunately, the exclusive secret realm for Lei City First High School didn't open until the afternoon. Otherwise, he really would have missed it. At 10:35 a.m., Xian arrived at the classroom door right on time, or rather, just in time. The students had all been standing in meditation postures or practicing martial arts techniques. The classroom was buzzing with activity. But as soon as they saw Xian appear, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and surged toward him in a flash. Brother Xian, that's so awesome, did you really kill those 2 transfer students? Bro Xian, you might not know this, but Fenglin has already put out the word that he'll be looking out for you from now on. Holy cow! Having the direct grandson of a martial emperor looking out for us. That is something I wouldn't even dare dream of. Can you tell us about what happened last night? I'm so curious. Xian thought to himself, how come I never noticed before just how nosy my classmates are? Lu Qingqing's voice rang out, putting a timely stop to the conversation. Everyone, have you all broken through 1000 in vitality yet? If you don't work harder, you won't get into a good martial arts university. So don't come crying later, okay? Her tone was teasing, not at all stern. But it was surprisingly effective. The students reluctantly dispersed,
returning to their original spots to resume their training. Only Yu Xiaoyu remained standing where she was.
Her slender legs were crossed beneath her short skirt,
and a smile graced her sweet, fashionable face. "Xian, you finally showed up. Feng Lin almost thought Hai Tong Tian had sent someone to assassinate you." Hearing Yu Xiaoyu mention this, Xian's guard went up even further.
In fact, after killing Black Shadow and Vulture yesterday,
he had been on guard against Hai Tong Tian's retaliation even on his way back. However, Hai Tong Tian hadn't sent anyone to attack him.
Originally, Xian had intended to simply knock out Black Shadow and Vulture,
just as he had done with Fire Ape. Who would have thought they'd team up to try and kill him? Naturally, he wasn't going to show any mercy. As for whether this would provoke Hai Tong Tian, Xian wasn't the least bit worried. If the other side insisted on causing trouble, well, we'll see. Don't worry, Feng Lin's got my back, right? Hai Tong Tian probably wouldn't dare make a move. That's all. I'm off to do my standing meditation now,
Xian replied with a smile to Yu Xiaoyu, then walked off on his own toward his training area. Yu Xiaoyu watched his back, her eyes flickering for a moment,
lost in thought.
After taking a few steps, Xian arrived at his training area, and while pretending to practice his standing meditation, he began to ponder. Last night, while enjoying a barbecue at the luxurious estate Feng Lin had purchased,
he had already thoroughly investigated Hai Tong Tian's influence in Lei City. Hai Tong Tian was the grandson of the city lord of Hai Huang City.
Although he was a grandson by marriage, the city lord of Hai Huang City had no sons, only a daughter.
So he doted on Hai Tong Tian immensely.
This time, when Hai Tong Tian came to Lei City First High School as a transfer student, the lord of Hai Huang City personally assigned him 2 9-star martial masters as bodyguards.
That's right, 9-star martial masters.
Beings with vitality exceeding 900,000 points.
Keep in mind that even the lord of Lei City
has only around 300,000 vitality points. This made Xian once again realize the gap between the strong and the weak in this martial arts world, especially when it came to the resources they could mobilize. Moreover, the reason the lord of Hai Huang City did not dispatch a martial king under his command to protect Hai Tong Tian was actually due to a regulation in the Human Federation's laws. In small human cities, unless a disaster occurs, beings at the martial king level or higher are not permitted to enter at will, unless that martial king personally holds the position of city lord or director of the martial arts bureau for that specific small human city. Even without a martial king, even if it were just those 2 martial masters with over 900,000 vitality points,
Xian knew he would be absolutely no match for them. So, Xian's plan was simple. He would strike while Hai Tong Tian was at school or when he was alone. As for when he might find such an opportunity, that would depend on how lucky he was over the next month. Hai Tong Tian's vitality was over 30,000.
And it would certainly continue to rise. Even if my vitality broke through 10,000.
Combined with the Azure Dragon True Flame Claw, I might not necessarily be his match.
But if he were to master the divine technique Sanglong Breath, that would be a different story.
You see?
The Sanglong True Flame Claw is actually just a basic divine technique of the Sanglong Dao. But Sanglong Breath is a high-grade divine technique of the Sanglong Dao. The combat power boost from such a technique would definitely exceed 20,000 vitality points. And as he grows stronger, the boost would only increase further. Xian grew even more excited about the exclusive secret realm for Lei City First High School that afternoon.
As for Hai Tong Tian, being the martial emperor's own grandson,
he might have plenty of artisan crafted items and such, but Xian wasn't worried.
Hai Tong Tian's artisan crafted items,
even combined, probably wouldn't match up to his own Earth-rank magical artifact, the Coiling Dragon Axe.
Come to think of it, why hasn't the principal come to find me?
He hasn't asked me to stop by his office either. Even though he specifically warned me not to provoke those transfer students. Suddenly realizing this, Xian felt a bit puzzled.
He speculated that it was either because Fong Lin had declared he'd protect him, so Principal Shin didn't dare interfere, or it had something to do with the Supernova Legion. Principal Shin didn't seem as straightforward as he appeared on the surface. Before long, it was noon. To his surprise, Fong Lin actually showed up at Class 5, Senior 3. Ready to take Xian out for lunch. Amid the envious stares of his classmates, Xian followed Fong Lin with a hint of resignation as they headed toward the school cafeteria. Truth be told, he really didn't want to draw so much attention to himself. But there was nothing he could do as the biological grandson of a martial emperor. He was simply too dazzling a presence in a place like Lei City. Fong Lin led Xian, along with Lu Yunxiao who had come with them, all the way up to the third floor of the school cafeteria. This was originally the teacher's dining area. But Fong Lin simply walked right in. And the table was already laden with exquisite dishes. "Have a seat, Xian. I have two things to discuss with you." Fong Lin flashed a bright, toothy smile and said. Xian sat down and asked curiously, "What is it?" Fong Lin sat across from him, first picking up a chicken drumstick and passing it to him, then said with a smile, "First of all, as you know, my family has assigned 3 9-star martial masters to serve as my bodyguards. I plan to assign one of them to protect you and your family." Xian had learned yesterday that Fong Lin had 3 9-star martial masters as bodyguards. One more than Hai Tong Tian. But now, he felt a mix of surprise and deep appreciation. He never would have imagined that Fong Lin would be willing to assign one of his 9-star martial masters just to protect him. Although in a small human city like Lei City, it's unlikely that any major dangers would arise. Having one more 9-star martial master is, after all, an extra layer of protection. Xian was silent for a moment, then accepted without hesitation, saying, "All right, thank you very much." His parents would be away on a business trip for a week, traveling by interstellar spacecraft to other planets in the Human Federation. Under these circumstances, Xian wasn't particularly worried about his parents' safety. Even for a martial emperor, it would be extremely difficult to meddle on other human planets. After all, those planets also had their own martial emperors. And naturally, no martial emperor would allow another to encroach on their territory. Originally, Xian had planned to wait until his parents returned from their business trip, at which point he would send them money, so they could continue traveling on other human planets. He would decide on his next steps only after he had become truly powerful, or after resolving the current situation. Of course, Fong Lin was unaware of his current thoughts. So under these circumstances, the fact that Fong Lin had even considered the safety of his parents truly moved Xian deeply. Fong Lin smiled and continued, "This second matter is an opportunity for you. It's something I've come up with. A great solution that will spare you the worry of being stuck with only 10,000 vitality for the rest of your life." What kind of solution? Xian was genuinely curious now. Could it be that Fong Lin had managed to obtain a Hanyu star birth crystal? That seemed unlikely. Even for a martial emperor, a Hangyu star birth crystal was a prize that was out of reach. Lu Yunxiao, standing nearby, also looked at Fong Lin with curiosity, equally eager to know what the solution was. Fong Lin paused briefly before saying solemnly, "I pulled some strings through my grandfather, and had him ask a master craftsman for help. That master craftsman agreed and sent one of his apprentices. So this afternoon, the Crafter Guild from Lei City will come to Lei City First High School, specifically to conduct an interview for you." Hearing this, Xian's spirit soared. You see, not just anyone can become a craftsman. You have to pass an interview. Of course, this kind of interview isn't about reviewing resumes or academic credentials. Instead, they specify a craft item, and have someone with absolutely no crafting experience attempt to make it from scratch. Then, based on the quality of the finished product, they determine whether you can become a craftsman. That's right, that's how it works for craftsmen.
First and foremost, it comes down to natural talent.
And it relies heavily on it. Normally, to get an interview like this,
You'd have to pay a fee and pull strings.
the fee for a single interview is 15 million non-refundable whether you pass or fail. Even if you can afford the fee, it still depends on whether the Crafter Guild's artisans have the time and are willing to hold an interview.
There are plenty of people who paid the 15 million.
And still haven't gotten an interview opportunity after years of waiting. Xian had originally planned
to visit the Crafter Guild in Thunder City frequently and gradually look for an opportunity. He never expected that this time,
Feng Lin would actually arrange an interview for him right away.
Come to think of it, if I could become a crafter, not only would I enjoy a prestigious status in the future, but my life would also be very comfortable, and no one would dare to mess with me easily. Naturally, I wouldn't have to worry about being stuck with only 10,000 vitality points for the rest of my life.
Xian thought to himself. Even though he hadn't actually eaten the blood god fruit, he was still deeply moved by Feng Lin's thoughtful consideration. Just then, Lu Yunxiao suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, didn't I hear that there are vitality requirements for artisans too? Feng Lin chuckled.
That's why I tell you to read more and stop playing video games all the time. 10,000 vitality points is more than enough to become a junior artisan that has plenty.
Lu Yunxiao had a sudden realization and agreed wholeheartedly. That's true. Even here in Tenji City,
junior artisans live a life above the rest,
with a status even higher than my father's. Feng Lin nodded with a smile and said,
There is no vitality requirement for a craftsman's apprentice, but I think the minimum is 1,000 points.
For a junior craftsman, 10,000 vitality points will do. Moving up to intermediate craftsman, I believe it's 100,000 points. Lu Yunxiao added.
Right, that's how I remember it too.
Advanced artisans need 1 million vitality points.
And as for Grandmaster level artisans, that has 10 million vitality points. They're all martial emperors themselves. And they can craft incredibly powerful artisanal items. Other martial emperors all scramble to get their hands on those.
Xian listened silently, quietly taking note.
Artisan apprentice, junior artisan, intermediate artisan, senior artisan, grandmaster artisan. He was quite curious to know which artisan ranks corresponded to the various tiers of artifact forgers
in the fantasy world. With that in mind, Xian asked curiously, what lies above Grandmaster level artisans? Or rather, are Grandmaster level artisans the pinnacle? Feng Lin shook his head and said mysteriously,
No, there is one more rank above Grandmaster level craftsman though.
It's a truly legendary existence. In the entire human federation,
there are only 3 such beings. After a brief pause, he said, enunciating each word clearly.
Above Grandmaster level craftsman lies the celestial artisan.
The status of a celestial artisan is on par with that of the human federation's chief commander.
Celestial artisan.
Xian found himself yearning for that title as he listened. And at the same time, he understood the origin of the Crafter Guild's name.
The 3 of them chatted and ate. And before long, the entire table of dishes was completely cleared. As a fighter, especially one still growing, these dishes were barely enough to fill him up. All right, let us head to the training ground. But don't put any pressure on yourself. Just let things take their natural course. After all, whether or not you become a craftsman
depends most on your natural talent.
Feng Lin stood up and said with a smile. Xian nodded. Yeah, don't worry. I've always had a pretty calm mindset. Lu Yunxiao teased from the side.
I won't say anything else, but Xian, with that kind of mindset, you're actually starting to resemble the craftspeople a bit. The 3 of them walked downstairs, and as soon as they stepped out of the cafeteria, they saw the playground already packed with students from all grades. A sea of people. And even the principal had made an unprecedented appearance.
Fong Lin said with a smile. Looks like that intermediate artisan has already arrived. Come on. Let us hurry over. With Fong Lin leading the way, Xian and his group headed straight for the playground. As they walked, Xiaxi and Yu Xiaoyu also happened to be passing by. It seemed the two girls had just finished their meals as well. In terms of looks alone, Xiaxi was slightly outshone by Yu Xiaoyu. But her figure was even more stunning. With these two girls walking together, they naturally attracted countless glances, truly forming an exceptionally eye-catching sight. What is going on? Why are there so many people on the playground? As soon as Xiaxi walked over, she asked curiously. Before Fong Lin could answer, Lu Yunxiao jumped in. The boss specially arranged an artisan interview for Xian. Xiaxi's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Really? Fong Lin nodded and laughed. What, don't you believe Xian can become a craftsman? Xiaxi shook her head vigorously, denying it. No, quite the opposite. I support you, Xian. Xian chuckled. Then I'll take your good wishes for now. Yu Xiaoyu, however, said nothing. She just watched. News of Fong Lin's status as the martial emperor's own grandson had spread throughout the campus by yesterday afternoon. So when Fong Lin and his entourage arrived, the students instinctively parted to make a path. This allowed Xian to finally see what was in the middle of the playground. It was a room, covering an area of about 50 square meters. Inside were furnaces, hammers and pliers of various sizes, as well as all sorts of unidentifiable potions and materials from ferocious beasts. Of course, what truly surprised Xian was actually how this structure had been moved onto the playground in the first place. At the entrance, a man with a rugged, full beard was smoking a cigarette, his expression impassive, oblivious to the crowd of students gathered around him. He wore a work vest and Dr. Martin's boots, making it immediately clear that he was a craftsman. Seeing this, Fong Lin walked over quickly, bowed politely, and said, Uncle Wei, it's me. This intermediate-level craftsman named Wei Han nodded and replied casually. My master already told me. Who is that kid you recommended? Have him come over. I'm in a hurry. Fong Lin immediately introduced Xian to Wei Han, maintaining a very polite tone when addressing him. Wei Han gave Xian a quick once-over and said at once, Follow me. You have 1 hour. I'll set the standards. Just then, a sinister voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Master Craftsman. Are you really going to give this kid whose vitality will never break 10,000 points a chance to audition? You must know that even if he passes, he'll be stuck as a junior craftsman for the rest of his life. As soon as the voice spoke, Xian immediately recognized it as Hai Tong Tian's. Not only did he recognize it, but Fong Lin and the others did as well. Wei Han furrowed his brow slightly, but instead of looking toward the source of the voice, he turned to Fong Lin and said, This kid you recommended, his vitality can't break 10,000? What is going on? Did he eat a blood god fruit? An uncontrollable rage welled up inside Fong Lin, and he even felt an impulse to strike out at Hai Tong Tian on the spot. Although Wei Han would find out about this sooner or later anyway. But if Xian passed the interview, the situation would be completely different once he revealed it. Now, however, Hai Tong Tian had pointed out that it would be difficult for Xian's vitality to break through 10,000 points. And Wei Han would very likely deliberately make things difficult for Xian during the interview. Of course, this isn't to say that junior artisans have no value as trainees. In fact, the Crafter Guild and indeed the entire Human Federation would love to have as many artisans as possible, even if they're just at the apprentice level, let alone junior artisans. After all, the more artisans there are, the more artisan-crafted items can be produced. And this can tangibly boost the combat prowess of all humanity as fighters. But no matter how you look at it, Wei Han, faced with a kid who could only reach the level of a junior crafter, looked down on him and was bound to make things difficult for him. Feng Lin was just about to bring up his grandfather to get Wei Han to give him some face. At that moment, Xian suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Wei Han, let me give it a try. After all, even if it's just one more crafter apprentice. I'm sure you wouldn't refuse, right?" Wei Han's questioning gaze shifted away from Feng Lin
and turned to Xian, but he didn't answer right away. The atmosphere instantly grew silent, a silence so heavy it made one's heart race.
An intermediate artisan, though their strength is equivalent to that of a martial master, holds a status between that of a martial king and a martial emperor.
It could be said that no one present could truly afford to provoke him. If he were to truly lose his temper, many would suffer the consequences. Wei Han, however, smiled. He took a drag on his cigarette, exhaled a long stream of smoke, and said, "Not bad. I like your confidence. You're right. Even in a super large human city, an artisaness apprentice can do very well for themselves. If you manage to become a junior artisan, I might even earn some credit for it. Come on in." At that, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Seeing this, He Tongshan's expression suddenly darkened. He had actually already planned exactly how he would kill Shen. In fact, before killing him, he intended to torture him thoroughly, to avenge his two subordinates. But if Xian passed the interview and became a craftsman's apprentice, it would be very difficult to take action against him then. If Xian were to eventually become a junior artisan,
then Hai Tongtian would be completely afraid to lay a finger on him. At that point, he'd only dare to act if he asked his own grandfather to intervene. But even his grandfather would have serious reservations about killing a junior artisan from the Human Federation.
"Don't worry, big brother. This kid's just a bit agile."
"Do you really think the artisan interview is that easy to pass?" Zhou Huayuan, standing nearby, spoke up.
He'd been knocked unconscious by Xian in front of everyone, and had held a grudge ever since.
Hai Tongtian nodded, saying thoughtfully, "That's true. I've seen the statistics before. Out of 100,000 applicants, it's already quite good if even one passes the artisan interview." Zhou Huayuan roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha, exactly. I don't believe this Xian could be that lucky. Besides, if he fails the interview, it'll be a huge embarrassment for Feng Lin and his grandfather." It must be said that Zhou Huayuan's words had quite the effect. Hai Tongtian's mood instantly improved,
and he found himself hoping that Xian would be rejected outright.
Feng Lin and the others, seeing Xian enter the artisan's chamber, all waited outside without being told.
Beyond that, eyes from all over the school were fixed on him.
Principal Shun Zongtian stood among the crowd,
as did Principal Su Qianzhong from Lei City No. 2 High School. At that moment, Su Qianzhong, his expression fierce, mused with a touch of regret.
"What a pity, such a pity. That kid Xian isn't just skilled in combat.
He is also so adept at playing both sides. He has actually managed to build such a close relationship with the grandson of a martial emperor.
And to this extent, no less. What a pity." Shun Zongtian watched Xian's retreating figure with nothing but admiration in his eyes, showing not a trace of reproach.
It seemed that, though he had verbally warned Xian not to provoke the transfer students,
after Xian actually killed two of them,
he didn't seem to care at all.
Hearing Su Qianzhong's words, Shun Zongtian chuckled. "What's there to regret? Everyone has their own fate. Besides,
if Xian manages to become an artisan's apprentice or even a junior artisan,
then you'll be the one envying him." Su Qianzhong replied noncommittally.
"True, but statistically speaking, the odds are 1 in 100,000. And that's among those who can afford the interview fee and have the right connections.
It's no easy feat." Shun Zongtian chuckled.
"Let us just see how things play out."
Inside the artisan's workshop,
Wei Han ran a finger over one of the dozen or so spatial boxes hanging from his waist,
and a dagger appeared.
This dagger was quite extraordinary, adorned with intricate and elegant patterns,
which were even glowing faintly.
The silver thorn dagger, a craftsman's piece worth around 10 million.
You'll craft this one. With that, Wei Han tossed it directly to Xian.
Xian caught it with one hand, and the moment his fingers touched it, all the materials and crafting steps required for the dagger instinctively flashed through his mind. All of this came from cosmic crafting.
Sure enough, whether it was a craftsman's item worth 10 million or 20 million. Within the cosmic crafting system,
it was equivalent to nothing more than a substandard yellow rank magical artifact.
As he was pondering this, Wei Han tossed another parchment his way, and a deep, masculine voice rang out.
These are the materials and steps required to craft the silver thorn dagger.
You have 10 minutes to memorize them, then start crafting immediately.
The crafting process must not exceed 1 hour, otherwise, it will be deemed a failure. Xian caught it and, after just a quick glance, immediately spotted numerous errors and omissions. Whether it was the choice of ferocious beast materials and metals, or the crafting steps themselves, they were riddled with errors. Xian was absolutely certain that Wei Han couldn't have intentionally given him an incorrect blueprint. After all, a craftsman's interview was a very serious matter. And there were so many pairs of eyes watching.
So the only possibility
was that his mastery of cosmic crafting was simply too advanced,
allowing him to spot the problems with this blueprint from such a lofty perspective. In other words, the blueprint was actually correct.
But only to his eyes did it appear riddled with errors in need of improvement.
All right, I'll give it a try.
Xian nodded in agreement, walked over to the materials table, and began selecting his materials.
Outside the craftsman's workshop, Fenglin began to grow anxious.
The silver-spiked dagger, this was one of the most difficult items among the 10 million level craftsman's works.
Hadn't Uncle Wei seemed quite optimistic about Xian just a moment ago? Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxiao speculated. Maybe it's precisely because he is so optimistic that he is setting such high standards? Just then, Hai Tongtian walked over with Zhou Huayuan, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Fenglin, you're really willing to go all out.
It's just a pity that this master craftsman doesn't seem to be giving you any face. He has actually chosen such a difficult piece to craft.
Zhou Huayuan added with schadenfreude. No offense, but
even some artisan apprentices might not be able to forge the silver thorn dagger.
As for Xian, don't even think about it. Although Hai Tongtian and Zhou Huayuan appeared to be having a casual conversation,
their words were undoubtedly overheard by the surrounding students.
Throughout the entire senior class and even across the whole of Lei City First High School,
many people had never actually seen what Xian looked like, but they had all heard of his reputation.
Once a student with mediocre martial arts performance, after accidentally consuming the blood god fruit, his vitality skyrocketed,
and he single-handedly crushed the top 5 geniuses at Second High School. And later, in a bold and audacious move, killed 2 transfer students. With all these exploits, it would have been impossible for Xian not to become famous.
At the same time,
everyone also knew that Xian would likely never be able to break through the 10,000-point vitality barrier in his lifetime. Now, seeing that Xian seemed unlikely to pass this interview, the students across the school wore a variety of expressions. First he overdrew his potential by eating the blood god fruit. And now he is deluding himself into thinking he can become a craftsman. I think he has gone crazy trying to make a name for himself.
What is wrong with wanting to make a name for yourself? As fighters, if we don't compete, are we even fighters?
It's just that his method is too extreme. I think that's all Xian will ever amount to in his life. Eat the blood god fruit, make a splash, and then fade into obscurity.
Yeah. In the future, he won't even measure up to graduates from ordinary martial arts universities. He is just enjoying a moment of glory right now. And he wants to be a craftsman? Is that something just anyone can do? If it were really that easy, Would it even be his turn?
As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot, and a tall tree catches the wind.
Xian's meteoric rise naturally sparked a lot of jealousy and resentment.
Now everyone was seizing this opportunity to vent their frustrations. Of course, not a single student from Class 5, Senior 3 spoke up. It was all students from other classes who were talking. At that moment, Wei Han, who had been leaning against the wall of the craftsman's workshop, stood up. His gaze slowly sweeping over the students who had just been sneering and mocking him. In a tone that sent a chill down everyone's spine, he said coldly,
"If anyone dares to deliberately disrupt this craftsman interview, don't blame me for showing no mercy."
The moment those words left his mouth, the entire crowd fell instantly silent. Many of the students who had been mocking Xian just moments ago turned deathly pale with fear and clamped their mouths shut. Only Haitong Tian and Zhou Huoyuan remained relatively unfazed. After all, one was the martial emperor's own grandson, and the other was the martial king's only son. Their status set them apart from the others. Although they both respected Wei Han, they also knew he wouldn't take action against them without cause. Xian had already begun selecting materials from ferocious beasts and metals. With Wei Han's earlier warning fresh in their minds, everyone fell silent.
But as a result, they watched Xian's crafting process with even greater focus.
Xian moved at a steady pace, picking up, one by one, a fist-sized chunk of silver metal, a long thong from an unidentified ferocious beast, and several serrated black leaves among more than 20 other crafting materials. He placed all these materials into an iron bucket nearby,
then walked over to the high-tech casting station on the other side of the craftsman's workshop.
Wei Han was the only one in the room who understood how to craft artisanal items. Everyone else was just there to watch the spectacle, so they were completely unable to spot Xian's mistake. Wei Han, however, furrowed his brow slightly,
even pausing mid-puff on his cigarette.
This kid he seemed so confident just a moment ago.
Yet he couldn't even remember which materials were required. Wei Han felt quite disappointed. He knew the crafting blueprint for the silver thorn dagger, inside and out.
At a glance, he could see that Xian had selected the wrong materials for several items. For example, while the recipe clearly called for purple blood grassberries, Xian had picked up black blood grassberries instead.
Furthermore, the Icefawn wolf's fangs were used to cool the metal during forging, and they worked exceptionally well. Just one was enough. Yet Xian had taken a full 3.
He really is a connected insider, the kind who has eaten the blood god fruit.
I shouldn't have had any expectations.
Wei Han shook his head slightly inwardly, already holding a very dim view of Xian. In fact, he hadn't chosen the silver-spiked dagger to deliberately make things difficult for Xian, but because this interview had been arranged on short notice, and the available materials were limited. Of all the artisan items that could be crafted with the materials on hand, the silver-spiked dagger was the simplest.
He hadn't expected
that Xian would get the crafting formula wrong right off the bat. At that moment, Xian had already walked up to the high-tech forging station.
This high-tech forging station,
at first glance, resembled a large metal box placed on a table. The box was surrounded by rows of robotic arms,
each holding tools such as hammers, pliers, and wrenches.
It is said that in ancient times, craftsmen would hold a hammer in one hand and iron tongs in the other,
handcrafting their tools by hand. With the advancement of technology,
craftsmen have long since adopted high-tech forging stations,
and very few still adhere to traditional techniques.
Xian first placed the iron bucket at his feet, then picked up the helmet next to the high-tech forging station,
and put it on his head. Instantly, the entire high-tech forging station glowed blue.
An intense heat erupted from the rectangular iron box,
even spilling out of the craftsman's workshop. Many students instinctively took several steps back,
but Wei Han remained expressionless and motionless. The next moment, the mechanical arms began to move, some reaching into the iron bucket at Xian's feet to retrieve forging materials,
while others probed inside the large rectangular iron box, emitting a clanking sound as metal rubbed against metal. The former was normal, but the latter puzzled the onlookers. What was Xian doing? Only Wei Han knew he was pre-engraving martial runes. This was also the very foundation that allowed the artisan's artifacts to unleash all manner of wondrous abilities. In Xian's eyes, these were not simply martial patterns. According to cosmic crafting, they were known as heaven-earth Dao patterns. The art of artifact forging originated from harnessing the natural forces of all things through heaven-earth Dao patterns, then distorting or altering them via magical artifacts to unleash them, achieving all sorts of incredible effects. As for the martial patterns on the silver thorn dagger's blueprint, they were nothing more than incomplete versions of the heaven and earth Dao patterns. Next, Xian began placing various forging materials into the machine, all the while continuously engraving the heaven and earth Dao patterns. The robotic arm's speed increased steadily, faster and faster, as all manner of foul or strange odors kept wafting out from the large rectangular iron box. Occasionally, sparks flashed, and on several occasions, molten iron of various colors even splattered out. Although Wei Han no longer harbored any hopes for Xian, especially after seeing that his forging techniques were riddled with errors, he still carefully observed this interview. Finally, the robotic arms slowed down, and a moment later, they all came to a sudden halt. In that instant, everyone, Fenlin, Lu Yunxiao, Yu Xiaoyu, the principal, and the others, even Hai Tongtian, held their breath. For everyone realized that Xian had finished forging. Whether it was a success or not depended on whether a finished product had been produced, and what grade that product would receive. With a whoosh, a vast amount of steam billowed out from the high-tech forging platform. This meant that the silver-thorn dagger inside had completely cooled down. Wei Han stepped forward on his own initiative, though his eyes held a hint of indifference. Having witnessed Xian's performance earlier, he no longer harbored any expectations for Xian's interview this time. It was merely a formality. Xian, however, remained composed as he removed his helmet. He knew full well that his forging of the silver-thorn dagger had been a resounding success. After all, with his current abilities, a little more practice would allow him to forge yellow-rank magical artifacts. And this silver-thorn dagger was merely equivalent to an incomplete yellow-rank magical artifact. This was his first attempt. He had gained some experience, and it made him truly realize that artifact forging requires plenty of practice and experimentation. No wonder there's a saying that every craftsman is nurtured by countless crafting materials. Finished? Wei Han asked, following protocol. Yes, it's finished. As Xian spoke, he stepped aside, as if waiting for Wei Han to inspect it himself. But then Wei Han reached out with one hand, and an invisible force surged from his palm. The next moment, a crisp clang rang out from inside the rectangular iron chest, and a flash of silver light shot into his palm. Wei Han had only intended to perform a routine inspection, but the moment that silver light landed in his palm, he couldn't help but glance at it. What's this? Wei Han's voice wavered with uncertainty. He hurried over to the large rectangular box, peered inside, then straightened up to look at the silver dagger in his hand. And for a moment, he seemed to freeze. It was as if he had encountered something utterly unusual and utterly unbelievable. Wei Han's extremely strange behavior naturally left everyone around him puzzled. What was this intermediate artisan doing? Why wasn't he grading the silver-spiked dagger Xian had crafted? However, an old hand like Shinzongtian could see right through Wei Han's thoughts. A hint of surprise flashed in Shinzongtian's eyes as he looked at Xian's slightly frail figure. This kid. After silently examining the silver-spiked dagger in his hand for quite a while, Wei Han finally spoke slowly. His voice was no longer deep and resonant, but instead carried a hint of tremor and disbelief.
The materials are correct. I marked them all specifically myself. This silver spiked dagger was indeed forged using those materials. After muttering to himself for a moment, he suddenly looked at Xian and said, Did you really forge this?" His words seemed directed at Xian. Yet it was as if even Xian could not provide him with an answer. Xian smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Wei Han, you were right there watching the entire forging process just now, weren't you?" As soon as these words left his mouth, they seemed to give Wei Han a sense of certainty. Yet at the same time, they seemed to send a shock through him. He suddenly took a few steps back, and with a thud, his broad back slammed against the wall of the craftsman's workshop. His voice shifted from a tremor to a shudder. No, this can't be. This silver thorn dagger. There is absolutely no way someone who has never forged anything before could have made this. This is already very close to the level of a junior craftsman. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire hall was stunned. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Close to the level of a junior artisan? Xian isn't this his very first attempt at crafting an artisan item? That's right, I live in the same neighborhood as him. His parents are just ordinary wage earners. There is no way they could afford to let him practice crafting artisan items. That's right, the starting cost of materials for crafting artisan items is in the millions. And even if his family sold their house, they still couldn't afford it. So what is going on? How could he be this good? Wow, could he really be a natural-born artisan? This time, much of the buzz came from the students in Class 5 of Senior 3. As the interview drew to a close, they deliberately let out loud exclamations of amazement. Partly to prove Xian right, and partly to strike back at those who had previously doubted Jiang Xian. Feng Lin's expression, however, lit up with sheer delight. He naturally realized that Xian had completely aced this artisan interview, and with a performance that exceeded all expectations. Lu Yunxiao, however, was unusually silent this time. He was relieved about only one thing. Thankfully, because Boss Feng Lin held Xian in such high regard. He had never looked down on Xian from start to finish. Or rather, at least not on the surface. In truth, he had looked down on Xian a little before. After all, as the son of a martial king, it was unlikely he would befriend someone who would remain a one-star fighter for the rest of his life. But now, Lu Yunxiao felt from the bottom of his heart that it was necessary to befriend Xian properly. He even thought it would be acceptable to curry some favor with him. Xia Xia's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She had to admit that since arriving at Lei City First High School, this young man named Xian had given her far more surprises than she could have imagined. Whether it was his effortless defeat of Hai Tong Tian's henchman yesterday, or his extraordinary performance today during the artisan interview. In fact, she knew full well that once Xian became a junior artisan, she wouldn't even be good enough for him. Even a female martial king level figure would be more than happy to marry a junior artisan. And it would be a true union of equals. The kind of marriage everyone envies. At that moment, Wei Han's slightly trembling hand came to a halt. He looked up at Xian, his gaze even more somber, yet filled with a sense of recognition and even admiration he had never felt before. Xian, you've passed this interview. Starting today, you're an artisan apprentice. And judging by how things are going, you'll be ready to take the junior artisan exam in no more than half a year. As soon as those words were spoken, the students outside the artisan's workshop erupted in a collective gasp. And the atmosphere boiled over completely. Oh my god, our school has actually produced an artisan apprentice. And it'll only take half a year to become a junior artisan? That's incredible. A junior artisan, even in a massive human city, is already a top-tier figure. Whether he is a big shot or not isn't the point. The point is that from now on, whenever he wants, he be able to casually craft artisanal items and sell them for tens of millions?
That's so shallow, way too shallow. A junior artisan. Can that even be measured in money? You have to understand. A junior artisan isn't even afraid to cross a martial king. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Xian isn't just trying to show off. He is genuinely talented. If I had that kind of talent, my parents would wake up laughing in their sleep.
Many of those who had previously mocked Xian fell silent. But some immediately changed their tune,
beginning to lavish Xian with praise.
In this world, that is just how people are as long as you're powerful enough.
Even those who hate you will turn into your supporters.
Xian, however, remained completely unfazed by all this.
In fact, as far as he was concerned,
it would have been strange if he hadn't passed this interview.
Judging by this situation,
if I were to become a true yellow rank artifact forger,
wouldn't that be equivalent to an intermediate level artisan?
In that case, wouldn't an earth rank artifact forger
be equivalent to a grandmaster level artisan?
This was merely his speculation. After all, he had never held a grandmaster level artisan's creation to compare with the earth rank magical artifact in his hand, the coiling dragon axe. So he didn't know exactly what level of artisan he would be equivalent to if he became an earth rank artifact forger.
Ha 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 ha. Xian, good. Very good.
Just then, a loud burst of laughter rang out,
and everyone turned to see Principal Shun Zongtian striding toward them.
He looked at Xian with great admiration, reached out, and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder.
Good, very good. Xian,
you've truly given me more than enough surprises today.
Once this afternoon's Secret Realm training is over, I'll personally book a banquet tonight to celebrate you. Oh, and invite your parents too. Secret Realm training?
Wei Han suddenly furrowed his brow.
Shun Zongtian asked, somewhat taken aback.
What is wrong? But Wei Han shook his head slowly yet firmly.
He said, enunciating each word clearly. No, he can't go to the Secret Realm.
In half a year, he'll likely be a junior artisan.
Principal Shun, I'm going to be blunt. Can Lei City First High School as a whole afford the consequences of losing a junior artisan?
This was a rather offensive remark. Anyone else would have been extremely upset.
But Shun Zongtian merely smiled and said, Don't worry. This is Lei City First High School's exclusive secret realm. It's not very dangerous. However, as for whether he should go or not, you might as well ask student Xian for his opinion.
As he spoke, he looked at Xian.
Xian's mind was made up.
On the one hand, he needed the suppressing water. On the other, entering the secret realm was one of the few opportunities he had to kill Wei. And he certainly wasn't going to let it slip by. So, Xian said with conviction, Yeah, I want to go into the secret realm for some training. Seeing this, Wei Han, who was usually quite assertive, didn't try to dissuade Xian,
but instead let out a sigh.
Then he ran his hand over the dozen or so spatial boxes at his waist,
and an object resembling a bulletproof vest, along with a throwing knife, appeared in his hands.
Here, take these. With these 2 artisan-crafted items,
how much vitality do you have? 2,500 points. Xian answered without hesitation. Wei Han nodded and continued.
Let me see with these 2 artisan-crafted items. You'll even be able to face an opponent with around 7,000 vitality head-on without losing.
Consider this a welcome gift. After a brief pause, he added. Of course, this isn't just me being generous. I've discovered another artisan for the Artisans Guild. And the reward I'll receive is far greater than this, ha ha ha.
I'll be able to give you a good share of it later. Clearly, this man, who had been so serious just moments ago, was now in high spirits. And all of this was because of Xian.
But no one noticed
that when Dang Wei, standing in the crowd, saw Wei Han pull out the 2 artisan items,
her brows furrowed instantly.
Yet upon hearing that even with these two items, Xian could only handle opponents with around 7,000 vitality,
her brows relaxed again,
and a hint of disdain even flashed in the depths of her eyes.
At that moment, Wei Han continued. Xian, if you're willing, you don't have to go to school anymore.
You can join our crafter guild in Lei City right away.
Starting tomorrow afternoon, I'll be in charge. And I can provide you with all kinds of materials to craft even more advanced artisan items.
He paused for a moment, then added. After all, as you know, great artisans are forged using expensive crafting materials.
Shen Zongtian, having been reminded, said. Oh, right. Xian, you can choose to withdraw from the martial arts college entrance exam right now.
Of course.
If you want to attend college, that's also an option. Even the very top martial arts universities would be willing to admit you on a special basis because of your status as a craftsman's apprentice. Everyone knows that during the martial arts college entrance exam, although organizers do their best to prevent fighting among candidates, fists and feet have no eyes on the arena, and casualties are inevitable. Under these circumstances,
for Xian to participate again in his current status as a craftsman's apprentice
is simply not worth the risk.
On the other hand, the exam itself is very rigorous and fair,
treating everyone regardless of status equally.
Therefore, if Xian were to take the exam as a craftsman's apprentice,
he wouldn't receive any special advantages, making it even less necessary. Unexpectedly, Xian shook his head and said, No, I'm still going to take the exam. I'll just go to the Crafter Guild every day after school. Upon hearing this, Shen Zongtian and Wei Han were both taken aback.
In the crowd, Wei's brow furrowed deeply.
Wei Han immediately tried to dissuade him. Xian, your vitality is capped at 10,000 points. You can't possibly compete with those true prodigies. Even if you manage to qualify for the Heaven Tier College entrance exam, you'll only make it into the top 100 at best. If you run into a prodigy of the demon level caliber, you might even be killed in a single round. Wei Han's words revealed that he was quite knowledgeable about the entrance exam.
Xian remained silent for a few seconds, then slowly raised his head
and said in a very determined tone,
I have a reason why I must take the entrance exam.
He acted this way because he wanted everyone to believe
that he was taking the exam because of a promise to someone or some kind of conviction.
Of course,
his true motive was to secure first place on the college entrance exam and obtain the Hangyu Star Birth Crystal.
Moreover, with a full half-year still to go, never mind any human prodigies,
even those true powerhouses might be crushed by him in half a year's time. For him, the college entrance exam posed absolutely no danger whatsoever. Seeing this, Wei Han suddenly let out a sigh, adopting a weathered expression that suggested he, too, had his own share of stories.
It seems this is some kind of promise you're determined to keep. And I understand. Since that is the case, I won't stand in your way.
After a brief pause, he glanced at his watch and continued.
All right, the interview has come to a successful conclusion, Xian.
Take this.
Once you return and complete the genetic, fingerprint, and facial recognition verification,
you'll be officially part of our Artisans Guild. As Wei Han spoke, he handed a badge to Xian.
Xian took it
and saw that it was a high-tech looking badge, seemingly crafted from a blue crystal,
though it was still in an unactivated state.
He planned to activate it once he got back and thanked him. Wei Han smiled at this and said,
Just call me Old Wei. From now on, I'll be something of a senior to you.
At the mention of this, a deep sense of regret welled up within Wei Han's heart. What a pity, such a terrible pity. Given the potential Xian had demonstrated in crafting the silver thorn dagger, if he hadn't consumed the blood god fruit,
which permanently capped his vitality at 10,000 points, then he might very well have become a senior artisan,
a master craftsman that has a status that surpasses even that of a martial emperor. What a pity. Because of that damned blood god fruit. The Human Federation has lost a master craftsman. The more Wei Han thought about it, the more deeply he regretted it. Alright, I have other matters to attend to, Xian. If you have time, just come find me at the Crafter Guild in Thunder City. After giving those instructions, Wei Han immediately took out his phone and pressed a button. The crafter's house began to vibrate, and everyone tactfully stepped outside, leaving only Wei Han inside. The next moment, the door to the crafter's house closed, and sections of iron wall emerged from the walls, completely sealing off the crafter's house. Then, the crafter's house actually began to float on its own, spewing flames from below, as it soared toward the horizon. Before long, the artisan's hut shrank into a tiny speck on the horizon, and then vanished completely. Xian was almost mesmerized, even finding it rather cool. The other students were all left speechless as well. Shen Zongtian, however, glanced at the solid gold watch on his wrist, and said with a smile, "There are 6 hours left until the secret realm begins. No, wait, just over 5 hours now. Xian, you'd better get yourself ready, don't worry. I'll make sure my classmates protect you when the time comes." It had to be said that, compared to passing the artisan interview, the prospect of obtaining the Sha-in water and the Tsanglong body forging pills he could exchange it for actually excited Xian even more. After all, the Tsanglong True Flame Claw was incredibly useful and incredibly powerful, which made Xian eagerly anticipate the effects of the even more formidable divine ability, Tsanglong Breath. After Principal Shen gave him a few more words of advice and praise, Su Qianzhong firmly pulled Principal Shen away. But as they left, everyone could see the deep pang of envy and longing on the face of Su Qianzhong, the principal of second high school. Feng Lin and the others, who had been waiting all along, hurried over to Xian upon seeing this, their smiles clearly visible. "Xian, congratulations on becoming a craftsman's apprentice," Feng Lin said with a smile. In fact, he had initially befriended Xian simply because Xian's actions were right up his alley. But now, he realized that with Xian becoming a craftsman's apprentice, he could even be considered on the same level as him. Especially if Xian were to become a junior artisan, even if his grandfather found out. He'd be delighted to see his grandson befriend a junior artisan. In fact, the reason his grandfather could ask a grandmaster-level artisan for a favor was because he'd once saved that grandmaster's life. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would already be a huge honor for his grandfather to be able to ask a senior artisan for a favor. Xian smiled and said, "I won't beat around the bush, I'll just say this. If you ever need a custom-made artisan's item in the future, just come to me." Xian liked to be straightforward, and he knew Feng Lin did too. Besides, he had long since come to genuinely regard Feng Lin as a friend. Feng Lin burst out laughing. "Ah, great. That's all I need to hear." Just then, Lu Yunxiao cautiously asked, "Brother Xian, would I be able to commission something too in the future?" Seeing Lu Yunxiao suddenly adopt such a subservient demeanor, Xian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Lu Yunxiao sure changes his tune fast, he's quite the shrewd one. "Of course you can. After all, we're all friends here. Just come to me whenever you need anything." Xiaxia's beautiful eyes scanned Xian, and she suddenly said, half-jokingly, "Xian, are you single?" That's why everyone felt genuine, heartfelt admiration and envy for Xian, who had managed to become a craftsman's apprentice. Feng Lin, he had already looked up information on them. In fact, in this martial arts world, secret realms were different from what he had imagined. They weren't independent little worlds, but rather special zones formed by distortions in space and time. This was true of every secret realm. Some of these special zones connected directly to a specific location in the universe, while others linked to places from history. For example, the exclusive secret realm of Lei City First High School connects to certain buildings that once stood on the school's current site. For instance, before Lei City First High School was established, this site used to be a hospital. Before that, it was reportedly a hotel. And before that, it was even a barren mountain. Before the exclusive secret realm of Lay City First High School was activated. No one knew what kind of historical fragment lay within. You only found out once you entered. But once inside, unless the 3-hour time limit was up, there was no way to leave. Relatively speaking, within Lay City No. 1 High School's exclusive secret realm, the most dangerous historical fragment was the abandoned hospital. Inside were nurses, doctors, and even patients who had transformed into eerie monsters. According to records, the eerie monsters roaming certain areas in particular even possessed a strength of up to 30,000 points. Before long, the entire afternoon had passed. As school was about to let out, the dean of students appeared at the classroom door. The dean, who was usually strict, looked surprisingly kind as could be when he saw Xian, even seeming to try to curry favor as he said, "Xian, the principal has asked me to take you to the entrance of the secret realm right away. You should be free now, right?" Seeing the dean's attitude toward Xian, the students couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. If only the dean of students would treat them like that sometimes. No, perhaps that would never happen, even after graduation. Unless they, too, became artisan apprentices, a status that was already beginning to be held in high regard. And so they followed the dean of students as he led them down the stairs of the school building. Yu Xiaoyu watched his back, a faint pink glow flickering in her eyes. She was tempted to take a step forward and follow him, but in the end, for some reason, she held back. Once outside the school building, Xian followed the dean of students straight to the hill behind the school. There, they saw a tiled roof house that was usually strictly off limits. Built of blue-green stone, appearing solid and weathered, exuding a sense of history. The moment Xian saw this house, she felt a bit dazed. In this era of ubiquitous high technology, such architecture had practically become extinct. At the entrance to the tile house, Shen Zongtian stood there looking very dashing, in his silver-gray suit. In front of him were Wei and 8 other students. They all seemed to be waiting for Xian. Yet not a single one dared to show any sign of impatience on their faces, while Wei's expression remained, as always, extremely cold. When Shen Zongtian saw Xian appear, he flashed a friendly smile and said, "All right, now that Xian is here, we're all accounted for. And it's perfect timing, the secret realm is about to open." After a brief pause, he looked at all 10 students, including Xian, and continued, "Is there anyone here who isn't clear on the precautions and danger zones related to the 5 historical fragments in our exclusive secret realm at Lay City No. 1 High School?" All the students shook their heads, indicating they were fully informed. Xian was no exception. He had looked into everything on the very first day. Satisfied, Shen Zongtian nodded slightly and continued, "There's one more thing, something very important. Consider this a favor I'm asking of you all." Seeing how serious Shen Zongtian was, the other students pricked up their ears in curiosity, eager to hear what he had to say. Shen Zongtian said, "No matter what historical fragments appear in this secret realm, there is no need to worry. Except for the one involving the abandoned hospital. That one is truly dangerous." He paused briefly, looking at the students. His tone grew even more earnest. "Everyone, if you encounter the historical fragment of the abandoned hospital, please do your best to protect Xian when you see him. After all, he is now a craftsman's apprentice. His safety is non-negotiable." As soon as Shen Zongtian finished speaking, the classmates all nodded in realization and agreed one after another. Wei nodded along as well. She even deliberately put on a look of wholehearted agreement. But in reality, the moment she heard that Xian, despite already being a craftsman's apprentice, still had to take the college entrance exam, she had already resolved to kill Xian inside the secret realm. Even if Xian was a craftsman's apprentice, it didn't matter to Wei. Nothing was more important than her plan. Seeing his classmates solemnly promise to protect him, Xian naturally felt a little moved. But in reality, given his current strength, if they were ever in danger, it would actually be up to him to protect his classmates. Still, he couldn't help but feel that Wei's behavior was a bit insincere. Just then, there was a thud, and the blue stone tile house shook slightly, sending dust cascading down from the roof. Immediately afterward, an extremely uncomfortable and eerie sensation. It seeped out from within the tile house. Uncomfortable expressions appeared on the students' faces. Even Xian felt a sense of unease welling up inside him, even becoming somewhat irritable and wanting to vent his frustration. Shen Zhongtian's expression, however, remained as calm as ever. He smiled slightly and said, "All right, the secret realm has opened. Go on in. It will automatically teleport you out in 3 hours. The rules are the same as before. You can kill any strange creatures that appear in the secret realm, as long as you're strong enough to defeat them. After killing a strange creature, it will drop eerie crystals of varying sizes. In the end, whoever has the most eerie crystals takes first place. And the spiritual nightmare potion is theirs." The students all grew though he might just barely manage to outrun it. He looked around but didn't see a single classmate. Of course, if he actually saw a classmate who was only half a person left, he'd probably be startled. When entering the secret realm, everyone was randomly teleported to different locations within it. So he was the only one who ended up outside the abandoned hospital. Xian thought for a moment. Since the coiled dragon axe was his secret weapon, it wouldn't be wise to just pull it out and test it casually. But he still took it out of his spatial box in advance and hid it in his sleeve. This way, when the time came, he could pull it out with a flick of his wrist. He pressed the artisan gear on his body, which felt like a bulletproof vest, and held the throwing knife Wei Han had given him in his other hand. These were items he could openly display. And so, Xian cautiously stepped onto the first floor of the hospital. As soon as he entered, the smell of blood and decay grew even stronger. Vaguely, Xian could still hear the moans of patients. He knew these sounds were coming from the eerie creatures. He'd kill any eerie creatures he encountered along the way while searching for Wei. But I don't really need to go to all that trouble. I can just kill Wei and take her eerie crystal instead." Xian settled on his plan and began walking down the first floor corridor. But he didn't notice that behind him, a terrifying figure was slowly taking shape in the shadows. Inch by inch, it crept closer to him. Xian seemed completely oblivious to the shadow's approach. His face remained set in a look of high alert as he continued walking forward. This abandoned hospital covered a vast area, with a total of over 30 floors. And each floor had hundreds of patient rooms alone. Under these circumstances, it was highly likely that by the end of the 3 hours, he wouldn't encounter any of the other 9 students. Unless someone actively called for help or chose to team up with others. But since this was an individual ranking battle, it was highly unlikely anyone would choose to team up with others. The reason was very simple: fear of being stabbed in the back. Although the increase in vitality gained solely from cultivation can reach 100,000 points, elevating one to the rank of martial master. But advancing to the third layer of the essence stage isn't easy. The main obstacle is a lack of elixirs. Unless he could trade for some elixir with an exceptionally potent mana boosting effect. In which case, reaching the third level of the essence stage wouldn't be far off. Just as Xian was thinking this, a soft click sounded in his ear. He saw that the light in a nearby hospital room suddenly came on without warning. And immediately afterward, a blood-curdling scream rang out, echoing through the silent, abandoned hospital, sending a chill down one's spine. Xian recognized it as a girl's voice. It didn't sound like a supernatural creature, but rather like one of the 10 classmates who had entered the secret realm with them. He narrowed his eyes, his face betraying extreme vigilance.
First, Xian confirmed
that this wasn't one of the most dangerous locations in the historical segment of the abandoned hospital as recorded in the data. Since that was the case, he didn't need to worry about encountering supernatural creatures with over 30,000 vitality points. Under these circumstances, Xian decided to go inside and take a look. If it was a classmate, he could just rescue her on the way. If it was a supernatural creature, he could just kill it on the way and treat it as a hunt for supernatural crystals.
With that in mind, Xian set off,
walking to the door of that hospital room. At that very moment, a thought flashed through his mind. And he felt as if a significant portion of his strength had been drained from his body.
The bulletproof vest he was wearing suddenly expanded, enveloping his entire face.
This artisan-crafted garment, a gift from Wei Han. It was called the Iron Protective Armor.
Xian wasn't sure how much it was worth, but it actually worked surprisingly well, especially in a dangerous place like this.
The next moment, he reached out and pushed the door open.
The lit hospital room was completely empty except for a hospital bed.
There was nothing there.
No strange creatures. And no female classmate either.
It was as if the sound he heard just now had been nothing more than an illusion. Xian cautiously surveyed the room for quite a while longer, and after confirming there was no danger, he plucked up his courage and stepped inside.
However, he did not remove the iron protective armor covering his face. What was going on?
After searching thoroughly for a while, Xian still found not a single human figure or ghostly shadow. And his confusion reached its peak. He had never encountered a situation like this in any of the records he'd read about abandoned hospitals. Generally speaking, any sound heard was almost certainly caused by a supernatural creature.
Yet the supernatural creatures here lacked the ability to become invisible or teleport.
At most, they could hide in the shadows. But this ward had long been fully illuminated. In other words, there should have been at least something in this ward. But now there was literally nothing at all. Xian searched carefully for a while after confirming he'd found nothing. He shook his head and turned toward the door.
But just as he stepped out of the room, thud! A head, a rather handsome one, fell down right in front of him.
Those eyes stared straight at him. The hairs on Xian's body stood on end. And he instinctively darted to the left, leaping out of the ward. Then swung his hand without hesitation. Whoosh! The flash needle flew several meters through the air,
plunging violently into the head.
With a thud, the head exploded, splattering red and white matter all over the floor, the surrounding walls,
and the ward door. What the hell?
Xian narrowed his eyes and instantly regained his composure. He could tell very clearly that this was a human head,
not some monstrous creature. Moreover, after the head exploded, not even half a strange crystal fell out. More importantly, the owner of this head
was one of the 10 female classmates who had entered the secret realm. Xian even recognized her. He knew her name was Chen Ruoshuan.
This meant that someone had already died on this secret realm expedition. Xian sensed danger in the air and keenly realized that something unusual was happening within this secret realm. After all, although among the top 10 students in the entire school, the one currently ranked 10th only had around 1,200 vitality points.
But many of the strange creatures in this secret realm are actually weaker than a fighter with just 1,000 vitality points. As long as you avoid those particularly powerful creatures with 30,000 vitality points,
it's practically safe.
Otherwise, Principal Shin Wun Ti have let them in.
But now,
this female student had actually died right before his eyes.
And Xian hadn't even seen what had attacked her. What on earth happened in here? For some reason,
Xian thought of how Feng Lin and the others had suddenly transferred to Lei City No. 1 High School. Moreover, they all gave the same story that they'd be leaving in a month. It seemed that the strange changes occurring in the secret realm
might have some hidden connection to their motives.
Xian gathered his composure and stopped dwelling on it.
deciding to take things one step at a time. With his current ability to harness around 15,000 vitality, he was, relatively speaking, capable of defending himself. And that was without even using the coiled dragon axe. Relying solely on the Azure Dragon True Flame Claw and those few artisan-crafted items. Where is Wei, anyway? Xian muttered to himself. If he couldn't find her within these 3 hours. And she killed enough monsters, collected enough eerie crystals, and taken first place, then his entire trip would have been for nothing. Just as Xian was thinking this, not far from the end of the corridor, a tall, slender figure flashed by. Boom! At that very moment, a flash of lightning lit up the sky and illuminated the entire corridor. In that split second, Xian's sharp eyes recognized who that figure was. It was Wei. Xian had thought it would take some effort to find Wei, but he hadn't expected to run into him so soon. However, while he had spotted Wei didn't seem to have noticed him. Wei was hurrying along, darting around the corner in an instant, as if chasing something or in a great hurry. Taking advantage of the split second the lightning illuminated the scene, Xian saw clearly that there was blood on Wei's hands. Bright red blood. But the eerie blood was black. He glanced again at the severed head that had already burst open on the ground, and an inexplicable connection came to mind. Xian didn't hesitate. He followed right after him, though his footsteps were extremely light. At the same time, the flash needle from his left sleeve fell into his hand once more, and the coiled dragon axe from his right sleeve also dropped into his palm. No matter how easily he could crush this Wei, Xian still decided to remain sufficiently cautious. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Wait a moment. Xian suddenly had another idea. With a single hand, he swiped across his spatial box and retrieved the yellow rank magical artifact he traded for earlier, the Thousand Faces mask. He pressed the mask against his face, and as his figure blurred, he transformed into another person. This person was slightly shorter than Xian, of average build, with short hair and a very ordinary appearance. It was none other than the former second-ranked student in the entire school, Su Duong. Since she didn't know what Wei was up to right now, and Xian was absolutely certain that Wei would be on guard against her, especially since Wei knew she possessed the artisan's artifact, placing her on a completely different level of power from ordinary students. So, Xian decided to take on Su Duong's appearance to lower Wei's guard a bit. If the opportunity arose, he was even prepared to launch a surprise attack in this guise. He just wanted to kill Wei. As for the rest, it didn't really matter. He didn't necessarily have to torture her. Having made these preparations, Xian followed her step by step. At his current speed, he could actually catch up to Wei in the blink of an eye. But he deliberately kept his distance, just enough to ensure he didn't lose her. As he rounded the corner, he saw Wei heading toward the stairwell at the end of another hallway. It seemed she intended to go up to the second floor or higher of the abandoned hospital. She didn't seem as bewildered and aimless as I and the other students, who were just searching for the strange and eerie. She appeared to have a very specific goal in mind. Thinking back on all the eerie incidents he encountered earlier, Xian decided to first see what exactly Wei was up to. After all, now that he spotted her, if he wanted to, he could kill her at any moment. Wei definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Seeing Wei head upstairs, Xian made his way to the top of the stairs as well. But as soon as he rounded the corner, he saw a cold, indifferent face. "Why are you following me?" Wei's icy voice rang out. Xian hadn't forgotten that he was currently in the guise of Su Duong, so he replied in a subdued tone. "I noticed that this abandoned hospital seems a bit different from what's recorded in the files. I want to team up with you." As far as he could recall, Su Duong, once ranked second in the entire school, had always been quiet and unassuming.
So Xian played the part perfectly. As for his voice, it had long been altered by the thousand faces, making it sound exactly like Su Duwang's.
Wei eyed him up and down and said,
"We're not in the same class, and we're not exactly close.
You're really just trying to get me to protect you, aren't you? But I have to ask, why should I?"
Hearing this, Xian realized his hunch was correct. Wei was exactly as he'd imagined, a cold-blooded, ruthless person. She could turn a blind eye even to a classmate seeking help,
and would even turn the tables and question the other person.
It might also be because she is afraid that if I follow her, it'll expose her true intentions. With that in mind, Xian spoke up. "Your vitality may be 3,000 points, but I have over 2,000 as well.
That's by no means weak. If we team up, our chances of survival will be much higher. I just saw.
That Chen Ruoshuan is already dead."
As soon as the words left her mouth, Xian keenly noticed.
That Wei didn't seem at all surprised by Chen Ruoshuan's death. The next moment, Wei spoke.
"I know.
I saw her get killed with my own eyes. Seeing her remain so cold and indifferent,
showing not the slightest concern even for a classmate's death." A surge of inexplicable anger welled up inside Xian.
He remembered that Chen Ruoshuan and Wei had been classmates. They shared 3 whole years of school life together.
Why didn't you save her?" Though furious inside,
Xian still asked in a tone of surprise, true to Su Duang's honest nature.
Wei replied indifferently.
"The one who killed her was one of the 3 anomalies in this abandoned hospital, each possessing 30,000 vitality points."
"Save her?"
"Oof. If I'd intervened,
I'd have died right along with her." A 30,000 point vitality monster? Xian's heart skipped a beat.
If there was anything in this abandoned hospital that could threaten him, it would surely be this creature.
No, that can't be.
Aren't those 3 monsters with over 30,000 vitality points
supposed to be confined to specific areas? Did they break out? That's not what the records say.
Xian feigned utter astonishment,
even deliberately letting a slight tremor show to convey fear.
Wei snorted derisively.
Records are static, but anomalies are alive.
They used to be restricted by some kind of rule, unable to leave their designated areas, but now that restriction. She paused, her tone turning menacing.
Has been lifted. Before Xian could say a word, she immediately added.
Su Duang, take my advice. Find a safe hospital room free of supernatural beings.
Hide inside, and lock the door tight.
That way, you might just escape the pursuit of those 3 most powerful supernatural beings. And don't even think about competing for first place. That's not something you're qualified to even attempt."
"All right."
Xian pretended to lower his head, wearing a look of dejection. Inside, however, he was filled with dread.
No matter what had happened in this secret realm,
it had now become extremely dangerous. After all, he could encounter those 3 monsters with 30,000 vitality points at any moment. Wei, however, seemed oblivious and continued.
"Also, I'm warning you, don't follow me anymore.
Otherwise, I won't spare you out of classmate courtesy." With that, Wei turned and walked step by step toward the upper floor. Just as she turned, a flash of ferocity
flew across Xian's eyes.
Since he'd already been discovered and couldn't follow her anymore, striking immediately was his best option. In the next instant, a massive surge of mana erupted from within him, rushing toward the small, jet-black axe clenched in his right hand.
Almost instantly,
an indescribable aura of destruction erupted from the coiled dragon axe. Without hesitation, Xian gripped the now enlarged coiled dragon axe with both hands and swung it at Wei from a distance.
A terrifying jet-black glow coalesced on the axe handle,
hurtling straight toward Wei's back. Just as the jet-black axe beam was about to strike Wei's back, Wei, at an extremely bizarre angle, suddenly twisted her body sharply to the left.
She dodged the jet-black axe beam instantly, sending it hurtling straight toward the wall at the corner of the staircase. In the next instant, the axe beam sank silently into the incredibly thick wall. The entire wall trembled slightly, and a massive section in the center, at least 10 meters in diameter, simply vanished. Even Xian himself was stunned by the result. After all, he had only acquired the coiled dragon axe this morning, although he had infused it with mana and figured out the attack methods of this Earth-rank magical artifact. He had never witnessed its true power firsthand. He never expected the Access Blade aura to be so eerie. Judging by the look of it, if it hit a person, it would likely obliterate them on the spot. Is this what an Earth-tier magical artifact is like? It's truly something else. As he marveled inwardly, Xian also realized that nearly half of the mana within his body had been drained. Only then did he realize that an Earth-tier magical artifact was apparently not something a minor cultivator like him who had only just entered the essence stage could wield casually. In other words, he had only one more chance to activate it. Of course, if he treated it simply as a cold weapon without activating it, then it would still be usable. All these thoughts flashed through his mind in the blink of an eye. Just then, Wei twisted her body and spun back around. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched a fierce attack directly at Xian. Wei's figure closed in on Xian like a ghost, and no one knew when a three-edged dagger had appeared in each of her hands, which she thrust fiercely toward Xian's chest. Xian planted one foot and took a step back, while at the same time, the coiled dragon axe in his hand instinctively swept out horizontally. Wei changed her move in an instant, pulling both hands back, and immediately blocked the attack with her three-edged daggers. But immediately afterward, the coiled dragon axe sliced through the air silently and with incredible smoothness. In the next instant, both three-edged daggers were severed clean through the middle. A look of horror flashed across Wei's face. Daring not to attack again, she abruptly retreated. She looked at Xian, her gaze filled with utter astonishment. Such a high-grade artisan-esque creation, you're not Su Duan. Who exactly are you? Xian's lips curled slightly, revealing snow-white teeth. Take a guess. Wei narrowed her eyes. You're Xian? How can you look exactly like Su Duan? This time, it was Xian's turn to be surprised. He hadn't expected Wei to be so clever. She figured out who he was right away. Of course, upon further reflection, Xian realized exactly how Wei had figured it out. Among the top 10 students in the school who had entered the secret realm this time, only he and she had a possible grudge against each other. Namely, the incident a few days ago on the arena where she had nearly beaten him to death. Xian neither confirmed nor denied it. His leg muscles bulged as he surged forward, swinging his coiled dragon axe fiercely at Wei. Without the triangular spike in her hand, Wei knew she was outmatched. After dodging with a nimble sidestep, she prepared to run toward the hole in the wall. But just as she took a step forward, her figure suddenly darted to the left in an extremely eerie manner. The next moment, a needle as long as a chopstick appeared in midair, stabbing viciously toward her original position. Upon seeing the needle, Wei's expression darkened abruptly, realizing that running any further would be futile. Since this artisan-crafted artifact possessed the ability to attack from a distance, running would only make her an even easier target. Why aren't you running anymore? Xian looked at Wei and asked casually, her eyes brimming with mockery. Wei replied coldly. I know why you hate me. Ever since you rose to prominence, I've been investigating you. I never expected you to be one of those who lost to me that day. She paused, her tone tinged with contempt. If I'd known, I should killed you back then. Xian remained completely unfazed by her provocation and replied with a smile. You have your chance now. Wei suddenly sighed, as if she made some immense resolution, then slammed her hand against her chest. Xian narrowed his eyes, giving her no chance to unleash any strange abilities.
The muscles in his legs bulged once more. And as he closed in, he swung his massive axe down with a single, decisive blow.
But just then, Wei's entire body burst into a dazzling golden glow.
And she was suddenly enveloped in a set of golden battle armor. Clad in the golden armor, her speed became incredibly fast.
Just as the axe blade was about to strike her,
her figure vanished with a whoosh.
The next moment, she appeared behind Xian, who was still in midair. Wei's expression remained as cold as ever.
She clenched her fingers together as if forming a blade,
and thrust directly toward Xian's back. But just then, 3 throwing knives materialized silently, suddenly stabbing at her neck, chest, and eyes.
Left with no choice, Wei had to abandon that strike with another flash of her body. She had already created distance between herself and Xian. Xian landed and, with a wave of his hand, the 3 throwing knives merged into one,
flying back into his hand.
The shadow-splitting throwing knives, the second artisan's artifact Wei Han had given him. It must be said that Wei Han had truly thought of everything. With the iron imperial armor and the shadow-splitting daggers, he was more than capable of handling any situation, whether in defense or attack.
Wei watched his movements intently, then suddenly said, "Artisans are indeed a hassle. Even with low vitality,
they're bound to be equipped with a whole host of artisan artifacts that are extremely difficult to deal with." After a brief pause, her tone softened for the first time.
"With these artisan-crafted items, your strength has already met my requirements. How about we join forces? You might just get a great opportunity that every fighter below the martial master rank dreams of." Xian suddenly asked, "Are you sure it's only for those below martial master?" Wei nodded. "That's right. What do you say?" Xian smiled. "Then I'm afraid I don't need it."
Opportunities for those below the martial master rank were truly nothing to him. He could trade for them with ease.
If it were an opportunity that even a martial emperor would covet, then that would be a different story.
The moment his words fell, he charged at Wei once more, swinging the coiled dragon axe in his hand with savage force. Seeing this, a hint of regret flashed in Wei's eyes.
Since
Xian seemed determined to kill him no matter what, and she had originally intended to kill Xian as well, she had no choice but to act. Ever since donning this golden battle armor, Wei's speed had become so fast it didn't seem like that of an ordinary fighter. It even gave the impression that she was approaching the level of a martial master. It seemed she had not only concealed her true strength at school, but was now also empowered by an artifact. What on earth was the reason for all this? Before Xian could take even a few steps toward her, her figure flickered, reappearing behind Xian, her 5 fingers once again lunging toward his back. The next moment, those 3 throwing knives appeared once more as if repeating the same trick, hovering near her eyes, neck, and chest. But Wei, who had been prepared all along, chose not to dodge this time. Instead, she twisted her body at an incredibly bizarre angle, deflecting the 3 throwing knives, while her hand had already made contact with Xian's vest. Just as it seemed she was about to pierce Xian through from front to back. At that very moment, a ferocious dragoness roar rang out. That dragoness roar was utterly shattering, and carried a soul-stirring intensity, causing Wei, who had been moving at breakneck speed, to seem as if her form had frozen solid, unable to move even an inch. In the next instant, a jet-black, majestic, and even sacred-seeming phantom of a coiled dragon appeared, lunging toward Wei to bite her. Wei remained rooted to the spot, unable to move, his face etched with utter panic. Xian took a step back, watching the scene in silence. Coiled dragon devours the heavens. This was the second attack technique of the coiled dragon axe. According to the section on the Sanglong Dao's divine abilities described in Meridian Skill, it seemed that Sanglong Dao also possessed a divine ability called Sanglong Devours the Sun. Who knows which one is more powerful, this or Coiled Dragon Devours the Sky? In fact, when he first attacked Wei, Xian had already formulated his offensive strategy. That eerie, pitch-black axe glow was the coiled dragon axe's most basic attack. Nothing compared to coiled dragon devours the sky. The reason he unleashed the pitch-black axe glow at the start was originally to secure a victory in a single strike. But Wei turned out to be stronger than he imagined. So he didn't activate any other effects, instead wielding the coiled dragon axe as an ordinary weapon to attack. Under these circumstances, it consumed absolutely no mana. And it also led Wei to mistakenly believe that the axe in his hand could only emit that pitch-black axe glow, and had no other means of attack. Only then could he lure Wei into his trap and activate the coiling dragon devours the heavens. At that moment, just as the illusory coiling dragon was about to devour him with overwhelming might, suddenly, a voice filled with extreme reluctance, yet brimming with a sense of self-destruction, rang out. Divine insight. An astonishing aura erupted, and Xian was astonished to discover that Wei's vitality had actually begun to rise steadily. Soon, it rose from 3,000 points to nearly 5,000. Xian was able to gauge this because he realized Wei's vitality was already on par with his own. But it didn't stop there. Wei's vitality continued to climb. And in what seemed like the blink of an eye, it felt to Xian as though her vitality had reached Xia Xi's level. And Xia Xi's vitality was around 10,000 points. At that moment, Xian narrowed his eyes, never expecting Wei to have such a trick up her sleeve. However, this secret technique seemed to come at a tremendous cost. It appeared Wei wouldn't be able to survive after using it. The next moment, the illusory coiled dragon bit down. Even with her vitality reaching 10,000, Wei was still unable to break free from the restraints. And true despair flashed in her eyes. But perhaps because the restraining force weakened slightly as the coiled dragon swallowed her. At the very last moment, Wei managed to twist her body to the left using that eerie agility. It looked as if someone had grabbed her upper and lower halves and folded her in half. But that was all. The restraining force had merely weakened, it hadn't vanished. So, as the coiled dragoness illusory fangs snapped shut, Wei's lower body vanished completely, leaving only her upper body, which clattered to the ground with a thud. At the same moment, the coiled dragoness illusion also vanished, watching Wei's internal organs and blood spill out and pool on the ground. Xian finally relaxed completely. Without using the coiled dragon axe, his strength was roughly equivalent to that of a fighter with around 15,000 vitality. But since the coiled dragon axe could only be used twice in this situation, if Wei had used divine unbinding from the start to reach 10,000 vitality, combined with the speed boost from her eerie golden battle armor which brought her close to that of a martial master, he might very well have fallen victim to her. It had to be said Wei certainly had no shortage of secrets. Immediately, Xian propped the coiled dragon axe against his left hand and turned his gaze toward Wei, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Actually, you still have a chance. What chance? Wei's expression returned to its usual cold detachment. Yet her eyes betrayed an indescribable hatred. Xian chuckled. Tell me about this so-called great opportunity in this secret realm, and I'll go claim it for you. Don't let that chance go to waste. After a brief pause, he added as if remembering something. Oh, right. You can also tell me the cause of the anomalies here, for example. Why those three strange creatures with 30,000 vitality points broke away from their original area and started roaming around harming people. As soon as those words left his mouth, Wei's composed expression finally cracked, and his entire face contorted with intense hatred. You're dreaming. There's no way in hell I'm telling you that secret. But I can give you a hint. Think about those transfer students, each of them from prestigious backgrounds. Why would they suddenly come to Lei City First High School? Ha 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 ha. That remark struck right at the core of Xian's deepest doubts. He'd been pondering this very question. In fact, he'd asked Feng Lin about it before.
since both he and Fenglin were straightforward by nature. Unexpectedly, regarding this matter, the usually boisterous Fenglin was reluctant to discuss it, even warning Xian not to pry any further, saying it would be extremely dangerous. Xian hadn't expected Wei to bring this up again now. But just to deliberately annoy Wei, Xian said with a smile, "I'm not interested. They'll be gone in a month anyway." Unexpectedly, Wei gave him an extremely mocking look. "Not interested? Do you think Lei City is as simple as you imagine it to be on the surface? Do you really think Lei City is just a small human settlement? Let me tell you, no one can escape this. Not even those transfer students. In a month, you'll all be buried together, ha 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 ha." Wei burst into unrestrained laughter, though there was a note of melancholy in his laughter. So close, just a hair's breadth away from success. It really was just a hair's breadth away. If only she could get her hands on that item in this secret realm, combined with the artisan's artifact awarded for ranking first on the Thunder City College entrance exam, her scheme would have succeeded. By then, all the transfer students would have become the stepping stones to her success. Unfortunately, she ran into Xian. Especially since he somehow managed to get his hands on such a high-grade artisan's artifact. The more Wei thought about it, the more regret she felt. And in an instant, that regret turned into intense grief and rage. Then boom! Her body suddenly exploded, unable to withstand the sudden surge of vitality. And she ended up bursting apart alive. Xian froze for a moment upon seeing this. Thankfully, the iron imperial armor had a protective light barrier. Otherwise, Wei's blood and flesh would have splattered all over him, which would have been utterly disgusting. Did she say that last bit on purpose to trick me, or was she serious? Xian thought it over carefully but found there was too little information to go on. He was completely at a loss. So he decided to investigate further later. Just as he stood up to leave, his gaze sharpened as he looked toward the corner of the room. There, in the corner, lay fragments of flesh and blood, along with the golden battle armor, now reduced to shards, and a small blue square box. A spatial box. Wei's spatial box. Xian hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. However, considering all of Wei's mysterious traits, it seemed perfectly normal for her to possess a spatial box. In fact, judging by Wei's performance at school, she definitely couldn't have afforded such a spatial box. Xian didn't hesitate. She walked over and picked up the spatial box. The spatial box appeared to be a high-tech product, but in reality, quite the opposite. It had absolutely nothing to do with technology. That's because all it required was using that cosmic blue gold, which could fold space, to craft a small square box. Of course, due to its high cost, craftsmen usually handle the work. Therefore, there are no fingerprints or genetic traces on this spatial box. And there is no need to worry about any tracking devices being installed. The spatial box requires that only that specific type of cosmic blue gold be used during its creation. No other materials are allowed. And besides, the electromagnetic waves emitted by cosmic blue gold automatically block all tracking. Consequently, many wealthy people, fearing robbery or murder, choose not to carry a spatial box at all, preferring to use electronic wallets instead. Xian didn't hesitate. He placed his hand on the spatial box. The next moment, a mental image of the box's interior appeared in his mind. But what he saw inside startled Xian. Where on earth did she get so many strange crystals? Inside the spatial box, which held only a few dozen cubic meters of space, it was actually piled high with strange crystals. At first glance, there were easily hundreds, if not thousands. Not only was this an unexpected windfall, but by presenting just a small portion of them, he was guaranteed to take first place in this secret realm trial. Wait a minute, did she buy them? Could she have cheated? Xian suddenly realized that mysterious crystals weren't exclusive to the secret realm reserved for Lei City First High School. Of course, the school administration would have long been on guard against such cheating tactics.
Mysterious crystals from different secret realms bear distinct markings,
and the school carefully inspects them all.
Xian took out a strange crystal and compared it to the one he obtained earlier, only to discover that the markings were exactly the same. This made him even more suspicious. Either Wei had specifically bought an identical one, or she had some way of altering the markings.
It must be the latter.
The school would almost certainly never allow strange crystals from Lei City First High School's exclusive secret realm to leak out. Xian realized that Wei was harboring more and more secrets.
However, since he'd already killed her anyway,
he couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. Even if Wei were still alive, she would never reveal a single secret.
She'd even deliberately mislead him as he'd just witnessed.
Just as Xian was about to place both strange crystals into his spatial box, his expression suddenly changed.
It was
previously that the spatial box had been filled to the brim with strange crystals, leading him to believe it contained nothing but them. But only now did he notice that nestled in the center of the pile
was a black, round bead.
This bead was so perfectly round that not a single irregularity could be found,
giving it a somewhat mystical appearance. Xian immediately took it out and discovered that the orb was emitting a peculiar aura.
It seemed that it was precisely this aura that had imbued the surrounding strange crystals,
resulting in the mark of Lei City First High School's exclusive secret realm. This object appeared to have never been activated before.
The moment Xian picked up the black orb,
he had this intuition.
He thought for a moment and tried using the method for crafting artifacts, attempting to channel his inner energy into it, but to no avail. He immediately realized that dripping blood on it would likely be useless as well. If it had worked, Wei would have done it long ago. After some thought, Xian plucked up his courage, placed the black orb on the ground, summoned a wisp of mana from within, extended a finger.
Mana welled up from his fingertip,
transforming into a wisp of pure, white light, which surged toward the black orb.
The next moment, the orb trembled slightly and greedily sucked the mana inside,
triggering a violent burst of white light. The orb vanished from where it lay and reappeared in Xian's hand.
Xian immediately sensed the orb's purpose.
It was a historical fragment of the abandoned hospital that could transport him directly into the secret realm.
Moreover, he no longer had to wait for the secret realm's seal to open once a year.
As long as he approached the back mountain, he could enter directly at any time. Xian's heart leapt with joy. He thought to himself, perfect timing.
Right now, inside that abandoned hospital,
3 strange monsters with vitality ratings exceeding 30,000 were roaming about, killing people. He certainly wouldn't stand a chance against them. But once he became a 1-star fighter tomorrow, and mastered the divine technique Azure Dragon's Breath, he'll stand a fighting chance against those 3 eerie creatures. No one knows how these eerie creatures came to be. Some are utterly evil, while others, on the contrary, seem to radiate light. Therefore, neither the Azure Dragon's True Flame Claw nor other Azure Dragon-based divine abilities can effectively counter them.
But once he masters the Azure Dragon's Breath, Xian is confident he can defeat them in a head-on battle. Now, with this black orb in hand, he could enter the abandoned hospital at any time to explore
and find the great opportunity Wei had spoken of.
There must be some secret hidden behind that great opportunity,
and it would be the perfect chance to test his skills against those 3 strange creatures.
During this battle, as soon as the fighting began, Xian realized his experience was still a bit lacking. He needed to practice more.
Seeing that the matter was settled, Xian left the area with a sense of satisfaction.
He didn't want to take any chances after all, with so many eerie crystals in hand.
There was no need to go hunting for eerie creatures during the remaining 2+ hours. It would be disastrous if he happened to encounter those 3 eerie creatures with 30,000 vitality points. So Xian found a clean room, went inside, turned off the light, locked the door, and immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate, intending to stay there until time ran out.
As the minutes ticked by, Xian's cultivation went very smoothly.
And no strange creatures came out to disturb him along the way. Just as he was wrapping up his practice, he heard a noise outside the window. Xian quickly suppressed his aura and looked over.
Outside the window, a giant-like monster wielding a wolf-esque tooth club
was walking slowly past,
chewing on something as it went.
What was truly spine-chilling was that this monstrous body was covered with hundreds, even thousands, of eyes of varying sizes. These eyes darted about, as if searching for a target. Xian didn't dare breathe a word, hiding in the shadows. Fortunately, the eyes did not spot him, sensing the danger emanating from the creature.
Though far less intense than when facing Shinzongtian, Xian was certain
this was one of the three creatures with over 30,000 vitality points. Xian composed himself and, once the giant had walked far enough away, dared not continue his cultivation but remained on high alert inside the room.
Time ticked by, second by second, until the 3 hours were up.
Suddenly, the surroundings began to shake inexplicably. In the next moment, the darkness faded, and the stench of blood and decay that had filled the air vanished. Xian found himself standing on the hill behind the school, with a familiar blue stone-tiled house directly ahead of him. Shinzongtian was leaning against the wall of the house, lost in thought. Seeing Xian emerge, Shinzongtian breathed a sigh of relief, but after waiting a moment,
he realized that no other students had come out.
This surprised not only Shinzongtian but Xian as well.
Shinzongtian asked point blank, "Where are the other students? You can't be the only one who survived, can you?"
Xian was also a bit bewildered. He had assumed that even with 3 terrifying monsters roaming the abandoned hospital,
at least a few of his classmates would have survived. But in the end, he was the only one who came out.
"I'm not sure, but while I was in the abandoned hospital, I noticed that the 3 strongest monsters listed in the records seemed to have strayed from their designated areas
and were wandering all over the place. I even ran into one myself."
Xian chose to answer honestly, but omitted the part about way. Upon hearing this, Shinzongtian's brow suddenly furrowed.
"Those eerie creatures are moving about freely? Weren't they supposed to stay confined for at least another 20 years?
He stopped mid-sentence, clearly hesitating over something,
as if afraid Xian might overhear.
Then, Shinzongtian changed the subject and said,
"Never mind.
I'll go in and take a look."
Xian was taken aback. "Principal, isn't the secret realm sealed off?" Shinzongtian smiled and said, "Not for me."
As soon as the words left his mouth, he casually struck out with his palm, pressing it against the air beside the green-tiled house, and applied a slight amount of force.
Crack!
The void suddenly split open, like glass being shattered, and a spatial rift appeared. The familiar scent of blood and the stench of decay
once again wafted out from the rift. Shinzongtian didn't hesitate for a moment, he stepped right in.
Just as his body was halfway through, he suddenly thought of something,
popped his head back out of the rift, looked at Xian, and smiled. "Oh, right, keep this a secret for me, okay?" With that, he stepped fully into the spatial rift.
The rift flickered, contracted inward, and vanished.
Xian stood rooted to the spot, completely dumbfounded.
A single palm strike had shattered the barrier between the real world and the secret realm.
What kind of power was this?
Forget a martial master, not even a martial king, no, not even a martial emperor could do that.
Is the principal finally dropping the act?
Xian mused. When suddenly, for some reason, he thought of the supernova legion the shopkeeper had mentioned.
Could it be that because I become a craftsman's apprentice, the principal has decided to stop hiding his true strength from me?
While Xian was still reeling from his surprise, he also decided that in the future, if he were to enter this historical fragment of the abandoned hospital,
he'd have to be even more careful
to avoid the principal or someone equally powerful entering at the same time, which could lead to a face-to-face confrontation. Still, he figured there probably weren't any other powerhouses in Lei City comparable to the principal.
After all, this was just a small human city.
Even if it held many secrets, as Wei had mentioned. As Xian was pondering this, he suddenly sensed that the black orb seemed to be stirring. He had placed the black orb in the spatial box before leaving. But perhaps because he had infused it with mana to activate it, he could still sense its movements. Xian took it out and examined it closely, discovering a tiny white dot had appeared on the black orb. And that dot was moving at an unimaginable speed. Could this little white dot represent the principal? If so, does that mean I'll be able to sense anyone inside this secret realm? Upon realizing this, Xian felt much more at ease. This meant it would be safer for him to enter the secret realm in the future. He hoped the principal would kill those 3 strange creatures.
Though it wouldn't matter if he didn't. He
wondered if the principal even knew about the great opportunity Wei had mentioned.
Xian wasn't the least bit worried that the principal would discover she'd killed Wei.
After all, the Panlong's illusory form had directly swallowed Wei's lower half at the time, while Wei's upper half had been blown apart by her own vitality. Under these circumstances, there was literally no trace of anything suspicious left behind. The principal would only assume she had fallen victim to some strange creature's attack. He would never suspect she had been killed by another person.
As for any signs of a struggle,
she could, of course, blame them all on the strange creature. Just then, the void beside the blue stone-tiled house split open once more,
and the principal's figure emerged. So soon?
Xian feigned surprise. Though in truth, the moment he'd seen that tiny white speck moving rapidly inside the black orb,
he'd already guessed the principal would emerge soon. Shen Zongtian's expression had lost all trace of its previous gentleness.
The smile had vanished from his face, replaced by a look of grave seriousness as he said,
"Xian, you must keep everything that happened today a secret. As for the students' disappearances, I'll handle them."
"Oh, right. Here, take this. I have other business to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." As he spoke, he tossed it casually,
and a test tube flew toward Xian. Xian caught it,
and discovered it contained an extremely viscous black liquid.
Sha-in water.
Xian's heart leapt with joy. He'd finally got his hands on it. When he looked up again, Shen Zongtian's figure had already vanished.
It had clearly been just a split second.
Yet there was no sign of Shen Zongtian anywhere on the back mountain or on the horizon.
That speed! Xian was astonished once more, and began to wonder what realm the principal actually possessed.
In any case, it certainly couldn't be that of a martial emperor. He must be far more powerful than that.
Thunder City really is no ordinary place. Someone like the principal would actually be willing to disguise himself as a martial master here for decades. By now, it was already evening. After obtaining the yin-slaying water,
Xian headed straight home alone.
All along the way,
he remained on guard against the Hai Tongtian sect sending someone to kill him.
But at the same time,
he also sensed, faintly, that a martial master-level presence was protecting him from the shadows. He figured this must be the person Fenglin had sent. Back home, looking at the crumbling walls, Xian let out a wry smile. Today had been so hectic that he hadn't even had time to buy an apartment.
Oh wait, it seemed he could just buy a villa outright.
Xian sat down cross-legged right where he was, took out the Yen Yuan pill and the Dili Jin Gang pill,
and began his cultivation session for the day. Leicheng, South District.
This was the area where Leicheng's true powerhouses and influential figures resided. Compared to the wealthy neighborhoods,
it was in a completely different league in terms of both security and amenities.
It is said that 2 of Thunder City's 3 greatest powerhouses live here. Only Shen Zongtian, the principal of Thunder City First High School, lives in a detached villa on campus, always ready to protect his students. The area is surrounded by trees and features several man-made lakes.
Luxurious estates of various sizes are scattered throughout the landscape in a harmonious arrangement.
At that moment, in the living room of the largest of these luxurious estates,
Hai Tong Tian was sitting on the sofa, holding a glass of beast blood, gently swirling the wine in the stemmed glass. The beast blood appeared to be of a higher caliber than even the finest red wine in the world. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. And his entire body immediately began to turn slightly red and grow warm. Hai Tong Tian seemed to be thoroughly enjoying himself as he exhaled a long, contented breath.
At the doorway, two men with fierce expressions
and precise movements strode quickly to Hai Tong Tian's side and knelt on one knee. One of them spoke up. "Young master, we've thoroughly investigated all information regarding Xian." Hai Tong Tian's expression betrayed an undisguised cruelty as he asked, "What about his parents? Where are they now?" The two men exchanged a glance. And one of them looked up, his face betraying a look of distress, and said, "As luck would have it, his parents just left on a business trip a few days ago and they're headed to the planet ruled by the Griffin family." Upon hearing this, Hai Tong Tian's expression suddenly darkened. Is this kid just lucky, or did he plan this on purpose? Or could it be that Feng Lin is pulling the strings behind the scenes? All to have him come after me?
Hai Tong Tian muttered to himself, growing increasingly annoyed the more he thought about it.
Just then, another man spoke up.
"Young master, Feng Lin sent only one martial master to protect Xian. If the two of us go together, one of us can hold off that martial master, while the other can take out Xian immediately." To his surprise, Hai Tong Tian merely stared at him coldly, let out a scoff, and said, "Haven't we already investigated this once before? He has never had any conflicts with anyone his whole life. And the most recent conflict was when he was nearly beaten to death by Wei on the martial arts platform. But Wei has since gone missing in that secret realm." After a brief pause, Hai Tong Tian continued. "In other words, no one currently holds a grudge against Xian. Plus, given Xian's status as a craftsman's apprentice, everyone is scrambling to curry favor with him. It's even less likely that anyone would have a conflict with him." The man who had spoken earlier asked, somewhat puzzled, "Young master, what do you mean by that?" "Foolish. Since no one has a grudge against him,
that leaves only me as the one with a grudge. If the two of you were to go and kill him now, no matter how cleanly you did it, people would still suspect me."
Hai Tong Tian leaned forward slightly, his expression grave. "Even if my grandfather is a martial emperor, if his own grandson kills a craftsman's apprentice, and word gets out, it will tarnish his reputation.
Not to mention, it will have an even greater impact on mine." The man finally understood. Lost in thought, he nodded. "I see.
In that case, this is quite a difficult situation." Hai Tong Tian, however, smiled and said,
"Don't worry.
It's actually not difficult at all, we just need to wait a month." As he spoke, he leaned back on the sofa with a relaxed expression.
In a month, this little city of Lei will be thrown into complete chaos.
By then, as soon as someone even slightly powerful steps in, who knows? This vitality, who has never been able to break through 10,000 Xian points in his entire life, might just get caught in the crossfire of the powerful fighter's battle,
and end up dying right then and there? Ha ha ha.
If anyone dares to frame me for that, I'll have a few things to say." The two men seemed to grasp what he meant. They exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they saw admiration for their young master. They bowed their heads deeply and said nothing more.
Hai Tong Tian laughed heartily, stood up, and walked toward the training room. Early the next morning, Xian woke up well before dawn. Almost the moment he woke up,
he opened the trading panel with eager anticipation. The listing for Hangyu Star Birth Gold was still there,
and so was the one for Sha-in Water. Xian finally let out a sigh of relief.
He glanced at the 3 new listings that had appeared that day,
and upon finding nothing he particularly wanted, Xian decisively clicked on the listing for Sha-in water.
The next moment, the trading panel vanished, and a small black hole slowly appeared. A voice that sounded rough and brutal, brimming with a primal aura,
immediately rang out from within it. Do you have Sha-in water, you brat? You actually dared to accept my trade. Hearing that deep, gruff voice,
Xian felt for a moment as if he were facing a savage beast. The image of a caveman wearing a leather skirt immediately popped into his mind.
And he could even vividly picture that caveman holding a bone club.
Recalling the lesson from last time when he nearly met his end by pretending to be a master,
Xian adopted a slightly more humble demeanor this time. Senior, that's right.
I was fortunate enough to obtain some Sha-in water. From the small black hole, the gruff voice immediately burst into laughter.
Ha 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 ha. Not bad, not bad. It's been over half a year I've finally waited for this moment.
Now, let us begin the transaction. No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly remembered something and added.
Oh, right.
Kid, if you haven't cultivated the Tsunlong Taoist divine abilities yet,
I can even give you some related cultivation methods. Otherwise, it'd be a waste to just swallow these Tsanglong body forging pills like this.
You could use them to cultivate a particularly powerful divine ability called Hidden Dragon Breath.
Hearing this, Xian's heart leapt with joy.
He thought to himself that he certainly addressed him as senior correctly, and immediately asked,
Senior, what would it take to trade for this divine ability of the Azure Dragon Path?
From the small black hole, the voice which seemed to come from the primordial wilderness sounded remarkably generous. Although the Azure Dragon Path is one of the most orthodox divine ability traditions,
and its cultivation methods are indeed extremely precious.
Since you helped me find the Sha-in water,
I don't mind giving this to you as a gift. Xian had always been the sort of person who, when treated well by others, would return the favor twofold.
So he immediately said, in that case, I still have some star metal here. So I'll give that to you as well, senior.
What? You've got star metal, kid?
To his surprise, the voice on the other end suddenly became filled with delight,
and immediately continued. 30 gene? You can trade it for anything you want. Xian thought for a moment and asked. Then, senior, do you have any other divine artifacts related to the Azure Dragon now?
The kind you can consume to master a technique instantly. He hadn't really expected anything, and was just asking out of curiosity. But to his surprise, the rough voice immediately replied. That is called a divine art artifact.
Of course I have one. But if you want to trade for it, star metal 1T cut it. Upon hearing this, Xian's spirit soared. Senior, just tell me what you want in exchange, and I'll do my best to find it.
The gruff voice replied without hesitation.
A single starflame flower will do.
Of course, since the starflame flower is so precious,
I can throw in a little something extra later on. Not just the divine artifact for the Azure Dragon devours the sun divine ability. Azure Dragon devours the sun? Xian was absolutely overjoyed.
Ever since witnessing the effects of the coiled dragon devours the heavens technique,
he'd been desperate to learn this Azure Dragon devours the sun.
When facing an enemy, using both techniques together would stack the binding power,
and combat power would skyrocket. Alright, senior, I'll do my best to find it. By the way, senior, please list this transaction on the De Luo Hongmeng disk as well.
The rough voice immediately replied.
Alright. Actually, I've had it listed there for decades, but no one has ever taken it. Still, I'll put it up again.
By the way, I need at least 30 gene of star metal.
I have a bottle of extremely rare leopard cloud pills here to trade. What do you think? 30 gene of star metal.
Xian glanced around, thought for a moment, then simply walked into the living room and brought over a chair made of star metal.
Senior, I'll give this to you right away. After saying that,
He tossed both the bottle of Sha-in water and the star metal chair into the small black hole. There was a sudden moment of silence on the other end, then a boisterous laugh rang out again. Ha ha ha, young friend, you've really done me a huge favor. I just wonder if we're in the same Tao realm. If not, whenever you need my help in the future, I'll be happy to assist you. Oh, right, here are your things. Take them. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 bottles of elixirs and a jade slip appeared on the ground. And immediately afterward, the small black hole vanished. This elder is a bit impatient, Xian realized. This elder must certainly be a master from that mysterious, vast, and boundless fantasy world. Just the fact that his trade listing had been up for so long proved it. So Xian still wanted to get on his good side as much as possible. It was only then that Xian, filled with anticipation, looked at the items he had acquired in this transaction. He saw that the bottle of elixir on the left was housed in a stone vessel. Moreover, the bottle was actually carved from a single piece of stone. It had no opening and, of course, no stopper. As if it had been carved from a single block of stone into a bottle. But Xian could very clearly sense the intense pull emanating from the contents of this bottle. Or, to be precise, it was because he had cultivated the divine abilities of the Azure Dragon Tao that he was able to sense this pull. Without a doubt, the Azure Dragon body forging pills were inside that stone bottle. As for the other bottle, it was a very ordinary jade bottle. But to Xian, the leopard cloud pills inside were equally invaluable. In that mysterious and vast world of fantasy, the leopard cloud beast is an extremely high-level demon beast. Although its status pales in comparison to that of the Azure Dragon, the leopard cloud beast possesses one distinctive trait. Its speed is extraordinary. So much so that when it runs, wisps of mist form around its body. This is the origin of its name. And these leopard cloud pills would undoubtedly enhance his speed. Ever since that battle with Wei, Xian had come to deeply realize the importance of speed. Being one step ahead truly meant holding all the advantages. Finally, there was this jade slip. The Meridian skill recorded only a portion of the Azure Dragon Taoist divine abilities. And even then, only those that could synergize well with the Meridian skill were included. In other words, the Sanlong Dao techniques that couldn't synergize well with the Meridian skill weren't recorded at all. According to Xian's estimation, the jade slip likely contained only about 2/10 of the Sanlong Daoist techniques. He had always been thinking about how to collect the remaining 8/10 of the Sanlong Daoist techniques. And now that he had this jade slip, he felt his progress in collecting them would increase significantly. Without hesitation, Xian picked up the jade slip and pressed it against his forehead. A vast amount of knowledge surged into his mind as it always had. But perhaps because he had already endured the terrifying information overload of cosmic crafting, this time, Xian actually felt remarkably relaxed and at ease. The cultivation methods for the Azure Dragon Taoist divine techniques, as well as the divine artifacts required for them, appeared in his mind. Azure Dragon Cloud Probing Hand, Azure Dragon Heavenly Scales, Azure Dragon Black Flametail. Xian was simply dazzled by this array of divine techniques. Moreover, each one was every bit as powerful as the Azure Dragon's breath. However, whether it was the cultivation methods or the rare celestial treasures required, they were far beyond what he could currently attempt or obtain. Of course, if he had divine artifacts capable of rapidly mastering these divine abilities such as the Azure Dragon Body Forging Pill or Azure Dragon Marrow, he could master them immediately. Moreover, whether for his body or his vitality, they would bring immense benefits and enhancements. Looking at it this way, I've probably collected 5/10 of the Azure Dragon Taoist divine abilities, which means only half remain. The remaining ones seem to be extremely bizarre, extremely difficult to defend against, or incredibly powerful but harmful to oneself, which is why they aren't widely known. But why do I feel like those divine abilities might be even more useful? After muttering to himself for a moment, Xian thought of the Azure Dragon's secret fetal pearl again.
Without a doubt, if he could obtain the Azure Dragon's secret fetal pearl, and after cultivating the Azure Dragon body, the power and effectiveness of these divine abilities would multiply beyond measure. Not to mention that he himself would gradually converge toward the status of the Azure Dragon. By then, never mind Hai Tong Tian, even Hai Tong Tian's grandfather, or Hai Tong Tian's grandfather's grandfather, he wouldn't give them a second thought. If that old man were still alive, that is. Phew. He let out a long sigh. Xian decided not to go to school this morning. He would master the Azure Dragon's breath first, then head to school in the afternoon. After all, he was now officially the top student in the entire school. So it didn't matter if he acted a little selfish. Besides, he'd been late yesterday, and it seemed no one had said anything about it. Not to mention, he held the status of an artisan's apprentice. Even if he didn't attend classes for half a year, the school would still be eager to acknowledge him as a student of Lei City First High School. Without further ado, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, first swallowing the Flame Essence pill and the Great Strength Vajra pill, then picking up the bottle of Azure Dragon body forging pills. With a slight effort, he snapped off a piece of the stone bottle's mouth, revealing a green pill inside. This green pill was enormous, as big as half a fist, and covered in scales, giving it an extremely mysterious appearance. This was the Azure Dragon body forging pill. Xian had known all along that there was only one, since a single pill was enough for him to master the Azure Dragon's breath. So he wasn't particularly surprised. He clenched his fingers, completely crushing the small stone vial. The next moment, the Azure Dragon body forging pill seemed to come to life, suddenly shooting off into the distance. Seeing that the Azure Dragon body forging pill was about to fly toward the bedroom door, Xian acted with lightning speed, dashing forward to catch it and clasping it firmly in his palm. At that moment, the Azure Dragon body forging pill actually calmed down, as if it had sensed the aura of the Azure Dragon emanating from him, and felt a sense of affinity. It actually possesses sentience, albeit the most rudimentary kind. Yet it knew to flee. How wondrous! Xian marveled once more, and then, without hesitation, swallowed the Azure Dragon body forging pill. Boom! The instant he swallowed it, the pill plunged straight into his stomach and erupted with tremendous force. Xian immediately sensed a mysterious power, one that felt both deeply familiar and intensely longed for, rapidly coursing through his limbs and bones, traveling through every meridian in his body. Moreover, this power was not merely the effect of the pill. It felt like the purest, most magnificent life force, combined with some indescribable, inexplicable energy. He carefully absorbed this sensation, while simultaneously channeling his meridian skill to the fullest. Both his vitality and mana surged rapidly at that very moment. Gradually, little by little, Xian felt his body absorbing this life force. Yet a portion of this purer life force began to converge toward his head. Xian struggled to control these forces, but they seemed to possess a will of their own. After gathering at the top of his head, they surged toward his mouth. Could it be? Xian suddenly realized something and simply let go. Almost immediately, he felt a fleshy sphere slowly begin to form inside him. This fleshy sphere seemed like an additional organ in his body. Just like any other organ, it showed no signs of rejection whatsoever, and could be controlled at will through his thoughts. The sphere grew larger and larger, until it finally stopped growing when it reached the size of a lychee. It was at that very moment that Xian felt all the meridians throughout his body connect to that fleshy sphere. It seemed that whenever he wished, he could channel both mana and vitality toward the flesh-like sphere at any time. His heart swelled with joy, for he knew this meant that the divine technique Hidden Dragon Breath was nearly mastered. Only one final step remained. All he needed to do was channel all his mana and vitality, unleash the Azure Dragon Breath to open up all his meridians. And once that was done, the Azure Dragon Breath would be truly mastered. He needed to find a place. He couldn't go to the abandoned factory. Someone might be lying in wait there at any moment. As for the historical site at the abandoned hospital, it certainly wouldn't be safe to go there now either. He might as well head to that nature park in the East District. He didn't believe he'd run into any infiltrators from the 10,000 races this time. To avoid arousing suspicion, Xian chose not to buy a ticket to Thunder City Nature Park, so as not to be traced. He made his way around to the western side of the park, where few people ventured, and climbed over a fence in a blind spot on the surveillance cameras. Before doing so, he took out the Thousand Faces mask and transformed himself into the likeness of a college student with bronze-colored skin. This nature park had just about everything, because it covered such a vast area. It featured mountains, wetlands, lakes, forests, and even volcanoes, with hot springs right next to the volcanoes. Xian decided to head for the volcanoes, especially those on the verge of eruption that no one dared to approach. This wasn't because he was particularly daring, but rather because those volcanoes weren't actually going to erupt anytime soon. They were simply off limits to the public, as a safety precaution, just in case. If worst came to worst and an eruption did occur, with his current strength, he'd be able to escape in time. Right after taking the Azure Dragon Body Forging Pill, his vitality had already reached 10,000 points. Moreover, Xian had a feeling that the mana within his body seemed to be showing faint signs of change. Passing through a small grove of trees and following the shore of a lake, he walked to a spot several hundred meters away from the active volcanoes in the nature park. The area around these active volcanoes was dotted with hot springs, but no one dared to go in and soak. The reason was simple: the temperature was too high. 70 or 80 degrees, some were even boiling at over 100 degrees. On its own, even fighters could actually withstand that. But the key issue was that these hot springs were highly alkaline. If a person went in, they'd either suffer severe skin burns or be melted on the spot. Seeing that no one was around, Xian was very satisfied. He walked all the way up one of the volcanoes and circled around to the back of the mountain. There was absolutely no way there could be any surveillance here. There was simply nowhere to put it. Even if someone were bored enough to set up some high-tech, highly concealed surveillance, Xian wasn't afraid. Right now, he was a college student with a bronze complexion. What such a college student did had nothing to do with Xian himself. He glanced left and right, confirming once again that the area was deserted. Then Xian channeled the mana and vitality within his body, just as he was about to converge on that fleshy orb. Just then, with a crack, the mountainside ahead suddenly split open. A look of alertness flashed in Xian's eyes. On an active volcano like this, there was no way any living creature could be present. And even if it were a person, they wouldn't be hiding inside the mountainside. Could it be? His reflexes were lightning fast. He immediately ducked behind a boulder, peeking out just slightly to observe the commotion. The next moment, at the sight of the cracked mountainside, rocks were pushed aside, and a figure with demonic wings emerged. The Demon-Winged Clan? Xian was at a loss for words. He didn't know if it was his bad luck or the Demon-Winged Clan's. But just as he mastered a technique of the Azure Dragon Dao, he run into these demon-winged ones again. Since it was nearing noon, Xian could see clearly this time. These demon-winged ones matched what he found in his records, the only difference being the spiral-shaped purple patterns etched onto their black skin. They were actually demon-winged fiends. Xian furrowed his brow slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. To put it dramatically, if he hadn't been here today, who knows how many residents of Thunder City would have suffered. After all, the demon-winged fiend is on par with a human martial king. That's equivalent to a being with 1 million vitality points. The demon-winged clan is divided into demon-winged imps, demon-winged fiends,
and demon-winged celestial demons, corresponding to human martial masters, martial kings, and martial emperors, respectively. The last time, he had killed a demon-winged imp. He never expected that this time, a demon-winged fiend would show up right away. Fortunately, Xian's vitality had now reached 10,000 points. And he had also mastered both the Azure Dragon True Flame Claw and the Azure Dragon Breath. Of course, he still needed to use the Azure Dragon's Breath one more time to fully master it. But to deal with these infiltrators from the demon-winged clan, it was really a piece of cake. If it had been any other race, Xian, at his current stage, would have had no choice but to accept his fate. But since they were from the demon-winged clan, they had only themselves to blame for their bad luck. Just as Xian was pondering how to launch a surprise attack, two more winged demonic figures emerged from the cave. These two were merely demon wing imps, but they were far stronger than the one Xian had encountered earlier. Their vitality was estimated to be equivalent to that of a martial master with 500,000 to 600,000 points. We finally sneaked in. This time, we're going to avenge our third brother. One of the winged imps spoke up. The other winged imp looked very serious. I sense that this human city is no ordinary place. Once we kill that guy and avenge our brother, we're getting out of here immediately. Upon hearing this, Xian couldn't help but feel a jolt of alarm. Oh no! They're actually after me. But Xian soon noticed something strange. He could actually understand what the winged demons were saying. The winged demons have their own language. And of course, some of them specialize in learning human languages to negotiate with humans across the universe. But what these winged demons had just said was clearly not a human language. Yet when it reached Xian's ears, he could understand its meaning. Could it be the effect of the thousand-faced mask? Xian surmised that this was the only possibility. Thinking of the thousand-faced mask, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Xian. After all, this mask could even alter one's aura. So even if he bore the markings left by having slain a magic winged one, they had actually been completely concealed by now. So, what if he took on the appearance of a magic winged one himself? The more Xian thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. His form immediately blurred, and he transformed into a winged demon. His body also adorned with purple, swirl-like patterns. It was just that he'd never seen a winged heavenly demon. Otherwise, he would be transformed into one to scare the hell out of this group of winged clan infiltrators from the 10,000 races. After carefully checking to make sure there were no flaws in his disguise, Xian stepped out from behind the boulder. He deliberately exposed himself to the three members of the winged demon clan. But after just a single glance at them, he turned and walked off into the distance without another thought. This move, however, left the three winged demon clan members completely baffled. Suddenly, the winged demon ghost shouted, "Friend, wait a moment." Xian stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said with a very cold expression, "What is it?" Seeing his cold demeanor, the demon-winged fiend couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, and he hurried forward. "Sir, are you also one of the infiltrators this time?" You see, among the Demon Wing clan, strength has always been the ultimate measure of status, and their hierarchy is strictly enforced. Therefore, since this Demon Wing demon hadn't been able to gauge Xian's strength at first glance, and seeing how coldly Xian treated it, it naturally assumed that Xian disguised as a Demon Wing demon was a being stronger than itself. And its attitude became much more respectful. Xian nodded and said, "I'm here to take care of something. As for you three, why haven't I ever seen you before?" He decided to get the upper hand right away, to prevent these three magic winged demons from turning the tables on him later. Unexpectedly, as soon as those words left his mouth, the magic winged demon's face contorted into an extremely unnatural expression. It seemed as though he'd been caught out on something. But just then, the young demon-winged ghost beside him spoke up. "Yes. We did sneak in here on our own without the leader's orders.
But we're here to seek revenge. What? Are we not even allowed to avenge our own brother?
Upon hearing this, Xian barely managed to keep a straight face,
And nearly burst out laughing.
Fortunately, he had always been very skilled at controlling his facial expressions. Not to mention the assistance of the 1,000 faces. Immediately, he narrowed his eyes and said with feigned seriousness, "You can seek your revenge all you want, but if it interferes with my plan, don't blame me for reporting you to the leader and having you severely punished." He deliberately acted as if the matter had nothing to do with him, turned around, and prepared to flap his wings and fly away.
"My lord!"
The winged demon suddenly spoke up, reaching out to stop him.
Xian turned back, looking impatient. "What now?"
The demon-winged fiend chose his words carefully.
"My lord, you may not be aware,
but I was born with a mysterious gift of intuition.
I sense that somewhere in this human city, something extraordinary is brewing. If what you intend to do is related to that thing, then I can assist you." Xian was slightly taken aback, somewhat puzzled by the winged demon's sudden enthusiasm.
But after a moment's thought, he immediately understood. Undoubtedly, since the 1,000-faced mask was concealing his aura, and he was disguised as a winged demon himself. The winged demon before him knew full well he stood no chance against Xian and had no choice but to curry favor with him, hoping Xian wouldn't report him once he returned. Once he figured all this out, Xian couldn't help but chuckle. He had originally planned to pretend to walk a few steps away, then suddenly offer to help them kill their enemy and lead them on the mission together. But he never expected that this demon-winged fiend would actually come running up on his own. Xian pretended to think it over, then nodded and said, "All right, then you lead the way." To his surprise, the demon-winged fiend bowed his head. "I'm sorry, sir, but right now I can only sense that something is brewing. I can't pinpoint the exact location. Why don't we lie low here for now? I have a feeling that within a month at most, the truth will come to light." Hearing this, Xian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had originally hoped to have this winged demon take him to investigate right away. Unexpectedly, even this winged demon could only sense something was brewing. But didn't he know exactly what it was or where it was located? Since that was the case, Xian suddenly spoke up. "All right. Then I'll go help you kill your enemy first." "Who is your enemy?" The little demon with wings from earlier immediately exclaimed excitedly. "We don't know, but he has a mark on him. As long as he comes within a 10-kilometer radius of us, we can sense him." Xian deliberately furrowed his brow. "Are you telling me I have to come along with you to look for him?" The little demon with wings was startled and dared not speak, while the demon with wings immediately said, "No, no, no, Your Excellency, just wait here. The three of us will go look for him first. If the enemy is powerful, we'll come back and ask for your help. If the enemy isn't much of a threat, we'll handle it ourselves." Xian nodded, sat down casually on a rock, and said calmly, "Go ahead." The winged demon and the two winged imps responded respectfully, then slightly bent their knees. It seemed they were preparing to flap their wings and fly directly toward the main city. It was at that very moment that Xian opened his mouth. A massive amount of mana and vitality surged through every fiber of his body, channeling through his meridians toward the flesh ball in his mouth. In the next instant, the flesh ball glowed, emitting an aura that was exceptionally pure and majestic. An aura of ultimate strength and yang energy. Beep! A beam of light. A blue beam that seemed to be condensed from flames shot out, heading straight for the winged demon. The beam was so fast that the winged demon barely had time to react before a hole the size of a bull was blasted through its body. Its body froze instantly, then, in disbelief, it turned its head inch by inch to look at Xian. But Xian didn't pause for a moment. He unleashed another blue dragon's breath, blasting it toward one of the winged imps. If even the winged demon couldn't react in time to the blue dragon's breath,
the winged imp certainly couldn't either. Xian actually blew its head off,
blasting a hole just as big as a bowl right through its skull.
Why are you attacking us?
The last winged imp spoke, its voice filled with shock and terror. Although it had long sensed that something was off about Xian, it didn't have the slightest courage to launch an attack against him. Come on, even the winged demon had been instantly killed by Xian with a single strike.
Wouldn't attacking him be nothing short of suicide? The little demon with wings showed remarkable quick thinking, immediately preparing to hide behind a boulder.
It didn't choose to fly away, nor did it choose to flee down the mountain, knowing that either option would make it an easy target. Only by hiding behind this boulder could it buy time to maneuver.
But Xian didn't give it a chance. The meatball in his mouth glowed once more. Puff! Another blast of azure dragon's breath.
The little demon with wings was struck directly just a few meters from the boulder and crashed to the ground with a thud.
At the same time,
the other two little demons with wings and the winged demon had also lost their lives, having long since collapsed to the ground. Recalling the frenzy that had swept through the city in search of a mysterious powerhouse after he slain that winged demon imps last time, Xian immediately spread his fingers, and green flames surged from his hands as he prepared to burn the corpses of these three winged demons to ashes. He only wanted to kill the winged demons, he had no desire to draw attention to himself.
But just then, an extremely dangerous premonition struck.
Xian's heart sank. He quickly unleashed a bolt of azure dragon true flame. Then, without looking back, ran down the mountain.
Boom!
The azure dragon true flame struck the demon winged fiend,
instantly igniting it, and as the flames spread, they engulfed the two demon winged imps as well. In just a moment,
they were all reduced to ashes. The next moment, a figure screeched from the horizon,
crashing down onto the mountainside,
sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air with a thunderous boom. It was an extremely imposing middle-aged man with spiky, hedgehog-like hair. Wearing a sleeveless training robe, the muscles on his arms bulged,
as solid as rock, and the aura emanating from him
proved him to be a powerful martial king. His expression was grave, and he immediately spotted the pile of ashes on the mountain. He crouched down, reached out, and pinched a pinch of ashes, rubbing it between his fingers. Then brought it to his nose to sniff. His expression suddenly changed. A 2-star martial king level demon winged fiend had actually been killed so quickly and burned to ashes at that.
Who on earth could have done this?
He immediately pulled a spatial box from his waist, carefully collecting all the ashes from the ground into it. He scanned the area but found nothing else out of the ordinary,
then leaped swiftly toward the city lord's mansion in Thunder City.
After half an hour of trekking, during which he changed his appearance multiple times,
Xian finally returned home. Recalling what had just happened,
he couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, that was truly thrilling. If it weren't for his azure dragon Dao divine art, which happens to be a natural counter to the demon winged clan, the most filthy and evil race in the universe, he would have truly met his end there today. In any case, he had successfully mastered the azure dragon Dao technique.
Wait, why do I feel like I'm about to break through? Watching the mana begin to boil in his dantian,
Xian's face lit up with delight. He was eager to find out what the effects of the breakthrough would be. Just then, his phone, computer, and TV all lit up simultaneously, and a breaking news report began to air.
No way, not again? Xian felt a vague sense of foreboding. The next moment, the TV aired exactly what he least wanted to see. Good news! Good news! According to confirmation from the Lord of Black Flame City,
a 2-star martial king level demon winged fiend, along with 2 6-star martial master level demon winged imps, had infiltrated our Thunder City. But all were slain by a mysterious powerhouse.
After joint investigation and verification by the City Lord of Thunder City and the Director of the Martial Arts Bureau,
and following confirmation by the City Lord of Black Flame City, the mysterious powerhouse who intervened this time
is the same person who previously eliminated the demon-winged imps.
Honorable, mighty, and righteous mysterious powerhouse.
If you happen to see this news, the City Lord of Black Flame City and the City Lord of Thunder City have prepared a feast of fierce beasts and await your arrival at the City Lord's mansion. Xian. Damn it, who is this City Lord of Black Flame City, and why is he butting in? ID already covered my tracks perfectly. Wait a minute, could the powerful aura I sensed just before I left have come from this City Lord of Black Flame City?
Xian was no stranger to Black Flame City.
It was a medium-sized human city right next to Thunder City.
In fact, smaller human cities like Thunder City, Wind City, and Sand City were all clustered around Black Flame City,
relying on its influence. Many young people who had left Thunder City dreamed of settling down in Black Flame City.
Although Xian had heard of Black Flame City, he really had no idea who its lord was, mainly because he couldn't be bothered to find out.
He immediately pulled out his phone and looked it up online.
The next moment, a photo of a burly middle-aged man with spiky black hair, wearing a sleeveless training robe
and sporting a stern expression, appeared on the phone screen.
The Lord of Black Flame City, Wan Shamha, a 2-star martial king. He had once been a highly decorated powerhouse on the battlefield of 10,000 races. But later, as he grew older and his vitality began to wane, he chose to retire and came to Black Flame City to serve as its lord,
spending his twilight years protecting the city's residents.
Black Flame City had only 2 martial king level powerhouses in total. The other, of course, was the head of the city's martial arts bureau.
It seems that the moment the demon-winged fiend infiltrated the city,
it must have triggered some kind of city-wide alarm system. Since our Thunder City has no martial king level warriors, and no one here could handle the demon-winged fiend, the Lord of Black Flame City being the closest rushed over immediately. Xian had figured out the general situation.
In fact, the reason Thunder City lacks martial king level experts
is this: first, because there simply aren't enough of them to go around.
It's highly unlikely they serve as city lords in small human settlements, let alone
the fact that most martial king level experts are on the battlefield of 10,000 races, defending against invasions by the 10,000 races.
On the other hand,
many years ago, after scientists and statisticians from the Human Federation studied over 100 million cases of invasions by 10,000 races infiltrators,
they discovered a pattern. Namely, the more powerful warriors a human city possesses,
the more likely it is to attract powerful infiltrators from the 10,000 races. Conversely, if a human city is home only to martial masters, the invading infiltrators from the 10,000 races will generally be of martial master strength as well. Therefore, under these circumstances, and given that small human cities are unlikely to be assigned a martial king level city lord or martial arts commissioner in the first place, the rule was established that martial kings are not permitted to enter small human cities except in emergencies. The fear is that a martial king might attract martial king level infiltrators from the 10,000 races, resulting in a situation where the vast majority of people would be unable to handle them, ultimately leading to widespread devastation. However, in human cities that already have multiple martial kings,
the situation is far less critical. I definitely won't be attending the banquet
unless I truly possess the strength to kill a 2-star martial king level infiltrator from the 10,000 races.
And that would require at least a 3-star martial king, right? No wonder, in the news reports,
the Lord of Black Flame City deliberately acted so respectful and courteous. After all, they mistakenly believed that I, this mysterious powerhouse, was likely a 3-star martial king,
when in reality, I'm just a 1-star fighter.
Xian suddenly remembered something and pulled up the left side of his shirt. He saw 3 more marks on his waist.
One from the demon-winged fiend with blue-black skin,
and purple spiral patterns on its body.
and the other 2 from the demon-winged imps. He had to admit, this feeling of accumulating marks was actually a bit addictive. Xian even considered whether, once he became stronger, he should go specifically to the battlefield of 10,000 races to hunt down the winged demons and collect more marks. As he daydreamed about the future, he sat down cross-legged, began to calm his mind and regulate his qi, and channeled his full energy into his meridian skill. With the breath of the Azure Dragon now fully mastered, and the Azure Dragon body forging pills completely absorbed, he could clearly feel that he was truly on the verge of a breakthrough. At that moment, Xian sensed that the vitality throughout his body had begun to circulate completely, and mana was constantly being generated and converging toward his dantian. At the same time, the pores all over his skin had fully dilated, frantically absorbing the natural energy of the heavens and earth. Inside his dantian, the white, faintly glowing mana which had previously been in a state between liquid and gas began to compress toward the center. At first, it was only the size of a palm, soon it became the size of a fist, and then it actually condensed into the size of a lychee. Suddenly, a crisp pop rang out, emanating from his dantian and piercing straight through to his brain. Xian heard it clearly, as if right beside his ear. The mana within his dantian had actually condensed into a white, round pearl. Essence stage, level 1. Xian's eyes lit up. Though he had only reached essence stage, level 1. This meant he had officially set foot on the path of cultivation. In that mysterious and vast fantasy world, he had previously been little more than a mortal with a touch of magical power. But now he could truly be called a cultivator. If I were to use this coiled dragon axe now, I could easily unleash it about 6 times. My vitality has also increased significantly, seeming to be approaching 15,000. And my physical condition has received a comprehensive upgrade as well. Although Xian had long anticipated that a breakthrough would bring benefits, he never expected the benefits to be this substantial. Not to mention anything else. Just this bonus to vitality alone has increased by over 5,000 points. The essence stage has a total of 10 levels, followed by the crystal stage. And after the crystal stage comes the blood stage. Xian is very much looking forward to the effects of each future breakthrough. 15,000 points of vitality, coupled with the divine abilities Azure Dragon True Flame Claw and Azure Dragon Breath, as well as the Earth Tier magical artifact Coiled Dragon Axe, not to mention those few artisan crafted items. Xian stood up, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Now, all he needed was an opportunity. A chance to be alone with Haitong Tian. And he could eliminate him once and for all. Of course, Xian also understood very well that when it came to actually facing Haitong Tian, there were 2 possible scenarios. One was that Haitong Tian's strength was exactly as he usually appeared to be, in which case dealing with him would be very easy. The other was that Haitong Tian possessed exceptionally powerful artisan crafted items, and had cultivated extremely bizarre or incredibly powerful secret techniques. In that case, he would have to pay a tremendous price just to barely kill Haitong Tian. Xian knew that the situation could only possibly be the second one. After all, even Wei possessed an artisan's artifact like the golden battle armor and secret techniques that drastically boosted his strength. As the grandnephew of a martial emperor, Haitong Tian couldn't possibly be without them. If I want to play it safe, 20,000 vitality points should be enough. If I can break through to the second layer of the essence stage, then whatever tactics he uses will be useless against me. Seeing that the breakthrough was complete, Xian immediately struck while the iron was hot and continued cultivating to consolidate his progress. At the same time, he discovered that he could now consume 10 flame element pills per day. But he was still limited to 1 great strength Vajra pill per day. As for the leopard cloud pills, he tried taking one as well. This time, he cultivated for over 6 hours. And it wasn't until dusk that he had more or less consolidated his progress. Thanks to the 3 types of pills, his vitality had risen by over 3,000 points, bringing it close to 18,000.
seeing that he consumed all the pills he could for the day. And with nothing else to do, Xian suddenly remembered Wei Han's invitation.
School was probably out by now, why not head over to the Crafter Guild?
Artifact crafters, like artisans, require a great deal of practice to improve. For example, right now, Xian could vaguely sense that he was still some distance away from becoming a true yellow rank artifact forger. If he could perform about a dozen more forging runs, he'd be able to bridge that gap. At that point, he'd be equivalent to an intermediate artisan, a status situated between martial king and martial emperor. And this was the kind that didn't require 100,000 vitality points. It could be compensated for by his mastery of artifact forging. As for a junior artisan, when he was forging the silver thorn dagger earlier,
Xian knew full well he wasn't one.
But the moment he finished forging it,
he had already become one. This is the benefit of practice and feedback from experience. A tangible improvement.
Decision made off to the Artisans Guild. If he were to become an intermediate craftsman and kill Hai Tongtian in public, Hai Tongtian's grandfather might still come to seek revenge. But if he were to simply slap Hai Tongtian in public,
Hai Tongtian's grandfather would likely step in personally to mediate, urging him to calm down and not hold a grudge against a junior. There's no helping it in the Human Federation and indeed among all races across the universe. The status of craftsmen from every race is simply that high. 1 hour later. The Crafter Guild in Lei City. The Crafter Guild, as arguably the place most revered by fighters in every human city, combined with the craftsman's immense wealth, was naturally built with extraordinary luxury and grandeur. As soon as Xian Fong reached the main entrance, he spotted an iconic structure. It was a shield, nearly 100 meters tall, with countless ferocious and hideous monsters from all races depicted on its front, and many humans on the back. It was said to originate from a famously heroic battle. A shield named Guardian of Origins, forged by a celestial artisan, which had defended a human planet against a massive assault by the multitudes of races. From start to finish, not a single human was harmed. This shield must be more than just a celestial tier magical artifact, right? Judging by this, the artisans of the Human Federation would likely do quite well, even if they went to that fantasy world. Just as Xian was marveling at this, he suddenly saw 2 tall young women in Cheongsam, dressed quite strikingly, walking toward him. One of them gave him a gentle smile and said, "Sir, are you here to commission a craft item? Or to purchase one?" Xian looked at the young woman who had spoken and realized she was a receptionist from the Crafter Guild in Lei City. But her beauty could even rival that of some third-tier celebrities. Without further ado, Xian reached with one hand to the spatial box at his waist and pulled out the badge that looked as if it were crafted from a blue crystal. As early as last night, he had already completed his genetic, fingerprint, and facial authentication, officially becoming an apprentice craftsman of the Crafter Guild. The moment the 2 receptionists saw the badge, the warm smiles on their faces instantly gave way to genuine respect. They placed their hands in front of them and bowed their heads slightly, though their eyes grew bright with admiration. "So you're a crafter, sir? Please come in. The general manager will be here shortly to escort you to the Crafter's Hall." One of the receptionists bowed deeply, her tone growing even more respectful. The other hostess, meanwhile, took another few glances at Xian, marveling at his youth. To be a craftsman at such a young age, even if only an apprentice, that's a future full of promise. Although Xian had just turned 18, he was, after all, a time traveler. He could certainly read the fervent looks in these 2 hostesses' eyes. However, he had no choice but to keep his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, pretending not to understand such matters. Why wait for some manager? Let us just go right in and get this over with. Come on. I'll take you to the craftsman's workshop. Suddenly, a young, laid-back voice rang out.
Xian turned his head and saw a young man with tousled hair,
wearing a black suit,
covered in colorful, highly stylized, and fashionable circular patterns,
left unbuttoned, giving him a rather relaxed air.
Xian recognized it at a glance. This was the Human Federation's luxury brand, Demas. And it was a limited edition suit for the entire Human Federation, priced at over 3 million per piece.
What a rich guy. Although I could afford it too.
If I were actually buying it, I probably wouldn't be able to bring myself to do it.
Xian thought to himself.
He was almost certain that this young man with the tousled hair was also an artisan. At the same time, the young man was accompanied by a young girl,
who looked to be about 18 or 19, with fair skin and big, sparkling eyes,
and who was also curiously eyeing Xian. The two hostesses clearly recognized the young man,
their faces showing even more respect than when they realized Xian was a craftsman. And they said, "Mr. Su Xiaochan, welcome."
Su Xiaochan waved his hand and said,
"I've told you before, there's no need to be so formal every time.
I'm just bringing my little sister here to practice crafting." As he spoke, he turned to look at Xian and said with a smile,
"Young man, is this your first time here? Come on, I'll show you the way."
Although every general manager of a crafter guild is required to show sufficient respect to the craftspeople, there is no need for us to actually bother them every single time. Xian nodded in agreement and said, "All right, let us go." He noticed that Su Xiaochan didn't like to beat around the bush,
which suited him just fine, so he decided to be straightforward as well. Su Xiaochan gave a slight nod
and strode toward the northwest corner of the 100-meter-tall steel shield-shaped building.
Xian followed silently behind her,
originally intending to review the key points on crafting yellow-rank magical artifacts from cosmic crafting, so he could apply them later when crafting items for artisans. But suddenly, the big-eyed girl leaned in close, her clear eyes seeming to sparkle as she asked curiously,
"Are you an artisan too? I've never seen you around before."
Xian smiled slightly.
"Yeah, I just became a craftsman's apprentice,"
the girl exclaimed with delight.
"Really? Me too. Hee, I'll let you in on a secret. If I keep practicing hard for another 3 years, I'll definitely become a junior craftsman. What do you think? I'm pretty talented, right?"
Hearing the girl's words, Xian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After all, he wouldn't need 3 years at all.
He'd likely become a junior artisan today.
And that was assuming he already possessed the skill level of a junior artisan. All he had to do was craft an item that met the standard and undergo certification. Just then, Su Xiaochan suddenly glared at his younger sister and said,
"I've told you not to go around bragging. I know you're talented. But what if you end up hurting someone's feelings?"
He spoke bluntly, implying that Xian might already have been discouraged by his younger sister. Hearing this, the girl suddenly puffed out her cheeks.
"Brother, you're just jealous."
Su Xiaochan snorted lightly and said,
"What am I jealous of? I became a junior artisan in just 3 years too."
Xian listened from the side, feeling quite surprised. He hadn't previously had a deep understanding of how long it took to go from artisan apprentice to junior artisan. When Wei Han told him he could achieve it in half a year, he subconsciously thought it was simple. But now it seemed it wasn't simple at all.
No wonder Wei Han sounded so excited when he said I could become a junior craftsman in half a year.
And why he seemed so regretful later, when he mistakenly thought my vitality could only reach 10,000. The young girl had just finished arguing with her brother when she suddenly thought of something. She turned back to Xian and smiled playfully.
"Sorry about that, I didn't mean to bring you down. I just couldn't help but want to share it."
Xian smiled and said,
"It's okay, I understand.
I'm not that easily discouraged." Just then, Su Xiaochan suddenly asked,
"By the way, young man, how long have you been a craftsman's apprentice?"
Xian replied,
"Since yesterday, I just became a craftsman's apprentice yesterday." Su Shaochan nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly adopted the tone of someone who'd been there before and advised. The path from artisan apprentice to junior artisan is a very long one. Except for those with exceptional talent, like my sister and me. It usually takes 10 or 20 years for most people, it's simply impossible otherwise. You've got to hang in there. After a brief pause, he added. Besides, even as an artisan apprentice, you can earn plenty of money. So there's really no need to panic. Xian didn't know what to say. So he nodded, stifling a laugh, and said, I understand. Thanks for the advice. Su Shaochan said nothing more and continued walking toward the craftsman's workshop. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a wooden house so enormous it was hard to imagine. The reason it was described as unimaginably huge was that it looked like an ordinary wooden house magnified dozens of times over. The ceiling alone was over 100 meters high. Moreover, even before they drew near, they could already feel a wave of intense heat. At the same time, the air was filled with a mixture of the scents of metal, herbs, and the blood of ferocious beasts. A clinking and clanging sound drifted out from inside the wooden house. It wasn't noisy, but rather had an inexplicably pleasant ring to it. Is this the craftsman's workshop? Xian was quite amazed. Mainly because the artisan's workshop Wei Han had brought him to last time looked so ordinary that he had subconsciously assumed all such workshops were like that. The contrast with this one was what made him feel so surprised. He watched as Su Shaochan walked straight up to the wooden door, but instead of pushing it open, he reached with one hand to touch the spatial box hanging from his other wrist and pulled out a round badge. Xian could see clearly that Su Shaochan's badge wasn't the color of blue crystal, but rather a deep black. He pressed the badge directly against the wooden door, and a ring of white light immediately shone around it, followed by a sweet, mechanical voice. Authentication successful. Mr. Su Shaochan, Intermediate Artisan, welcome. Intermediate Artisan. Xian was slightly startled. In a small human city like Lei City, an entry-level artisan was already considered the pinnacle. After all, the status of an entry-level artisan was even slightly higher than that of a martial king. While the city lords of small human cities were merely martial masters, Wei Han, as an intermediate craftsman, seemed to be staying here for some reason. But Xian never expected that Su Shaochan would also be an intermediate craftsman. The young girl skipped forward, swiped her finger across the necklace-like spatial box hanging from her chest, and pulled out a badge as well. The badge was just like Xian's sky blue and translucent. The girl pressed her badge against the wooden door, and a ring of white light lit up around it as well. The mechanical female voice sounded again. Miss Su Weining, artisan apprentice, welcome. Xian watched the process twice and, of course, understood how to operate it. He immediately followed her example and pressed his own badge against the wooden door. Mr. Xian, artisan apprentice, welcome. At that moment, the young girl chuckled and said, Is your name Xian? You heard my name just now. But I'd still like to introduce myself again. My name is Su Weining. It's a pleasure to meet you. After speaking, she reached out her fair, delicate little hand. Xian smiled and took her soft, boneless hand in his. My name is Xian. It's a pleasure to meet you, too. Su Shaochan suddenly glanced at the two hands clasped together, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, and his cheek twitching slightly. But in the end, he held his tongue. However, the look in his eyes as he watched Xian grew somewhat guarded, as if he feared this young man might have his sights set on his sister and try to lure her away. The wooden door of the craftsman's workshop swung open on its own, and Su Shaochan stepped inside, a look of surprise and delight spreading across his face as he laughed. Wei Han, the sun must be rising in the west today. You're actually willing to come to the door to greet me. Sure enough, standing at the doorway was none other than Wei Han. He was still wearing his blue overalls with suspenders, a cigar clenched between his teeth, yet drenched in sweat. He had clearly been crafting something just moments ago, but had rushed over in a hurry. Wei Han glanced at Su Shaochan and said, "You're dreaming. Me, come pick you up? You've got some nerve. I'm here to pick up Xian." This time, it was Su Shaochan who was taken aback. "Isn't he just a craftsman's apprentice? Is he really worth all this trouble from a distinguished intermediate craftsman like you?" Wei Han smiled and said, "You wouldn't understand, and I can't be bothered to explain it to you." With that, he turned to Xian and exclaimed, "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you since last night. But I didn't expect you to show up until today. Come on, follow me inside. The materials for the project are all ready. I had someone teleport them here from far away this afternoon." This scene only piqued Su Shaochan's curiosity even more. He couldn't help but take another good look at Xian, wondering why such a mere craftsman's apprentice would be held in such high regard by Wei Han, who was usually so haughty. After all, since Wei Han had a grandmaster-level artisan as his mentor, his chances of advancing to senior artisan were quite high. Moreover, Wei Han was exceptionally talented. Of course, Su Shaochan himself also had a grandmaster-level artisan as his mentor. And his own talent was no slouch either. Precisely because the two were so evenly matched in every respect, they found themselves competing with each other both openly and covertly. Upon hearing that Wei Han had arrived in Lei City, Su Shaochan, who happened to be sightseeing in Haiyan City, rushed over immediately. At that moment, Xian seemed quite at ease with Wei Han's enthusiasm. After all, today was likely the day Wei Han showed him the least enthusiasm. From now on, he would likely become even more enthusiastic. As for the reason, it was quite simple. Xian had no intention of hiding his talent as a craftsman, or rather, his talent for artifact forging. In a world that placed such high value on craftsmanship, hiding such a talent would be sheer folly. He followed Wei Han all the way into the craftsman's hall. Wei Han paid little attention to Su Shaochan and didn't invite him to come along. Su Shaochan, however, was full of questions, so he took the initiative to bring his younger sister along and followed Wei Han. Once inside, Xian first surveyed the craftsman's hall. The interior was an extremely spacious hall, with several high-tech forging stations set up in the center, far superior to any he had used before. Without a doubt, they were also more expensive and high-end. In addition, there were many small rooms surrounding the hall, and both the sounds of forging and various strange odors were wafting out from those small rooms. Clearly, there were quite a few people inside crafting artisan items, or perhaps the materials needed to synthesize them. Wei Han led Xian directly to the best high-tech forging stations in the center of the hall, then took out several blueprints. "Pick one. They're all entry-level artisan items. Once you've chosen, you can start crafting." Seeing that Xian was actually about to begin crafting an entry-level artisan item, Su Shaochan's gaze sharpened involuntarily. He certainly harbored no ill will towards Xian, he was simply curious. Of course, Su Shaochan and Wei Han didn't exactly get along. As for Su Weining, her big eyes were blinking at that moment, equally eager to see if Xian would succeed. Xian glanced at the blueprints and was surprised to find that two of them were very familiar to him. They were none other than the shadow-splitting flying dagger and the iron protective armor that Wei Han had given him earlier. In that instant, he suddenly felt a surge of emotion. He hadn't expected Wei Han to have put so much thought into it, going out of his way to give him two artisan-grade items, all to help him grow faster. At that moment, Wei Han said with a smile, "Since you'll be able to become a junior artisan in about half a year, I don't need to waste your time with blueprints for artisan-grade items worth tens of millions." He pointed to the 3 blueprints. "As you can see, these 3 blueprints are all for junior craftsman-level items. As long as you can craft them, you can apply directly for the junior craftsman assessment."
Xian Han Ti expected that becoming a junior craftsman would actually require an assessment.
But upon closer reflection, given the importance of craftsmen, it would actually be strange if there weren't one. Wei Han continued. During the exam, once you craft another designated entry-level artisan item, you'll officially become an entry-level artisan. At that point, you'll be able to pass the entrance requirements even if you go directly to a super large human city. You'll be far better than 99% of the people there.
His words were encouraging.
Xian nodded slightly and said, I understand. Then I'll choose this one. He pointed to the forging blueprint for the iron protective armor.
Although he already had a pretty good grasp of the iron protective armor's functions. On one hand, it could summon armor covering the face or even the entire body. And on the other, it could project a protective light shield. Since he already had so many offensive magical artifacts and artisan items,
and only this one defensive one, he still chose to forge the iron protective armor to gain a deeper mastery of it. Wei Han nodded, took out a spatial box, and said,
Inside are 3 sets of materials for crafting the Iron Guardian armor.
Go ahead and give it a try. Come back to me when you've used them all up.
As he spoke, he added,
Oh, and I'll give you this spatial box, too.
You only have 2 spatial boxes, that's not enough.
If you go out like that, people probably won't even believe you're a craftsman.
Xian took the spatial box and said with a smile. He had already decided in his heart that once he became a Xian tier artifact forger, he would give Wei Han some proper guidance to help him become an even more skilled craftsman.
Of course, with cosmic crafting, he could actually offer Wei Han guidance in many other areas right now.
Unexpectedly, the conversation between Xian and Wei Han left Su Xiaochan and Su Weining, who were standing nearby, almost speechless.
Su Xiaochan said hesitantly, Wei Han, are you out of your mind? Or am I hallucinating? Didn't Ti Xian just become a craftsman's apprentice yesterday? Are you really having him craft a basic artisan item today?
Wei Han replied quite naturally.
Yes, so what? Didn't you see it from the start?
Seeing him so confident, Su Xiaochan was taken aback for a moment. Then narrowed his eyes and said,
You little rascal, are you trying to pull my leg on purpose?
If Xian could really craft a basic artisan item just one day after becoming an artisan apprentice, then his talent would be on par with that of a master artisan.
Wei Han replied, I just had him give it a try. I never said he'd actually be able to make it. Besides, if he really could make it, I'd actually.
But as he spoke, he suddenly fell silent. A look of regret spreading across his face.
A look of profound regret. Xian surmised.
That Wei Han was probably about to bring up that elusive blood god fruit again. In fact, after his vitality broke through to 15,000 today,
Xian no longer intended to keep it a secret.
Because after returning, he had carefully researched it.
Sha'in water, also known as the mental nightmare potion,
not only greatly hones a fighter's spirit, but also significantly boosts a fighter's vitality.
A single bottle of mental nightmare potion
can increase a fighter's vitality by anywhere from 1,000 to 30,000 points, depending on the fighter's natural talent. Therefore, Xian was prepared to fully reveal the fact that his vitality had surpassed 10,000 points, to avoid enduring the mental trauma caused by the blood god fruit, which he had never consumed before. Su Xiaochan, however, keenly sensed the regret on Wei Han's face,
and asked, What's wrong?
Wei Han, however, seemed disheartened and shook his head,
clearly unwilling to bring up the matter.
He turned to Xian and said,
If you're ready, you can begin crafting. I'll be watching the entire process from the sidelines.
Su Xiaochan grew even more suspicious, but seeing that Wei Han didn't want to talk about it, he didn't feel it was appropriate to pry. So he joined his sister in observing Xian's crafting session. Wei Han didn't stop them from watching. In fact, during every artisan assessment, whether for entry-level, intermediate, or advanced artisans. Several skilled artisans would be present. Under the current circumstances, it was actually a good opportunity for Xian to get accustomed to the process early on.
Xian merely glanced at the blueprint for the iron defense armor
and immediately spotted numerous errors and omissions. He didn't rush to point them out, but instead, drawing on his mastery of cosmic crafting,
he mentally formulated an entirely new set of blueprints for the Iron Guardian armor.
Then, with a swipe of his spatial box, he retrieved a set of materials for crafting the Iron Guardian armor.
A container of black, viscous, petroleum-like paste,
followed by over 20 other crafting materials. Finally, he placed these materials into a nearby chest and prepared to walk toward the high-tech forging station. At that moment, Wei Han finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up to remind him. Xian, you've picked up the wrong crafting materials again. If you hadn't made that mistake last time, the silver jewelry you crafted could have turned out even more perfect.
Su Shaochan had, of course, noticed the problem as well.
As for the Iron Guardian armor, a divine artifact in extremely high demand among fighters, he was actually very familiar with it. He had long since memorized every detail. Only Su Weiniang watched with wide, curious eyes. Upon hearing this, Xian looked up and smiled in response.
Don't worry, I have my own forging method.
If there is a problem with the finished product,
it won't be too late to take your advice then.
Wei Han opened his mouth, as if to speak, but held back in the end, because he remembered what his master had said. True geniuses never follow the rules, and the crafts they create as a result often yield unexpected results. So he decided to truly listen to Xian. Or rather, to trust him one more time. Xian put on a high-tech crafting helmet, and the robotic arms on the workstation immediately began picking up the materials one by one. All three of them couldn't help but hold their breath. And the crafting of this entry-level artifact officially began. From now through the validation period and the debut event starting on the 23rd until the end of the month. I ask all you big shots to check for the latest chapters every day, please, please, please don't let the story sit unread. As long as the numbers are good, starting next month, there will be at least 3 chapters and up to 5 chapters daily. Last time, when the entire school had gathered to watch, Xian's mind was completely free of distractions. This time, needless to say, he quickly immersed himself in the wondrous realm of artifact forging. Since he was wearing the helmet and controlling the robotic arm with his brainwaves, he didn't even need to move a finger, allowing him to devote himself even more fully to the task. The martial runes the heaven and earth Dao runes required for the iron defense armor were Guardian of Koan I and Resistance of Kan-Tu. As his thoughts raced, one after another, the heaven and earth Dao runes were fluidly engraved by his robotic arm and imprinted onto the various metallic materials and ferocious beast materials needed to forge the iron defense armor. Some were even imprinted onto medicinal herbs. Wei Han had been watching from the side the whole time, his expression a mix of tension
and anticipation.
But Su Shaochan's expression had already changed the very moment Su Xian began engraving the heaven-earth Dao patterns. These were clearly martial patterns he knew all too well. Yet every time he engraved them, why did they give me such a sense of unfathomable profundity? Su Shaochan muttered to himself, looking somewhat incredulous. Su Weiniang tilted her head back and said innocently, "Brother, how come I didn't notice that?"
Su Shaochan replied without hesitation,
"Your cultivation level isn't high enough, that's why you can't see it."
Hey! Wei Han, did you notice it? Wei Han hadn't actually noticed it either.
But seeing his old rival ask that, he certainly couldn't admit it.
So he nodded and said, feigning profundity, "I noticed it a long time ago.
Otherwise, why do you think I hold him in such high regard?"
Su Shaochan asked, "Where did that kid learn this?"
Wei Han snorted derisively. For a craftsman, the most important thing is talent.
Do you get it? He probably doesn't even need to learn. He just read a few ancient texts
and naturally absorbed the divine essence of our ancient ancestors as they forged celestial artifacts in myths and legends.
Su Shaochan wiped the sweat from his forehead, sweat that wasn't even there. Doesn't that sound a bit too superstitious? Wei Han chuckled, it's just a guess. If it turns out to be useful, we can have our kids read ancient texts every day from now on. Just as the two were talking, their expressions suddenly changed. Because, at that very moment, a very peculiar sound emanated from the forging platform. Clang. At first listen,
it sounded like nothing more than a robotic arm striking a piece of metal with a hammer.
But both intermediate-level craftsmen keenly detected
that the sound contained many bubble-like impurities. Clearly, a problem had arisen with the memory defense metal, the most critical material for forging the iron imperial armor, as numerous cracks had formed inside it.
Oh no, the forging is going to fail.
A look of concern flashed across Su Shaochan's face.
He merely didn't get along with Wei Han as for Xian.
He was still very much hoping to witness the birth of a genius. Wei Han's expression also grew grave. He, of course, knew full well that Xian had failed in his forging, having hammered so many cracks into the memory defense metal, the most crucial component of the Iron Guardian armor.
How could he possibly succeed?
However, he still turned to Su Shaochan and smiled, saying,
it's perfectly normal. He only became a craftsman's apprentice yesterday, and this is his first time forging the Iron Guardian armor today. How could he possibly succeed? Su Shaochan nodded as well and said, right, that makes sense. But you were showing him so much attention just now,
so it's only natural that I was surprised by his failure.
Su Weiniang did indeed let out a soft sigh, looking extremely disappointed. I really thought Xian would succeed on his very first try.
If he had, we would have witnessed the birth of a genius with grandmaster-level talent. Xian was completely focused at that moment and hadn't heard a word they said. In fact, he had deliberately cracked the memory-defending metal. This was a method he devised himself based on the blueprints for cosmic crafting and the Iron Guardian armor, allowing him to engrave more heaven-earth Tao patterns into it, so that the Iron Guardian armor could truly cover his entire body while adding 2 additional layers of outer armor. It was his own innovation. Seeing that he cracked the metal in all the necessary places,
Xian once again controlled the robotic arm, beginning to engrave the heaven-earth Tao patterns onto the surface.
At this moment, Su Shaochan and the other two fell silent, each wondering how they could comfort Xian once he finished crafting. For a newcomer who had just become a craftsman's apprentice, this was particularly important.
Timely comfort could prevent them from losing confidence too quickly. Confidence is crucial for every craftsman.
Time passed slowly until all the robotic arms came to a halt,
followed by the sound of flowing water, the final step. Cooling after quenching.
Su Shaochan and Wei Han exchanged a glance and walked over, still sharing the tacit understanding of longtime rivals. They stood on either side of Xian, ready to offer him a few words of comfort. The next moment, however, they froze in astonishment. For inside the high-tech forging station, within a large rectangular iron box, the slightly blackish water slowly receded, revealing a jet-black, gleaming iron imperial armor. Its design was so perfect. Unlike ordinary iron armor, it was adorned with numerous patterns. These patterns looked quite mystical, as if formed naturally.
But as intermediate-level craftsmen, the two recognized them at a glance. Layered patterns? That's impossible. How? How could he have forged layered patterns onto an iron armor?
Su Shaochan's voice changed. It trembled with utter disbelief. Wei Han, meanwhile, seemed frozen in place,
biting down on his cigar, his eyes fixed intently on the iron armor.
Xian, however, picked it up with a look of complete ease. Unfazed by the heat, after all, he was already a 1-star fighter.
So the 80-90 degrees Celsius of residual heat after cooling was no big deal.
He turned around and handed it directly to Wei Han. "Old Wei, there you go. Take a look." For some reason, the moment he heard the words "Old Wei," a hint of inexplicable jealousy welled up in Su Shaochan's heart. It seemed as though he hoped Xian would call him that too. Or perhaps he hoped Xian would have shown him the Iron Guardian armor first. Wei Han's hands trembled as he took it, holding it in his grasp. And an invisible force began to slowly flow from his palms into the armor. Soon, he sensed it. This was clearly the forging formula for a completely improved iron defense armor. And the entire human federation had never seen such an optimized approach before. Good heavens! Su Shaochan couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed forward and snatched the iron defense armor from Wei Han's hands. But Wei Han showed no reaction at all. As if he had already immersed himself in the forging philosophy behind the iron defense armor modified by Xian, carefully savoring every detail. At that moment, Su Shaochan also channeled his inner energy into the Iron Guardian armor. His martial arts prowess was exceptionally high. He was already a 5-star martial master, meaning he possessed 500,000 points of vitality. As his energy coursed through every aspect of the Iron Guardian armor, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Not only can it be layered once, but it can be layered twice. Su Shaochan, too, stood frozen in place, seemingly just as immersed in Xian's wondrous, even profound crafting philosophy. Su Weining couldn't help but feel a pang of curiosity. She took a few small steps forward, her big eyes fixed on Xian, and said, "Xian, can I take a look, too?" Seeing Su Weining staring at him with such eager eyes, Xian couldn't help but smile and said, "The iron protective armor is in your brother's hands. If you want to see it, just go get it." Su Weining was overjoyed. She ran a few steps to Su Shaochan's side and snatched the iron protective armor right out of his hands. Just like Wei Han, Su Shaochan seemed completely oblivious, also lost in the marvelous thought process Xian had used to forge the iron protective armor. Su Weining held the iron defense armor in her pair of small, fair hands, her large eyes looking extremely solemn against her snow-white face, as she channeled strands of energy into the armor. Seeing this, Xian couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Su Weining to be a martial master as well. If she was already a martial master, why would it still take her 3 years to advance from an artisaness apprentice to a junior artisan? Xian found this somewhat baffling, but he didn't ask. Su Weining's slender body trembled slightly. Her eyes, which had been bright and lively, became vacant and lifeless, and she stood motionless, still cradling the Iron Guardian armor in her hands. 2 streams of bright red blood trickled down her snow-white skin, creating a rather jarring sight. Xian was startled by the sight. What was going on? He instinctively looked at Su Shaochan and Wei Han, the 2 intermediate artisans, but saw that they still wore expressions of complete absorption, as if they had lost all sense of reality and were oblivious to the world around them. Xian had no choice but to speak up helplessly. "Su Shaochan, your sister's nose is bleeding." His voice wasn't loud, but he deliberately directed it so it reached Su Shaochan's ears. Su Shaochan jolted as if his mind had snapped back to reality. He first shot Xian a look of utter disbelief, then turned to his sister and said, "It's nothing. It's just that your craftsmanship is too advanced, Xian." With her level of skill as an apprentice artisan, when she tried to analyze the design behind your iron imperial armor, she suddenly became disoriented because she couldn't grasp it. Xian fell silent for a moment, then said, "Is it really okay that she's disoriented? She's even got a nosebleed." Su Shaochan nodded and said, "Right, it's no big deal, it's actually good for her. Though she might be a bit out of it for a while." He looked as if he had absolutely no intention of focusing the conversation on his sister, and almost immediately continued, "As for you, Xian, to be honest, I'd love to suck up to you right now. Is it too late?" If you're short on money or crafting materials or anything, just let me know. I'll provide everything. His words clearly sounded like a joke. But both his tone and expression were exceptionally serious. Not the least bit like he was joking. Wei Han suddenly snapped out of it, his face filled with wariness, and said, Su Xiaochan, what are you up to? Xian is a member of our Lei City Crafter Guild. Besides, I'm the one who interviewed him. He is part of my master's lineage. Su Xiaochan narrowed his eyes, a sly look crossing his face, and said, Have you formally become his apprentice? If you haven't, then shut up. With that, he immediately turned to Xian. His face lit up as if he'd just discovered a prodigy of unparalleled talent, and said, Right, speaking of which. Xian, why don't you come with me to Haihuang City right now? My master is there. He is a grandmaster level craftsman. If I introduce you to him, I bet he'll take you on as his last disciple right away. Xian was taken aback by this. Su Xiaochan's master? A grandmaster level craftsman? A grandmaster level craftsman. That is someone even a martial emperor would have to treat with the utmost respect. He'd be a powerful ally indeed. But just then, a sinister yet piercingly shrill voice drifted in from the doorway. Young Master Su, are you sure you want to introduce this kid to Old Master Yun? If you really do, Old Master Yun might just lock you up for a few months, huh? That voice was all too familiar to Xian. It was Hai Tongtian. He turned his head and saw Hai Tongtian, whose skin was as pale as dry ice, walking into the craftsman's workshop accompanied by 2 bodyguards. They were all from Haihuang City. And Su Xiaochan obviously recognized Hai Tongtian. But the moment he saw him, a barely perceptible flash of disgust crossed his eyes, though his facial expression remained calm as he said, Hai Tongtian, what are you doing here? Hai Tongtian replied with a smile. Nothing much, just checking to see if there are any suitable craftsman's items. What is the matter, young Master Su? Don't you welcome me? Su Xiaochan neither confirmed nor denied it. In fact, if it weren't for the face of Hai Tongtian's grandfather, that is, the city lord of Haihuang City, someone of Hai Tongtian's caliber, wouldn't he even be qualified to speak to him? Buy whatever you want. After all, this is Wei Han's turf. I can't control you. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled Hai Tongtian's earlier remark and asked, By the way, what did you mean by what you said just now? Hai Tongtian smiled with a touch of schadenfreude and said, Nothing much, just that Xian ate a blood god fruit once. What? Su Xiaochan lost his composure almost instantly. In a flash, he was right in front of Xian, grabbing his shoulders with both hands, so overcome with regret that he could barely control himself. You out of your mind? You had a decent chance of becoming a grandmaster level artisan someday. Why did you eat the blood god fruit? Xian's shoulders ached from being gripped so tightly. But he knew Su Xiaochan was just feeling sorry for him. So he didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, It's fine. It doesn't really affect anything. Su Xiaochan grew even more agitated. How can it not matter? A junior craftsman needs at least 10,000 vitality points. An intermediate craftsman needs 100,000, and so on. You'd need 10 million vitality points to become a master-level craftsman. But now your vitality will be permanently stuck at 10,000. Wei Han furrowed his brow and said, Old Su, don't get so worked up. Let him go first. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaochan realized he'd lost his composure. Quickly released his grip, and let out a deep sigh. What a pity, such a pity. Ah, such a pity. Why on earth did you eat the blood god fruit? Seeing Su Xiaochan like this, Wei Han felt a pang of sadness as well. And he, too, felt an immense sense of regret for Xian. To become a craftsman's apprentice? The prerequisite is a natural talent for crafting. As for a junior craftsman,
that requires a relatively outstanding talent. But from intermediate craftsmen onward, a certain degree of innovation and insight is required. As for Grandmaster level artisans, every single one is highly innovative, possesses exceptional insight, and, of course, has extraordinary talent. Among these qualities, innovation is the most crucial. And what exactly is innovation? Xian had already demonstrated it very clearly just now. He was able to make comprehensive changes directly based on the Iron Guardian armor blueprint, resulting in the finished armor having superior performance. That is one form of innovation. The vast majority of craftsmen lack this pioneering spirit, which makes it nearly impossible for them to become master-level craftsmen. It's not that they're afraid to try making changes, but rather that every time they do, they fail. They're completely unable to succeed on the first try like Xian did. The only thing that can eliminate the hidden dangers of the Blood God Fruit is the Eternal Universe Star Birth Crystal. But even the three ancestral masters of heavenly craftsmanship regard that thing as a priceless treasure. The Hangyu Star Birth Crystal? Indeed, if we had the Hangyu Star Birth Crystal, it would certainly be useful, but there is simply no way to get our hands on it. Not even my master can. Hearing Wei Han's words, Su Shaochan first expressed agreement, then sighed and shook his head. Seeing this scene, Hai Tongtian couldn't help but feel a surge of gratifying malice. This was exactly the reaction he'd been hoping for. Otherwise, if Xian had ended up blindly taking a Grandmaster-level artisan as his master, he would never dare to cross Xian for the rest of his life. Who knows, once his grandfather learned of the conflict between him and Xian, he might even make him go to Xian's doorstep with gifts to apologize. After all, his grandfather was merely a 2-star martial emperor. He certainly couldn't afford to cross a Grandmaster-level artisan. And as the grandson of a 2-star martial emperor, he certainly couldn't afford to cross the apprentice of a Grandmaster-level artisan. But now that he had directly dashed Xian's hopes of becoming an apprentice, there was nothing left to worry about. Suddenly, Su Weining, who had been standing there dumbfounded, shuddered again. The confusion in her large eyes gave way to clarity. She glanced at the atmosphere, which had suddenly grown silent, and asked, "What happened? Xian is so talented, my brother should be happy about that." "Nothing. I just helped your brother avoid his master's punishment." Ha ha ha. Hai Tongtian suddenly spoke up, smiling smugly. Only then did Su Weining notice Hai Tongtian, her face involuntarily scrunched up, as if she really disliked him, and she asked, "Why are you here?" Hai Tongtian replied nonchalantly, "What? Who says I can't be here?" Su Weining pouted but ignored him, turning instead to her brother and asking, "Brother, what exactly happened?" Su Shaochan was feeling extremely down at that moment. He shook his head, unwilling to speak. Instead, Xian smiled and said, "It's nothing much. It's just that your brother was planning to take me to meet his master." But Hai Tongtian suddenly told him that since I ate the Blood God Fruit, I'll be stuck at the junior artisan level for the rest of my life. Su Weining's big eyes widened suddenly. The Blood God Fruit? Why on earth did you eat that thing?" Xian gave a calm smile and was just about to speak. But Hai Tongtian suddenly burst out laughing and interrupted. "What else could it be? It's just because he is a fool, ha ha ha." Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, Xian flashed forward, closing in on Hai Tongtian at an unbelievable speed, then slammed his palm down with all his might. Hai Tongtian's 2 martial master subordinates had actually reacted the moment Xian moved. But just as they were about to act, they saw spiked iron spheres instantly surround them. The slightest movement would mean instant death. So, they could only watch helplessly as their young master took a slap from Xian. Meanwhile, Wei Han held his hand aloft, with several miniature spiked iron spheres slowly hovering in the palm of his hand. Clearly, he was the one who had struck the blow just now. After landing that slap, Xian flashed back to his original position.
The speed boost granted by the leopard cloud pill had allowed him, despite having only 18,000 vitality,
to outpace Hai Tong Tian. Hai Tong Tian's right cheek swelled up instantly,
and he was nearly dizzy from Xian's slap. He clutched his right cheek, furious beyond measure.
"You bastard, are you looking to die?" Xian smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned by his rage, and said, "If you dare to be sarcastic again, I won't just hit your face."
As the two stood locked in a tense standoff, Wei Han and Su Xiaochan, who were standing nearby, both froze in astonishment.
An incredulous sense of delight began to blaze in their eyes. "I didn't see that wrong, did I?"
"That slap just now," Su Xiaochan murmured, her voice brimming with disbelief.
"That's right. Absolutely right.
That palm strike was definitely not something a fighter with less than 10,000 vitality could pull off."
Wei Han, meanwhile, clenched his fists tightly.
The next moment, the two of them rushed over to Xian at the same time. Wei Han swept his palm a few centimeters in front of Xian's forehead, while Su Xiaochan's hand swept over the top of Xian's head. Then, both of them looked down at the devices in their hands. There, they saw the exact same string of numbers.
18,233. 18,000 vitality? Xuan, you've long since surpassed 10,000 vitality?
Su Xiaochan was so excited his hands were trembling, his face beaming with joy.
"It really is 18,000. Ah, great. Just great. Ha ha ha."
Wei Han burst into even louder laughter, as if all the frustration he'd been feeling over the past 2 days had been swept away. Hai Tong Tian, who had been covering his face the whole time, stood frozen in place, his face a mixture of disbelief and refusal to accept the reality.
18,000 vitality? That's impossible. Impossible. You too. Don't even think about teaming up to trick me."
Su Xiaochan shot him a contemptuous glance and said, "Hai Tong Tian, I recall your vitality should be around 30,000 by now. Given the physical strength of a body with 30,000 vitality, if someone could beat your face into this state."
"Do you really think your vitality could be much lower than 20,000?
In fact, Hai Tong Tian had already realized this the very moment Xian slapped him. He just didn't want to admit it. Just a few days ago, Xian's vitality was barely over 2,000. And he investigated it thoroughly. Xian used to be nothing more than a worthless nobody with just over 700 vitality. It was only after consuming the blood god fruit that his vitality began to skyrocket. But even then, it was still only a little over 2,000, and he'd never be able to break through 10,000 points in his entire life. But why had it suddenly changed like this? How could Xian's vitality suddenly be approaching 20,000 points? Was it because of that bottle of spirit nightmare potion? But what about the hidden dangers of the blood god fruit that were supposed to exist?
Hai Tong Tian felt both furious and frustrated.
If the 10,000 point vitality limit no longer applied, then Xian would almost certainly be able to become the apprentice of a grandmaster level artisan. Under these circumstances, how could he possibly make his move? If he dared to kill Xian today, tomorrow that grandmaster level artisan would slaughter him and his entire family, including his maternal grandfather, as a warning. "You clearly ate the blood god fruit. You clearly ate the blood god fruit. How on earth did you do it?" Hai Tong Tian roared in fury, his usual cold and scheming demeanor completely gone. Xian spread his hands and said, "I don't know either. But it's true that after I ate a red fruit back then, my vitality began to skyrocket." As soon as he said this, it instantly jogged Wei Han and Su Xiaochan's memories. The two exchanged glances, both understanding the other's speculation. And smiles simultaneously appeared on their faces. Su Xiaochan spoke first. "It seems we were all wrong, Xian. What you actually ate wasn't the blood god fruit at all." Wei Han nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. There's a natural spiritual object that looks similar to the blood god fruit. But it's far rarer and more precious than the blood god fruit. It's called the heavenly diver fruit. That's probably what you ate.
Xian feigned a look of sudden realization and said, "The heavenly diver fruit? So that's it." To be honest,
after I drank the spiritual nightmare potion today, and saw my vitality break through 10,000 and shoot straight up to 18,000, I was actually startled. I thought something had gone wrong.
over the past few days,
He'd been idly searching online for information on various natural spiritual treasures, and finally found this one, the heavenly diver fruit, on a forum. The heavenly diving fruit looks very similar to the blood god fruit, and its effects are actually quite similar, but it has the advantage of having no hidden risks. So its price is more than 100 times higher than that of the blood god fruit. Anyway, Lu Qingqing had deduced that he'd been eating the blood god fruit, but no one had actually seen the real thing. So switching to the heavenly diving fruit now made perfect sense. A smile spread across Wei Han's face as he said, "In that case, I need to contact my master right away, and have him come to Lei City tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Su Shaochan immediately pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number.
"Hello, master? I have some fantastic news for you. I've found a promising young talent who could become a grandmaster level artisan."
Su Shaochan's shameless behavior left Wei Han speechless.
But as an intermediate level craftsman, his mind was far more agile than that of an ordinary person.
So he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed his master's number. But when he called, the line was busy.
Without hesitation, Wei Han switched to sending a text message.
Just as he was about to start typing, the phone rang.
After pressing the answer button,
an aged yet authoritative voice came through.
"Wei, what is the matter?"
Wei Han immediately replied excitedly,
"Master,
I found a genius with the potential to become a grandmaster level artisan." Not only did he succeed in forging the Iron Guardian armor on his very first attempt, but he also managed to incorporate the effect of 2 overlapping layers of armor. The aged yet authoritative voice immediately betrayed a hint of surprise.
"Disciple, you aren't playing a joke on your master, are you?"
Wei Han replied respectfully.
"Master, how could I dare to joke with you?"
The aged and authoritative voice replied immediately.
"Good. You're in Lei City, right? I'm not on Yanxia Star right now, but I'll be there tomorrow. Oh, and don't let that old fool Yun find out."
The call ended.
Wei Han exhaled deeply, casting a complex glance at Su Shaochan.
You have to admit, this guy's got a sharper mind.
And a bit less shame,
since he actually made a call right in front of him to poach someone. Su Shaochan had just finished his call with his master as well, and said with a smug look on his face, "Xian, barring any surprises, we'll be fellow disciples from now on. For now, senior brother will look out for you. But later on, you'll have to look out for senior brother." Xian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly.
Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, Wei Han chimed in.
"Xian, don't listen to that jerk. We're the real fellow disciples. From now on, I'll be counting on you to look out for your senior brother." The old Yun master had mentioned on the phone earlier was none other than Su Shaochan's master craftsman. The two had been competing with each other ever since they were apprentices,
neither willing to lose to the other.
And this continued even after they both became master craftsmen.
Su Shaochan protested. "Wei Han, aren't you being a bit too certain? Nothing is set in stone yet. What if Xian actually wants to join our school?"
Wei Han immediately retorted,
"No way.
My master is definitely more Xian's type. No, wait.
Xian and my master are definitely a better match."
Su Weiniang watched from the sidelines,
her large, dark eyes brimming with envy. A direct disciple of a master-level artisan. That was something she hadn't even dared to dream of.
Although she seemed to have about the same natural talent as her brother, she fell far short in terms of innovation and insight, which was why she hadn't been able to become Master Yun's disciple.
Hai Tongtian watched from the sidelines, feeling increasingly bitter inside. So frustrated that his chest felt as if it were about to explode. But he also understood that he had no chance of revenge. Two of his loyal subordinates had been killed, and he'd even been slapped by Xian. Such a profound humiliation was something he, the martial emperor's own grandson, had never experienced before. Yet he had no choice but to endure it. Xian had now caught the attention of two grandmaster-level artisans. If he dared to do anything to Xian, it would almost instantly bring about the annihilation of his entire clan. "Young master, shall we leave?" One of Haitong Tian's martial master-level subordinates spoke up, his tone trembling with fear. The other martial master-level subordinate nodded repeatedly, seeming to wholeheartedly agree with the suggestion to leave. At the same time, they were secretly relieved. Thankfully, Wei Han had just subdued them both with that iron-spiked ball-like artisan-esque tool. Otherwise, if they attacked Xian who suddenly turned violent to protect their young master, they truly would have met a fate so terrible they wouldn't even have a proper burial. "Oomph, let us go." Haitong Tian muttered sarcastically, clearly annoyed, then turned and walked away. Don't be fooled by the fact that he could exchange a few words with Su Shaochan. That was only because Su Shaochan was merely an ordinary disciple of Old Master Yun. Though highly talented, he would at most reach the level of a high-level artisan in his lifetime. But Haitong Tian had heard clearly just now, when both Wei Han and Su Shaochan reported the news to their master. They both described Xian as a prodigy with the potential to become a grandmaster-level artisan. Under these circumstances, once Xian became a disciple, whichever grandmaster-level artisan took him on would treat him as their most important disciple to nurture. Haitong Tian knew he could no longer afford to offend such a figure. Not even his own martial emperor maternal grandfather. Watching Haitong Tian lead his two henchmen out of the artisan's hall, Xian couldn't help but shake his head. Judging by Haitong Tian's reaction, he already knew that Haitong Tian would never dare to provoke him again. It seemed, then, that he could call his parents back sooner than expected. As for Haitong Tian, he would have to be killed eventually. But if I were to kill the biological grandson of a martial emperor right after becoming an apprentice, it might look like I was using my master's name to flex my power. Besides, on the surface, I killed Haitong Tian's two henchmen first, and now I've slapped him across the face. Yet he hasn't retaliated at all. Although I know he must be dying to kill me, it looks as though I'm the one who has been bullying him all along. If I went after him alone, I wouldn't stand a chance against his two martial master subordinates. In that case, I'll just have to wait for an opportunity. I don't believe there won't be a moment when I'm alone with him, as long as he doesn't avoid me. Xian quickly ran through his options in his mind and finally decided. Haitong Tian still had to die. It just had to be done more discreetly than killing Du Yan. What a hassle. I can't let him live, but killing him is no easy task. If only I were a martial master, I could just put on the Thousand Faces mask, storm into his estate, and not have to worry about those two martial masters at all. Xian muttered to himself, suddenly wishing someone else would go and kill Haitong Tian. Anyway, he didn't really care much for the valuable items Haitong Tian possessed. He just wanted Haitong Tian dead to avoid leaving any potential threats behind. As Haitong Tian stepped completely out of the artisan's workshop, Wei Han took out his black badge and pressed it, and the workshop's doors snapped shut tightly. Wei Han looked at Xian and asked, "Xian, tomorrow at noon? You should have time, right?" Xian nodded, "Yeah, definitely." Wei Han smiled, "All right, then. My master should arrive around noon tomorrow. At that time, I'll definitely need to test your talent, your aptitude, and your ability to innovate. I might ask you to craft an artisan's artifact." "Okay, no problem. I'll give it my all." Su Shaochan immediately seized the opportunity and said, "My master will be coming too, a little later around 1 p.m. Xian. It'll be up to you then." If you pass my master's test, he'll definitely treat you like his own son. Wei Han couldn't help but snap, have you no shame?
Xian is clearly a member of our Lei City Crafter Guild. Su Xiaochan grinned, mind your own business. Anyway, he hasn't officially become an apprentice yet.
Wei Han offered what seemed like a well-meaning warning.
If Xian chooses to join our school, your master will have made the trip for nothing.
And you, Su Xiaochan, had better be ready for punishment, huh?
Seeing that Su Xiaochan was about to speak again, Xian quickly raised his hand to stop their bickering.
And asked with a smile.
All right, stop arguing.
We'll see tomorrow. I can't decide right now. By the way, can I keep the iron imperial armor I just forged?
Of course.
Wei Han agreed without hesitation. Actually, according to the rules,
if craftsmen use materials provided by the Crafter Guild rather than materials they purchased themselves to create items, the finished products must be handed over to the Crafter Guild. Of course, the Crafter Guild doesn't take it for free. If it sells, they give the craftsman a 50% cut. But now, to win Xian over, Wei Han decided to give the iron defense armor to him directly, and simply cover the 50% the Crafter Guild would have received out of his own pocket.
Su Weining was very obedient.
She immediately presented the iron defense armor to Xian, holding it with both hands.
Xian, here you go.
Xian took it and said with a smile.
What's the matter? Aren't you going to look at it anymore?
A look of fear immediately flashed across Su Weining's little face, and she hurriedly shook her head.
No, I dare not look at it. Ahem.
Su Xiaochan suddenly coughed twice and said, as if offhandedly, Little sister, I'm heading to Black Flame City right away to take care of some business. I'll be back by noon tomorrow, but I might not be able to take you with me.
How about you spend this day and night hanging out with Xian?
Upon hearing this, Wei Han's face darkened. Damn it, you're really shameless.
Su Xiaochan immediately feigned anger. Who are you calling shameless?
Wei Han looked up at the ceiling and said, whoever's selling off his little sister, that's who I'm talking about.
Su Xiaochan retorted instantly, what do you mean selling off my little sister?
Explain yourself.
Otherwise, I'll challenge you to a crafting duel.
Seeing the two about to start arguing again, Xian couldn't help but chime in with a smile.
All right, you two. I've been busy lately, so I haven't been able to show Su Weining around. But when I have time,
I'll take her on a tour of Lei City.
Su Xiaochan perked up immediately and said, then it's settled. Even if I can't be the senior brother of a Grandmaster-level artisan,
if I can become the brother-in-law of a Grandmaster-level artisan,
that's not bad at all.
Su Weining, however, looked a bit dazed, unsure what her brother was up to. But if she could really go sightseeing in Lei City with Xian,
she'd be more than happy to. She could also take this opportunity to learn more about craftsmanship from Xian.
Xian nodded slightly, then smiled. It's settled, then.
It's getting late. I'll head back now.
He turned to leave, but Wei Han seemed to remember something
and called him back. Wait. Xian turned back, puzzled. What is it? Wei Han flicked his wrist, tossing him a key. This is the key to a luxury estate in the southern district of Lei City. The estate is yours, go ahead and move in for now. Luxury estates in Lei City typically cost between 1 and 500 million.
And Wei Han had purchased two, one was vacant, so it was the perfect gift for Xian.
Xian didn't stand on ceremony, he took the key without hesitation.
And said with a smile,
thanks.
I'll pay you back when I have the money. Just think of this as an advance purchase. Wei Han had originally intended to simply give the estate to Xian, but seeing Xian's reaction, he realized Xian didn't want to appear as though he were taking advantage of the situation. So he nodded and smiled.
All right.
By the way, since this is a property owned by our Guild of Artisans, there are absolutely no security cameras, and no one would dare install any inside.
You can live there with complete peace of mind.
Those words struck a chord with Xian. He'd been feeling uneasy in his own bedroom lately,
worried that some inconsiderate person might sneak in to install a camera.
Now that he was moving into a luxury estate, that worry was gone.
All right, I'll head back now.
Xian replied with a smile, took the key, and walked out the front door of the artisan's house.
An hour later,
in Lei City's East District, in the living room on the first floor of a luxurious estate, Xian lay comfortably on a high-end sofa, completely at ease. He had to admit, the wealthy really knew how to live living in such a magnificent house. Over the past hour, using 3 spatial boxes, he had already moved all his belongings from home to this place. Moreover, while traveling at night this time, he was no longer the least bit afraid that Heitongshan would send someone to assassinate him. This sense of security felt truly wonderful.
It was time to give his parents a call.
That job paying just over 7,000 a month, which was so grueling they wouldn't have to do that anymore. Xian took out his phone and dialed his father's number.
The call connected quickly, and Zhang Yuanquan's voice came through. Hello, son, what's up? Did you run out of spending money?
Xian replied with a touch of pride.
I've got plenty of spending money. Dad, Mom, I bought a luxury estate. The kind in the southern district of Lei City. Come back home. You won't have to work so hard on business trips anymore. Zhang Yuanquan's voice, full of confusion, rang out. Son, have you lost your mind from a fever? It's true. I can't explain it over the phone. Anyway, you'll see when you get back.
Suddenly, his mother, Lu Chui's, voice also came through the phone,
saying, Son, is the pressure from the college entrance exams getting to you? Don't worry. Mom and Dad will be back tomorrow afternoon. We'll take you to the amusement park then, to help you relax. Upon hearing that his parents would be back tomorrow afternoon,
Xian decided to wait until they returned to explain everything, and immediately said,
Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the luxury estate then. At the same time, in another luxury estate not far from Xian's, Heitongtian was also sitting on the sofa.
But this time he wasn't leisurely sipping a cup of beast blood. Instead, his expression was extremely grim, with 2 of his martial master subordinates standing guard nearby.
Young master, maybe we should head back?
If Xian really becomes the direct disciple of Elder Yun or Elder Di tomorrow,
things will get really complicated. Suddenly, one of Heitongtian's martial master subordinates spoke up. Heitongtian snorted coldly and said, No way. If we go back now,
I'll be overshadowed by Xian for the rest of my life and never be able to rise again.
We must stay here
and take our chances a month from now to turn the tables. Seeing this, the martial master's subordinate bowed his head and said no more.
But just then,
a very gentle, warm voice rang out.
I don't see it that way, though. Heitongtian and the 2 martial master's subordinates were startled.
They scanned their surroundings with extreme vigilance but could not locate the source of the voice.
The next moment,
they watched as a slender figure materialized inch by inch in the living room.
The figure emerged slowly,
ignoring all security measures,
while radiating an overwhelming aura that left Heitongshan and the others feeling suffocated.
It seemed incredibly powerful.
It was a young man who looked to be only 18 or 19. With neat, short hair and dressed in casual athletic wear.
A faint smile on his face that made him seem extremely approachable. The moment he saw this young man,
Heitongtian's expression changed drastically,
and he was nearly overcome with fear. You're. The young man smiled warmly and said,
Sorry, but I'm going to have to borrow your head for a moment, because Xian is now my prey.
Upon hearing this, Heitongtian hesitated for barely a moment.
He immediately pushed off the sofa with both hands, trying to flee.
Just then, the young man raised his hand slightly.
Whoosh! Hai Tong Tian's movement as he rose to run froze. And his two martial master subordinates were instantly rooted to the spot. Instantly. The three of them began to slowly split open, as if simultaneously sliced by countless razor-sharp blades. The heads of the two martial masters were split open. But Hai Tong Tian's head remained intact, while his body slowly shattered into pieces. Filled with extreme terror, resentment, and bewilderment, he stared at the youth whose face bore a warm smile, and uttered his final words. "Xinjin Gang? You're already a martial emperor? Why did you kill?" With a thud, his head fell to the ground, and he breathed his last. The boy's face still bore a smile as warm as sunlight. Standing where he was, he let out a soft sigh and said, "I already told you, Xian is my prey now. And I never allow anyone to lay a finger on my prey. Do you understand?" Having said that, without so much as a glance at the three he had casually slain, his figure faded away inch by inch. The sunlight was so clear it seemed transparent, streaming through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. Into the living room. Xian had just finished his morning routine and was standing in front of the full-length mirror in the living room, getting his school uniform in order before heading out. Before leaving, he checked today's trade listings as usual. Divine ability. The cultivation method for Azure Dragon devours the sun and the corresponding divine artifact, in exchange for 1 star flame flower. Is there any fellow cultivator willing to part with a Dao martial fruit? I have a mystic ice sparrow egg to trade. Seeking star metal. Seeing that the trade listing for exchanging a star flame flower for the Azure Dragon devours the sun divine ability and its associated divine artifact had indeed been posted, Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. The so-called divine artifacts were actually items like Azure Dragon Marrow and Azure Dragon Body Forging Pills, divine artifacts capable of accelerating the mastery of divine abilities. In a sense, the Azure Dragon's secret womb pearl counts as well. It's simply the pinnacle among such divine artifacts. I don't even know what the star flame flower is called around here. I searched online yesterday but found nothing about its appearance. The trading interface had long provided a description. It resembles a sunflower that seems to be ablaze. But whether he searched using the name star flame flower or described its appearance, he couldn't find any matching information. It seems it must be some kind of extremely rare natural spirit object, just like the heavenly diving fruit. At first, he tried searching for natural spirit objects that resembled the blood god fruit in appearance, to use as an explanation for when his vitality eventually broke through 10,000 points. But he didn't find anything either. It wasn't until later, while reading a discussion between two netizens on a forum, that he finally learned about it. There was no helping it, there were tens of thousands of types of natural spiritual treasures, and many could only be found at the edge of the universe. Only beings at the martial emperor level or higher, capable of traversing the cosmos with their physical bodies, could come into contact with them. So it was only natural that he couldn't find anything online. I'll have to keep an eye out for any clues that might be related to the starflame flower. Oh, right when the two master-level artisans arrive at noon. I might as well ask them about it. Xian thought to himself as he walked out the gate of the luxurious estate, heading towards school. As soon as he stepped outside, he noticed that the entrance to a nearby luxurious estate was swarming with agents from the Martial Arts Bureau of Thunder City. A police line had already been set up around the estate. Helicopters were circling overhead, and countless people in white protective suits were coming and going. Wait a minute, isn't that where Hai Tong Tian lives? He had already found out exactly where Hai Tong Tian lived. And last night, when he passed by, he'd even peeked through the window, though he hadn't seen anything. Xian's heart sank, and he hurried over. By now, the area outside the mansion's police tape was packed with onlookers, most of whom were local residents. Among them were fabulously wealthy businessmen, powerful fighters, and people with extremely influential connections. So the martial arts bureau officers didn't force them to disperse.
Xian casually approached a pot-bellied middle-aged man
And asked offhandedly, "What happened in there?"
The middle-aged man glanced at Xian and explained,
"Someone died in there."
"I heard it was the martial emperor's own grandson."
"The martial emperor's own grandson?"
Xian feigned surprise. "Yes, he died a horrible death, blown to pieces. Only his head remained intact.
And it's already been taken away by the martial arts bureau. His 2 martial master subordinates are dead too. TSK, having martial masters as subordinates. That's really something." The middle-aged merchant sighed and shook his head. Xian began to feel suspicious. Hai Tong Tian is dead? And his 2 martial master subordinates are dead too?
Although he was quite pleased that Hai Tong Tian was dead. After all, it was like eliminating a formidable enemy who'd been watching him like a hawk.
He still wondered who had done this. Could it be that Hai Tong Tian had offended someone else? Or perhaps his maternal grandfather had offended certain people, causing him to be dragged into this?
Xian began to speculate.
However, doubts aside, he didn't really care all that much. After all, Hai Tong Tian's death wouldn't implicate him. First, he certainly hadn't done it, that was the key point.
And second, even if that martial emperor were to take his anger out on someone, he wouldn't dare target the apprentice of a grandmaster-level artisan like him. Of course, that was assuming he passed the grandmaster-level artisan-s apprenticeship test. Just then, the middle-aged man who looked like a merchant spoke again. "I heard others discussing it. I don't know if the news is true or not.
But that martial emperor seems to be the city lord of a massive human city called Haihuang City.
He has received word and is already rushing toward our Lei city at breakneck speed."
Sigh. The middle-aged man shook his head again,
seeming quite worried that something major might happen as a result.
"What is there to fear?
In our Lei city, only the city lord, the director of the martial arts bureau,
and Principal Shen are martial masters.
While they certainly have the capability to commit such a crime, it's impossible that these 3 would go out of their way to kill the martial emperor's own grandnephew.
Rest assured, it definitely won't affect the majority of us here in Lei City."
Suddenly, an elderly man standing nearby spoke up. Xian nodded. He shared this view, but still felt something wasn't quite right. He lingered there for a while longer, but seeing that he couldn't gather any more information, he finally decided to head to school. At school, no one was discussing Hai Tong Tian's murder. He didn't know if the news hadn't reached them yet. As he approached the door of Class 5, Senior 3, Xian suddenly noticed a group of classmates gathered together, with what appeared to be a stranger standing among them.
River spotted Xian, hurried over, grabbed his arm,
and said with a smile,
"Xian, we have a new martial arts teacher in our class. He'll be teaching us alongside Teacher Lu from now on.
I heard he is a 9-star fighter. He is really impressive."
"A 9-star fighter?" Xian's curiosity piqued, and he walked over,
eager to see what this martial arts teacher whose vitality had reached 90,000 points looked like. Soon, he pushed his way through the crowd
and got a clear look at the new martial arts teacher. It was a young man who looked about their age, with neat, short hair and a warm, gentle smile on his face. "Looks like we're about to go on our first practical hunting training exercise?"
Xian looked at the martial arts instructor with the warm smile and wondered to himself.
In the Human Federation, every high school senior, except for those who are truly too weak,
must undergo repeated practical hunting training starting in the second half of their senior year. This so-called practical hunting training involves one or more martial arts instructors leading a group of students out of human cities to face ferocious beasts head-on. Such training is, of course, extremely dangerous,
since by human standards the strength of these beasts ranges from fighter to martial emperor.
Therefore, casualties during these training sessions are quite common.
And it's not uncommon for an entire class to be wiped out.
but only by repeatedly walking the line between life and death, and growing through battles drenched in sweat and blood.
Can the students truly become strong, ultimately emerging as warriors capable of
withstanding the terrifying invaders from the 10,000 races on the battlefield? Xian had heard that at the martial arts university, undergraduates typically had to go out on training missions several times a week. For students like them in their senior year,
going out just once a month during the second half of the semester
is already considered quite easy.
As for this newcomer, the martial arts instructor with 90,000 vitality points, he was undoubtedly sent by the principal to protect the entire class.
That said, this instructor's vitality was indeed quite high. In the past, even instructors with 50,000 vitality points were considered exceptionally skilled.
Just then, footsteps sounded outside the classroom,
and their homeroom teacher, Lu Qingqing, walked in.
Class, everyone get ready. You have 1 hour.
It's up to you whether you go home to grab your things.
In 1 hour?
We're setting out. As soon as Lu Qingqing entered, she clapped her hands together forcefully,
grabbing the students' attention while speaking with a serious expression.
The reason she had everyone assemble as soon as she entered was to simulate a sudden encounter with combat. Although the students, like Xian, had already suspected as much, seeing Lu Qingqing confirm it still sent a chill down the spines of the vast majority.
And some even turned pale instantly. A live-action hunting drill. If things went wrong, people could actually die.
Lu Qingqing, who was usually cheerful and easygoing, looked exceptionally serious this time, even exuding a hint of authority.
Ignoring her classmates' reactions, she said,
"By the way, let me introduce you to the martial arts instructor leading us on this training mission.
Feng.
He is a 9-star fighter.
If necessary, he will step in to protect you. And if any student runs away without facing danger during the training," Lu Qingqing's voice suddenly turned icy, "he will be responsible for executing the student who runs away."
The students' faces all turned pale, some lowered their heads. Some were filled with fear, and some even began to tremble uncontrollably. Xian, however, remained composed after all. Once the practical hunting training began,
their entire class would function as a small army.
In the military, deserters are summarily executed on the spot according to military law. At that moment, Feng, with his warm smile, spoke up.
"Everyone, don't be afraid. The monsters around Lei City, if measured by vitality, range in strength from 100 to 50,000 points. Moreover, at the training site we've chosen,
most of the monsters are on par with you in strength, so the danger is actually quite low." His voice seemed to carry a certain magic,
instantly calming the hearts of many frightened and anxious students. Lu Qingqing nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. The school's goal is simply to help you grow stronger through this training, not to send you to your deaths. All right, everyone, go get ready. We'll assemble in 58 minutes and 31 seconds. According to school regulations, any student who is late will be expelled on the spot."
As soon as she finished speaking, the students scattered in a rush. Some hurried home, while others headed straight for the black market outside the school,
all preparing to stock up on weapons and armor for self-defense.
Only a handful of students, including Xian and Yu Xiaoyu, remained standing where they were.
It was only then that Lu Qingqing turned to Xian and said, "Xian, if you don't want to go, you don't have to.
Every artisan is a treasure of the Human Federation. We cannot afford to lose any of you. The role you can play on the home front far exceeds what you could do on the front lines."
Xian gave a faint smile, looking relaxed, and said, "It's fine. I'd like to go and see what it's like, too. Who knows? Maybe one day we artisans will have to go to the battlefield as well.
Besides, with the 2 teachers there, I feel completely at ease. Hunting training sessions usually last 3 to 5 hours, and since it was only 8 a.m., it wouldn't prevent him from going to the artisans' hall at noon." Feng suddenly smiled, his expression warm as he said,
You're an artisan? Your name is Xian, right? Xian nodded.
Yes, hello, teacher. Feng said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll make sure to keep you safe. Just then, Lua's nephew suddenly leaned in close to Xian's side and whispered mysteriously.
Xian, something huge has happened, something you'd never guess. Xian asked curiously. What is it?
Lua's nephew's eyes widened instantly, a secretive gleam flashing in his gaze. And he said with emphasis.
Hai Tong Tian is dead. Xian thought to himself, just as I expected.
He'd known all along that Lua's nephew would bring this up. But since none of his classmates were discussing it, the news must not have spread yet. It seemed Lua's nephew really did have his finger on the pulse.
I know about that,
Xian said, this time making no attempt to feign ignorance. Since he'd actually been at the crime scene that morning.
Pretending not to know would only arouse suspicion. Lua's nephew asked curiously. How do you know? Did young Master Feng tell you?
Xian smiled and said mysteriously.
Take a guess.
No sooner had he finished speaking than several figures suddenly appeared at the door. Xian turned his head and saw that it was Feng Lin and his group.
Feng Lin gave Xian a rather anxious look, signaling for him to come out with them. Xian knew why Feng Lin had come at this moment.
Seeing that Xian was about to leave, Yu Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then set her long, straight, beautiful legs sheathed in sheer black stockings in motion,
and followed him out.
Lu Qingqing, of course, wouldn't he stop her?
While Feng maintained his warm, gentle smile, quietly watching it all unfold. Xian followed Feng Lin all the way to the hallway,
skillfully making their way to a corner by the staircase where there were no security cameras.
Then asked with a smile. Are you trying to tell me that Hai Tong Tian is dead? Feng Lin was taken aback. How do you know?
I only just found out when my grandfather called me a moment ago. Xian gave a similarly mysterious smile.
Take a guess.
It wasn't he that he was determined to hide the fact that he lived in a luxurious estate. It was mainly because this involved the evaluation he'd undergone that afternoon by two Grandmaster-level artisans.
Until everything was finalized,
he instinctively felt it was better to keep it confidential.
Feng Lin gave him a puzzled look, then suddenly shook his head vigorously, saying, Never mind that, Xian. Go to the teleportation hall in Lei City right now. I've already made arrangements with my grandfather. You'll be teleported to Tianji City immediately, and he'll protect you.
Seeing how serious Feng Lin was, Xian also sensed something was amiss and asked,
What is going on? Feng Lin took a deep breath and said, Hai Tong Tian's maternal grandfather, Martial Emperor Han of Haihuang City, upon hearing of his grandson's death, flew into a rage,
and is now rushing toward Lei City at top speed.
Since you're an enemy of Hai Tong Tian,
he might kill you on the spot to vent his anger. Upon hearing this, Xian actually let out a sigh of relief and said,
Oh, that? No problem.
Even if he had 10,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare kill me. Feng Lin suddenly froze, as if unable to believe what he'd just heard,
and asked, as if seeking confirmation, You're not mistaken, are you? Why wouldn't Han dare kill you? Xian smiled and said,
That's a secret, but I'll be able to tell you this afternoon.
Feng Lin was even more puzzled. He suddenly felt he couldn't quite figure Xian out anymore.
Xian's composure was clearly genuine after all.
No one would joke about their own life. Lu Yunxiao, standing nearby, asked curiously, Xian, how did you get so bold? Wow. You didn't happen to take a master craftsman as your mentor, did you?
A senior artisan's status was already far higher than that of a martial emperor.
And a senior artisan's apprentice.
Someone like Han, a martial emperor wouldn't dare lay a finger on them.
Although
everyone knew that because Xian had consumed the blood god fruit, his vitality was capped at 10,000 points. And he would remain a junior artisan for the rest of his life. But many apprentices of senior artisans start out as junior artisans themselves. And those who manage to become intermediate artisans are considered to have done their master proud.
So, it's still possible that a senior artisan might take Xian as an apprentice.
Xian was quite surprised he hadn't expected Lu Yunxiao, who always seemed so unremarkable,
to be so sharp this time.
It's just a shame he still guessed wrong. Or rather, his guess wasn't bold enough.
I'll let you know this afternoon.
If I say it now, it might not necessarily come true.
After all, nothing has been finalized yet. Anyway, all you need to believe is
that Han wouldn't dare touch me.
After explaining with a smile, Xian turned to Fenglin and said, "By the way, Han probably wouldn't dare touch you, right?" Fenglin nodded and replied, "Yeah, mainly because I wasn't the one who killed his grandson. I was at a nightclub all night yesterday. Lots of people can vouch for me, and there is surveillance footage, too,"
Xian said with a strange look on his face.
"You're not going to tell me you spent the whole night at the nightclub playing Vitality's fair fight matches, are you?"
Fenglin looked perfectly natural, of course.
"Otherwise, do you think I was there to pick up girls? Ha ha.
Plus, I specifically paid a bunch of 3-star fighters with vitality levels similar to mine to spar with me. The college entrance exams are coming up soon.
And I'm determined to rank around 50th.
The 50th place Fenglin was referring to, of course, was the top 50 in the Heaven Tier college entrance exams. In fact, in the Heaven Tier exams, as long as you make it into the top 100,
everyone receives a reward. It's just that the higher your ranking, the better the reward. Fenglin already has 30,000 vitality points, and there is still half a year to go.
As the direct grandson of a martial emperor,
whose grandfather is also the lord of a massive human city,
he certainly has no shortage of martial arts resources. Who knows, maybe in half a year he'll break through to become a martial master.
A martial master, and this year he can only manage around 50th place in the exam?
Xian was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected the difficulty to be this high.
In fact,
he had long since searched online for information on past Human Federation college entrance exam champions and the top 100 scorers.
But unfortunately, all such data was strictly classified.
After all, the 10,000 races were constantly preparing to annihilate the human race. So naturally, the Human Federation maintained the highest level of secrecy regarding the prodigies who stood out in the college entrance exams,
never revealing even the slightest detail. By doing so,
they prevent these prodigies from being eliminated in their infancy by powerful agents sent by the 10,000 races. Consequently, Xian had always been unclear about exactly what level of strength was required
to defeat all the other candidates and become the top scorer in the exam. Fortunately, he now had at least one piece of information. A martial master with around 100,000 vitality could only rank around 50th in the Heaven Class College entrance exam. You'll be at least a 1-star martial master in half a year, right? Is the Heaven Class College entrance exam really that difficult? Even martial masters can only make it into the top 50 or so? Then just how powerful must the top scorer be? Xian feigned surprise, subtly asking for the information he was most eager to know. Unexpectedly, Fenglin shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. All I know is that if you become a martial king, a spot in the top 30 is guaranteed. Anything beyond that is top secret. Not even my grandfather would tell me. Even martial kings are only good enough for the top 30?
Xian suddenly felt like looking up at the sky in disbelief, and a sense of crisis surged within him. From the looks of it, becoming first in the exam and winning the Hangyu Star Birth Crystal is really no easy feat.
She suddenly smiled and said, "What's up, Xian? Are you also aiming to break into the top 100 of the Heaven Tier college entrance exam?
You ate the blood god fruit, so your vitality should reach 10,000 before graduation. With your combat talent, you still have a chance."
Xian smiled and said, "I've been thinking about it.
Lu Yunxiao asked, puzzled.
Wouldn't that be too dangerous?
Besides, with 10,000 vitality points, even if you make it in, you'd probably peak at around 95th place at best.
Xian, I don't think it's worth it.
Feng Lin gave him a light tap on the back of the head and laughed. With Xian's combat talent,
what danger could there possibly be in just trying to make the top 100? By the way, Xian, is your class heading outside the city today for a practical hunting training exercise?
Xian nodded slightly.
That's right.
Why?
Feng Lin replied without hesitation.
How about I go with you? My vitality has recently reached 31,000.
If anything happens, I can protect you.
After all, when monsters go berserk,
they don't care that you're a craftsman.
Lu Yunxiao suddenly raised her hand.
Me too. I'm coming.
Xia Shi and Yu Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, then smiled and indicated they wanted to join as well.
Since 3 members of their little group were going, it would be really awkward for the 2 of them not to go.
Besides, this was the first training exercise for the students of Class 5, Senior 3.
So they wouldn't be going to a particularly dangerous location. For them as transfer students, it posed even less of a risk.
Xian felt a tinge of warmth.
There was a time
when what he longed for most was exactly this kind of companionship and friendship.
All right, I'll go tell the teacher.
As a craftsman's apprentice, he did have some say in the matter. And besides, this wasn't against the rules. The teacher would be more than happy to have someone protect him.
An hour passed quickly. Led by Lu Qingqing and Feng,
the group from Senior 3, Class 5, along with Feng Lin and the other transfer students,
made their way to a hall in the northwest corner of the school.
As soon as they stepped inside,
Xian clearly sensed waves of spatial energy. The hall was completely empty,
with only a rectangular teleportation gate a full 10 meters high,
standing right in the center.
Beside it stood an instrument panel covered with dials and buttons, with a middle-aged man, his expression stern and his aura extraordinary, standing guard nearby. This was the short-distance teleportation hall of Lei City First High School.
Since it was for short distances, it could only teleport as far as Black Flame City.
Any further was impossible.
For ultra-long distance teleportation, one would still need to use the teleportation gate at Lei City's Travel Teleportation Hall. As Lu Qingqing stepped forward and completed her registration with the school's teleportation director, the middle-aged director pressed a few buttons on the instrument,
and the group walked toward the teleportation gate.
However, no one noticed that the moment they stepped inside,
a bluish-black mark slowly glowed in the palm of Feng's hand. Thunder City's city walls stood 10,000 meters high and 100 meters thick, entirely constructed from an extremely high-strength mixture of star metal and silicon-based concrete. It is said that even if such walls were struck head-on by a nuclear bomb, they would at most leave a shallow crater but would not collapse.
At that moment, Xian and his classmates stood at the foot of the city walls, looking up at them.
Although he had seen them from afar many times over the years since arriving here,
this was Xian's first time viewing them up close. Before turning 18,
and before becoming a fighter, he had always been forbidden from leaving the city.
About 30 kilometers ahead lies a marshland. That's where we're headed for this training mission. Lu Qingqing's tone was extremely serious. To be honest,
many of the students were experiencing the authority of their homeroom teacher for the very first time.
Feng still wore a warm smile, as if every line around his eyes and brows radiated warmth. Yet he didn't even spare Xian a second glance.
The students immediately formed the formation they practiced during training, arranging themselves into a cone-shaped square formation.
Xian and River led the front, with the weaker students protected in the center,
and several students with vitality scores nearing 1,000 bringing up the rear. The 50-plus students of Class 5, Senior 3, like an elite military unit,
marched toward the swamp 30 kilometers away.
Fenglin, Liu Yunxiao, and the others all followed closely behind Xian, ever vigilant against any unexpected danger. However, their expressions were quite relaxed. They clearly didn't expect any problems to arise during this training exercise. In areas like this, within 100 li of human settlements, powerful monsters had long since been eradicated, leaving only those with vitality levels around 1000. Feng, serving as the true rear guard, walked at the very back of the group. Although he ostensibly possessed only 90,000 vitality points, he was still far, far stronger than his students. He kept pace with their running simply by walking. Now that no one was watching, his gaze finally settled on Xian. Let me think a monster comparable to a 2-star martial master suddenly appeared in the marshes 30 kilometers outside Thunder City. The entire student body and faculty of Class 5, Senior 3 at Lei City High School, completely unable to withstand that monster, were ultimately slaughtered. And even the transfer students could not escape their fate. As for me, the accompanying martial arts teacher, a fighter with only 90,000 vitality, I, too, went missing during that encounter. All of this makes perfect sense. Xian, your heart and mind are mine now. Feng plotted in his mind, the warmth in his eyes growing ever more evident. The strange, bluish-black mark on his palm flickered once more. At the same time, Thunder City, the teleportation travel hall, serving as a replacement for the airport, train station, and bus terminal all at once. The teleportation travel hall was arguably one of the busiest places in Thunder City. Young, fashionable couples, cozy families, and even groups of students were strolling through every corner of the 30-story shopping mall. The sounds of advertisements and music, bathed in off-white lighting, filled every corner of the teleportation travel hall. Movie theaters, restaurants, arcades, clothing stores, video game shops, every kind of store imaginable is here. And each one is bustling with people. And all of this revolves around the massive teleportation gate, standing 100 meters tall right in the center of the first-floor atrium. A long line stretched out in front of the teleportation gate, with people of all kinds holding different teleportation tickets. All they had to do was swipe their tickets on the nearby machine, and once they stepped through the gate, they would arrive at their intended destination. Since this long-distance teleportation gate was over 50 meters wide, the flow of people coming and going didn't seem crowded. Suddenly, from within the 100-meter-tall portal, amidst blue-purple spatial ripples, an aged yet towering figure, hands clasped behind his back, slowly floated out. His expression was calm, but many tourists, upon catching even a glimpse of him, were instantly terrified as if they'd fallen into an ice cellar, completely at a loss. While ordinary people, those who weren't fighters, immediately collapsed to the ground. This towering old man exuded a terrifying aura of murderous intent. Streams of energy swirled rapidly around him like white hurricanes, and nearby billboards, lampposts, and other structures were instantly torn to shreds as they were swept up by the white whirlwinds. True Gung. My God, a martial emperor. In the teleportation hall, quite a few well-traveled individuals immediately recognized the true nature of those white, blade-like whirlwinds. That was something only a martial emperor could condense. True Gung, possessing immense destructive and defensive power. The old man seemed completely indifferent to the others with just a glance. He appeared to have locked on to a specific direction, even through the thick walls of the teleportation hall. Without a word, he flickered into motion, smashing through the wall of a milk tea shop and bursting out. All that remained inside the shop were customers who had been accidentally swept up by the True Gung, their flesh torn from their bones. The old man moved with incredible speed, soaring through the air at high velocity, leaving a long trail of air in his wake. In what felt like mere minutes, he had already reached the southern district of Lei City, hovering high above a luxurious estate. Boom! The old man collided with a helicopter, which exploded violently. Yet he emerged unscathed.
allowing the blast's shockwave to toss his silvery hair and beard about.
Below, many enforcers from the Martial Arts Bureau instinctively reached for their long-range weapons to launch an attack. But the moment they recognized the old man's face, everyone's knees buckled, and they nearly collapsed to the ground.
Han!
Everyone recognized this overwhelmingly powerful old man
as the city lord of Haihuang City,
and also the maternal grandfather of the deceased Hai Tong Tian, who resided in this luxurious estate.
Han!
Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines.
If a martial emperor were to fly into a rage, he might even destroy Lei City, the small human settlement.
Under normal circumstances, no martial emperor would dare to do such a thing,
unless he wanted to become the public enemy of all humanity.
But now, facing this man whose beloved grandson had been brutally murdered, no one dared to speculate what he might actually do.
Where is my grandson's body? Han's gaze was icy as he looked down at the crowd, speaking with utter coldness. A fighter from the Martial Arts Bureau, surnamed Liu,
immediately plucked up his courage and stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty the Martial Emperor, we dared not touch anything inside. The rumors circulating are false, everything inside is intact.
Just waiting for you to come and inspect it." Han gave him a cold glance. I hear my grandson had a grudge against a child named Xian?
Under Han's oppressive presence, which felt almost tangible,
the fighter surnamed Liu was drenched in sweat.
Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he stammered, "Martial Emperor,
I'm not quite sure."
Humph. Han gave a heavy snort, and his figure suddenly vanished.
Everyone was startled.
Even though they knew that any martial emperor's agility had long since reached the point of being as elusive as a ghost, they still hadn't expected that the moment this renowned lord of Haihuang City moved, he would vanish right before their very eyes. The next moment, the living room window shattered as Han burst through, coming to a steady halt in midair above the sofa.
He looked down
and saw the bodies of his grandson and the two martial masters shattered into pieces, along with his grandson's head, eyes wide with unwillingness and terror.
Who on earth was it?
Han was overcome with grief and rage, and almost instantly wanted to kill the one named Xian,
to avenge his grandson.
Even though Xian was merely an apprentice craftsman.
Even though he knew full well that the one who killed his grandson and his two men couldn't he possibly be a student who wasn't he even a martial master. Han descended from the sky,
walking step by step toward the corpses strewn across the ground, prepared to gather them all up and take them back for burial. But the moment he bent down to pick up one of the fragments, this powerful martial emperor's body and expression suddenly froze. A hint of panic welled up in his eyes, growing ever more intense.
This true gang someone from the Xian Yuan clan? No. This can't be. I'm just a lowly 2-star martial emperor. And Hai Tong Tian is merely a 3-star fighter. How could we possibly have any connection to the Xian Yuan clan? Damn it! That damned beast. He's good for nothing. Bullying men and preying on women, that's bad enough.
But how could he have provoked the Xian Yuan clan?
Smack! Han leaped to his feet, overcome by extreme fear and indescribable fury.
He actually smashed his grandson's skull with a single palm strike. Though he was a 2-star martial emperor, he stumbled and fell to the ground at that moment,
revealing just how desperate he was. Could it be that whatever is coming in a month's time holds such a powerful allure even for the Xian Yuan clan? Or is there another reason?
Han muttered, his voice trembling, as if he were standing in the depths of a bitter winter,
completely naked. In that instant,
overcome by terror, he had already figured out who had struck the blow.
Wind!
The current heir to the Xian Yuan clan, the 18-year-old martial emperor. A young man whose face always bore a warm smile. He was also the top contender for first place in this year's Human Federation College entrance exam. Hai Tong Tian had clearly only seen him from a distance 3 years ago.
Why would he try to kill him? Thank goodness he didn't come to kill me.
Realizing that his grandson had been dead for a whole night while he himself remained unscathed and was still very much alive, Han's heart settled slightly. He forced his trembling body to hold firm, crawled to his feet, and struck out with a palm strike. Though the strike seemed weak and feeble due to fear, it actually shattered all the dismembered remains on the ground into a pulp. Han flicked his wrist, and the flames on the ground flared up fiercely. The flames obscured his gaze as he surveyed the scene, and all traces were obliterated by the intense heat. Whoosh! Han's figure vanished once more, reappearing high above this luxurious estate. I've looked into it. My grandson got into a dispute with 2 of his subordinates. The 3 of them fought to the death.
You needn't investigate any further. Is that clear?
His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard him perfectly clearly. All the Martial Arts Bureau enforcers nodded vigorously, not daring in the slightest to defy the will of this martial emperor.
They immediately got into their vehicles and left shortly thereafter.
Han watched the figures of the Lei City Martial Arts Bureau enforcers fade into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly.
After quite some time, he finally turned around and flew back toward the teleportation hall. At the same moment, 30 kilometers southeast of Lei City, in a marshy area, set up camp,
build defensive fortifications, and then, in groups of at least 3,
begin the hunt.
You must bring back at least 3 to pass.
Lu Qingqing's voice was clear and stern as she methodically directed her classmates.
Led by Xian, more than 50 students,
along with transfer students like Feng Lin, skillfully pitched their tents
and used freshly cut firewood
to erect a row of barriers around them.
After finishing all this, the students began looking for teammates.
Many had originally wanted to approach Xian,
but seeing that he was with Feng Lin and the other transfer students,
they didn't dare to step forward,
and could only team up with classmates they were close to. Xian, naturally, formed a 5-person team with Feng Lin, Lu Yunxiao, Xiaoxi,
and Yu Xiaoyu, preparing to begin patrolling the perimeter of the swamp.
This swamp was enormous. It would be no exaggeration to call it a massive lake. From a distance, bubbles of varying sizes could be seen rising from all over the swamp.
Some were even bigger than watermelons, suggesting that extremely powerful monsters were lurking there.
And along the swamp's edge were all sorts of monsters, some with disgusting appearances and others with terrifying ones. Some looked like crocodiles but had gorilla-like limbs. They propped themselves up on the ground, their bodies covered in pus-filled sores, some of which, when ruptured,
even spurted pus outward.
Some resemble red-crowned cranes, but have lost more than half their feathers and flesh. The remaining feathers are stained with blood, and through them, one can clearly see their bones and internal organs, emitting a foul stench. There are also clusters of pitcher plants that look harmless to humans and animals. But the moment a creature approaches,
they instantly transform into giant man-eating flowers and swallow it whole. Fortunately, these monsters,
when scanned by the monster-detecting devices which look like glasses carried by the students, all had vitality ratings equivalent to a fighter with around 1,000. Monsters with 1,000 vitality still posed a significant threat
to the students of Class 5, Senior 3. But for Xian, with 18,000 vitality, they were nothing at all.
I've heard this swamp stretches over 100 kilometers.
And the farther you get from human settlements,
the higher the chance of encountering powerful monsters.
Why don't we go explore it? Feng Lin's face was beaming with excitement.
Although he'd previously undergone practical hunting training outside Tianji City, his grandfather had sent people to secretly protect him back then. It was nowhere near as thrilling as today.
That is why today he hadn't even brought any of his 3 martial master subordinates along. Xian, however, wasn't particularly afraid. Not only did he currently possess 18,000 vitality, but with the aid of artisan crafted items, divine abilities, and magical artifacts, he could easily take on a monster with around 35,000 vitality in direct combat. And in this swamp, there were virtually no monsters with more than 30,000 vitality. Besides, Fenglin was there, the martial emperor's own grandson, whose true combat power far exceeded 30,000 vitality. This was nothing more than a leisurely outing in the wilderness. Just as Xian was about to agree, Fenglin's phone vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at it, his face contorting as if he'd seen a ghost. Staring at Xian in utter shock, he asked, You scared Han away? Holy crap! How did you pull that off? What? Scared him off? Xian looked completely baffled. He did know Han. He was Hai Tongtian's maternal grandfather and the lord of Hai Huang City, a 2-star martial emperor. But he had no idea when Han had even arrived in Lei City, let alone how he could have scared him off. Fenglin, however, eyed him suspiciously for a moment and said, Xian, are you trying to hide your true strength? You just said this morning that you weren't afraid of Han. And now he has been scared off besides you. Who else could VE done it? Ha ha ha. As he spoke, his expression grew eager, and he continued. Whose coattails are you riding now? Holy crap. It feels like you've got way more clout than I do right now. Upon hearing Fenglin's words, Lu Yunxiao and the others also looked at Xian with utter astonishment. They had originally assumed that with Hai Tongtian's murder, Han would definitely cause a massive uproar in Lei City, killing hundreds to vent his anger. Among them, Xian's situation was the most perilous of all. Even if he hadn't done it, he would very likely be killed by Han as a sacrifice to avenge his grandson. At first, when they saw Fenglin urging Xian to leave, yet Xian showed no fear at all. They each had their own theories. But no one could have imagined that Xian wasn't just unafraid. He actually scared Han away. Just how formidable must his connections be? What kind of master craftsman has Xian actually met? As if to confirm his thoughts, Fenglin glanced at his phone again and said, One of my 3 martial master subordinates has been monitoring the situation at Hai Tongtian's South luxurious estate through binoculars all day. Hiding in my estate, he saw everything clearly through the binoculars. Han had arrived in a rage. He even crashed a martial arts bureau helicopter in mid-air. But shortly after entering, he suddenly came back out. Then, he actually claimed that his grandson had gotten into a fight with 2 of my martial master subordinates, which led to the deaths of all 3 of them, and told the Martial Arts Bureau in Leicheng to drop the investigation, before running off without even looking back. If that isn't being scared off, what is? After Fenglin finished speaking, his expression grew even more eager. He nudged Xian with his shoulder and said, Xian, why don't you introduce me to that big shot behind you? That's just how he is. He is unreservedly generous to his friends. But when it comes to leveraging a friend's connections, he doesn't hold back at all. Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely introduce him to you. Just wait until this afternoon. After hearing Fenglin's description, he, too, began to suspect that either Old Master Yun or Old Master D, those 2 master-level artisans, might have pulled some strings, thereby scaring off Han, who had been looking to cause trouble. Of course, Xian had no idea that Old Master Yun and Old Master D had indeed each summoned a martial emperor to protect Xian, though both martial emperors were still on their way and hadn't even reached Lei City yet. My good brother, I really didn't misjudge you. Seeing this, Fenglin was in high spirits. In fact, a suspicion began to form in his mind. A high-level artisan might be able to summon a martial emperor, but the martial emperor they summoned would certainly not be enough to scare Han away. From this perspective, it could only be a grandmaster-level artisan. The mere thought that Xian might very well become the disciple of a grandmaster-level artisan filled Fenglin with such joy that he was practically over the moon. Under normal circumstances,
he wouldn't stand a chance of breaking into the inner circle of a grandmaster-level artisan's apprentices. Just being able to strike up a conversation would be a major achievement. Lu Yunxiao and Xia Shi also had their own suspicions and began to scheme. And their attitudes toward Xian grew even more enthusiastic. Only Yu Xiaoyu didn't seem particularly surprised. Alright, since we decided to explore the depths of the swamp, let us go report to our teacher first, and then we'll set off. Seeing that the previous topic had come to a close, Feng Lin, quite excited, began organizing this adventure. Though they called it an adventure, everyone knew full well that any monsters they might encounter wouldn't be very powerful. Feng Lin could handle them easily on his own, let alone with so many people here. Xian nodded with a smile, and the five of them walked together toward Lu Qingqing's tent. Lu Qingqing had been standing outside the tent the whole time, watching the students as they prepared to form a party and set out to hunt monsters. Seeing Xian and the others approaching, she asked, "What's up, Xian?" Just as Xian was about to speak, roar! A deafening monster roar nearly shook the heavens and earth. With a boom, not far from the tent, a large section of the swamp suddenly burst open. A monster covered in bony spines, resembling a corpse, leapt out of the swamp and landed on the shore. Its eyes emitted an icy, eerie glow. Its skeletal face contorted in a hideous grimace. Bracing itself with its hands on the ground, it suddenly turned its gaze toward the group. Both Lu Qingqing and Xian had their attention drawn to it, but they were merely curiously examining the monster that had suddenly leaped out. Feng Lin's expression, however, changed instantly. A skeletal spine monster? A 2-star martial master level monster? How could this be? His voice trembled, and his face went deathly pale in an instant. He suddenly regretted not bringing his martial master level subordinates along. Upon hearing Feng Lin's words, Lu Qingqing's lovely face instantly turned icy, and she muttered, "A 2-star martial master? A monster with 200,000 vitality points? A 1 in 100 million chance. And we actually run into it?" In a small human city like Lei City, monsters in the surrounding area with strength equivalent to 100,000 vitality points were extremely rare. The same is true for other small human cities. A statistician once conducted a study. Among the countless hunting and combat training exercises conducted by high schools across the Human Federation, within a radius of about 100 kilometers outside small human cities, the probability of encountering a martial master level monster is only 1 in 100 million. That's right, just one instance, and that was over 300 years ago. And on that occasion, the martial master level monster, the blood-feather eagle, had only ventured into that area while pursuing prey, and happened to encounter the students who had come for their training exercise. But the blood-feather eagle didn't even bother with these students, whose vitality was only around 1,000. And simply flew away. Lu Qingqing never imagined that, out of a 1 in 100 million chance, they would actually run into one. Hurry! Everyone, run! Don't worry about anything else. Just run straight toward the city. True to her role as the martial arts instructor responsible for the safety of all the students, Lu Qingqing quickly regained her composure after the initial shock, and waved her arms, shouting for the students to run. The students didn't hesitate, they turned and ran. Feng Lin also led Xian and the others in a mad dash, while inwardly wailing in despair. He knew about that 1 in a billion scenario, which was precisely why he dared to go without a martial master as subordinates, and even suggested taking this risk. After all, a 1 in a billion chance of encountering it meant there was a 99,999,999 to 1 chance of not encountering it. Who would thought they'd actually run into it? That's far, far lower than the odds of winning the lottery multiple times in a row. Feng also rushed out of the tent at that moment, the warm smile gone from his face, replaced by extreme panic. And he too shouted loudly, "Classmates, run!
Don't worry, I'll cover your retreat.
No sooner had he finished speaking than
Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air.
the two-star martial master level skeleton spine monster leaped forward suddenly,
Landing right in front of everyone, blocking their path. And standing between the group and the city gates. Boom!
leaving them almost no time to react. The skeleton thorn monster suddenly charged forward, heading straight for the students. Its frenzied sprint creating such force that it trampled a deep pit over 5 meters wide in the ground. 2 soft splatters rang out as the 2 students who had been fleeing at the very front, and were now closest to the skeletal spine monster, were smashed apart by the impact, scattering like an explosion and turning into a shower of flesh. The skeleton spike monster sucked in sharply, and all the flesh fragments were drawn into its mouth. On its ghastly, skeletal face, a human-like expression of delight actually appeared. Not only do the myriad races feed on human blood, but in fact,
the monsters were feeding on human blood, too.
The students were so terrified they were on the verge of a nervous breakdown.
They no longer ran toward the city gates, but instead scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Quick! Request authorization to activate the high-energy laser cannons at the city gates.
Lu Qingqing shouted, her face filled with grief after all. 2 students she spent every moment with had already died. Upon hearing those words, Feng, who was pretending to sprint over to protect the students, felt the strange bluish-black mark on the palm of his hand which no one could see flash once more.
The next moment,
the students who still retained a shred of sanity and had pulled out their phones to call for help were left dumbfounded.
Teacher, there's no signal. What is going on?
Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing was instantly stunned.
No signal? How is that possible?
In this era of extremely advanced technology,
signals are received and transmitted globally and even interstellarly by a Dyson sphere satellite matrix orbiting the planet. And they have extremely strong penetration.
Even in a research institute hundreds or thousands of meters underground, the signal is full bars.
They're right outside Lei City now, why would there be no signal?
Before anyone could give in to despair, the skeleton spine monster launched another attack.
Boom! It stomped deep pits into the ground once more.
The skeleton spine monster's massive form, like a roaring truck,
charged toward the 2 classmates closest to it.
Drawing on their previous experience, these 2 students were panicked.
But their combat instincts honed through years of sparring at school
allowed them to roll to the left and right, respectively. Without a moment's hesitation, the instant the skeleton spine monster charged, the skeleton spine monster seemed to charge blindly.
As long as they moved out of its path, they'd be safe. The other students actually thought the same thing.
Except that the skeleton spine monster didn't charge toward them. At that moment, as everyone frantically fled in all directions, they kept a close eye on the skeleton spine monster's next move. With a loud thud, the skeleton spine monster slammed into the ground. And sure enough, it didn't hit the 2 students who had already dodged out of the way. But at that very moment, something unexpected happened.
Crack!
A sharp, spine-chilling sound rang out, as if something had been propelled forward with immense force.
And everyone's eyes widened in utter horror.
Everyone saw clearly that from the corpse bone spike monster's body,
countless bone spikes shot out like those of a porcupine.
Those 2 students had clearly already dodged. Yet they were pierced right through by countless bone spines, falling stiffly to the ground, blood pooling all around them. The next moment, after their bodies convulsed several times, they actually turned into pus-filled blood at an incredible speed. The skeleton spine monster opened its mouth and sucked, guzzling both pools of blood into its mouth as if drinking from a trough. It twisted its neck as if it were human, and its body crackled like firecrackers. Those bone spines had actually grown back anew. Seeing this, nearly all the students in Class 5 of Senior 3 were plunged into utter despair. Originally, the skeleton spine monster's speed was already unimaginably fast. and the only way to dodge its terrifying charges was to roll out of the way in advance.
But now,
it also possessed bone spines that could be fired with a lethal range comparable to a fragmentation grenade.
how could they possibly dodge that?
Lu Qingqing's expression hardened. She had already decided to charge forward, sacrificing her life to hold off the skeletal bone spine monster,
so the students could escape as far as possible.
She turned her head and saw that Feng was also rushing over at top speed. But since Feng had been positioned further back from the start, it would likely take another 10 or so seconds before he could fight alongside her.
But in 10 or so seconds,
that skeleton spine monster might very well have slaughtered every student present.
She couldn't wait any longer. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar echoed through the air.
The skeleton thorn monster had launched its third attack.
And this time, it was heading straight for Xian. It was like a giant cannonball,
covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, about to collide with Xian. Just then, Feng Lin, who had been standing guard on either side of Xian, suddenly slammed his fist against his chest.
With a whoosh, a brilliant light erupted,
and a radiance as gentle as a breeze enveloped the two of them.
In the next instant, the skeleton spine monster lunged into thin air and crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Feng Lin and Xian had appeared 100 meters away from it.
Feng Lin's face turned deathly pale, as if he had depleted a vast amount of vitality.
And his voice grew weak. Hurry, run! With my vitality, I can only pull off an escape like this one more time.
Seeing this from a distance, Feng narrowed his eyes slightly,
revealing a hint of danger. The plan should have succeeded by now.
With Xian's strength and the artisan-crafted items he carried, there was no way he could have escaped.
But just then, this kid named Feng Lin had popped up.
A mere grandson of a martial emperor.
Feng's gaze turned icy. Yet his face quickly resumed an anxious expression,
as if he were still rushing desperately toward the skeletal thorn monster. At the same time, the strange bluish-black mark on his palm underwent a change,
suddenly emitting a red glow. Roar! The next moment,
the skeleton spine monster seemed to have been struck by some immense stimulus,
and let out a roar toward the heavens. From the hollows where its eyeballs should have been, two terrifying red beams of light burst forth. Had its power surged again, plunging it into a frenzied state? How could that be possible?
Through their monster detectors, the students watched as its power surged to 300,000 vitality points,
and were utterly horrified. They couldn't even defeat a skeletal spine monster with 200,000 vitality, let alone one with 300,000 vitality? Could it be that the entire Class 5 of Senior 3 teachers and students alike was about to be wiped out right here today? Boom!
A sound that shook the earth and mountains erupted.
In that instant, the skeletal spine monster actually broke the sound barrier, charging headlong toward Xian and Feng Lin.
Feng Lin gritted his teeth, resorting to his old trick once more, and slammed his fist hard against his chest. Instantly, he and Xian were once again enveloped by that green glow, appearing a full 200 meters away from the skeletal thorn monster. With a splatter, Feng Lin coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his face pale and exhausted, on the verge of collapsing. Xian reached out to steady him, but a look of joy flashed across his face. For Feng Lin's teleportation this time had transported them to a spot less than 50 meters from the city gate.
In just a few seconds, they could rush into the city. And if the skeleton thorn monster followed them, it would immediately trigger Thunder City's automatic defense weapon array. But in the space of just a second, a fierce gale swept toward them once more, carrying a bloodthirsty and frenzied aura.
This time, the skeleton thorn monster didn't hesitate for a moment.
It immediately launched its second attack, and it was upon them in the blink of an eye. No, don't. Xian! Xian, get out of the way! In that instant, Yu Xiaoyu, Xiaoxi,
Lu Yunxiao, as well as the teacher and classmates who had all scattered in different directions, all cried out in alarm.
No one could have imagined
that the skeleton thorn monster, which normally needed at least a few seconds to regroup after launching an attack,
could actually launch another attack immediately after entering a frenzy.
Moreover, its ambush range had jumped from just a few dozen meters at the start to several hundred meters.
Just as the skeletal spine monster was about to slam into Xian. Xian, however, became calmer than ever before.
He could still dodge, there was still a chance to turn things around.
He was only a few dozen meters away from the city gate.
It was just that he'd have to reveal some of his trump cards and secrets. In the next instant, Xian's figure, moving at an unbelievable angle,
dodged the skeletal spine monster's ferocious charge. What's more, he even managed to dodge it while carrying Fenglin.
Mana surged through his body as he prepared to unleash the Azure Dragon's breath, melting the barrage of bone spines the skeleton spine monster was about to unleash. As long as he could block the bone spines aimed at him and Fenglin, he was confident he could carry Fenglin to safety inside the city. At that moment, the skeleton spine monster suddenly fell silent, cowering on the ground and trembling uncontrollably, with no more bone spines erupting. It seemed as though it had encountered something that terrified it to the core,
even letting out whimpering cries of supplication.
Everyone was stunned. Many students immediately stopped running, as they could clearly sense that they were safe. The next moment, on the back of the skeleton spine monster,
a little old man smoking a pipe and wearing a sheepskin jacket materialized.
He sat with one leg crossed over the other, his waist encircled by a row of spatial boxes,
his white mustache curled upward, and a contented expression on his face. He looked just like a little old man from the countryside. Yet the incredibly powerful martial emperor aura emanating from him made everyone present dare not underestimate him. Crack! 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 The monster detectors, which looked like glasses worn by many students, exploded on the spot, startling them and making them realize an unbelievable fact.
The upper limit of vitality that these monster detectors could detect was 100 million points.
That's right, a martial emperor requires 10 million points of vitality.
And from a 1-star martial emperor to a 10-star martial emperor,
each star represents an increase of 10 million points of vitality.
This means that this smiling, extremely kind-looking little old man is at least a 10-star martial emperor.
He might even be the legendary martial venerate.
Fighters who train all the way to the martial emperor realm simply need to do their utmost to increase their vitality. Once they reach the required level, the rest will follow naturally. At 100,000 points of vitality, gene force is generated within the body, and one becomes a martial master. At 1 million points of vitality, gene force transforms into true gene, and one becomes a martial king.
At 10 million points of vitality, true force metamorphoses into true gang, achieving the rank of martial emperor.
But beyond that, from martial emperor to martial venerate,
it takes more than just vitality. Or rather, becoming a martial venerate requires at least 100 million points of vitality. But possessing 100 million points of vitality does not guarantee one will become a martial venerate.
The transition from martial emperor to martial venerate is a metamorphosis at the level of life itself,
requiring the transformation of vitality into the legendary primordial blood. Once one possesses primordial blood, all manner of incredible abilities will emerge,
and both body and spirit will far surpass the level of ordinary mortals. It can be said that every martial venerate is a supreme being who holds a human realm in check,
defending it against all races.
What kind of trash do you think you are, trying to hunt down this old man's disciple? Suddenly, the little old man spoke, casually tapping his pipe.
Boom! The skeletal thorn monster was instantly blown to pieces.
But before the countless bone fragments could scatter, they were shredded and obliterated by a true gangs that seemed to appear out of thin air.
All of this happened in the blink of an eye.
The students, having narrowly escaped death, were still reeling from the shock. And it wasn't until they saw the skeletal thorn monster vanquished that they came to their senses. all staring at the little old man's face in utter disbelief. The next moment, Feng Lin, Xiaoxi, and Lu Yunxiao, all three of them knelt before the little old man in unison, while only Yu Xiaoyu remained standing. Their voices, filled with the utmost respect, rang out at the exact same moment. "We, your juniors, pay our respects to Grandmaster D." Upon hearing the surname D, coupled with the title Grandmaster, the other students and even their martial arts instructor, Lu Qingqing, instantly realized the identity of the little old man. It was none other than Di Wanxiang, the renowned Grandmaster-level artisan of the Xia Kingdom. Di Wanxiang, a 10-star martial emperor, though his vitality had waned with age, making it difficult for him to break through to the rank of martial venerate, held such prestige as a Grandmaster-level artisan that even martial venerates had to behave with the utmost propriety and respect in his presence. Many artisans in the kingdom of Xia were his disciples or their descendants. He truly had students all over the land. At the same time, he has crafted items for numerous martial emperors and even martial venerates, giving him an extremely wide network of connections. The city lord of Tianji City, Feng Xuanlei, Feng Lin's grandfather, simply because he had saved Di Wanxiang's life in his youth, meant that even martial venerates dared not casually provoke Feng Xuanlei, a 2-star martial emperor. And all of this was entirely due to Di Wanxiang's influence. None of the students in Class 5 of Senior 3 ever imagined that Grandmaster Di Wanxiang would actually make a personal appearance in the small city of Lei, and that he would even step in to save them. Wait a minute, just now, Grandmaster D seemed to mention a disciple. Who is his disciple? One student suddenly realized something and muttered under his breath, and the others seemed to catch on as well. Everyone's gaze turned toward Feng Lin. If Di Wanxiang were to take on a disciple, it seemed the only possible candidate would be the city lord of Tianji City's own grandson. After all, his grandfather had once saved Grandmaster D, and that connection existed. Since everyone knew that Xian vitality could only reach a maximum of 10,000 points in a lifetime, and at best, he could become a junior artisan, the students had momentarily overlooked Xian. Feng Lin, who had already stood up, felt the stares of his classmates, and instantly blushed crimson. After all, never mind him. Even if his grandfather had wanted to become Grandmaster D's disciple, it would have been impossible. What qualifications did he, Feng Lin, possibly have? Feng Lin, of course, knew who Elder D's disciple was. With that thought in mind, he turned his gaze toward Xian. Xian was definitely standing. He hadn't knelt like Feng Lin and the others. Of course, the students and teachers of Class 5, Senior 3 were also standing, but they had been momentarily stunned. Before they could follow Feng Lin and the other two in kneeling, they had already finished their bow and stood up. Suddenly, Di Wanxiang, beaming with a smile, soared into the air and actually flew straight toward Xian. His voice, benevolent yet dignified, rang out slowly. "My good disciple, I've reviewed the records of that iron imperial armor you forged. Excellent, truly excellent. It's very much in the spirit of my younger days, ha." Di Wanxiang landed with a smile and patted Xian on the shoulder, his demeanor surprisingly warm and friendly. In that instant, the classmates and teachers were all stunned. Grandmaster D's disciple, it's actually Xian? Isn't Xian's vitality capped at 10,000 points? He only became a craftsman yesterday. How could he have already become Grandmaster D's disciple today? True to his reputation as a Grandmaster-level craftsman, he is incredibly quick on his feet. When he said he wouldn't arrive until noon, was that a smokescreen meant for another Grandmaster-level craftsman? In that instant, Xian seemed to understand a great deal. He even felt he had grown as a person. Still, proper etiquette must be observed. With a faint smile, he said, "Master D, you flatter me. If I could even match 1/10 of what you were like in your youth, I'd be more than satisfied." Upon hearing this, Di Wanxiang was taken aback for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha! You're a fine young man, very good, very good.
I like that.
After all, geniuses often have a bit of a temper or are even extremely arrogant. Especially those who rise to become master-level craftsmen.
A genius capable of becoming a master-level craftsman
is, when compared to geniuses in other fields across the entire human federation,
truly first-rate.
Back in his youth, Di Wanxiang had offended quite a few people simply because he was too arrogant.
If he hadn't been a craftsman,
he would have been beaten to death long ago. He even talked back to his own master whenever he felt like it. Something he often regretted when looking back now.
Di Wanxiang never would have imagined
that this apprentice, who was clearly more talented than he had been in his youth,
would be so humble not a trace of the arrogance one would expect from a genius was to be found in him. How could he not be pleased? This wasn't just a matter of high emotional intelligence making him easy to get along with. More importantly, the more humble a person is,
the more aware they are of their own shortcomings, and the more limitless their future achievements will be.
Good disciple, truly a good disciple. Come, follow me to Tianji City. Or, if you'd rather not, I can stay here in Leicheng and teach you.
I'll train you to become an intermediate artisan within the next few months.
Di Wanxiang was grinning from ear to ear.
And in a manner completely unbecoming of a master, he simply slung his arm around Xian's shoulder.
Xian, on the other hand, was taken aback, because he remembered that he hadn't actually formally become Di Wanxiang's disciple yet.
Still, skipping the initiation ceremony was fine by him, even though he really wanted to craft more artisanal items to hone his skills. Just as Di Wanxiang was about to fly off with Xian toward the city gates, suddenly, a voice authoritative without a trace of anger,
yet as explosive as a volcano, rang out. "Humph, you old fool, have you no shame? How did my apprentice end up becoming your apprentice?"
The next moment, the figure of a tall, elderly man materialized before the two of them,
blocking their path.
The old man wore a high-end tailored suit, his hair combed with meticulous precision. With a square face, a broad nose, and thick eyebrows, he exuded an air of authority.
Like Di Wanxiang,
he had over 100 spatial boxes strung around his waist, a sight that clashed sharply with his suit. The students had all become savvy at a glance. They knew
the newcomer must be a craftsman.
Moreover, daring to call Grandmaster D an old geezer,
he might very well be another Grandmaster-level craftsman.
Everyone felt a bit dazed.
Grandmaster-level craftsmen. Weren't they all national treasures of the Xia Kingdom? How could they have encountered two of them at once today? Di Wanxiang's originally beaming expression instantly turned sour as he said, "Yun Kuanghu, you're shameless. Didn't you tell your apprentice you wouldn't arrive in Lei City until 1 p.m.? Upon hearing the surname Yun, Xian immediately figured it out.
This man must be Su Shaochan's master. That master-level artisan who usually resides in Haihuang City.
Yun Kuanghu snorted coldly and said, "You have the nerve to say that to me? You were supposed to be here at noon too. And it's only 10 o'clock now."
No sooner had he finished speaking than his expression, as stern as a mountain,
instantly gave way to a broad smile,
as if an iceberg had melted in an instant. He turned to look at Xian, and his tone became as kind as possible.
"Good disciple, my dear disciple, you have no future following that old fool. Come to me, and I'll take you on as my sole direct disciple." Direct disciple.
The moment those words were spoken, a storm of shock and endless envy
swept through the hearts of Feng Lin and the others. A direct disciple versus an ordinary disciple. The status and treatment are completely different.
They had all heard that neither Wei Han nor any of the other artisans were direct disciples of the two Grandmaster-level artisans. They were merely ordinary disciples.
Up until now, these two Grandmaster-level artisans had never taken even a single direct disciple. The status and prestige of a Grandmaster-level artisan's direct disciple
were so high they were simply beyond imagination. At that moment, Di Wanxiang resumed his smiling expression and said,
What a coincidence. I've just taken Xian as my sole direct disciple. Yun Kuanghu, you're too late.
Yun Kuanghu shot him a glare and said,
Isn't that against the rules?
Di Wanxiang feigned ignorance and asked,
What rules? Yun Kuanghu replied, We're both master-level craftsmen.
If we don't put a candidate through a trial before taking them on as a disciple,
even if we don't care ourselves, what will the other master-level craftsmen think? Are we just going to throw away the rules that have been passed down for so many years?
Di Wanxiang seemed to have anticipated this response long ago. He took a puff from his pipe and said with a smile,
A test? So be it. My apprentice isn't afraid of a test, is he? Right, apprentice? That last remark was directed at Xian. Upon hearing there would be a test, Xian immediately perked up.
After all, he hoped to gain more practice so he could become a yellow rank artifact forger. Tests like this were, after all, second nature to him.
Just as Xian was about to speak up to respond to Di Wanxiang, Yun Kuanghu interrupted, saying, once he passes both of our tests,
it'll be entirely up to him to choose whom to apprentice under.
What's the point of trying to get him to call you master right now?
Hearing this, Xian realized. No wonder Yun Kuanghu had proposed the trial. He was actually trying to secure an opportunity for himself.
In fact, deep down, Xian was definitely slightly more inclined toward Di Wanxiang.
After all, Di Wanxiang had saved him, and Di Wanxiang came from Tianji City, while Yun Kuanghu came from Haihuang City.
Although neither Di Wanxiang nor Yun Kuanghu
had actually been born and raised in those massive human cities, they merely lived there. Because of Hai Tong Tian and his maternal grandfather Han,
Xian still didn't particularly like Haihuang City.
But suddenly, Yun Kuanghu seemed to remember something and said, By the way, Xian, I've already had the city lord of Haihuang City replaced.
Han has taken his family to live in seclusion in a medium-sized human city. After all, as you know, if you become my disciple, I don't want you to face any danger in Haihuang City. Xian? Well, he had to admit.
This seemingly stern Grand Master Yun
actually seemed to have his best interests at heart. He'd actually gone so far as to eliminate Han, his greatest threat, right off the bat. Although it wasn't a complete solution, there was no doubt about it. Han would absolutely never dare to provoke him again. Di Wanxiang clearly hadn't anticipated Yun Kuanghu pulling this move.
He took a deep drag on his pipe, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, and said,
In that case, let us settle this with a test.
Our true skills in crafting masterpieces
will be revealed then.
With Xian's talent, he'll surely be able to tell who is superior.
By then,
I don't believe he'll still want to take you as his master.
Yun Kuanghu burst out laughing. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let us go, then. Perfect.
We'll hold this test right at Xian's school.
I've already made all the arrangements.
As soon as those words were spoken, the students and teachers of Class 5, Senior 3,
all became instantly excited. Did this mean they'd have the chance to witness a trial set by a master-level craftsman? This was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Led by Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu, the group marched in a grand procession into the city. It wasn't until then
that Di Wanxiang recalled the incident with the skeletal thorn monster from earlier.
And he asked in puzzlement,
Something's not right, disciples.
Weren't you supposed to be training within a 100-kilometer radius of a small human settlement? How did you end up encountering a 3-star martial master-level monster?
Yun Kuanghu immediately grew wary and said,
What? A 3-star martial master-level monster? We actually ran into one despite such low odds? Could someone be trying to frame my disciple? The gazes of the two Grandmaster-level artisans turned toward Xian,
both filled with concern and inquiry. Xian had long since sensed that something was amiss about this incident, but he couldn't find the slightest clue as to what it was.
with the two Grandmaster level artisans present. He decided to recount the entire story exactly as it happened. Of course, although the incident was harrowing, it was brief. So he finished his account quickly. After listening, both Di Wanxian and Yun Kuanghu looked puzzled. But they were unable to reach a conclusion for quite some time. Clearly, although they had also noticed the problem, they did not know where the root of the issue actually lay. Monsters like the corpse spine beast are formed from the accumulated resentment of humans who were dragged into the swamp by other monsters and died there. Generally speaking, they like to lurk at the bottom of the swamp. And since they were formed after being killed by monsters, they prey on both other monsters and humans. Di Wanxiang murmured, as if talking to himself, saying, "In that case, it's also possible that during our annual routine cleanup, the powerful warriors of our human race overlooked this corpse spine monster hiding at the bottom of the swamp." Yun Kuanghu, what do you think?
Yun Kuanghu nodded in agreement and said,
"Old man, that's a pretty good guess this time. But I still think something's off." Neither of them suspected Feng. After all,
apart from knowing Xian, the two Grandmaster level artisans
didn't he recognize a single other student from Class 5, Senior 3?
They assumed Feng had always been the martial arts teacher for that class. Xian had suspected Feng, but couldn't he find any evidence. Nor could he fathom how a 9-star fighter could control a 3-star martial master level monster. So he decided to look into it further once they returned. At that moment, Feng walked at the very back of the group, bringing up the rear as usual. His face bore a look of relief after the ordeal.
And he acted just like a genuine martial arts teacher with only 90,000 vitality points,
who had just narrowly escaped with his students. But deep down, Feng felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He had been so close to success, so very close indeed. First there was that Feng Lin fellow, and then these two old fools.
Grandmaster level artisans.
Given his status as the heir to the Xianyuan clan,
he no longer dared to take action.
Moreover, as an 8-star martial emperor, he was still no match for a 10-star martial emperor. Even if he had launched a surprise attack outside the city just now, severely wounding those two Grandmaster level artisans before directly killing Xian, and taking the heart and head he wanted, it still wouldn't have worked. Because every Grandmaster level artisan bears a mark imprinted by the supreme beings who truly stand at the pinnacle of the human federation.
Once he takes action, even if his clan were to pay an enormous price afterward to smooth things over for him, he would still be barred from taking the martial arts college entrance exam. And without taking the exam, he couldn't secure first place. Which meant he would never obtain the very thing he'd been dreaming of: the Hainyu Star Birth Crystal. The Hainyu Star Birth Crystal. That is a divine artifact capable of truly transforming one's potential. If I could obtain Xian's heart and head, and refine them into that secret elixir, I could become a martial venerate. By then, the few others stronger than me would no longer be my match. And once I obtain the Hainyu Star Birth Crystal, I'll have a real chance to reach the very pinnacle of the human federation and indeed, of all the races in the universe. The human race is now in dire straits, barely able to withstand the pressure from the myriad races. In Feng's view, sacrificing Xian, a promising Grandmaster level artisan, in exchange for his own future is an acceptable trade-off. After all, his goal is to become the next supreme being of the human race. So he can fend off the myriad races, protect the Xianyuan clan, protect the people he cares about, and protect humanity. Besides, Xian is merely a promising prospect for a master-level artisan. Not a true master-level artisan yet. And is currently still just an artisan's apprentice. Feng has always been well aware of the hardships and difficulties involved in the journey from artisan apprentice to master-level artisan, as well as the slim odds of success, even for someone with the potential to become a master-level artisan. What a pity! He'll just have to wait for his next opportunity to leave the city before making his move on Xian.
Feng knew full well that once he entered the city, he wouldn't dare act rashly. Or rather, he wouldn't dare act rashly against Xian.
Don't let the fact that Thunder City is just a small human settlement fool you.
It's guarded by that figure from the Supernova Legion.
For many years now.
That person has willingly remained in Thunder City, content to serve as the principal of a small middle school.
For reasons unknown. But whatever the reason,
Feng had no desire to provoke anyone from the Supernova Legion. Especially since that person held a high-ranking position within the Supernova Legion. Precisely because of this, even when he tried to take action against Xian just now outside the city, he had to carefully stage it to make it look like an accident.
But unfortunately, it hadn't worked. If only someone from Devouring Dark would come to stir things up.
In a month's time, Thunder City would be in chaos. Perhaps that would be an opportunity. A cold gleam flashed in Feng's eyes as he continued to follow the procession without giving anything away.
Heading toward Thunder City First High School. Xian had just returned to Thunder City First High School with Elder D and Elder Yun. Only to discover that the once empty playground
now featured a circular grandstand that had seemingly materialized out of thin air,
transforming the area into something resembling a Roman Colosseum.
Even more astonishing was that the grandstand, large enough to hold over 100,000 people,
was already completely packed. Many of them weren't even residents of Thunder City, dressed in all sorts of bizarre outfits. For example, some wore outfits made entirely of metal and wooden planks, a custom unique to Tianji City. Then there were those with spiky hair and reddish skin.
They must have come from Haihuang City. Beyond that, there were all manner of styles and outfits.
Some exuded an air of nobility simply by sitting there,
flanked by a large entourage of handsome servants.
Lua's nephew was completely dumbfounded and exclaimed, "So many people, where did they all come from? It looks like there are even people from the City of Fire."
The City of Fire is the capital of the Xia Kingdom. And it is the only ultimate megacity in the Xia Kingdom whose scale surpasses that of any super-large human city.
And it's not just a slight difference.
Even if you combined all the hundreds of super-large human cities in the Xia Kingdom, they still wouldn't be as large as the City of Fire.
It can be said that
the City of Fire is the true gathering place for the strongest warriors and prodigies. The finals of the Xia Kingdom's domestic martial arts college entrance exam are also held in the City of Flames. As for the Heaven Rank College entrance exam, which brings together prodigies from all nations of the Human Federation,
it takes place in an extremely special region of the cosmos.
Xian was also somewhat astonished at this moment. He hadn't expected that in such a short time,
even people from the City of Flames would be able to rush over to join the commotion.
Although the time from receiving the news to rushing to the teleportation travel hall,
and then teleporting to their Thunder City,
for those who lived nearby or had a teleportation gate at home,
seemed to take less than a few minutes.
Yun Kuanghu seemed to have long since grown accustomed to such a grand spectacle. But his stern expression softened as he looked kindly at Xian and said,
"Disciple, what do you think? Actually, I sent out the notice an hour ago. I'm holding a ceremony here to accept a direct disciple.
All these people are here to show their support."
Ha ha ha.
Upon hearing this, Di Wanxiang rolled his eyes, a rather unbecoming gesture for someone of his age, and said,
"Yun Kuanghu, you don't really think they're here just for your sake, do you? I put the word out an hour and a half ago."
Both were cunning old foxes, and each was wary of the other, fearing the other might take Xian, a prodigy with the potential to become a grandmaster-level artisan,
as a direct disciple without even holding a trial.
After all, even apprentices with the potential to become advanced artisans
are extremely rare.
And it's no exaggeration to say that a prodigy with the potential to become a grandmaster-level artisan is a once-in-a-century find.
Under these circumstances, scrambling to take him in as a disciple right away,
to prevent other master-level craftsmen from snatching him up, that's the right thing to do. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Besides, so-called rules
cannot restrict a master-level artisan.
However,
fearing they might miss their chance. Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu also kept a backdoor open. They publicly announced they would hold a grand apprenticeship ceremony, conduct an apprenticeship trial, and invite prominent figures to witness it. Under these circumstances, as long as Xian Han-Ti officially became the other party's disciple, there was still a chance to win him back. This is because artisans who pass a Grandmaster level initiation test are free to choose which Grandmaster level artisan to apprentice under. Although Xian was slightly taken aback by such a grand spectacle, he quickly adapted. In fact, he began to feel a faint sense of excitement. As for Feng Lin and the others, despite hailing from a massive human city, they now seemed somewhat intimidated. After all, while they might have felt a slight sense of superiority over the people of Thunder City, when faced with the people of the City of Fire, that meant absolutely nothing. Come on, disciple. Believe in your own talent. What a mere 100,000 or so spectators? We craftsmen must possess a spirit as resilient as iron. Di Wanxiang chuckled merrily, suddenly grabbing Xian's shoulder, and vanished into thin air with Xian in tow. Yun Kuanghu instantly grew alert, his figure vanishing as well. The next moment, he appeared in midair, holding Xian's hand. Also appearing in midair was Di Wanxiang, still gripping Xian's shoulder. The two stood on either side, as if vying for Xian's attention. Fortunately, both were 10-star martial emperors with impeccable control over their strength. So they Wen-Ti heard Xian. Yun Kuanghu, what are you doing? Di Wanxiang bristled, glaring at him. What? I'm afraid you'll run off with my disciple. Yun Kuanghu, in turn, glared back just as fiercely. Given their temperaments, they would normally have remained locked in a standoff in midair for a while. But fearing that Xian might become uncomfortable staying up there too long, they acted in perfect unison, both grabbing Xian's shoulders at the same time, and descended together toward the center of the stands. This scene was, of course, witnessed by the more than 100,000 people in the stands. At that moment, whether they were from the megacities of Tianji, Haiwan, or Xianfeng, or the nobles of the City of Fire, many wore expressions of astonishment. What on earth was going on? These Grandmaster-level artisans who were always aloof, held immense power and prestige, and enjoyed extremely high status, were actually personally escorting a young boy to take part in the trial? And not just one, but two of them together? Wait a minute, were they already starting to compete for disciples? Everyone turned their gaze to Xian, who had a somewhat delicate, rather frail appearance, their faces filled with curiosity and envy. Everyone wanted to know what special abilities this young man possessed that made him so highly valued by two Grandmaster-level artisans. After all, Grandmaster-level artisans were figures even a martial venerate had to treat with the utmost respect. The next moment, the two landed simultaneously, and Xian was set down on the ground. To be honest, from start to finish, Xian Han-Ti felt the slightest bit of discomfort. On the contrary, he found it quite amusing. In his 2 lifetimes, this was his first time experiencing flight, albeit not through his own power. Once he became a disciple of a Grandmaster-level artisan, the quantity and quality of natural spiritual materials and various crafting resources he could access would skyrocket. That way, he could try trading for higher quality elixirs. Having experienced this helplessness in the face of a 3-star martial master-level monster, Xian's desire to grow stronger reached an all-time high. Moreover, it seemed someone was secretly trying to set him up, though he didn't yet know who it was, which made him even more desperate to grow stronger, to cultivate quickly with his unremarkable talent. He had no choice but to rely on elixirs. Fortunately, using elixirs to boost one's strength, aside from causing an unstable foundation, didn't pose any major risks, even if there were risks. Once he obtained the Azure Dragon's secret fetal pearl and attained the Azure Dragon body, those risks would automatically vanish, and his foundation would once again become incredibly solid.
even 100 or 1,000 times more solid than that of cultivators who had advanced step by step. Besides, an unstable foundation was only a concern in that vast and mysterious fantasy world. In this martial arts world, no matter how unstable his foundation might be, his divine abilities alone would be enough to crush enemies of the same realm. Not to mention his magical artifacts. Of course, comprehensive and steady development would naturally be best. The trial shouldn't be too difficult, but the key question is, which Grandmaster level artisan should he apprentice under? Xian still leaned more toward Di Wanxian, though he thought Yun Kuanghu was also a good choice. He looked up, his gaze falling on what used to be the basketball court. At that moment, the court was encircled by the center of the stands, where a high-tech forging station truly luxurious and extravagant had been set up. Not only were there dozens more robotic arms, the total had surpassed 100. But each robotic arm held a different tool. Martial pattern engraving needles, rapid quenching nozzles, and shaping pliers. It was as comprehensive as could be. The brainwave helmet had been replaced by 2 thin chips, which seemed to require only being placed against the temples. And stacks of spatial boxes were piled up beside the high-tech forging station. This must be the forging station used to create items for high-level artisans or even master-level artisans, right? These two are truly living in luxury. Xian's eyes lit up with excitement, his hands were itching to get started. Di Wanxian spoke with a smile, "Disciple, you may choose 3 items for a beginner-level artisan to craft. All the materials are available. They're all in those spatial boxes. Here are the blueprints." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and tens of thousands of blueprints instantly appeared in the air. Yun Kuanghu quickly chimed in, "You have half a day. If you successfully craft all 3 items and they pass our evaluation, you'll have passed the master-level artisan apprenticeship test. This is a rule that's been in place since ancient times. Once you do, you can choose to apprentice under either one of us." As soon as Di Wanxian finished speaking, he immediately added, "Furthermore, as long as you successfully craft 1 entry-level artisan item, I can certify you as an entry-level artisan. This is not only the master-level artisan apprenticeship test, but also your certification exam for entry-level artisan." Xian listened carefully to the 2 elders' words and nodded. Then suddenly asked, "Which 3 entry-level artisan items are the most difficult?" As soon as he spoke, the smile on Di Wanxian's face grew even broader, while Yun Kuanghu nodded silently. The 2 of them simultaneously waved their hands, and 3 crafting blueprints flew toward Xian as if vying for his attention. Xian reached out to take them and examined them carefully. They were, respectively, a wish wheel, a 100-form spear, and a mechanical umbrella. To say nothing of anything else, the categories represented by these 3 weapons alone were already quite complex. However, given his current mastery of cosmic crafting, crafting all 3 at once shouldn't be too difficult. With that in mind, Xian smiled warmly at the 2 master-level craftsmen. "If I successfully craft all 3 of these entry-level artisan items within half an hour, will there be an extra reward? May everyone enjoy the radiance of the sun and the glow of the moon. Prosperity and abundance. Long life and good health. May this new year bring peace and joy that never ends. Happy New Year." Many readers have been asking, so let us set the rules for extra updates. 100 gifts equals 1 extra chapter. We currently have 104 gifts. When we reach 200, we'll add 1 more chapter. And when we reach 300, another, and so on. There is no minimum amount. Free gifts are fine. As soon as Xian uttered those words, many people were stunned. Half an hour? Disciple, although you're exceptionally gifted, the initiation test for a Grandmaster-level artisan is no joke. Crafting 3 entry-level artisan pieces, 1 by 1, in half an hour. That's a daunting challenge. If you fail, according to the rules, we won't be able to take you on as a disciple. Di Wanxian spoke up with some concern. noting that although his apprentice was humble in his dealings with others, when it came to the art of craftsmanship, he was truly 1,000 or 100 times more daring than Di Wanxiang had been in his youth. Back then, Di Wanxiang himself wouldn't have dared claim he could craft all 3 artisanal items in half an hour.
Yun Kuanghu, however, quietly gave Xian a wink. The meaning clear: go ahead and give it a shot even if you fail, it's no big deal. At worst, he'd just take Xian on as a disciple privately later. After all, while taking on an apprentice sometimes involves strict formalities, other times it's merely a formality. Taking someone on as an adopted son is just as good. Either way, he could still train and teach him properly. Xian caught the gist of Yun Kuanghu's message, and suddenly realized that this seemingly stern man could actually be quite amusing at times. He spoke up to explain. "Old Di, you've misunderstood." Upon hearing this, Di Wanxiang let out a sigh of relief. Good, it was just a misunderstanding. So what you're actually saying is that you want to speed things up? Craft one piece in half an hour? Xian shook his head. What I mean is, I want to craft them one by one. I'll craft 3 artisan-s artifacts simultaneously and finish them all within half an hour. At these words, even Yun Kuanghu's tiger-like eyes widened in utter astonishment. Disciple, you really aren't joking with us, are you? We're both old-timers, we can't take a scare like that. At that moment, Xian's face lost its smile, and he said very seriously, I want to challenge myself. These words truly came from the bottom of Xian's heart, because he suddenly realized that to become a yellow rank artifact forger, rather than crafting artisanal items one by one, he needed to craft 3 at the same time to successfully break through. Since entry-level artisan artifacts are essentially just incomplete versions of yellow-rank magical artifacts, crafting 3 at once could barely be considered the creation of a single complete yellow-rank magical artifact. Once successful, he would immediately become a yellow-rank artifact craftsman, and could begin training to become a Xian-rank artifact craftsman. Xian had previously surmised Theta yellow-rank artifact craftsman is equivalent to an intermediate artisan, while an Earth-rank artifact craftsman is roughly equivalent to a Grandmaster-level artisan. From this perspective, a Xian-rank artifact craftsman serves as a transitional stage, with a skill level roughly between that of an advanced artisan and a Grandmaster-level artisan. The difference is that, following the traditional methods of artisans, even someone with his potential, a so-called Grandmaster-level artisan in the making, would need several decades to gradually advance to the rank of Grandmaster-level artisan. But according to the methods in cosmic crafting, as long as one methodically forges magical artifacts of the corresponding rank, it's possible to become an Earth-rank artifact forger in just a few years. On the surface, it appears to be a crash course. But in reality, whether in terms of understanding artifact forging or the quality of the final product, it far surpasses that of a master-level artisan. As for the divine artisans, of whom there are only 3 in the entire human federation, that is, the path from Earth-tier artifact forger to high-tier artifact forger, it seems to depend heavily on insight and serendipity. So that is not something Xian can access at this point. At that moment, Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu exchanged a glance. These 2 longtime rivals, who had been bickering since their days as artisan apprentices, unusually both sensed each other's concern. Yet they simultaneously decided not to stop Xian to let him give it a try. If he succeeded, it would give Xian immense confidence. And for a craftsman, confidence is second only to natural talent, insight, and innovation. If he failed, they could discuss it privately later. In any case, they could still train him as a Grandmaster-level craftsman. The only catch was that, in that case, Xian would very likely lose face in front of these tens of thousands of people, especially those from the City of Fire. All right, apprentice, give it your best shot. Since you've made your own choice, I, your master, won't interfere. I'll offer guidance once you've finished forging. Di Wanxiang resumed his smiling expression and patted Xian on the shoulder. Yun Kuanghu, not to be outdone, immediately chimed in. Me too. Xian nodded with a smile.
These two master-level artisans were both quite lenient, willing to let him do as he pleased. This was crucial, because in the future, he would likely need to purchase many natural spiritual items and crafting materials for trade. If his master were the type to micromanage everything and investigate every detail, he wouldn't be able to gloss over things. But now that both of his masters were so accommodating, it would make things so much easier for him in the future. As for how to repay them, Xian had already figured it out. Once he became a heaven-rank artifact forger, he would devote himself to teaching his master, helping him become the Human Federation's fourth heavenly artisan. Oh, wait, it should be the fifth. Because by then, he himself would surely already be a heavenly artisan, and might even be more powerful than one. Xian said no more, stepping over to the table next to the ultra-luxurious high-tech forging station, and began selecting crafting materials from the pile of spatial boxes. These three entry-level artisan items were named the Earth Fiend's Wish Wheel, the Heavenly Net Mechanical Umbrella, and the Carefree Transformable Spear. The crafting blueprints even thoughtfully listed the prices: 100 million for a low-grade item, 150 million for a medium-grade item, and 200 million for a high-grade item. As for the supreme grade, the tier above high-grade, the price was a whopping 300 million. The terms low grade, medium grade, high grade, and supreme grade refer to the grading standards for the quality of an artisan's creation. Even for the same type of artisan's artifact, since they are ultimately crafted by different hands, artisans' skill levels vary, and the quality of the resulting artifacts naturally differs. Which is why these grading standards exist. It is said that above supreme quality lies divine quality. But that is beyond Xian's current reach. After all, even Grandmaster-level artisans struggle to produce divine quality artifacts when crafting the most common items priced at 10 million each. The iron imperial armor he had crafted earlier was rated as superior due to its innovations and modifications. Coupled with its pioneering nature, it already faintly displayed the aura of a Grandmaster. Which is why two Grandmaster-level artisans were so eager to take him as their apprentice. Phew! He quickly finished selecting the materials, and Xian placed them all into one of his empty spatial boxes, swiping his hand over it with a single gesture. Clatter! A full 153 natural spiritual items, crafting materials, and various herbs and animal ingredients all fell into the rectangular iron box of the high-tech forging station. Almost instantly, many craftsmen in the stands raised their eyebrows. Some even widened their eyes and stood up immediately, their faces filled with disbelief. Among these artisans were everyone from junior to senior craftsmen, and even 2 or 3 Grandmaster-level artisans in disguise. Naturally, they all saw through the trick and were utterly stunned. What is he up to? With this many materials, enough to craft 3 artisanal items, he actually put them all in at once. Won't it explode? My goodness, this young upstart. Could he possibly be planning to forge 3 artisanal artifacts at once? Earlier, when Xian was speaking with the 2 master-level artisans, the content of their conversation had been shielded by Old D and Old Jun using true gangs. That's why it wasn't until now that everyone realized something was amiss, and sensed Xian's mind-boggling intention. Putting 3 artisan's artifacts into the high-tech forging platform at once, and forging them together, while not impossible, has been attempted by promising Grandmaster-level artisans in the past. It remains incredibly difficult. If he succeeds, Xian's chances of becoming a Grandmaster-level artisan in the future will increase dramatically. Because such a success not only signifies exceptional talent and insight, but also demonstrates the pioneering spirit that artisans value most and often lack the most. Interesting, this kid. In the northeast section of the stands, a stunning woman, her entire body wrapped in a long robe, narrowed her eyes, a smile spreading across her exquisite face. Ha ha!
It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting character in the Crafter Guild. In the southwest section of the stands, a burly man, with a giant cigar clenched between his teeth, made no secret of his admiration for Xian. At the same time, all sorts of people from the City of Fire and other massive human cities were instantly captivated by Xian's move, all eager to see if he would succeed. In a small corner on the south side of the circular viewing area, the students from Class 3-5 were huddled together pitifully, silently praying for Xian's success. Although some students were even sharing a single seat, not a single one showed any sign of resentment. On the contrary, they all felt deeply honored. There were simply too many people in attendance this time. And for a mere middle school in a small human city like Lei City No. 1 High, they weren't even eligible for seats in the stands. Of course, Principal Shin Zongtian was the exception, but he happened not to be there. In other words, out of the entire Lei City First High School, only the students of Senior 3, Class 5, because they were Xian's classmates, were granted viewing privileges thanks to a special mention from Yun Kuanghu. As for the rest of the school, including the martial arts instructors from every class, they were all in their classrooms watching the live broadcast of Xian's participation in this Grandmaster-level artisan apprenticeship trial on the big screen. It could be said that this was a true grand event, the kind that comes around only once in several decades in Lei City. At that moment, the students all realized that Xian's vitality would certainly not stop at 10,000 points. It might even have already surpassed 10,000 points. Otherwise, it would not be worth the attention of two Grandmaster-level artisans. No one knew exactly why, but some sharp-witted students had a hunch. Xian might not have eaten the blood god fruit after all. Everyone had been mistaken from the very beginning. As for the sudden surge in Xian's vitality, needless to say, it was definitely related to the mental nightmare potion. Regarding that exclusive secret realm trial for Lei City First High School, all anyone knows now is that Xian took first place and obtained the mental nightmare potion. As for the other 9 students, the school has provided no information, merely stating that they are missing, that a search is underway, and that everyone is forbidden from discussing the matter. Has Xian gone too far? This is his chance to turn his fortunes around. No, to leap from a fish to a dragon. It would be such a shame to miss it. Lu's nephew muttered nervously, as if talking to himself, yet also as if discussing it with others. River was even more nervous than him, though he didn't even know why. Clutching the hem of his shirt tightly, he replied, "From what I've seen of Xian during the time we've spent together, he wouldn't have done this if he wasn't confident." "Don't worry too much." Lu's nephew asked curiously, "You're telling me not to worry? But why are you shivering yourself?" River remained unfazed. "It's too cold. I'm just shivering a bit to warm up." Lu's nephew glanced at the sun hanging in the sky, somewhat speechless. It was already March, the beginning of spring, with temperatures in the 20s. Besides, they were all fighters. How could they possibly be afraid of the cold? Couldn't he come up with a better excuse? This time, the transfer students were also crammed together with the students from Class 5, Senior 3. Except for Feng Lin, who went to find his grandfather, since his grandfather had also come to watch the competition. Xia Shi and Yu Xiaoyu were squeezed into a single seat. Yu Xiaoyu's expression was impassive, but Xia Shi's eyes sparkled, and she felt a strong urge to cheer loudly for Xian like a devoted fan. It couldn't be helped. Xia Shi was from Tianji City, and as the daughter of the director of the Enforcement Division of the Martial Arts Bureau, she'd been immersed in the world of fame and fortune since childhood. Although she'd never had a boyfriend, she'd long since established her own standards in her heart. The stronger, more capable, and more unique a man was, the more she liked him. As for Yu Xiaoyu, a flickering gaze shone in her eyes, as if her thoughts had drifted far away. "That was a close call. Xian almost died just now. And it just so happened to be during the time of the month when I'm at my weakest, so I couldn't perform a vitality release."
Yu Xiaoyu appeared to be staring at Xian, who was just beginning his forging. But in reality, her mind was filled with scenes from their training outside the city. Especially the scene where that skeletal thorn monster was hunting Xian down. That skeletal thorn monster was very strange. If, at first, it had emerged from the swamp, it could have been, as that Grandmaster-level artisan said, a creature that slipped through the cracks during the human race's routine cleanup. But its subsequent rampage seemed highly unusual. She ran through various possibilities in her mind, trying to uncover the true culprit behind this incident.
Was it the Griffin family? Or the Xianyuan clan? Or perhaps the Augustus family? It couldn't possibly be the Pompey family or the Lei clan, could it?
The powerful figures in their clans believed in destroying everything outright with absolute force. They wouldn't stoop to such underhanded schemes. Yu Xiaoyu thought about it for a while and realized that, aside from the Pompey family and the Lei clan, the other three families were all suspects. But she just couldn't figure it out. Given the immense power and unimaginable resources these three families possessed, why would they go out of their way to target a mere student like Xian? In fact, it wasn't even impossible that someone from the Crafter Guild was secretly stirring up trouble. The artisans of the Crafter Guild appeared united to the outside world. But internal strife was rampant. Those like Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu, who merely exchanged verbal jabs.
And within the Crafter Guild, they're practically considered good brothers. Never mind, there are too few clues right now.
I need to make the most of this month to investigate.
Wait, there isn't even a month left.
Thankfully, nothing has happened to Xian yet. To Yu Xiaoyu, Xian is incredibly important, more important than she could ever imagine. But it's not that she likes Xian, or rather, although she does have some fondness for him.
That isn't the real reason.
The other transfer students came here
for that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity coming in a couple of weeks.
She was like that at first, too, but as she got to know Xian, her top priority has now become ensuring Xian's safety.
Only then, in the near future,
can she rely on Xian to accomplish something very important to her?
As long as Xian is willing to help. No matter what demands or price Xian asks for, she'll be willing to accept them. At the same time,
in the section of the circular stands reserved exclusively for spectators from Tianji City, my dear grandson, your ability to recognize talent
is simply even more remarkable than Grandpa's was back in the day.
You've actually managed to befriend such a future grandmaster. Feng Xuanlei, the city lord of Tianji City and a 2-star martial emperor, was now patting Feng Lin's shoulder heartily, his face beaming with joy.
Feng Xuanlei had just witnessed with his own eyes how the two Grandmaster-level artisans, Elder Di and Elder Yun,
had actually personally escorted Xian to participate in this Grandmaster-level artisan trial. Just how highly these two Grandmaster-level artisans regarded Xian's talent was simply self-evident. As for Feng Xuanlei himself, he had merely saved Di Wanxiang's life by chance on the battlefield of 10,000 races back in the day. And ever since, he had been under Old Master Di's care. Not only did he become a martial emperor, but he also rose to become the city lord of Tianji City, a massive human metropolis, truly enjoying every luxury and privilege life had to offer. And now, seeing his grandson form a close bond with a young prodigy destined to become a Grandmaster-level artisan, how could he not be delighted? Feng Lin, however, sighed helplessly and offered a wry smile.
Grandpa, I told you I initially just appreciated Xian's personality. I thought he was my kind of guy.
I had no idea he had the potential to become a Grandmaster-level artisan.
Do you believe me? Feng Xuanlei burst out laughing.
Ah, I believe you.
I believe you. I know you're just like me. You love making friends everywhere, unlike your father, humph.
That good for nothing. Behind them, Feng Lin's father suddenly shuddered, gazing enviously at Feng Lin, who was being embraced by Feng Xuanlei. Just then, a figure in the stands leaped to his feet, and in an instant, landed beside Xian, who was intently focused on his work. Feng Xuanlei suddenly flew into a rage and was about to strike, but then sensed something and sheepishly sat back down. At the same moment, Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu flickered into action, simultaneously blocking the figure's path. The expressions on both their faces were ones of utter shock and fury. In the circular stands, with over 100,000 spectators, the gaze of nearly everyone was fixed on the person who had suddenly appeared. This was the apprenticeship trial for a grandmaster-level artisan. Who in their right mind would be so reckless as to come and disrupt it? After all, not even a martial venerate would dare to do such a thing. But soon, many well-informed spectators came to terms with the situation. They saw that the figure was a woman, roughly in her 50s. Her hair was streaked with gray, and though her skin was clearly smooth, her face was covered in wrinkles, as if only the areas where the wrinkles protruded were smooth. This extremely eerie and incongruous appearance, while the focus of everyone's attention, was not the real point of interest. That lay at the old woman's waist. Her waist was actually encircled by a ring of spatial boxes. At first glance, there were nearly 300 of them, more than the combined total of Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu. Just seeing such a vast number of spatial boxes made it clear to everyone. Without a doubt, this was yet another Grandmaster-level artisan. The students of Class 3-5 had even grown somewhat accustomed to this by now, no longer feeling particularly shocked by the appearance of yet another Grandmaster-level artisan. After all, this was a Grandmaster-level apprenticeship trial to begin with. It would be strange if no other Grandmaster-level artisans were present to observe and supervise. However, everyone was dying to know, what exactly was this old woman up to? Di Wanxiang spoke up at that moment, no longer shielding his voice with true gangs, sounding quite annoyed. "He Qingzhu, what are you trying to do right here in public?" His voice wasn't too loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present with crystal clarity. Except for Xian. In fact, the moment He Qingzhu appeared, Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu had jointly erected an invisible True Gang's barrier, trapping Xian inside it. This was both to protect him and to ensure his forging process remained undisturbed. A look of displeasure flashed across He Qingzhu's wrinkled yet smooth face. "What? As a grandmaster? Am I not even allowed to inspect this youngster's south work up close? Could it be?" She narrowed her eyes, revealing a hint of menace and malice, and continued. "Are you actually helping him cheat?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of many artisans in the stands changed. After all, what artisans value most is their own ability and reputation. The accusation of cheating, if pinned on any artisan, would be tantamount to destroying them outright. For some artisans, they would even rather be killed than be slandered as cheaters. "How dare you!" Yun Kuanghu let out a furious roar, so loud it made many people's eardrums ache. Clearly enraged to the extreme. "He Qingzhu, if you want to die, just say so. I'll risk my life today to kill you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yun Kuanghu took a step forward, and the overwhelming aura of a 10-star martial emperor erupted from his body without restraint. In the stands, an unremarkable middle-aged man immediately flickered his finger in the shadows, completely neutralizing the aura, preventing fighters with too low vitality from having their bodies collapse on the spot. Anyone capable of such a feat must be a powerhouse with the strength of a martial venerate, but clearly unwilling to reveal themselves, wishing only to maintain order from the shadows. He Qingzhu showed not the slightest fear, standing motionless where he was, as the aura of a 10-star martial emperor surged from him as well. And for some reason, it faintly overshadowed Yun Kuanghu's. You think you're worthy of taking me down with you? Ha 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 ha." He Qingzhu burst into shrill laughter and took a sudden step forward, forcing Yun Kuanghu to take a step back. Invisible auras of power clashed above the two of them. Had that mysterious martial venerate not intervened, Many martial masters and even martial kings in the stands would likely have been caught in the crossfire.
Not to mention the fighters.
At that moment, Di Wanxiang's voice rang out slowly. This old man, who was usually all smiles,
now wore an expression of uncontrollable rage. What if I join in? Boom!
An even more terrifying 10-star martial emperor's aura erupted, far more terrifying than Yun Kuanghu's, instantly forcing He Qingzhu to stumble back several steps. A 10-star martial emperor's vitality is certainly 100 million.
But not every 10-star martial emperor has exactly 100 million vitality.
Because many have remained at this realm for years, unable to break through to martial venerate.
Yet their vitality continues to accumulate and grow.
Clearly, among these 3 Grandmaster-level artisans who are also 10-star martial emperors,
it is Di Wanxiang who possesses the highest vitality.
Humph, ha ha.
You two are so worked up. Could it be that I've really hit the nail on the head?
He Qingzhu suddenly swiped her spatial box at her waist,
and 81 hollow metal spheres flew out, spinning around her.
The moment they saw this peculiar artisan's artifact, Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu's expressions changed instantly, and they voluntarily withdrew their aura of intimidation.
But just then, Di Wanxiang suddenly sensed something. His figure flickered,
and he appeared a few meters away from Xian, where he stomped his foot on the ground without hesitation.
Boom!
An incredibly violent storm of true gangs swept out. And if Xian hadn't been constantly protected by the true gangs of both Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu,
this true gang storm alone
would have been enough to tear him to shreds.
Di Wanxiang was absolutely furious.
He looked again toward the void to his left, his face flushed crimson with rage.
Shun Tu Du.
There, in the void, a portly man dressed as a merchant stood with his hands behind his back,
revealing his figure.
His waist was actually hung with a whole circle of spatial boxes.
Oh, come on, don't get so worked up.
I just wanted to see if I could break through the true gung protective barrier you two created together.
It's not like I really wanted to kill that little brat.
The portly man in merchant escarb was all smiles, his face beaming with cheer, looking nothing like someone who just employed such ruthless tactics.
Seeing that Shun Tu had arrived, Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu exchanged a glance, realizing just how often dangerous today's situation had become.
If Xian's forging attempt failed this time, things would likely spiral out of control. It was at that very moment that Xian, standing beside the high-tech forging platform,
suddenly shuddered. An incredible sight unfolded. Whoosh!
A massive amount of steam gushed out from the high-tech forging platform. And immediately afterward, the steam began to intertwine in midair,
taking on a faint rainbow hue.
However, the steam did not disperse.
Instead, it faintly formed a semicircle in the air,
as if blocked by some semicircular barrier. There was no doubt that this was the true gang barrier erected by the 2 10-star martial emperors, Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu. But right now, no one was paying attention to the true gang's barrier, especially the artisans, who were all staring at the multicolored steam, their expressions filled with utter astonishment.
7 colors. Could it be that a supreme great item is about to emerge?
Good heavens, a supreme great item crafted by a novice artisan.
Xian clearly hasn't even undergone his novice artisan certification yet. He's just an artisan apprentice, isn't he? This kid's talent, it's south enough to drive anyone mad with envy.
Many of the artisans in the stands realized something in that instant. Above all, they understood why Xian was held in such high regard by the 2 Grandmaster-level artisans. For artisan crafted items, regardless of their tier, once a supreme grade piece is forged, it produces multicolored steam during the quenching process, and no one can fathom the reason behind it. Rumor has it that the 3 celestial artisans of the Human Federation know the reason, but they keep it a closely guarded secret. Regardless, the appearance of the multicolored vapor unequivocally signifies that Xian, in this Grandmaster-level apprentice selection trial, has crafted at least one masterpiece as a junior artisan.
Shintadu adjusted the top hat on his head.
Although he clearly had an Eastern face, he was dressed in Western style, wearing a top hat, a tailcoat, and carrying a cane. At that moment, he said with a chuckle, "It seems this little brat knew his trial was doomed to fail. So he gave up on the other two pieces and poured all his effort into crafting a masterpiece of a craftsman's artifact. Unfortunately, failure is failure. He'll never be able to apprentice under a grandmaster level artisan like us for the rest of his life." Di Wanxiang had been seething with rage and was on the verge of charging at Shintadu to fight to the death. But upon seeing that rainbow-colored steam, his joy overshadowed his anger. He snorted coldly and said, "Shintadu, who doesn't know what you're up to? You're just hoping my apprentice fails, aren't you? Just wait until my apprentice produces one masterpiece of craftsmanship and two superior grade masterpieces, then you can go cry." Yun Kuanghu flashed over to Di Wanxiang's side, ready to stand guard with him over Xian for the remaining 10 or so minutes, to prevent those two from resorting to underhanded tactics again. He, too, said coldly, "Shintadu, didn't you go too far just now? You actually tried to injure Xian with true gangs through the earth veins. Don't you have any disciples of your own?" The threat in his words was quite obvious. If Xian had been killed or seriously injured just now, he would have launched a furious retaliation against Shintadu's disciples. Shintadu laughed it off. "You're really accusing me unfairly. I already said. I was just trying to see if I could break through your true gang barrier. Why would I go out of my way to kill some little brat? He isn't even a junior artisan." He Qingju also chimed in from the side, "Why are you two so petty? Setting aside everything else, with the two of you here, even if Shintadu really wanted to attack, how could he possibly succeed? He is only a 9-star martial emperor, after all." Di Wanxiang snorted coldly and said no more, hoping only that Xian would successfully complete this trial. As for Shintadu and He Qingju, he would find time to settle the score with them properly. Above the circular stands, in a space that seemed to contain nothing but dust, Shen Zongtian's figure was concealed. There were at least 100 martial emperors present, along with 3 martial venerates. Yet not a single one could detect Shen Zongtian's presence. Shen Zongtian watched Xian, who was still intently focused on his work. His eyes filled with admiration. But when he saw the standoff between Di Wanxiang and his companion on one side and He Qingju and her companion on the other, he shook his head slightly. Apart from the 3 martial venerates who had come to watch the spectacle, the others likely assumed this commotion was simply the result of personal grudges between these grandmaster-level artisans. But only Shen Zongtian understood the true reason behind it all. The struggle of the celestial artisans. In the Human Federation, there are only 3 celestial artisans in total. One of them is carefree and unconcerned, often traveling through the cosmos, uninvolved in worldly affairs. The other 2, however, had each founded their own schools, and the open and covert rivalry between them was extremely intense. The reason was quite simple, starting with the crafting of intermediate-level artisan items. Certain required natural spiritual treasures and other crafting materials became extremely scarce. Under such circumstances, if one artisan used a particular material, another might have to wait a very long time to obtain it again, or might never be able to obtain it at all because it had become extinct, resulting in all their previous efforts going to waste. Moreover, such situations generally become more frequent as one ascends the ranks. There have even been instances where grandmaster-level artisans came to blows and even became mortal enemies over the scramble for natural spiritual materials and crafting resources. It is said that those 2 celestial artisans, due to similar circumstances, once engaged in a duel deep within the cosmos, forging a profound enmity between them. Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu were disciples of one of these celestial artisans, while Shintadu and He Qingju were disciples of the other. It was for this very reason that Shintadu and his companion naturally did not want to see another grandmaster-level artisan emerge from the other lineage.
and sought to eliminate him while he was still weak. Thinking of this, Shen Zongtian shook his head, a hint of wistfulness crossing his face. Human nature, indeed. Wasn't he himself, after all, living in seclusion here for certain reasons as well? The circular stands had long since grown noisy, with everyone buzzing with discussion about the tense standoff that had just occurred. In the section where Class 3-5 was seated, River was seething with rage, and he slammed his fist down hard on the armrest of his chair. Damn it! It's only because I'm a fighter whose vitality just barely passed 1,000. Otherwise, I'd definitely have charged up there and slapped that old woman and that phony foreigner right across the face. If it weren't for the din which meant those two couldn't hear him. He certainly wouldn't have dared to vent like this. He'd have limited himself to cursing them in his mind. Sigh, why did it have to turn out this way? If Xian fails, won't that be a disaster? Lu's nephew sighed and shook his head. Lu Yunxiao was sitting right next to them, and at that moment he suddenly realized that, in the face of a clash between Grandmaster-level artisans, even though he came from a massive human metropolis and his father was the vice principal of Tianji High School, he seemed just as powerless as the two people beside him, able only to curse silently in his heart. The students were all silently praying for Xian in their hearts, hoping that Xian would succeed. Amid the commotion and the tense standoff beside the high-tech forging station, more than 10 minutes passed. Phew! Xian opened his eyes and removed the two chips near his temples used to transmit brainwaves. He finally finished. Though the process was complex, it had been surprisingly easy. So easy, in fact, that he even had the mental bandwidth to pay attention to what was happening around him. Even though Elder D and Elder Yun had thoughtfully shielded him from all sound and energy fluctuations. Those two old fools know, wait, one of them was middle-aged. A cold glint flashed in Xian's eyes as he glanced at He Qingzhu and Shen Tudu, silently committing their faces to memory. A 10-star martial emperor, huh? Only then did he turn his gaze to Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu, a sunny smile spreading across his face. Elder D, Elder Yun, I've finished forging it. The moment Xian uttered those words, Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu instantly became even more nervous than he was. Even without Shen Tudu and He Qingzhu coming to stir things up, the two of them were extremely worried about whether Xian would succeed or fail in this trial. There was no other reason. The difficulty of Xian's challenge this time was simply too high. Not to mention, Shen Tudu and He Qingzhu were still standing by, waiting to watch the show. How did your forging turn out? Never mind, I'll see for myself. No sooner had Yun Kuanghu asked the question than he seemed to be consumed by anxiety. He flashed forward and appeared directly in front of the high-tech forging station. Di Wanxiang also took a slight step forward, though he clearly moved after Yun Kuanghu. His speed surpassed Yun Kuanghu's, and he arrived beside the high-tech forging station a step ahead. Shen Tudu and He Qingzhu exchanged a glance, both flashing cold smirks, as they stepped forward at the same time. Mainly because Xian's forging was already complete, and the outcome was set. So they couldn't really resort to any further tricks. However, as He Qingzhu walked over, she deliberately shot Xian a vicious glare, intending to intimidate him. Xian remained completely calm. He took a pair of glasses out of his spatial box and put them on, then deliberately extended his middle finger to push the frames up his nose. He Qingzhu had initially only glanced at him before turning her head away, continuing toward the high-tech forging station, but suddenly realized what had happened. Just as she was about to fly into a rage, she saw that Xian had already walked between Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu. That bastard, how dare he flip me off, a grandmaster? Just wait until I get my hands on you. He Qingzhu thought viciously. She and Di Wanxiang's group weren't from the same lineage to begin with, so if the opportunity arose, she certainly wouldn't show any mercy. But Shen Tudu, who had reached the high-tech forging station before her, now seemed to be startled by something, his obese body shaking violently a few times.
He Qingzhu sensed something was wrong and hurried forward in a few strides. But once she got a clear look, she too froze in front of the high-tech forging station. Inside the high-tech forging station, 3 entry-level artisanal items lay quietly. The first was a wish wheel, shaped like a ring, with a circular blade featuring sharp serrations rotating slowly, surrounded by an eerie black mist, giving off an incredibly violent aura. But more importantly, around this wish wheel, multicolored steam was slowly swirling. An entry-level artisan-esque artifact, a masterpiece, the Earth Fiend Wish Wheel. The second item was a short spear, its shaft covered with buttons. It seemed that with a single press, this short spear could transform into other weapons, giving off an impression of extreme agility. Similarly, multicolored vapor was also rising and swirling around the short spear. An entry-level artisan-esque artifact, a masterpiece, the carefree transformable spear. The third artisan-esque creation was a metal umbrella, its frame filled with intricate mechanisms that interlocked and responded to one another, seemingly concealing countless unexpected means of attack. Rainbows of steam flowed across the umbrella-esque canopy, enveloping it in a mystical glow. A creation of a junior artisan, a masterpiece, the heavenly net mechanism umbrella. This. In that instant, He Qingzhu admitted to herself that she felt a twinge of regret. She regretted trying to intervene earlier and disrupt Xian's crafting process. If she hadn't interfered, she might have been able to try to recruit Xian into her own school by now. But now, it was too late for any regrets. However, amidst her regret, a new plan immediately took root in her heart. Since they had already become mortal enemies, she certainly could not allow such a gifted individual to continue growing. Otherwise, in a few decades, how could Xian possibly tolerate her? As she thought this, an intense glint of murderous intent welled up in her eyes. Xian Tudu had similar thoughts. He just tried to kill Xian, simply because he mistaken Xian for an ordinary master-level artisan in the making, never imagining that Xian's talent was actually this extraordinary. But since he already offended her, regret was useless. He might as well seize an opportunity to strike and eliminate the threat once and for all. Ha 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 ha. Just then, Yun Kuanghu's wildly unrestrained laughter rang out. Half an hour crafting 3 artisanal pieces simultaneously, while being interrupted by you 2 old beasts, and yet all 3 turned out to be masterpieces. What more do you have to say, Yun Kuanghu showed no mercy as he confronted them directly. The usually domineering Xian Tudu and He Qingzhu, however, could only snort coldly in response, showing not the slightest intention of refuting him. The facts were right in front of them. How could they possibly refute them? Di Wanxiang, for his part, resumed his beaming expression, casually picked up the pipe hanging from his waist, and took several satisfying puffs, utterly delighted. Such talent, my disciple. If my master were still alive, he might just recommend you to his own master. The moment they saw the finished piece Xian had crafted, these 2 master-level artisans were virtually certain Xian's talent was undoubtedly in the top tier among master-level artisan prospects, and he was far ahead of the rest. As for why Xian's talent still hasn't reached the heavenly artisan level, it's because each of the Human Federation's current 3 heavenly artisans, on their very first attempt at crafting an artisan-esque item, that is, during their artisan interviews, immediately produced a high-level artisan-esque item. Moreover, using the most ordinary blueprints and materials for a 10 million level artisanal item, they, through unparalleled innovation, incredible insight, and extraordinary talent, forcibly elevated it to the level of a high-level artisanal item. Such is the path of the artisan. Those with high talent and those with low talent are practically from different species. Between a heavenly artisan and other artisans, there exists an indescribable chasm in talent, insight, and innovation. But Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu had understood from the very beginning that Xian could never become a heavenly artisan. Now, seeing that Xian possesses first-rate talent among Grandmaster-level artisan prospects,
they were overjoyed. Excellent, excellent, my good apprentice. I'm not even sure how to critique your work anymore. These 3 exquisite entry-level artisan pieces of yours actually feel completely natural, haha, haha. Di Wanxian patted Xian on the back,
his grin stretching from ear to ear.
Yun Kuanghu, his face beaming with joy, immediately added, I could certainly offer you some guidance.
But it wouldn't make much of a difference to your skill in crafting these 3 items.
What you should be trying now is crafting intermediate-level artisan items. Disciple, why don't you come with your master to Haihuang City right now? I've got plenty of materials and blueprints there.
As soon as those words left his mouth, he suddenly sensed something was off. He paused for a moment, then looked at Di Wanxian.
Di Wanxian was staring back at him with a hint of awkwardness.
After all, the 2 of them had just fought side by side, protecting Xian together. Yet now they were about to start competing for the same apprentice.
And not just any apprentice, one with such extraordinary talent.
If they couldn't take him as a disciple, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they'd regret it for the rest of their lives. Shin Tadu and He Qingzhu, having already had their pride thoroughly crushed by Di Wanxian and Yun Kuanghu,
due to Xian's extraordinary performance,
were just about to leave. But upon seeing this scene, they stopped in their tracks, watching with great interest.
Who knows? Maybe these 2 would even turn on each other over the competition for this disciple?
That would make for quite a spectacle.
Just then,
Xian uttered a remark that completely caught these master-level craftsmen off guard.
Can a craftsman only have 1 master? Or is it possible to have 2 at the same time?
Xian's voice rang out slowly across the vast training ground, witnessed by tens of thousands of people. Di Wanxian and Yun Kuanghu were taken aback at first, but after exchanging a glance,
they both burst out laughing. Brilliant! 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 No wonder you're so talented.
Just that mind of yours is beyond comparison. Even the 2 of us combined can't match it.
That's a great idea, ha!
Di Wanxian couldn't stop laughing, his praise evident in every word.
Then it's settled. Xian,
you'll take both of us as your masters. I'll be your first master, and Brother Di
will be your second.
With the 2 of us training you together, you'll definitely become the foremost Grandmaster-level artisan in the Human Federation, second only to the 3 great artisans. Yun Kuanghu was overjoyed, clapping his hands and laughing heartily, completely taken aback by this brilliant idea. The expressions of Shin Tadu and He Qingzhu, who had been waiting to see the show, suddenly froze on their faces. They hadn't expected this turn of events at all. Taking 2 Grandmaster-level craftsmen as mentors at the same time wasn't impossible, since there had never been a prohibition against it throughout history. But the key point was that no one had ever actually done it before. Who could have imagined that Xian would come up with such a bold move? It's true that craftsmen often switch masters, but as long as it doesn't involve treason or heinous acts like killing one's master, no one interferes.
In that instant,
a wave of regret as vast as the ocean surged through Shin Tadu and He Qingzhu's hearts. For they had both sensed Xian's extraordinary talent, both in crafting artifacts and in his interpersonal skills. Had they known this would happen, even if given a real chance to sabotage Xian's Grandmaster-level discipleship trial, they wouldn't have intervened. Instead, they would have waited until Xian's trial was over, then done everything in their power to compete for the honor of having Xian accept them as disciples. But now, it was too late for any regrets. Both were ruthless and decisive individuals. Their regret quickly gave way to malice. In the world of craftsmanship, Xian's talent was simply too dazzling. And it's nothing short of a stroke of luck that he is currently only a junior artisan. As Grandmaster-level artisans themselves, the 2 possess vast resources and extensive connections. There are plenty of ways to eliminate a junior artisan. At worst, they could enlist the help of a martial venerate or even someone above that rank. However, Shintadu and He Qingzhu also understood that Xian was no longer acting alone. Behind him stood Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu, two master-level artisans, whose influence and connections were every bit as formidable as their own.
Congratulations, Xian. It's just a shame I came in such a hurry today and didn't bring a gift. Otherwise, I would have prepared a grand present.
Shintadu suddenly broke into a broad smile. For a grandmaster-level artisan of his stature, to lower himself to congratulate a junior who had just become a junior artisan
was truly no small feat.
Of course, this was all to lull Shen and Yun Di into a false sense of security. After saying this, Shintadu suddenly pulled out his cell phone, pretended to glance at it, and then said regretfully,
"Oh dear, my senior brother needs me for something. Well then, I'll have to go now."
"Shen, and you two let us get together properly next time we have the chance, ha."
With that, Shintadu took a step forward,
and his plump, aristocratic figure vanished into thin air. He Qingzhu, however, snorted coldly, her face still brimming with venom. Proud of her status as a grandmaster-level artisan, she refused to stoop to Shintadu's level. True gangs surged from her body, and she soared directly into the sky, instantly shrinking into a tiny speck before vanishing.
Watching these two menacing figures depart,
the look of wariness on Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu's faces finally faded slightly. Both had decided that if Xian didn't want to go to Tianji City or Haihuang City, they would simply settle down in Lei City, where they could both teach Xian and protect him at the same time. Xian wore a sunny, cheerful smile, but inside, he was already hatching a plan. He was well aware that he had already incurred the mortal enmity of Shintadu and He Qingzhu, two grandmaster-level artisans.
Most crucially, it wasn't him who had provoked them in the first place.
Rather, these two had inexplicably attempted to sabotage his grandmaster-level artisan apprenticeship trial. And when their sabotage failed and they realized his extraordinary talent, they sought to eliminate him.
It was utterly baffling.
Wait, no, those two were both grandmaster-level artisans. They wouldn't be as emotionally clueless as that transfer student Du Yen.
There had to be a reason.
But they didn't seem to harbor a blood feud with Old Master D or Old Master Yin either. Xian began to speculate, suspecting it might be an internal power struggle within the Crafter Guild, and that he had simply been inadvertently dragged into it.
"I'm still too weak, my influence is too small.
If I were a 10-star martial emperor, or even a martial venerate,
and on top of that, a master-level craftsman,
those two would have no choice but to run the moment they saw me."
He clenched his fists tightly,
and his desire to grow stronger reached a fever pitch at that very moment.
"Disciple, here you go."
Suddenly, Di Wanxiang spoke up, holding a credit card and a green circular badge in his hand.
A simple yet majestic hammer was engraved on the credit card.
"This is your junior artisan badge.
And this is my credit card. The limit isn't high.
But no matter how much you charge, you'll never go over the limit. Use it with confidence." Di Wanxiang smiled broadly as he shoved both items into Xian's hands at once.
Xian was a bit dumbfounded. What did he mean by not a high limit, but you can spend as much as you want without going over it? Wasn't that essentially an unlimited credit limit?
Of course, it was unlikely that the credit card actually had an unlimited limit, but he figured it would be no problem to use it to buy natural spiritual items and crafting materials as he pleased. Seeing this, Yun Kuanghu didn't want to be outdone. He immediately pulled out a thin gold voucher that looked as if it were crafted from gold,
with a hammer intricately engraved on it.
The moment Di Wanxiang saw this gold voucher, he was taken aback, while Yun Kuanghu said with a smile,
"Disciple, since your second master has given you such a generous gift, I can't let him outdo me, can I?
This is a heavenly craft gold voucher. With this, you can exchange it for any natural spirit object or crafting material in our Crafter Guild's collection."
Xian's pupils flinched slightly, and he was quite taken aback. He hadn't expected that his stepmaster would present him with such a substantial gift right off the bat. After all, given the status of craftspeople in the Human Federation and indeed throughout the entire universe, and considering the crafter guild to which they belong, one could only imagine just how vast and precious their collection, accumulated over endless ages, must be. It was simply beyond imagination. Xian immediately decided to keep this heavenly craft gold voucher safe. Should he ever come across a trade item he simply couldn't find anywhere else, he would go to the crafter guild to see if they had it. He stored both of these generous gifts in his spatial box. Di Wanxiang shot Yun Kuanghu a glance and snorted coldly. Humph, if I hadn't just used up my heavenly craft gold voucher. Would it be your turn to play the big shot? Yun Kuanghu grinned smugly. Guess why I gave you the heavenly craft gold voucher? It's precisely because I knew you'd just used yours up, ha. As the two bickered, Wei Han, Su Shaochan, and the others in the audience, their faces brimming with excitement, hurried over. Xian, congratulations! Now I'm really going to have to cling to your coattails. Su Shaochan roared with laughter. This man, who usually disliked small talk, was speaking from the heart at that moment, not just paying lip service. Wei Han's weathered, ruggedly masculine face also took on a wistful expression. It seemed like only yesterday that Xian was just an ordinary high school senior. But now he'd suddenly become someone Wei Han looked up to. That said, Wei Han was, of course, more than happy about it. After all, Xian had joined his master's school as his junior disciple. The two of them were in this together. Junior disciple, I won't say much more. From now on, we'll look out for each other and help each other grow, ha. Wei Han gave Xian's shoulder a hearty slap, but after just 2 taps, Di Wanxiang suddenly swatted his hand away with a sharp smack. Master, you. Wei Han was a bit bewildered, wondering if he'd actually done anything wrong. Di Wanxiang looked stern as he said, What do you mean, younger brother? Call me eldest senior brother. No matter how you looked at it, Wei Han was really just an ordinary disciple under Di Wanxiang, a master-level craftsman. He had always been extremely afraid of his master, so upon hearing this, he immediately turned to Xian without hesitation and said, Eldest senior brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so rude just now. This, in turn, left Xian at a loss. He paused for a moment, then immediately replied with a smile. There's no need for that between us. Given our relationship, there's no need to distinguish between senior and junior from now on. Wei Han was taken aback at first, but then, in his usually aloof eyes, a clear flicker of emotion suddenly appeared. Su Weiniang was quietly hiding behind Su Shaochan. But at that moment, she didn't dare step forward to speak. As the sole direct disciple of 2 Grandmaster-level artisans, Xian's status and standing within the Crafter Guild and indeed the entire artisan community were far beyond the reach of a lowly artisan apprentice like her. At that moment, more people from the audience began walking over toward them. Among them were those from massive human cities like Tianji City and Haihuang City, who had long been acquainted with Elder Di and Elder Yun, and were now preparing to approach Xian, this rising star of the artisan world with boundless potential, to make his acquaintance. Even the nobles from the City of Flames wanted to come up and strike up a conversation. Some were there to get to know Xian and perhaps even Di Wanxiang and Yun Kuanghu through her, while others were simply there to join the excitement. Amidst this massive crowd, the students from Class 3-5 who had come to congratulate Xian couldn't even squeeze their way in. The same was true for Feng Lin and the other transfer students. They could only watch longingly from the outer perimeter, though Feng Lin's grandfather had managed to squeeze his way inside. All right. Everyone, Yun Kuanghu called out. For if he didn't speak up, he would be swallowed up by the sea of people. As soon as the Grandmaster-level artisan's voice rang out, the crowd immediately quieted down considerably. Di Wanxiang seized the opportunity to say with a smile, We've already arranged a banquet to celebrate the taking of apprentices at the largest hotel in Lei City.
The food was prepared in the City of Flames and delivered by special couriers through the teleportation gate.
Everyone, tonight we're drinking until we drop.
Under the 2 men's arrangements. Nearly 1,000 people, those eligible to join the celebration, moved in a massive procession toward Lei City's largest hotel, the Versailles. On the way, Di Wanxiang seemed to suddenly remember something and shot a hostile glance at Yun Kuanghu.
By the way, during the initiation ceremony just now, who did you say was the headmaster?
Yun Kuanghu replied quite naturally.
Me, of course. Do you really think an old fogey like you should be the headmaster? Di Wanxiang narrowed his eyes, his aura of authority gradually emanating. Shouldn't he, the strongest person, be the headmaster? Yun Kuanghu showed no fear.
Don't try to intimidate me with your vitality, which is tens of millions higher than mine.
We're both craftsmen, shouldn't we be judged by our craftsmanship?
Di Wanxiang replied without a moment's hesitation. Even when it comes to craftsmanship,
my skill is still superior to yours. Yun Kuanghu snapped angrily, you old fool, you're insulting me. Di Wanxiang refused to back down. If you don't believe me, let us have a contest. Xian.
He felt like covering his forehead. But didn't he want to appear too rude in front of his 2 masters?
However, he already foresaw
that he'd likely have to listen to the 2 masters bickering for a long time to come.
Late at night, at 2 in the morning,
Xian dragged his weary body back to his luxurious estate and sat down on the soft sofa in the living room.
Social engagements meant an endless stream of toasts, endless flattery, and an endless string of connections to make.
He understood, of course, that much of it was just for show. But now he represented not only himself, but also the only direct disciples of Elder Di and Elder Yun. So he had to fulfill his social obligations. Actually, Xian didn't mind this sort of thing per se. It was just that there were far too many people this time. He'd been quite willing at first, but later it had turned into nothing more than a mechanical routine. He'd only been sitting on the sofa for a short while, when, through the rosewood doors that had remained open the whole time,
Feng Lin walked in. Finally got out of there, Xian. So it's you.
Feng Lin gave him a thumbs up and continued. With all these different kinds of people, from every walk of life, right down to those haughty nobles from the City of Fire, you actually managed to handle them all so well. Even my grandfather is somewhat impressed by your tact. He thinks you're bound for great things in the future.
Of course, with your talent,
you'd be destined for greatness whether or not you had that kind of tact, huh?
Xian smiled.
In front of this brother who was genuinely sincere toward him, and had even saved his life twice by playing his trump card. He couldn't be bothered to keep up a facade anymore. He patted the sofa.
Sit down. Don't go home tonight, just stay here. There are plenty of rooms.
But Feng Lin didn't sit down instead, his expression suddenly turned serious.
Xian, I came all the way to your place with you this time, specifically to tell you something.
Xian's eyes flashed. He'd already guessed what Feng Lin was going to say, and asked in return.
Is it about that incident involving you transfer students coming here?
This was something he'd been dying to know.
But unfortunately, Feng Lin hadn't told him before, saying it was too dangerous. Feng Lin nodded even more solemnly and said, I didn't tell you before, because you didn't have anyone powerful enough to protect you.
If you'd learned this secret rashly, especially if you'd shown up at that place 25 days from now,
there is a very real chance you would been killed by the elders backing some of the transfer students or even other factions.
Besides, at the time, I thought you'd eaten the blood god fruit, so even if you'd known that secret, it wouldn't have done you any good. After a brief pause, he changed the subject and said with a sigh of relief. But now, everything is different.
When it comes to background,
all of us transfer students combined don't hold a candle to yours. And it seems you didn't eat the blood god fruit after all. After all, your vitality has already surpassed 10,000 points. Xian smiled. That's right, I ate the heavenly diving fruit.
We were all mistaken before. So, what exactly is that secret? Feng Lin took a deep breath and revealed something that took Xian by surprise. We have only one goal, and that is. Feng Lin spoke slowly, enunciating each word, as if recounting the most secret and momentous matter in the world. The remains of the martial emperor. Xian froze. What the heck is that? Feng Lin's solemn expression froze for a moment. After a long pause, he asked. You don't know about the remains of the martial emperor? Xian replied quite matter-of-factly. I don't know, but wait a minute, let me look it up. He pulled out his phone and quickly typed in the remains of the martial emperor. To his surprise, there was no relevant information online. Only then did Xian truly realize the gravity of the situation. Any news that couldn't be found online was most likely top secret. A lesson he'd learned from his frequent online searches over the past few days. Take the Supernova Legion, for example. Or the badge engraved with the abyss escaping maw devouring stars that the mysterious shopkeeper had given him. Feng Lin was very patient and began to explain. Once fighters reach the martial emperor realm or higher, true gang is generated within their bodies. This true gang constantly and autonomously hones and tempers the martial emperor's bones, muscles, flesh, and even their extraordinary meridians. Under these circumstances, some martial emperors with unique constitutions, when their lifespan is nearing its end or they are gravely injured and on the verge of death, will leave behind the remains of a martial emperor. Of course, most martial emperors and those of higher realms simply perish when they die, leaving nothing behind but their physical bodies. So the remains of a martial emperor are extremely rare. Xian suddenly interrupted, wait a minute. Feng Lin asked curiously, what's wrong? The remains of a martial emperor taken literally. Aren't they just the corpse of a martial emperor? How is that different from the body left behind after a martial emperor perishes? Xian was a bit confused. Feng Lin clapped his fist against his palm with a loud smack and said excitedly. That's exactly the difference. The remains of a martial emperor appear as a miniature skeleton, no bigger than the palm of your hand, in the posture of a meditative sitting with 5 palms facing the sky. That's the physical difference. The real difference lies in the fact that any fighter whose cultivation level is lower than that of a martial emperor can absorb and contain those remains of a martial emperor. Xian was a bit startled by this, but seeing Feng Lin's excited expression, he knew there must be immense benefits to it. Sure enough, Feng Lin immediately explained. Any fighter who absorbs and incorporates the remains of a martial emperor, no matter how low their natural talent, will be able to cultivate all the way to the martial emperor realm without any obstacles. It will be incredibly smooth. Moreover, their natural talent will even rise to the same level as that of the martial emperor who entered paranirvana. So that's how it is, Xian nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the transfer students would take advantage of the months leading up to the college entrance exams to give up the extremely generous martial arts resources at the martial arts high schools in the megacities and come to Lei City First High School as transfer students. Because for many of them, reaching the martial king realm in their lifetime is difficult enough, let alone the martial emperor realm. Take Feng Lin's father, for example. He remained stuck at the 6-star martial master realm his entire life, and was constantly scolded by Feng Lin's grandfather to the point where he couldn't hold his head up. So for these transfer students, if they could absorb and assimilate the remains of a martial emperor, they would almost certainly have the potential to surpass their fathers and even their grandfathers. Interesting. The people of Flame City would certainly look down on the remains of a martial emperor, but students from medium-sized cities and below simply aren't qualified to compete for them. Doesn't that mean only students from super large cities are eligible? Xian thought this through, nodded slightly, and understood much more clearly. Feng Lin's voice rang out again, his expression sincere. In 25 days, on the back mountain of Lei City First High School, the remains of the martial emperor will emerge. Xian, I hope you'll be the one to obtain these remains. Not that I'm just being generous after all. Once you become a martial emperor, and then a grandmaster-level artisan. I'll truly be riding your coattails. Which is far better than if I were to obtain the remains of the martial emperor myself." Xian was somewhat moved and nodded. "Then I won tea stand on ceremony. If I really need it when the time comes, I'll go for it myself. If I don't need it, I'll definitely do my utmost to help you secure it." At the same time, however, his mind began to race. These martial empress remains were clearly set to emerge in just 25 days. Which was obviously different from what Wei had planned. She had killed me solely because she feared I'd snatch the top spot on the college entrance exam. What exactly was Wei's plan? He simply couldn't figure it out. Xian had already given this matter careful thought. Back when he was in the exclusive secret realm at Lei City No. 1 High School. On the surface, Wei had no grudge against him. After all, it was Wei who had nearly beaten him to death back then. Not the other way around. But the moment he showed even a hint of his true potential, and was invited to Principal Shen Zhongtian's office for the first time, Wei had made her hostility toward him abundantly clear. At that time, Wei could have easily reached out to him, explaining that her actions on the arena were unintentional. A few perfunctory words might have been enough to smooth things over. Although that wasn't exactly what Xian had in mind. But Wei not only failed to do so, she actively pointed out the hidden dangers of the blood god fruit, clearly intending to shatter his spiritual resolve. After guessing his identity in the secret realm, she immediately moved to kill him. After mulling over all these reasons, Xian concluded there was only one possibility. That was that Wei feared that once he rose to prominence, he would snatch the top spot on the college entrance exam in Thunder City. And the top scorer on the Thunder City college entrance exam would receive an artisan's artifact awarded by the City Lord of Thunder City. This was the conclusion he had recently deduced. The so-called great opportunity Wei was seeking in the secret realm. The artisan's artifact awarded by the City Lord of Lei City to the top college entrance exam scorer. And the schemes of the transfer students, they must all be deeply interconnected. But here's the problem. The remains of the martial emperor are clearly set to emerge in just over 20 days. While the college entrance exams aren't for several months, the timelines don't align. So what exactly is Wei up to? As it happens, given my current status, the Lord of Thunder City is practically falling over himself to curry favor with me. I'll head over there tomorrow. Ask him to show me the item he had originally intended to award to this year's top-scoring artisan in the city's college entrance exams. And perhaps see if I can trade it for another artisan's item. This is the advantage of being an artisan. What Wei had to scheme so hard to obtain. Even going so far as to kill someone in the secret realm to get it. Xian can now acquire with just a few words. The remains of a martial emperor are both important and unimportant to Xian. What makes them important is that the remains of a martial emperor can simultaneously enhance both his martial arts talent and his cultivation talent. Xian is well aware that his martial arts talent is rather average. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had only 756 vitality points by his senior year of high school. As for whether his cultivation talent was high or not, he wasn't sure. But a little extra improvement could never hurt. Who wouldn't want a higher cultivation talent? A martial emperor, if placed in that cultivation world, would undoubtedly be considered a cultivator of exceptional talent. After absorbing the remains of the martial emperor, his cultivation talent would definitely improve by more than just a little. Feng Lin suddenly yawned. It seemed he was tired today as well. After all, during the banquet, his grandfather had taken him to meet many influential figures in the City of Fire. All right, go get some sleep. I should be heading to bed too, Xian said with a smile. Feng Lin nodded. And the two each found a bedroom to sleep in. It was late at night. Xian lay in bed, half asleep and just about to close his eyes, when a shadowy figure eerily materialized beside his bed, staring silently at him. Who? Xian jolted awake, his eyes snapping open.
But the room was empty. His two masters had already hired martial emperor-level experts to provide covert protection. Under these circumstances, only a martial venerate could have sneaked in without making a sound. But a martial venerate would be a high-ranking figure in the Human Federation. Why would such a person come to assassinate a low-level artisan like him? Could it be an infiltrator from the 10,000 races? Xian muttered to himself, suddenly wide awake. He forced himself to get up and patrolled the villa. Seeing that Feng Lin's room was filled with the sound of even, steady breathing, he finally felt at ease. Who on earth was it? Xian truly didn't dare go back to sleep now. If that figure could sneak in without a sound, then they could just as easily kill him without a sound. After thinking it over, he simply lay back down on the bed, his hand hidden under the covers, clutching a talisman. He acquired it earlier that day while washing up and using the restroom at home. It was called the Pure Yuan 9 Transformation Talisman. Since there really wasn't anything worth buying in today's trade listings, he'd chosen one that was still somewhat useful. And it wasn't expensive, only 5 gene of star metal. After affixing the Pure Yuan 9 Transformation Talisman to his thigh, Xian pretended to be asleep but secretly began channeling his meridian skill. This Pure Yuan 9 Transformation Talisman was designed to help him purify the mana within his body and solidify his foundations, though its effects would last only 8 hours. Xian had originally planned to wait until he had some free time to make full use of it. But since there was a certain level of danger now, and he couldn't sleep anyway, he might as well start cultivating with this talisman right away. The night passed quickly. It wasn't until the crowing of a rooster raised for 2.5 years and now ready for slaughter echoed from the neighboring estate that Xian slowly opened his eyes. He hadn't slept all night, yet he had no dark circles under his eyes. On the contrary, he felt incredibly alert. Moreover, his vitality had already surged to 25,000 points. This Pure Yuan 9 Transformation Talisman was quite effective, though it was rather rare. No! I need to find a safer place to stay. The intrusion by that shadowy figure yesterday made him feel extremely threatened. And he urgently needed a place that was absolutely secure. School? That seemed like a good option with Principal Shun Zongtian in charge. Even a martial venerate probably wouldn't dare sneak in. But at school, he'd have to live in the dorms. And he had far too many secrets to risk exposing. Oh well, I'll just take it one step at a time. That shadowy figure didn't say they'd try to kill me right off the bat. So they probably weren't sent by Shen to do and his crew. I just don't know what their purpose is. As usual, Xian checked the trading panel. Since there could be eyes watching him from the shadows at any moment in his luxurious estate, he had no choice but to pretend to look at his phone while summoning the trading panel. As usual, he checked the trade listings for the Azure Dragon's Secret Fetal Pearl and the Azure Dragon Devouring the Sun. Seeing that they were still listed, he felt a little relieved. Cultivating the Azure Dragon Dao's divine abilities had greatly enhanced his strength, talent, and every other aspect of his being, which made him place even greater importance on the core of the Azure Dragon Dao's divine abilities. The Azure Dragon's Secret Fetal Pearl, capable of transforming his very essence of life. First place in the Heaven Grade Martial Arts College entrance exam. There is still half a year to go. So now I need to make the most of my time to train and grow stronger. Xian muttered to herself, her eyes scanning the new trading posts that had appeared today. 1 piece of my personal undergarment in exchange for a bottle of bloodbone pills. Don't ask if it's worth it. I am, after all, the esteemed purple Shao Holy Maiden. Hoof. 1 juvenile sky-devouring dog in exchange for 1 starflame flower. I know I'm getting the short end of the stick, but I urgently need a starflame flower right now. Do any of you ants happen to have one? If so, contact the demon sovereign of the demon heaven Holy Land, that is, myself. This might be your only chance to speak with me. 5 bottles of flame essence pills in exchange for a juvenile sky-devouring dog? I suppose I could indeed keep a pet to guard my home and protect my estate. But it's that starflame flower. Yesterday, Xian had already asked both of his masters if they had any star flame flowers in their collections or any related leads. The answer he received was that this thing went extinct over 500 years ago, having been used entirely to craft artifacts. Now, it might only be found in historical fragments from 500 years ago within a few secret realms. And the chances are extremely, extremely slim. But as it happens, the Azure Dragon devours the sun technique he wishes to cultivate, along with its corresponding divine artifact, as well as this juvenile sky-devouring hound. All require starflame flowers as payment. Xian decided not to rush into a trade today, since Elder D and Elder Yun had said they would keep an eye out for any leads on the starflame flower. Time to head to school. After freshening up, Xian found himself, unusually, looking forward to going to school. Because, as it stood, at least he was safe at school. Right now, Lei City gave him a sense of undercurrents churning beneath the surface. Not only because he had emerged as a promising candidate for a Grandmaster-level artisan, but also because he had offended 2 Grandmaster-level artisans. Whether it was the 2-star Martial Master-level monster that suddenly appeared during yesterday's training, or the mysterious figure that night, both left him feeling deeply uneasy. After picking up Feng Lin, the two made their way to school. And nothing out of the ordinary happened along the way. He wasn't too sure if it was just his imagination, but the moment Xian stepped through the school gates, he felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of relief, a peace of mind that defied description. It was as if an incredibly powerful presence had been watching over the campus all along, preventing any intruders from entering. Xian. To Xian's surprise, his homeroom teacher, Lu Qingqing, had been waiting for him at the school gate since early morning, looking somewhat anxious. Teacher, what's wrong? Principal Shen wants you to come to his office immediately. Lu Qingqing's tone was a bit uncertain as she said this. After all, Xian had now become the direct disciple of 2 Grandmaster-level artisans. And in terms of status and standing, he was likely approaching that of a martial emperor. Under these circumstances, the fact that Principal Shen Zongtian still dared to so casually summon Xian to his office, rather than coming to see Xian in person, left Lu Qingqing somewhat puzzled, and even a little uneasy. Xian gave a smiling reply, exchanged a quick greeting with Feng Lin, and went his separate way, heading straight for the principal's office. It was still that familiar little villa, and he felt just as apprehensive as he had on his first visit. Back then, his vitality had been only a few thousand. And in his eyes, Principal Shen was a powerhouse with hundreds of thousands of vitality. Although his own vitality had now reached 25,000. Principal Shen seemed even more inscrutable to Xian. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Principal Shen Zongtian's deep, mellow voice carried a hint of laughter, instilling an involuntary sense of relaxation. Xian pushed open the door with trepidation, and at a glance saw the principal sitting casually on the sofa, his hands resting on the backrest as he crossed his legs. Have a seat, Xian. There is no need to be so formal. I've asked you here today for a reason. A very important one. This time, Xian didn't hesitate. He sat down on the small sofa beside him and asked, Principal, what is it? Please go ahead. Shen Zongtian's aged yet piercing eyes fixed on him, as he delivered a bombshell with a hint of a smile. I'd like to invite you to join our Supernova Legion. Supernova Legion. Xian's pupils contracted slightly. He never in a million years expected Principal Shen to extend an invitation of this caliber to him. Wait a minute. I'm already a direct disciple of 2 Grandmaster-level artisans. And I'm a Grandmaster-level artisan in the making myself. Does that mean I'm qualified to join the Supernova Legion? Just how elite is this organization? Aren't the members all at least martial emperors to start with? Xian was astonished inside, but kept a smile on his face as he said, All right, thank you, Principal. I'm willing to join.
Now it was Shenzong Tian's turn to be taken aback. Aren't you going to ask any questions? Xian looked as resolute as ever. I trust you, Principal. An organization you've invited me to join is definitely beyond reproach. Shenzong Tian paused for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, you little rascal.
No wonder those two grandmaster-level artisans like you so much. He stood up from the sofa. His towering figure, paired with today's high-end custom-made brown striped suit,
gave Xian a strong sense of intimidation. You're right, the Supernova Legion is indeed an organization, but it's more than just an organization. Xian didn't dare stay seated anymore.
But standing up seemed inappropriate, so he straightened his back and sat upright,
asking curiously,
"Why do you say that?"
Shenzong Tian's eyes were filled with gravity. The Supernova Legion
was founded by the Human Federation as first martial god. After that martial god fell while protecting humanity during an invasion by the 10,000 races,
the Supernova Legion inherited his legacy. From that moment on,
it has dedicated itself to a single mission.
He took a deep breath and said, enunciating each word clearly.
That is, to end this era of invasion by the myriad races, to turn the tables and exterminate them,
and make humanity the true rulers of the universe. Xian was somewhat awestruck, fully aware of the immense difficulty of such a task.
But at the same time, he deeply sensed just how formidable the Supernova Legion truly was. To dare to make the extermination of all races in the universe their purpose, how incredibly bold.
Shenzong Tian's expression changed as he sighed. However, over the past tens of thousands of years, certain events have occurred, causing our Supernova Legion to weaken considerably. Internally, we've even faced irreconcilable differences and intense conflicts. But at least we remain steadfast in our mission to protect humanity. As for exterminating all the races, we've always been striving toward that goal. Outer Circle members of the Supernova Legion must be at least Martial Emperor's full members.
Must be at least a Martial Venerate for artisans. The requirement may be relaxed on a case-by-case basis. Although you're currently only a 2-star fighter and a junior artisan, it's highly unlikely that your future status or standing will fall below that of a Martial Venerate.
Therefore, if you're willing to join, you can become a full member right now. After saying this, Shenzong Tian held up a finger.
As a full member of the Supernova Legion,
you'll receive no salary or benefits, but the organization will provide you with protection.
As a reward for joining,
we'll grant you one wish. Grant one wish? Xian marveled inwardly. Isn't the Supernova Legion a bit too amazing?
Of course, if he were to wish to become a martial god or something like that,
the Supernova Legion certainly wouldn't be able to grant it. So a wish like that
would inevitably have to fall within the realm of what's actually achievable. Therefore, Xian said without hesitation,
Principal, I want a Hangyu Star Birth Crystal. Shenzong Tian hadn't even had time to retract the finger he held out. It froze mid-air, and a hint of embarrassment finally flashed across his face. That's too difficult. Can you pick something else?
After a brief pause, he explained.
Right now, the entire Human Federation has only 2 cosmic star birth crystals in total.
One of them was already awarded as the prize for this year's top scorer on the Celestial Level College entrance exam.
And the other isn't in the possession of our Supernova Legion either.
Xian had actually anticipated this after all, he was just giving it a shot. What if it worked? After thinking for a moment, he changed his request.
Then, can I have 2 star flame flowers? Shenzong Tian nodded, that's fine. Stop by my office tonight, and you'll see them.
Xian breathed a sigh of relief and felt genuinely overjoyed. The star flame flowers he'd been longing for were finally his.
After all, this was something even his 2 masters couldn't get their hands on. At the same time,
he gained a deeper appreciation for the Supernova Legion's true depth and resources.
Now that your wish has been granted, You must accept the mission the organization has assigned you.
Shen Zongtian spoke, his voice turning serious once more. Xian stood up immediately and replied with equal seriousness.
Principal, what is the mission? I will do my very best to complete it. Shen Zongtian said slowly. In 25 days, no, make that 24. A martial saint's remains will emerge on the mountain behind our school. The mission the organization has given you is to, at any cost, seize those martial saint's remains, and then absorb and integrate them yourself. Finally, he added, oh, and there is no punishment for failure. But your rating within the organization will drop, and you may very well no longer be entrusted with missions in the future. Xian was somewhat taken aback, thinking to himself, what kind of mission is this? Isn't this essentially competing against myself for the reward? However, he did notice a problem. Principal. Isn't the remains hidden on the mountain behind our school those of a martial emperor? What exactly is a martial emperor's remains?
Shen Zongtian gave him a rather surprised look and said with a smile.
It seems those transfer students have already told you all this? However, their information is incorrect.
The remains of a martial emperor are simply what is left after a martial emperor passes away, whereas the remains of a martial saint
are what is left after a martial saint enters paranirvana. Martial saint. It was as if thunder and lightning had struck Xian's heart. His eyes widened instantly.
After the martial emperor comes the martial venerate, and above the martial venerate stands the martial saint.
Martial saint.
That is the supreme being capable of subduing an entire nation in every country of the human federation. In this martial arts world where resources are extremely scarce,
someone who is cultivated to the level of a martial saint.
If placed in that mysterious and vast world where immortal cultivation and fantasy coexist,
just how high would this martial saint's talent for immortal cultivation be?
It would have to be at least on the level of the cosmos stage.
If only I could absorb it. Principal, are you saying that?
As long as I can absorb and contain that martial saint's remains,
not only will my talent be elevated to the martial saint level,
but I'll also be able to cultivate smoothly all the way to the martial saint realm, without any bottlenecks or obstacles? Xian suppressed his inner excitement and sought confirmation. Though he asked the question this way on the surface, in his mind he had automatically replaced the martial saint realm
with the cosmos stage. Shen Zongtian nodded affirmatively. That's right, exactly. Moreover, unlike the remains of a martial emperor, once the martial saint's remains are absorbed and assimilated, there will be other unexpected benefits beyond just an increase in talent and insight.
As for what exactly those are, it varies from person to person.
Xian nodded silently, indicating he understood.
If that were the case, he would be even more eager to go to the city lord's mansion and obtain that artifact crafted by the artisan. Perhaps Wei also knew that what was hidden on the mountain behind the academy was a martial saint's remains, rather than mere martial emperor's remains.
But upon closer reflection, that seemed rather unlikely. Given Wei's standing,
it appeared he would have no way of knowing a secret of this caliber.
In any case, he did find a way to get his hands on it first. This was too big a matter.
It was always better to be as prepared as possible. If he could elevate his talent to the martial saint level, combined with his daily trade with that mysterious fantasy world, Xian was absolutely certain that in less than half a year, topping the celestial level college entrance exam would be a piece of cake.
Xian had just stepped out of the principal's office when his phone rang.
It was a call from his parents. If this had happened earlier that morning,
he would have told them without hesitation to flee to another planet for safety. But things were different now. Since joining the Supernova Legion, not only was he under their protection,
but his family was naturally protected as well.
Although the protection wouldn't extend very far, at least they'd be safe within the city limits.
As for other places, there were no guarantees.
After all, the Supernova Legion's guardians couldn't act as his bodyguards every day.
At this stage, he was just an ordinary member. "Hey, Dad, did you guys get here?"
Xian answered the call, asking with a smile. "Yes, we're home, son. But why did the wall in our house collapse? Good thing it wasn't a load-bearing wall, otherwise, the whole house would be collapsed."
Zhang Yuanquan suspected it might have been caused by Xian practicing martial arts at home, so he reassured him.
"But it's okay. I made a killing on this business trip for the company. And I got a nice cut of the profits. We'll just have someone fix it up. Money is no object. How much did you make?" Xian didn't dampen his parents' spirits in the slightest.
"Not that much, just around 10,000.
"Ha, isn't your old man amazing? I'll take you out for your favorite grilled meat tonight."
Zhang Yuanquan seemed quite pleased.
"How about this, Dad?
I'll give you 300 million, and another 300 million to Mom.
You two won't have to work anymore, just enjoy your retirement at home." Xian spoke bluntly. There was silence on the other end of the line.
After a long pause, Zhang Yuanquan said with some concern,
"Son, if it really comes down to it, I'll go to your school and ask for a leave of absence for you.
You're under way too much mental pressure.
Last time it was that luxury estate.
And now it's hundreds of millions. Honestly, just do your best on the college entrance exams.
You mustn't push yourself too hard, do you hear me?"
Knowing it would be hard to explain over the phone,
Xian smiled silently. "Dad, here's what we'll do.
You and Mom just wait at home. I'm coming back right now." After returning to the classroom, Xian asked his homeroom teacher, Lu Qingqing, for a leave of absence. Given his current status, Lu Qingqing naturally had no reason to refuse. Instead, she told Xian that from now on, he could manage his own schedule freely.
This suited Xian just fine.
After walking out of the school gates, he quickly arrived at the old house. Even though he'd only been away for a few days, it felt as if a lifetime had passed.
At that moment,
a crowd had gathered at the base of the apartment building where the old house stood, and a luxury sedan was parked nearby.
"What is going on?"
Xian walked over, somewhat puzzled, and saw a row of men in suits standing respectfully by the luxury sedan. The rear window of the car rolled down, revealing a man with a slicked-back hairstyle sitting in the back seat,
looking over several documents. People from the city lord's mansion? Xian recognized them immediately,
because their suits all bore the thunder symbol,
the official uniform of staff at the city lord's mansion of Lei City. Just as he was wondering what the city lord's mansion staff were doing here,
he suddenly spotted his father, Zhang Yuanquan, and his mother, Lu Chui, walking around the luxury sedan from the entrance of the apartment building.
"Son, come on, let us go to the amusement park. You've really been under too much pressure lately.
Like I've always said, don't push yourself too hard. Worst case scenario, you'll just go to a college for administrative studies, it's all the same."
Zhang Yuanquan smiled as he put his arm around Xian's shoulder, cheering his son on. Their relationship had always been like this. Not so formal, more like that of good friends.
Lu Chui wore a gentle smile on her face.
She ruffled Xian's hair and said, "Your dad's right, there's no need to put pressure on yourself. You can talk to us about anything." Xian really didn't know what to say. He could only offer a wry smile. "Dad, Mom, haven't you noticed that all the furniture is gone? Come on, follow me and you'll see for yourselves." Zhang Yuanquan and Lu Chui exchanged a glance.
They noticed the house was empty as soon as they got home, but had assumed it was a burglary,
and most likely one that happened this morning,
while their son was at school,
and they weren't home. To avoid putting too much pressure on their son, neither of them had brought it up.
But now it seemed something was off.
Click.
The door of the luxury sedan suddenly opened, and a man with a slicked-back hairstyle stepped out of the car. When Zhang Yuanquan and Lu Chui first came out of the apartment building, their eyes were fixed on their son, so they hadn't noticed the person in the luxury sedan. But now they were stunned. Because that man was none other than the Lord of Lei City, the renowned 3-star martial master.
Lei City's strongest warrior Lei Yunbao.
Zhang Yuanquan and Lu Chui worked at the same company. And they had once witnessed firsthand at the company's annual party just how deferential their own chairman was toward Lei Yunbao. To put it bluntly, he had almost knelt to offer him a toast. Needless to say, the couple was now filled with anxiety.
Zhang Yuanquan quickly nudged his son with his elbow and whispered, "Son, look, that's the Lord of Lei City. I wonder what he's doing here. We'd better not get on his bad side."
Lu Chui, meanwhile, was extremely nervous in the presence of such a prominent figure.
She didn't even dare to speak.
But to the couple's surprise,
Lei Yunbao actually walked straight toward them. His gaze fixed squarely on Xian. Instantly, their hearts skipped a beat. Had their son committed some serious offense? He was just a high school senior, what could he possibly have done?
Besides, if he really had done something wrong,
wouldn't the enforcers from the Martial Arts Bureau have come instead? What kind of major incident would warrant the city lord of Lei City deigning to come in person? Lei Yunbao's expression was grave.
As he walked step by step toward the couple and Xian, Zhang Yuanquan looked anxious and was about to step forward, when he saw Lei Yunbao's expression change. A smile instantly spread across his face, and he immediately grabbed Xian's hands.
"Oh my, Master Jiang, it's finally a pleasure to meet you in person. I've been meaning to pay you a visit since yesterday, but I just didn't get the chance. I thought I'd come visit your parents first today. But I never expected to run into you here."
At these words, both Zhang Yuanquan and Lu Chui were taken aback.
"Master Jiang? What's going on?"